Henry was walking aimlessly through the dark space that he found himself in. He did not know how he ended up here. The last thing he remembered was a bright light that invaded his room while he played games on his computer. He has always been a little afraid of darkness, but now he had no choice. There was no exit, there was no light, there was no sound, there was no breeze. The only thing he could see was the dark space around him. The only thing he could hear was the sound of his steps, and the only thing he could do was keep walking. Maybe I died, Henry thought with himself, but soon he shut off these thoughts. Just the notion of death and the thought that he was condemned to live eternally in this kind of silent and dark place scared the shit out of him. Fuck, I need to get out of here, Henry yelled as he started to run, wishing the darkness to end. After what seemed an infinite amount of time, Henry finally spotted a sign of light. That should be the exit. I'm saved, he said, and ran faster, wishing to get to the light. The light meant that hope still exists, and he could get away from this place. After what seemed like an eternity, Henry could finally see the source of light. It was from a small lamp that illuminated a big wooden desk filled with papers on it. Behind the desk, there was a white-haired old man holding a feather pen and a white paper in his hands. The old man had a face filled with wrinkles, a dry soil-like skin, and dark circles under his eyes. When Henry saw him, he immediately remembered those scary old men he used to watch on horror movies, those which he has always been a little afraid of, and now there was one right in front of him. But as much as Henry was afraid, he didn't run away. He knew that this old man was the only hope he had to get out. As Henry was about to open his mouth to ask if the old man knew the way out, he suddenly heard a croaky and old voice. Name? The old man asked and looked towards him with his scary and emotionless eyes. When Henry looked into his eyes, he felt as if this old man would kill him and throw his flesh to the dogs. Henry Mason, Henry unconsciously said his name. Maybe out of fear or maybe out of habit, he didn't know. Former occupation, the old man kept asking. You can say that I was a professional esports player, and Henry kept involuntarily answering. Sure, a player, the old man murmured while stroking his beard and writing on the paper. Henry didn't know why, but he suddenly got goosebumps, like this simple pen could decide his whole future. Name? Henry Mason. Former occupation, professional esports player. Karma acquired 3 average, qualified to enter the reincarnation cycle, the old man said as he read the paper in his hand. Reincarnate. Take this and pass through the door, the old man interrupted him and waved the paper that came slowly flying towards Henry, who carefully grabbed the paper. Henry looked at the paper, but it was all blank. This old man sure is insane. I should get out of here fast, Henry thought. Sir, there is no door here, Henry said, as he looked around for a door. Although the old man seemed insane to Henry, he was his only hope to get away from this place. Henry thought that it was best if he kept his distance from this old man. Maybe if he went through the door that the old man said, he could find somebody else to ask. The old man didn't say anything, he just raised his finger and pointed towards his right. Suddenly an arched white door with a luscious vine creeping over it appeared, brightening up the whole place. To Henry, the door seemed to lead towards the heavens. Now go. I am busy, the old man yelled. Hearing him, Henry rapidly ran towards the door. Henry was dumbfounded. In front of him was an unimaginable huge river with thousands of images that kept changing, like the passage of time, and calling Henry towards it, like a mermaid's voice. The environment seemed gray, and no trees or mountains could be seen, only a vast flat land. Line up. I said line up. Suddenly, Henry felt a powerful punch on his head that sent him flying a dozen meters away from where he stood. He got up quickly, slightly dizzy, but with no major pain. It was quite fantastic, maybe one of the wonders of being dead. He looked towards the place where he stood, searching for the source of the punch. It was a humongous man of almost 16 feet tall, wearing a black plate armor and a conical helm that left most of his face unprotected but showed 2 twisted horns. On the helm, there was a small drawing of a white whirlwind. He was like an armed demon. Stand up and wait in line, the demon-like soldier threateningly yelled while looking at Henry, making sure that this soul respected his words and followed the line. Still a little dizzy, Henry hurriedly looked around and spotted an endless line formed in the direction of the river. As someone born in the era of technology, Henry hated waiting. Besides seeing thousands of expressionless silhouettes already in the row, he was sure that it would take at least years to his turn. He didn't want to go, but the image of the threateningly demon in front of him left him with no other choice. He had to line up. Yes, sir, Henry obediently said, and rapidly ran to take his place. He had no desire to infuriate the man. Seeing the soul obedience, the demon nodded approvingly and walked away. There was always someone who got lost in the wonder of the Dimensions River, and his job was to keep them away. He was their guardian. Last year, a really powerful soul jumped inside the Dimensions River and was extinguished in minutes. So, if a normal soul jumped inside, it would die immediately, the demon murmured, sighing to himself before resuming his walk. It would be a pity, since it's quite difficult to see powerful souls such as his, able to maintain his rationality in the face of all dimensions. Divine River was the boundary and the entrance to hundreds of planes, each one with different history, people, species, etc. However, only the gods responsible for the reincarnation cycle were able to touch and submerge themselves in the river. Even seeing the river was a difficult task. A weaker soul would lose their minds and become like those expressionless silhouettes in the queue. Just a few of them were able to maintain their previous appearances and rationality. Henry had no idea how much time passed since he lined up. However, it was enough time for small lapses of memory to appear. Sometimes he forgot about his mother's face, name, and age while also forgetting about his own name and face. Everything was beginning to turn illusory. But one day, when he was about to reach the end of the line and his existence, everything changed. And it all begun with a loud explosion. Boom! The explosion was followed by a strong earthquake, enough to cause the ending of the world. Feeling the ground beneath his feet trembling nonstop, Henry came to his senses. It was like awakening from a long dream where he forgot everything about himself. Boom! Henry had no time to adjust his mind and put it in the present, as the ground trembled again, even stronger than before. He could feel that it was not only becoming stronger, but also closer, whatever it was. Furthermore, every tremble made the expressionless silhouettes around him fade away, like fireflies being extinguished. Suddenly, Henry heard a powerful voice, followed by another explosion. Gods and demons of the underworld, I demand you to give her back to me. The voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at the same time. It brought with itself a powerful wind that hastened the destruction of the silhouettes. Fortunately, Henry did not disappear together with them. Luriel, go back. This is not your domain. Another powerful voice echoed. I won't repeat myself. Azazel. Luriel, the first voice, screamed, I came here to take my child back. If you do not release her, I will break this domain. I will break the reincarnation river and release the chaos. The dialogue happened, but Henry could not spot any of these beings. They were like the wind itself, invisible but present. Luriel threatened, but no response came from Azazel. It was like a cold war. It seems like there is no way out. I cannot let her go, Azazel said, initiating pandemonium. Boom, boom. Explosion after explosion sounded in the air. Henry felt that he was about to be extinguished. His soul could not face the winds and the tremors running amok in the environment. He turned his head and focused on the river. The only way out. Fuck. Henry cursed inside his head. He was afraid of the demon from before, but that fear small in front of this kind of threat. He had to jump inside. Luckily, he was already near it, and no one seemed to watch the borders. Boom. The last explosion was the sign he needed. He propelled himself forwards and with decisiveness jumped inside the river, letting himself sink. The last thing he heard was Azazel's desperate shout before his consciousness faded away. Luriel, stop your actions. Chaos can't be released. Rise, my liege. We must retreat. Midst a whirl of dizziness, a hurried shout reached Henry's ear as a firm grip pulled him up, allowing his senses to gradually return. In a fleeting moment, he was greeted by a heavy scent of iron permeating the air, followed by a chorus of agonizing screams cutting through the surroundings. The icy wind also seemed to be a cruel host, burning his skin, while the soft ground beneath him greeted him. After that whirlwind of information, Henry's vision cleared, allowing him to witness the most chaotic scene he had ever seen in his entire life. He found himself on some sort of ancient battlefield. The blanket of snow covering the ground was painted red as hundreds of corpses spread across the horizon, while hundreds of living other crazily battled. On his side, he could see warriors clutching swords, scythes, and spears. They were clad in furred garments that seemed more suited to resist the cold temperatures than fending off the sharp blades. On the other side of the battlefield stood 7 feet tall towering figures with half of their bodies exposed, seemingly unaffected by the cold wind licking their skin. Intriguing bloody tattoos were drawn on their skins. Unlike those over Henry's side, these individuals brandished weapons hewn from bones and rocks, like Stone Age's humans. What is this? Where am I? Henry asked himself, unable to fully process everything happening around him. Suddenly, he felt something warm trickling from his forehead to his eyes. He lifted his trembling hands and touched it, realizing that blood was flowing from a wound on his head. The last thing he remembered was jumping into that mysterious river as the sounds of battle neared him. Now he found himself in what appeared to be an ancient battlefield, with corpses lying all around him and bleeding all over. It was frightening. Manhwaedit. Get hold of yourself, the voice reached Henry's ears again, jolting him to the urgency of the present situation. Henry was the type of person capable of adapting to numerous situations, bearing a mindset that focused on solving immediate issues before concerning himself with other problems surrounding him. He had to solve things first. Henry turned his gaze towards the owner of the voice, spotting an old man with a pristine white hair and a face devoid of wrinkles, holding a long sword in his hands as he stood beside him. The man was draped in a long black fur mantle over an iron chainmail top, like those nobles from Middle Ages. Careful! Suddenly, before Henry could reach, the old man shouted and pulled him backward. Within a mere millisecond, a stone axe embedded itself in the snow, exactly where Henry had been standing moments before. Without a second thought, the old man grabbed Henry's arm and swiftly pulled him out of the battle front, allowing Henry to see the towering walls of a castle. Whether due to his injury or because he was still trying to process the situation, Henry found himself devoid of the strength to resist, allowing the old man to lead him. He didn't understand how, but even though he seemed heavily injured, Henry had never run so fast in his entire life. He covered a large distance in a time that only an Olympic athlete would be able to, as he was being led by the old man. He felt like a superhuman. When they were safe from the battlefront and in a favorable position, almost reaching the stone gates, the old man screamed at the top of his lungs, loud enough to be heard by everyone, "Retreat." At his command, the soldiers turned and ran, hoping to reach the safe grounds behind the walls. Those who exposed their backs too soon were killed without mercy by those towering individuals holding stone weapons. Henry had never witnessed such a mindless massacre. He couldn't help but feel grateful that the old man had taken him out of there. Otherwise, he would have been one more body in the growing pile of corpses. Close the gates. The old man shouted at the soldiers, who immediately began pushing the heavy stone doors and preparing to reinforce them with wooden struts. Fortunately, most of the retreating soldiers made it back in time. As soon as their feet touched the seemingly safe heaven, they dropped to the floor, tired, scared, and above everything else, relieved. Treat the injured. The old man ordered, his gaze shifting to several women and men holding wet towels and buckets in their hands, provide water and food to the rest. Henry stood to the side, absorbing his surroundings, attempting to adapt and fully internalize the situation. He took deep breaths to remain calm, making sure that he wasn't dreaming and everything was real. He found himself in what appeared to be a medieval town. The streets were paved with cobblestones, and the houses were built from either wood or old stones. Smoke was drifting from a few chimneys. At the city's heart stood a castle with 4 towering spires, where one had a view of the entire city. The walls safeguarding the city didn't seem secure, being a mere line of piled stones. Winter must be knocking on the door, Henry thought, noticing the snow already covering the roofs of the houses and the streets below. These people's living conditions. Henry wasn't sure if this was a result of the harsh living conditions or the ongoing war outside, but every person he had seen so far was dressed in rags and appeared severely malnourished. Their eyes were also devoid of any hope. "My liege, are you fine?" After delegating orders, the old man approached Henry, his gaze filled with concern as he carefully examined Henry's body for any signs of injuries. "You are bleeding. We must get a look at that." Henry turned his gaze to the old man, studying him with a mixture of doubt and confusion. He had no idea why this man was addressing him as my liege. After all, he was merely someone who enjoyed reading about the conquerors of Earth and playing online strategy games. He wasn't a king or a noble, just an ordinary player. He couldn't understand why this man seemed to be speaking to him as if they were close or had loyalty. "I'm fine, Luther," Henry responded abruptly, dismissing the man's concerns and gently pushing his hands away. However, he paused as a realization struck him that the man's name had rolled off his tongue naturally. How on earth did he know the man's name? Henry had no time to decipher it, as a powerful headache struck him, followed by a flood of strange memories assailing his mind. Memories of a young prince assuming the leadership of a small yet ancient northern kingdom after his father's untimely demise. Recollections of nobles betraying him. Memories of a reckless, arrogant, foolish, and self-centered young king who disregarded everyone before ultimately meeting his end from a powerful attack to the head. Henry von Stahl, the name of the young and foolish king of Stahl. These were the words left in his head as he lost consciousness. Liege Luther's voice was filled with fear and concern as he shouted, watching incredulous to the falling man. Henry sat on a simple padded wooden throne, slowly massaging his temples. It had been a few hours since he woke up with the memories of the body's original owner, which led him to understand the situation at hand. The previous owner of this body was called Henry von Stahl, a young king who assumed the throne of Stahl, a cold nation in the northern part of the Allur continent. This country was devoid of riches and bordered a huge forest, inhabited by barbarians and wild animals and beasts like orcs. Scarce resources in the cold climate forced the people to a survival mode, rationing their food all years round and hunting normal animals as soon as the winter was over. From the perspective of someone from contemporary Earth, it was a precarious lifestyle that wreaked poverty and death. Barbarians, Henry murmured in disbelief, how can I deal with them? Those of Stahl called them barbarians, not only because they lived inside the dangerous frozen forest or because they didn't know how to speak the common language, but because they showed no mercy when they attacked the villages bordering the forest, killing women and children alike, using only stone weapons and displaying a fearless attitude towards death. Hundreds of thousands of Stahl's people had died at their hands. Although foolish enough to charge into a rain of arrows, the barbarians had never attacked the capital of Stahl, Eisenberg. However, this time marked their first try on surrounding the city, where the throne of Stahl had been placed for the last hundreds of years. This event could only be attributed to the death of the previous king, a great warrior and strategist, and the betrayal of the royal families, who left the kingdom with their riches and armies, leaving the capital undefended. It was a great mystery why the nobles decided to abandon their own lands and throw themselves into uncertainty, leaving everything in the hands of a young and reckless young king. The old owner of the body felt eager to prove himself. He wanted to shine and become a great warrior in his subjects' eyes. He didn't want to live in his father's shadow and deeply desired to honor his name, not letting the walls of his capital to fall under his reign. The young king, who was in his early 20s, even under Luther's protests, led his army into a direct confrontation against the barbarians, who felt no fear or fatigue. The ending of such decision was a complete massacre. Stahl's malnourished and demoralized soldiers couldn't stand a frontal confrontation against the towering barbarians, who charged at them without fear of death, like a frenzied herd of buffaloes. Stahl's army fell like leaves to the ground, staining the white snow red. The scene was so cruel that it plunged the young king into despair and fury. He dashed recklessly toward the barbarians but was struck on the head, which allowed Henry's soul to take control of the body. This dumb fucker, Henry screamed and facepalmed himself. This incompetent wasn't able to wait for a couple of days until the barbarians ran out of food. It was a battle of time, not of strength. The walls were there to protect him. The unnecessary deaths of the soldiers could only be credited to this dumb and egocentric king who didn't listen to Luther, a much more experienced general who had been fighting the barbarians for years. The young king only wanted to prove himself. What can I do about this situation? Henry asked himself, letting his head comfortably rest against the throne. Winter is still not here, which means they can take their time on the siege, even collect resources from the forest to keep us here if they are smart, that is. Henry was a professional player of strategy games, which demanded a lot of research on war tactics and strategic planning. Because of that, he considered himself an expert. Even though he had never participated in any kind of war, he wasn't in the dark about the best strategies or the theory on how to lead an army. According to Luther, we have enough food for 3 weeks, Henry thought in dismay, while looking at the badly done wooden ceiling, which had been patched up with a wood. I need to turn the situation around. Time is not our friend. Henry closed his eyes and pondered the whole situation. There were about 2,000 soldiers able to fight against almost 4,000 barbarians with time on their hands. It was the worst outcome. Furthermore, there was a variable that could influence the whole fight, no, the whole world as he knew it, mana. It was a mysterious energy that, when used in the right way, could destroy a whole army with a snap of fingers. This thing called mana, I need to understand it in order to make the most assertive responses. Henry said, opening his eyes and decisively getting to his feet. Let's go to the training field. Luther should be there. From the memories of the original Henry, he knew that the Stahl family had a way to effectively utilize mana. He had to try it out. The training ground of the palace was nothing more than a wide-open space filled with training dummies, weights, and wooden weapons. During summer, the training could be considered bearable and doable, but when winter knocked on the door and the snow rapidly covered the ground, it became impossible to train the soldiers in such open field. Right now, standing on these almost all-white grounds, two silhouettes could be seen facing each other. Luther stood facing his liege, while leisurely holding a simple sword in his right hand, not even taking a serious fighting stance. He had no reason to fight seriously after all. He was the young king's teacher, and because of that, he knew the extent of his abilities better than anyone else in the world. In simple words, the young king had talent, but didn't put enough effort into making it bloom and achieving his full potential. This was the biggest regret in Luther's life, not being able to lead Henry to reaching this hidden potential. It's odd, Luther thought, while looking at the young king awkwardly holding his sword. It's been a long time since we sparred, but it's not enough time to get so rusted. He gives me the feeling of a novice warrior. He wasn't like that during the war. Luther murmured, remembering the young king confidently dashing towards the massive barrier of barbarians. At that time, he couldn't be considered exceptionally skilled, but he also couldn't be considered this bad. Maybe he developed some kind of trauma, Luther pondered. If so, I need to grind it to dust before it develops even further. It wasn't an uncommon occurrence for a soldier to develop some kind of trauma while on the battlefield. Rather, it was quite common for first-timers who never smelled the battlefield's cruel scent, like the young king. Even more so against those fearless and crazy for blood barbarians. Contrary to Luther's chain of thoughts, Henry felt a bit displaced while feeling the cold and heavy sword in his hands. And although he possessed the memories and the experience of the old Henry, he had never entered in a fight, much less held a sword. I don't know if this is the right posture, something feels odd, he thought. I need to familiarize with the feeling. Fortunately, his inborn talent kicked in and calmed his racing mind down as his body relaxed, and he finally found the right posture by following the memories in his head. The change of posture and mind didn't go unnoticed by Luther's old eyes. Indeed, the talent is still there. Luther couldn't help but flash a satisfied smile as he thought. Come, Luther said, lifting his sword and inviting the young king. Following his memories, Henry moved the strange energy that rested in his heart towards his legs and kicked the ground, sending all the snow under his feet away. He dashed towards Luther at an incredible speed, lifting his sword and slashing downwards. Henry didn't even know where he got the guts to slash at a living human being like he did. He could only credit it to his ability to remain calm in face of everything. Luther relaxedly fended off the attack with the side of his sword and counterattacked with the sword's pommel, hitting Henry right in the nose. The young king immediately dropped to his knees, with blood oozing out of his nose and painting the snow in red. Luther indifferently looked at the kneeling young man, not caring if he was a king or simple commoner. Predictable and full of openings, Luther evaluated, swirling his sword and pointing it back at Henry, rusty. Come again. Henry stood up and cleaned the blood with his hand, his eyes free from all distracting emotions. Although I have his memories, I can't replicate them completely, Henry deeply pondered while looking at his sword. I have to dive even deeper and take everything out. Young king closed his eyes and focused on the memories and intentions of the original Henry. He was trying to absorb and integrate all insights and knowledge about fighting skills and about the body technique ingrained in his muscles. Seeing this scene, Luther lowered his sword and stuck it in the snowy ground, waiting for his liege to end all preparations. In his mind, Henry was assimilating everything, from battle experiences to the technique inherited by the Stahl royal family. The name of the technique was known as Imperial Sun God Technique, a technique that trained the muscles, bones, and organs by burning them constantly with mana, increasing the user's affinity with fire. The pain caused by the technique was so intense that some users went mad, while others simply couldn't take it anymore and stopped training altogether, with the old Henry being a clear example of that. He couldn't take the pain and stopped, remaining stuck with the same level of strength for almost 3 years. Not minding the consequences, Henry took the mana stored in his heart and circulated it through his body, following the Imperial Sun God Technique's flow. Immediately, an excruciating pain coursed through his body, seemingly burning each one of his cells. He could feel those cells being burned and healed at an incredible rate, becoming stronger. Henry could feel even his nerves burning, threatening to eat his sanity. He tightly grasped the sword in his hand, trying to calm himself down by sheer willpower and bringing forth his inborn talent. Fortunately, he was able to get a hold of his consciousness and mind. Henry opened his eyes together with a long and deep breath. Luther couldn't help but feel some sort of threat, buried deep inside the young king's calm eyes. It was like a calm fire that, under certain circumstances, could burn a whole empire to the ground. Henry grasped the sword even tighter, with his body heating up rapidly and causing the snow around him to melt at an incredible speed, which allowed the soil underneath to finally breathe again. In front of his eyes, Luther could see a formless red aura faintly covering the young king's body. He was like a breathing god of fire. "Let's try it again." Henry yelled and kicked the ground again, dashing even faster than before towards the old general. "Much better," Luther complimented with a smile as he rapidly picked up his sword from the ground. "This will require more strength than I imagined." The aura around the young king indicated a breakthrough to a new stage. In the end, the last battle against the barbarians was quite advantageous to the young king's path. Not moving from his position, Luther raised his sword that shone with a bright blue aura as Henry attacked with a horizontal attack, causing the air to compress and burn. It was fast and precise. Luther's defense was leisurely as ever, parrying Henry's attack with the side of the blade. However, not giving up, Henry rotated his sword, holding it in a reverse grip, and slashed upwards, aiming at the old man's chin, which he avoided by simply taking a small step back while using the side of his sword to hit at the king's sword, but not with enough force to disarm him. Luther's counterattack disrupted Henry's momentum. The young king swiftly adjusted his stance, his movements fluid and precise as he pressed forward with relentless determination. The snow around them was kicked up in a whirlwind of intense battle as it melted. Their swords clashed over and over, sending sparks flying all over. However, during the combat, Luther began to notice a change in Henry's fighting style, which carried a weight and an intensity that Luther hadn't seen before, fueled by the fiery mana around the king. It was as if Henry's connection with the imperial sun god technique had reached a deeper level. The training ground of the palace was nothing more than a wide-open space filled with training dummies, weights, and wooden weapons. It remained covered in snow throughout the year, thanks to the unrelenting cold climate, which didn't allow the blue skies to be seen during all year. Because of that, when winter arrived, all activities had to stop since the soldiers could die, and the piled-up snow would become an obstacle to their training. The training ground was situated within the castle's walls, ensuring the king's hands could always reach, and the sovereign figure always remained imprinted in their minds. Since the training for these soldiers was funded by the royal treasury, it was only fitting, and the warriors didn't really mind, as they were compensated with enough food to feed their families. Right now, standing on this nearly all-white ground, where the training dummies were slightly covered by snow, two silhouettes could be seen facing each other. The previous bustling training grounds were now devoid of any other life due to the war happening outside the walls. Luther stood facing his king while leisurely holding a simple sword in his right hand, not even assuming a serious fighting stance. He had no reason to fight seriously, after all. He was the young king's teacher, and because of that, he knew the extent of his abilities better than anyone else in the world. If he were to describe in simple words, the young king had talent but didn't put in enough effort to make it blossom and reach his full potential. This was Luther's biggest regret, not being able to lead Henry to unlock this hidden potential. It's odd, Luther thought while looking at the young king awkwardly holding his sword. It's been a long time since we sparred, but he shouldn't be this rusty. He gives me the feeling of a novice warrior. He wasn't like that during the war, the old man murmured, remembering the young king confidently charging toward the massive horde of barbarians. At that time, he couldn't be considered exceptionally skilled, but he also wasn't this bad. The person in front of him seemed to be a novice, holding a sword for the first time. Maybe he developed some kind of trauma, Luther pondered. If so, I need to help him overcome it before it gets worse. We need him to get through this ordeal. It wasn't uncommon for soldiers to develop trauma on the battlefield, especially for first-timers who had never experienced the cruelty of war, like the young king. This trauma became bigger when facing the fearless and bloodthirsty barbarians, who could continue to fight even with a dagger stuck in their throats. However, contrary to Luther's hypothesis of trauma, Henry only felt somewhat out of place while gripping the cold and heavy sword in his hands. Despite possessing the memories and the experience of the old Henry, he had never been in a real fight, let alone wielded a sword. He had seen it on TV and even owned an ornamental katana in his room, but he never swung it. I don't know if this is the right stance, something feels off, Henry thought. I need to familiarize myself with the feeling. Henry swung the sword in the air a few times, changing postures as the flow of the movements passed through his mind. With each swing, he could feel himself becoming more familiar with the grip and the correct posture of the movements, positioning his feet and wrist at the right angles. Muscle memory painstakingly acquired by the previous Henry was coming to light. These changes didn't go unnoticed by Luther's keen eyes. Indeed, the talent is still there. Luther couldn't help but flash a satisfied smile as he thought, lifting his sword and inviting the king to attack. "Come, let's begin." Henry stopped the movements and looked at the old man, gripping the sword's handle tighter. He wanted to try fighting against this seasoned warrior. Suddenly, as if understanding his desire, a strange energy resting in his heart surged towards his legs, and Henry instinctively kicked the ground, sending the snow beneath his feet flying. He dashed toward Luther at an astounding speed, his sword arcing up with a ferocious downward slash. In that intense moment, Henry couldn't quite explain where he found the courage to deliver such an aggressive attack against another human being, but he attributed it to the memories of the previous Henry, who was accustomed to such trainings. However, Luther, with a casual grace, parried the attack using the side of his sword and swiftly counterattacked with the sword's pommel, striking Henry square on the nose. The young king crumpled to his knees, blood gushing forth and staining the pristine snow with a vivid shade of red. Luther looked down at the kneeling young man, indifferent to his status as king, predictable and full of openings. Luther assessed, twirling his sword and pointing it back at Henry. "Try again." Henry stood up, wiped the blood away with his hand, and focused his eyes, freeing himself from distracting emotions. "Although I have his memories, I can't replicate them completely," Henry contemplated deeply as he gazed at his sword. "I must delve even deeper and extract everything." The young king closed his eyes and concentrated on the memories and intentions of the original Henry. He wanted to absorb and integrate all the insights and knowledge about combat skills and body techniques ingrained in his muscles. Observing this scene, Luther lowered his sword and drove it into the snowy ground, patiently awaiting his king's preparations, who seemed to be reflecting on his mistakes. He wanted to see the king to succeed. With his eyes closed, Henry was trying to assimilate everything from the previous owner, especially a technique known as the sun god technique. This technique allowed him to draw large volumes of mana from the air and guide it to his heart, where the raw mana would be transformed into fire mana. It would then flow through the countless paths inside his body, known as mana circuits, allowing him to create incredible feats. The flow of such dangerous mana led to a transformation of the body, from the user's hair to his toes. However, there was no free food in the world. Pain induced by this technique was excruciating, driving some practitioners to madness or causing them to abandon their training entirely. The previous Henry had been a testament to this, unable to endure the agony and remaining at the same level of strength for nearly 3 whole years. "Let's do this," Henry shouted in his mind. Despite the potential consequences, he channeled the fire mana stored in his heart and circulated it throughout his body, following the flow of the imperial sun god technique, which gave him certain paths to guide the energy. Immediately, a searing pain coursed through his body, as if every cell were being simultaneously burned and healed at an astonishing rate, growing stronger with each moment. Even his nerves seemed to burn, threatening his sanity. Henry tightened his grip on the sword, his shallow willpower being the only anchor to the world. He succeeded in consciously guiding the mana. Henry took a deep breath and opened his eyes as he exhaled an uncommon hot air through his nostrils. Huff. At that moment, Luther couldn't help but sense a latent threat buried deep within the young king's calm gaze, like a controlled fire that, under certain circumstances, could consume an entire empire in rage. Henry gripped the sword even tighter, his body rapidly heating up, causing the snow around him to melt at an astonishing rate, revealing the soil underneath. In Luther's view, he saw an indistinct red aura faintly enveloping the young king's body. He resembled a living god of fire. "Let's try it again." "General," Henry shouted, kicking the ground and dashing even faster toward the old general. His movements much more precise and controlled. "Much better," Luther complimented with a smile as he swiftly retrieved his sword from the ground. "This will require more strength than I anticipated." The aura enveloping the young king signaled a breakthrough to a new level. Ultimately, the recent battle against the barbarians had proven beneficial for the young king's progress. Without shifting from his position, Luther raised his sword, and it emitted a bright blue aura as Henry attacked with a horizontal swipe, compressing the air and generating intense heat. His strike was lightning fast and precise. Again, Luther defended casually, parrying Henry's attack with the side of his blade. However, Henry didn't relent. He shifted his grip on the sword to a reverse position and slashed upward, aiming for the old man's chin. Luther simply took a step back to evade it, using the side of his sword to deflect Henry's attack, though not with enough force to disarm him. Luther's counterattack disrupted Henry's rhythm. The young king swiftly adjusted his stance, his movements flowing with precision and determination as he pressed forward relentlessly. Their battle created a whirlwind of intensity, stirring up snow and causing it to melt as their swords clashed repeatedly, sending sparks flying. Blue aura covering Luther's sword seemed unshakable, and Henry's aura seemed more like a wolf biting at its prey. During the fight, Luther noticed a transformation in Henry's fighting style. It carried a newfound weight and intensity, fueled by the fiery mana enveloping the king. It was as if Henry's connection with the sun god technique had reached a deeper level. There were a lot of wasted movements, but it was much better. However, at the same time, he could see that the king's stamina was rapidly being depleted. It was much faster than before, and the young king's skin was growing increasingly reddish, with his blood vessels and magic circuits struggling to support the influx of power. The old man understood that it was becoming dangerous for the king's body, so he decided to end their spar. This time he took the initiative, and when Henry powerfully slashed at him with a diagonal strike, Luther stepped forward and invaded his defensive space. Luther swiftly reached for the king's wrist and deftly twisted it, disarming him and sending the sword a few feet away. Henry also backed away a few steps, his gray eyes fixed sharply on the old man, determined to land at least one solid hit. With that in mind, he took a step back before dashing at lightning speed toward the old man while calculating the distance between them. When he was at the right distance, Henry kicked the ground and turned his entire body, aiming a flip kick at the old man's head. The mana enveloping his body seemed to burn even brighter, focusing solely on his feet. It held sufficient strength to crack a small boulder. Unfortunately, he was fighting against one of the most powerful beings on the lands of Stahl Kingdom, known as the Blue Wolf and the North's Wall, a soldier who had vanquished thousands of enemies during his long life. Such an attack would never work, an attack filled with openings. That was interesting, my liege. Luther murmured, holding Henry's ankles. I have never seen such a movement. If you were a little faster, it could probably reach me. Unfortunately, it's your loss. Luther didn't finish his sentence. Still clutching the young king's ankle, he spun him around before tossing him back to his previous position, again, not minding his position as a king. It was a way for him to pay back for his previous stupid action of dashing towards the enemies without caring his well-being. Fortunately, Henry managed to stabilize himself in the air and land safely on the ground, breathing haggardly as he fixed his eyes on the old man. I think this is enough. Congratulations on your breakthrough, my liege. Luther congratulated as he declared the end of their sparring, planting his sword in the partially melted snow left after Henry's attack. You still need to consolidate your realm and the aura around you. As of now, you can't use it effectively, and it's just depleting your stamina and mana. You have only learned how to externalize your mana, which opens a world of wonders to warriors, Luther explained. The fourth warrior stage is the barrier that separates ordinary individuals from the great warriors. It's the first obstacle on a warrior's path, one that the majority of people cannot surpass without the right bloodline, talent, or even the right technique. There are only a few who manage to reach this state on the north, even more so at your age. Despite extreme fatigue and the pain spreading throughout his body, Henry listened closely to Luther's teachings. He was a newcomer to this world and had much to learn. While he possessed some fighting skills, the previous owner of his body had been greatly lacking in knowledge. Henry thought that maybe he was a barbarian, hidden beneath good clothes. Thanks to that guy's memories, I've got the hang of how to use mana, Henry thought, clenching his fists. I have even managed to learn new things. However, this is just the first wall. One of the most critical challenges weighing on his shoulders was how to harness mana effectively, as it was an essential tool for his survival in this brutal world, and without it, he would likely perish in the next battle. Seeing the pensive king, Luther retrieved his sword from the ground and silently walked away from the training grounds. He didn't want to disturb the young man, who he had practically raised himself. The next step is to devise a way out of this siege. Henry murmured, I will call out a meeting. Stahl's royal palace couldn't be considered grand or imposing when compared to the castles and palaces of the kingdoms and empires back on Earth. In fact, it could even be deemed insignificant or negligible. The walls and ceilings, built from wood and stones, appeared fragile, but they managed to remain standing throughout hundreds of years, fighting against the unrelenting climate of the north. The castle's interior barely had any gold and silver to display, giving it a somewhat humble appearance. Only a few paintings of previous kings and queens adorned its walls, a testament to the limited funds available to hire painters or even their inexistence. Furthermore, due to the war, the front wood gates of the palace were only guarded by a single soldier, holding a rough spear in his hand. However, despite all of this, Stahl's palace still stood as the most prominent and majestic structure in the kingdom. The four round towers that surrounded the palace were wonders in the eyes of the kingdom's inhabitants, rising imposingly amidst the poorly built wooden houses and roads, occupying the center of the capital, Eisenberg. At the top floor of one of the four towers, within a spacious and unfurnished room, Henry, Luther, and two other generals gathered around a massive map drawn on the floor. This map portrayed the surrounding territory of the capital. Simple wooden markers were carefully positioned on its surface. Although the chart had been crafted at least a century ago, they had no choice but to rely on it for their current strategy, despite potential changes in the geography over such a long time. According to our scouts, the barbarians have established camps in these positions, blocking all routes. Iosif, the general of the city's command, a black-haired middle-aged man with a messy beard, a short ponytail, and a ghastly injury on his cheek, explained while pointing at a wooden marker, they've also obstructed all hidden paths. We can't seek help from our forces beyond the capital, and we probably wouldn't be able to do it, since most nobles have deserted. Iosif was responsible for the capital's internal security and possessed an intimate knowledge of the surrounding territory. He could even spot a misplaced pebble on the road. He had been appointed as the general of the city's command after the previous general, and his family fled Stahl following Henry's father's death. The barbarians number over 3,000 and are growing, Olero, the general of borders, a tall, bald man with a long beard that reached his chest, added, since yesterday, they've been chopping down the torch trees in the forest and building some makeshift tents and ladders. The torch trees emitted a gentle glow during the cold, dark nights of the north, and were primarily used as a source of light by the people, eliminating the need for year-round fires to brighten their homes and paths. The roads and streets of the capital were filled with them. These unique trees could only be cultivated in the inhospitable north's climate and terrain. Upon hearing of the barbarians' preparations to resist and keep up the siege, the room's mood grew even graver. They all recognized that it wouldn't be long before the barbarians exhausted Eisenberg's food resources and killed everyone from starvation. What's the status of our army? How many soldiers can we mobilize? Luther, the Grand General, inquired with a stern expression, crossing his arms. He was the one responsible for leading all armies. He had the last word after Henry. Iosif and Olero directed a concealed but intense fury at the quiet Henry, who was looking silently at the map, his finger rhythmically tapping his lips. This situation was entirely the result of this incompetent and ignorant individual who disregarded the counsel of others. He had killed a huge number of soldiers. Henry was aware of the anger directed at him, but he was currently powerless to change their perceptions of him. It would need time and a huge accomplishment to wash away all dumb actions of the previous owner of this body. The recent battle resulted in the loss of 500 soldiers, with 100 more severely wounded and unfit for further combat, Iosif responded, his gaze fixed on the young king. Currently, we have 1,500 soldiers. When we factor in the royal guards and city guards, we can mobilize 2,200 troops. It's a challenge, but it's possible, Henry muttered to himself, forming a plan in his mind. Difficulty lay in the fact that the northern region and the capital lacked the necessary resources to ignite the climbing enemies on fire, a potent weapon against a siege. Furthermore, there were insufficient arrows to shoot down the barbarians. Their defense tools were severely lacking, leaving them with one option: reduce the enemy's numbers in a single decisive strike to instill fear in their hearers. It was a difficult feat, since the barbarians had no fear of death. What do you mean? Olero asked, his tone laced with ridicule. We are under siege with a demoralized and diminished force, while the barbarians' numbers might continue to rise. There seems to be no feasible solution. Olero and Iosif were itching to expel Henry from the room and develop a plan with the other general, Luther. They believed him to be a useless king who had never experienced warfare, who was now attempting to comment on it. In response to Olero's contemptuous tone, Henry stepped forward and stood atop the lines that represented the capital on the map, fixing his gaze on the three generals. According to Luther, both of you are in the fourth warrior stage, while Luther himself is in the sixth, Henry stated, pointing at the representation of the capital beneath his feet. This means that the barbarians won't be able to act recklessly, and their great warriors will be occupied fighting against you. This will afford our army the time to react. As Henry delved into the original Henry's memories, he understood that the division of strength in Stahl and the surrounding kingdoms were divided into 9 stages. The first 3 stages could be described as the levels of ordinary soldiers, individuals capable of holding enough strength to break a small rock in their hands, using mana inside their bodies. Moving from the fourth to the sixth stage, the warriors entered the realm of superhumans, where Henry thought that it might be possible to easily lift a car from Earth, and those in the sixth stage could even lift a loaded truck. It was also from the fourth stage onward that warriors gained the ability to materialize their mana to the outside. However, they could still be killed with numbers. There was no such thing as invincibility, and if Luther was surrounded by at least 10 fifth stages warriors or 100 fourth stages, he could be killed. Beyond the seventh stage and into the higher stages, Henry had little to no knowledge on their strength. Supposedly Gerrit von Stahl, the kingdom's founder, had transcended all these stages and achieved a godlike strength, but it might only be a myth. The cap on Stahl and the surrounding lands was only the sixth stage, and Luther was the only one who achieved that in recent decades. Furthermore, if I'm not mistaken, the barbarians possess little knowledge of warfare strategy and tactics. They tend to charge their enemies with sheer brute force, much like wild animals. It's a miracle by itself that they learned how to build ladders. Henry asserted they are animals. We must treat them accordingly. We will hunt them down like beasts. The king declared with a cold smile, his gray eyes slightly taking a red hue. At these words, the generals, including Luther, displayed unmistakable doubt and skepticism. Barbarians boasted great physiques and were strong enough to engage 2 soldiers at once, not caring about injuries or death. Even though they were ignorant and would probably run at them like beasts, they were far from easy prey. How do you propose we do that? Bolero asked, his arms crossed, anticipating a foolish plan while almost pulling out his beard. He wanted nothing more but to drive Henry out of this room. Due to our limited resources and lack of preparation, the capital won't be able to withstand their assaults, and our walls will soon be swarmed by barbarians. Henry explained, hence, we must deliver a swift, devastating blow to their numbers. How do you suggest we accomplish that? Isif mockingly inquired, lacking confidence in Henry's words. You will require pickaxes and a group of miners accustomed to cold conditions underneath the ground, Henry said, stopping the rhythmically tap on his lips as he walked around the room, a grin visible on his face. Thanks. After hearing the plan, the generals left the room hurriedly, brushing past the spearmen guarding the entrance as if he weren't even there. They needed to locate the miners and set Henry's plan in motion. They now possessed a possible way out of this dire situation. Very well, let's begin, Henry said with an exhilarated smile as he gazed out of the small windows of the tower, which provided him a great view of the whole city. He could even see the attentive archers on the capital's walls. Unconsciously, the red aura enveloped his body, resembling a flame ready to incinerate its enemies. This world is really welcoming. I love this. In the last 2 days, after presenting his plan to the generals, Henry had spent his days and nights overseeing the work of the miners while constantly interacting with the citizens and soldiers. He wanted to measure the sentiments the citizens held towards their monarch. Understanding this information was of utmost importance, as it determined the fate of countless leaders, not only in a monarchy system, but also in any kind of organization or government system. A monarch without the support of their people could lose their head at any moment. Unfortunately, the results of his research revealed that the people in the capital held no positive sentiment towards him. From children to the elderly, they blamed Henry for the deaths of the soldiers and the dire situation they now faced. The young king could feel their unfriendly and furious gazes on the back of his head whenever he passed. Some even grasped their weapons tighter, afraid to throw it at him. While the citizens didn't dare to openly curse him out loud, as he was still their king and supposedly controlled the soldiers, the current situation was a bomb waiting to explode. Henry needed to find a way to improve his image with the people. Consequently, he began visiting the injured and the families of the deceased, offering apologies and some form of compensation, which slightly alleviated the building tension. At least there was no imminent risk of a riot. The people were furious, but not at an explosion point. Henry's changed behavior was quite a shock to Luther, who had watched over the king since he was a young child. In the past, Henry wouldn't even get near commoners, blinded by his pure lineage and afraid of getting dirty. However, since the battle, the young king's talent and heart seemed to have blossomed. He had devised a strategy to defend against the barbarians and strike a heavy blow, while also slightly softening the hearts of the citizens. It all seemed too good to be true. Perhaps the last battle was an unexpected gift from the ancestors. Luther couldn't help but silently thank the barbarians. If we can turn this around, young Henry may finally grow into a suitable monarch and lead the kingdom to great heights. Then I can finally die in peace. Luther had no children of his own, and because of that, he projected his fatherly love onto Henry, having practically raised the boy and spent more time with him than his own father, the king. Unfortunately, after the old king's death, Henry had been corrupted by power and the sweet words of those who betrayed the throne, fleeing with a significant portion of the royal treasury and a part of the army. Finally, he was acting as a sane and smart king. Early in the morning, Henry and his 3 generals stood atop the wall, closely monitoring the movements within the barbarian camps. They could see the barbarians organizing themselves into an horizontal formation, without a clear strategy, but some were carrying glowing ladders in their hands and were ready to dash to the walls. The war was about to commence. "Is everything ready?" Henry inquired, turning to look at Luther, not caring about Iosif and Olaro for the moment. Although he devised such a plan, he was aware that these 2 generals still didn't fully respect him, so it was better to address Luther for now. "Yes, my liege." Miners have completed their work and are awaiting the signal. Luther responded. The soldiers are also prepared. The soldiers were organized in a phalanx formation, standing shoulder to shoulder in multiple rows, creating a wall of shields and spears. 2 days ago, noticing that the army had little to no experience in formations, Henry taught it to Luther, who managed to barely pass it down to the soldiers. At Luther's words, Henry turned to face the soldiers, standing in a position where all could see and hear him, not only soldiers, but also normal citizens. Henry's eyes rested on each one of his subjects. Their faces reflected fear and uncertainty. It was his duty to raise their spirits and inspire courage in such difficult times. "My comrades, my brothers and sisters," Henry began, his voice resonating with strength and determination, "I stand before you today, not as your king, but as a fellow warrior, bound by the same duty and honor that courses through our veins." He paused, letting his words sink in, and then continued. "We have faced adversity, and we have seen the cost of our choices. The battles we have fought have been brutal, and the sacrifices have been great. But let us not dwell on the past, for it is the future that awaits us now." This time Henry's gaze swept across the faces of his soldiers, their eyes fixed on him, eager for guidance. "You may be outnumbered, and our enemy may seem formidable, but remember this: it is not the size of the army that determines the outcome of a battle, but the strength of the hearts that beat within it." He raised his sword high, the blade catching the morning sun like a beacon of hope. "We are the defenders of Stahl, the guardians of our homeland, and the legacy of our ancestors. We carry their honor, their blood, and their valor within us. We stand on this wall not out of obligation, but out of love for our people and our way of life." At those words, the soldiers and the citizens began to straighten their backs, their fear giving way to a growing sense of patriotism. They wanted to defend their lands, their blood. They didn't want to sully their ancestors' honor. "Today we face those barbarians, but let us not forget that we are warriors, bred in the cold north, child of the snow and fire." Henry's voice grew stronger, echoing through the hearts of his soldiers. "Look around you, my comrades. Look at the faces of those who stand beside you. We are not alone in this fight. We are a family, bound by a common cause and a shared destiny. As we step into the battlefield today, remember that you are not fighting for the generals or for the crown. You are fighting for each other, for your families, and for the future of Stahl. You carry the hopes and dreams of our people on your shoulders." Henry lowered his sword, his voice now filled with unwavering resolve. A fiery aura began to envelop his sword and body. In the soldier's eyes, right now, Henry seemed to be burning brighter than the sun. He raised his sword once more, the soldiers joining him in a resounding battle cry, for Stahl. "Tayu, tayu, tayu." The soldiers screamed, striking their shields, and those without shields pounded their feet on the ground. Soon the entire capital resounded with screams, and a frenzied euphoria swept over them. The soldiers wanted to be heard and to protect. They wanted to be feared. There was a war to be fought, and they were ready. After his speech, amid the relentless shouts of his soldiers, Henry turned toward the barbarians' campsite, where a massive human wave had formed. The barbarians clutched their stone weapons tightly, while arranged in a simple horizontal line. "Ruah." They crazily screamed and hit their chests, like beasts challenging their prey for a small game of life and death. The air seemed to tremble under their merciless chants. Normally, the entire capital should be resonating with the cries of these invaders, casting a shadow of fear over Eisenberg's people. However, right now, there was only a single desire in their minds, be it soldiers or normal citizens. The savages had to die here. "Stahl." Luther, who stood on the wall beside Henry, countered their war cries with a shout filled with righteous anger, one destined for protection. It infused courage into the hearts of the people. They were united. They wanted their corpses for a new future. Soldiers kept shouting and the citizens joined in, raising their voices to a crescendo that seemed to create an illusion of a red wolf's face, howling madly at the sky before baring its teeth at the barbarians. It was Stahl's will, the wolf of the North. Without an ounce of fear, the barbarians charged toward the walls, thousands of them running madly and chaotically towards their objective. It was like a black wave, leaving its traces on the pure snow. Archers. Luther's experienced command echoed, and hundreds of longbow archers took their positions atop the wall, drawing their bows. Mark your targets. Hold. 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 Lewis. Luther gave the order as the barbarians reached a specific range, symbolizing the beginning of a deep-rooted revenge. The rain of arrows seemed to cover the sun, like a full eclipse, like the messenger of death itself. However, the barbarians were fearless. Some used the ladders to protect themselves, while others refused to protect their bodies or fend off the deadly black sun. They chose to dive deeper into the eclipse of death. As a result, hundreds of them perished in a single moment, pierced by the sharp arrows. Those who survived pressed on, not minding the arrows lodged in their flesh. It was as if the arrows that could kill a human in a single strike couldn't even halt the barbarians' march. They were like a relentless and unstoppable force of nature. On top of the walls, Henry watched this brutal spectacle with a mixture of emotions: fear, excitement, and curiosity. Fear as a soul from modern times and unused to such violence. Excitement as he saw an opportunity to put his knowledge and desire for greatness into action. Curiosity about the barbarians' extraordinary vitality and strength, their ability to endure injuries that would be fatal to ordinary humans, all without harnessing mana outside their bodies. It was a phenomenon that demanded further study. They're about to enter the explosion range, Isif reported as the wild barbarians drew nearer. The general of the city's command toyed with a crude axe, his anticipation growing. He longed to join the battle and unleash his fury. After a few seconds, ignite the seeds, Henry commanded, his tone filled with both anxiety and exhilaration as he observed the approaching line of barbarians. At the command, Isif turned his head and nodded to a miner, whose skin bore countless frostbite injuries and clothes were torn in various places. The miner descended from the wall and disappeared into an underground passage near the fortifications. Within moments, the same miner emerged, sprinting toward a nearby house and covered his ears. Boom! 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 Loud explosions made the area beyond the city walls tremble, followed by agonized screams from the barbarians. Open the gates! Olero and Luther shouted, their voices completely enveloped by an intent to kill. Let's hunt them down. The explosions were followed by a colossal blaze that engulfed the barbarian army, shrouding Henry's entire field of vision. It created a hot and powerful wind that made his long black hair flutter wildly. The heat generated was so intense that the snow covering the city's walls and the surrounding area partially melted. There was also a blinding light that covered the horizon, forcing Henry to raise his hands and shield his gray eyes. It was at the same destruction level that a guided missile was capable of in modern Earth. The intense light subsided a few moments later, giving way to a thick cloud of hot steam that obscured everyone's view, making it impossible to observe the barbarians' conditions. They must have lost a great number of warriors, Luther, who still stood beside Henry, stated, his eyes gleaming with a blue light as he peered into the steam. It seems like their warriors in the fifth stage managed to survive while protecting half of their numbers. Indeed, Luther's assessment proved accurate. As the steam dissipated, the barbarians' figures came into view, and the word that could best describe their condition was deplorable. About half of the advancing force had vanished in the explosion, while the remaining half included hundreds of wounded warriors, huddling behind 10 towering figures. Unfortunately, a lot of them survived, Henry murmured, a sense of satisfaction in his voice, but right now we have a fighting chance. The plan worked as predicted. From his reading of old Henry's memories, he had discovered that certain torch tree seeds could explode when saturated with mana, effectively functioning like grenades. So he had asked the miners to reopen the ancient tunnels beneath the capital's surroundings and place these seeds there. The operation was high risk, as the seeds could explode at any moment, even while in the miners' hands. It was a great and possible threat to the capital. Nevertheless, Henry and the generals thought that it was preferable to being overrun by the barbarians outside. Fortunately, the mission was a success, with no accidental casualties. The seeds detonated precisely when a miner increased the underground mana, causing them to overload. The ground beneath the barbarians' feet had crumbled, rendering them defenseless against the approaching spears set on the ground and heavy rocks. Ultimately, they were all buried alive, their anguished screams silenced forever. Unfortunately, torch tree seeds were rare and challenging to handle, thriving only in the North's cold environment. If not for these limitations, they could easily become one of the deadliest weapons in this world, especially effective against ill-prepared armies and bad strategists. Returning to the present, Henry observed closely the 10 barbarians, who were guarding the rest of their army. These 10 warriors seemed unfazed by the extreme cold of the north, sporting only a single fur mantle over their bare torsos and hard leather skirts. They walked barefoot, their unkempt hair suggesting they had never seen water. Each wore a distinctive black necklace adorned with sharp teeth. In the diverse barbarian culture, the number of teeth on such necklaces signified a warrior's strength. The more teeth, the higher the rank. Among the 10 in front of the city walls, 8 had necklaces with 5 teeth, while the other 2 had 4 teeth adorning theirs. This force alone would not have posed a significant threat before the previous king's death. But now they represented a formidable danger, courtesy of the traitorous nobles. These traitors hadn't merely fled with their families and the royal treasury's wealth, they had also taken the kingdom's main fighting force. Almost all second, third, and fourth-rank soldiers had followed these turncoats, lured by promises of prosperity in a distant land. As a result, the capital was left with only Iosif, Olaro, Luther, and Henry, who possessed fourth-rank abilities or higher. The city had become an easy target, susceptible even to timid barbarians under the guidance of a hidden puppeteer. They've brought their most formidable warriors. Luther remarked, his voice tinged with determination. I'll take on 6 of those fifth-rankers. Iosif and Olaro, you handle the remaining 2 and my ledge. Luther hesitated, unsure whether to request his king's participation in the battle. However, there was no other choice. I will confront the other 2. This will be valuable battle experience, Henry declared, descending from the wall without waiting for a response. He understood the gravity of their situation. If possible, he would have preferred to remain in the background, acting as a general overseeing the battle. But now the benefits of leading from the front outweighed the risks. Fighting on the front lines would boost morale among his troops and relieve some pressure on his generals. Moreover, it offered him an opportunity to gain battlefield experience and increase his chances of survival in the future. Open the gates, Henry commanded after landing on the ground and positioning himself behind the fortifications. Let us claim their HEADS. As the gates swung open, his battle cry echoed through the city. The plan had worked as expected, and the number of barbarians had decreased, offering a glimmer of hope to stall in this dire situation. Now the soldiers' numbers were somewhat balanced, giving Henry a fighting chance. A loud thud echoed as the soldiers swiftly removed the wooden supports, revealing the world outside the walls. It was a scene of utter devastation, resembling an area ravaged by heavy bombing. Numerous craters marred the ground, impeding the barbarians' progress and forcing them into narrower paths. The snow had turned crimson, and white steam kept rising from the ground. As a result of the craters, the barbarians had split into 10 groups, each led by a powerful warrior, a leader, who had shielded them from the explosion. Henry's gaze shifted among these leaders, finally settling on 2 of them, who had necklaces adorned with 4 teeth around their neck. They were his enemies. This is a situation I can't avoid, Henry thought, taking a deep breath, trying to calm his racing heart, using the handle of the sword as an anchor. It's a matter of them or me. I have to accept that. The idea of ending someone's life didn't sit well with him. In his previous life, he couldn't even muster the courage to stomp on a rat in his kitchen, let alone take a human life. However, he understood that in this world, killing was a tool necessary for survival. Because of that, he had to set aside his ideals and live the way of the North. It was either him or them, and he was going to survive, no matter what. 1st Battalion. Henry's commanding voice rang out from atop the walls, reaching the awestruck soldiers who had been witnessing the aftermath of the explosion. Move. In response to his order, the soldiers moved with precision and unity, matching their steps while maintaining a tight formation. Frontline soldiers held their wooden shields high, allowing the ones behind them to fit their spears through the small gaps, forming a phalanx, a war formation masterfully used by the Roman Empire to conquer Europe's lands. 1st Battalion of Stahl, normally under Luther's command, was responsible for maintaining the kingdom's stability, hunting down bandits, and protecting the lands from outsiders' incursions. Although they numbered only 400, they were the most highly trained force in the kingdom, with all members at least in the 2nd stage. Due to their strategic importance, the 1st Battalion was the only unit fully equipped with chainmail armor and well-crafted weapons. Despite the objections of the other two generals, Iosif and Olero, Luther had agreed to Henry taking command of the 1st Battalion. It was the kingdom's orders, and although Luther still had some doubts about the changes, he still decided to trust him. Henry's plan was clear: eliminate the weakest group of barbarians quickly, creating a gap to encircle and defeat the remaining forces. Henry descended from the walls and stood before the battalion, his confident gaze instilling faith and confidence in the soldiers. The burning sword in his hands seemed to be like a symbol of hope, which would never be wiped out. Forward, Henry commanded and led his troops outside the walls, under the watchful eyes of the barbarians, who still hesitated to approach the city after the explosion. As they marched forwards, Henry glanced behind and noticed that, despite their intense training in the phalanx formation over the last 2 days, the soldiers still slightly struggled to move in perfect unison. Some occasionally stepped ahead of others, leaving gaps in the shield wall that the enemy could potentially exploit. However, Henry had no time to address this issue now. "For now, I just need to end this quickly," Henry murmured, determined to conclude the battle as swiftly as possible, his eyes locking into the 2 figures ahead, who seemed to be prepared to fight. The 1st Battalion kept advancing like a massive tortoise through the battlefield, with Henry at the forefront, resembling the head of this great creature. They passed by the craters, where remnants and pieces of barbarians could be seen, some slightly buried in the snow outside or laying inside the craters. Their bodies were destroyed. The soldiers couldn't help but cast awestruck glances at Henry's back, which seemed as formidable as that of a mighty dragon. At that moment, Luther's voice resounded from behind the wall, signaling another battalion to follow in Henry's path, but heading toward a different part of the battlefield. Move. Thanks to the explosion, the groups of barbarians were divided, making it easier for the 1st Battalion and the other generals to engage each group individually without the risk of being surrounded or the barbarians regrouping. Although still impacted by the great explosion, the courageous barbarians were already getting to their feet and preparing for battle, picking up their weapons in honor. Henry led the 1st Battalion around the craters, taking the fastest paths to their first target. His sword burned with a strong desire for blood, a beacon of light guiding the troops behind him to the right way. The fiery sword was proof and a symbol that Stahl's bloodline still maintained its strength and honor, a special fire that only those who inherited Gerrit von Stahl's bloodline, the founder of the kingdom, could wield. Henry kept his gaze on a particular barbarian, a burly bearded man with shoulder-length brown hair. On the man's chest there was a tattoo of a wolf's claw that glowed in a faint blue light as he held a small stone axe, a weapon with a shorter reach compared to a sword. This barbarian was also studying Henry, who was dressed in a basic green tunic and wore a fur mantle over his shoulders. The fiery sword was something the barbarian had never seen in his life, but he held no fear about it. Instead, he appeared enthusiastic about fighting against such enemy. The barbarian briefly checked on his fellow warriors, making sure they were okay. Then he turned his attention back to the king. He thumped his chest powerfully, like a gorilla, and raised his axe high in the air, ruh. With a loud scream and without caring for anything else, he charged at Henry alone, causing the tattoo on his chest to glow brighter. Seeing the wild man charging toward him, Henry clenched his fist up high and turned to his soldiers' archers. He shouted out his command. Suddenly, a line of 20 soldiers armed with bows emerged from behind the shield wall, arrows already nocked and aimed at the charging barbarian. "Release," Henry ordered, opening his hand, causing the sky to be filled with arrows. However, seeing the attack, the barbarian's speed suddenly increased, causing the arrows to miss and bury themselves in the soft snow. Not a single one of them hit the target. "He's too fast," Henry thought, realizing the arrows wouldn't stop the oncoming threat. "I have no other choice." "Fall back." Henry ordered his soldiers to retreat to their positions, while he focused on the sun god technique, intensifying the flames around his sword. Unknowingly, a few strands of his hair turned red as he prepared to face the approaching man, like a reaction of his will. It is as Luther mentioned, these peoples are simple-minded to the point of charging into a group of enemies if they spot an interesting opponent. Despite their strong sense of community, they can be quite self-centered in some ways, Henry whispered to himself as he observed the barbarian easily leaping over craters, wishing to get to him faster. Henry briefly shifted his attention towards his other enemy and noticed that he was also running towards him. However, this other enemy would probably not interfere with the fight against the other one. Even though they didn't believe in gods, they considered duels sacred. To these warriors, the highest honor was to meet their ancestors in the afterlife by dying in combat, especially if it was against a strong opponent. Henry turned his gaze towards his other adversary and noticed that he was also coming his way, but he understood that the other one would probably not interfere with the fight. Although they didn't believe in any god, they still thought that a duel was a sacred ceremony and should never be spoiled. And to them, a warrior could only meet with their ancestors if they died in a battle, being even more honored if they died while battling against a powerful enemy. As Luther said, they are simple-minded people who will charge at a wave of enemies if they find someone interesting to fight again. Even though they care for each other and have a strong community feeling, they are also egoistic in some ways. Henry murmured under his breath, seeing that the enemy was crazily jumping over craters, only to get to his position faster. Henry turned his head towards his soldiers and commanded, "Hold your positions. I will fight them." The soldiers nodded their heads, maintaining their formation held high. Without hesitation, Henry lunged forward, causing the snow under his feet to melt into puddles as he propelled himself. He moved swiftly like a shooting star, flying towards the first enemy. The sun god technique surged within him, granting him enough strength and speed to compete against a horse. They hurtled towards each other, leaping over the craters, and in just a few seconds, they had covered hundreds of feet, meeting face to face. Henry's sword was ablaze, resembling the tail of a fiery dragon, as he aimed for a single, swift strike to claim the leader's head. He had to save his strength, and the best option was to end everything in the beginning. The barbarian leader has been hunting vicious beasts his whole life, ever since he was dropped by his parents in the frozen forest of the north, when he was 10 years old, in accordance with their rituals, which were created to dim their own numbers due to low food stocks and a way to separate the wheat from the chaff. The extreme and dangerous environment wouldn't allow the existence of weak individuals, eliminating them in the first winter, when flowing water wasn't found and beasts prepared for hunt. Barbarians thought that it was better to sort off the useful people as soon as possible, eliminating those who could not help nurturing their family and village. These kinds of thoughts led them to be called savages, insane, disturbed, and barbaric. They had no fear of death since they faced it in daily basis. They could gladly offer an arm if that meant being able to take the enemy's head. That's why under Henry's powerful strike, the barbarian wasn't flustered. Rather than that, he was calm, even thrilled. He was used to this kind of risk, and it was considered an honor to fight a life and death battle against such enemy. Seeing Henry's glowing sword, he didn't step back. He never ran away from orcs, and for sure, he wouldn't run away from such a tiny man. Barbarian grabbed his axe with both hands and swung it horizontally, like a professional baseball player hitting a fast ball out of the camp, aiming directly at the sword's blade. Soon the axe and the sword met, generating a strong wind that reached the soldiers' faces and threw away the snow around them. It created a small and dry circle under them, letting the soil breath once again. Henry could feel his arms throbbing as shockwave traveled across his body, like a high-voltage electrical shock. Even his bones were trembling nonstop. And although he put all his strength into his attack, he couldn't move his enemy even a single inch. Rather, Henry had to hold his sword even tighter so it wouldn't slip away from his grip. He pulled the mana from his heart, forcing his sun god technique to move faster through his energy circuits and power up his muscles and bone. This act gave Henry enough strength to hold his ground and maintain his position, looking deep inside the barbarians' eyes with their weapons still facing each other. It was a battle of strength that Henry was clearly losing out. Their bodies surely are sturdy. I cannot maintain this situation, Henry concluded, seeing that his body and circuits wouldn't be able to maintain a faster flow of the sun god technique. Even if he made a reckless decision and speeded it up, he would end up incapacitated, unable to finish the other one. Against barbarians, it's not a battle of strength, but one of brains and technique. Their way of fighting is fit for animals, not humans. They can't win a prepared soldier, Henry thought as a memory of the old Henry surfaced, where Luther taught the still young prince. He sure is a great teacher. Henry flashed a smile and quickly, almost subconsciously, read the enemy body's stance, his innate gift greatly helping him on that. He is full of openings. Henry immediately assessed. Every single one of his muscles are working to maintain and power up this attack. It sure is a superb control over his body. He can utilize each one of his fibers to create a single and powerful attack. It is a good way to kill their prey in a fast way and minimize the chances of chronic injuries. Fortunately, he doesn't have a good technique to control mana, or he would be considered invincible in his stage. The barbarian leader's legs were in a position that wouldn't allow him to maintain his balance if a contrary force was applied. It was like a running posture, with the force fully centered in the toes and sole of the feet. It created a small area of contact with the ground and much more kinetic strength, able to be exerted to kill the enemy. It wasn't a good idea to maintain the position and continue this useless fight of muscles. Henry rapidly stepped sideways and rapidly rotated his sword downwards, forcing the axe to slide against the sword's blade. Cheyenne. The sudden change of the force vector was enough for the barbarian to lose his ground and fall, with his face aimed towards the ground. Henry could see the surprise in his enemy's eyes, who wasn't expecting this move. Fortunately, Henry's small and agile body enabled him space to take advantage of this momentary gap. He overloaded the circuits in his arms with mana and forced the axe to slide even faster against his blade. At that moment, when his senses felt the axe unsticking from his sword, he revolved it, utilizing the momentum and his wrist to make the tip point upwards. It created the perfect scenario. It was the perfect moment for a downward slash. It was the perfect moment to kill his first enemy in a fast way. And for that, his sword fell, accompanied by the full rotation of his technique. Henry could even feel the outburst of the mana threatening to rupture his energy channels. He moved every single strand of it to his arms, which unconsciously contaminated and spread to his weapon that glowed even brighter. It was like a beacon, telling the people the way and hacking the ocean's waves. At that, under the immobile soldiers and the other barbarian leader, Henry's sword divided the man in half, like a cheese being cut. In fact, Henry felt no resistance, maybe because of the heat permeating his sword. The fight ended as fast as it started. It didn't need any flimsy moves, just solid basics. The swift death of the barbarian leader led to a deafening silence to hover on the battlefield. The 1st Battalion and even the generals, who were able to watch the battle from afar, were astonished by their king's strength. They had no idea that the pitiful king who was running away from battle a couple of days ago could explode with this kind of power and kill a barbarian leader, someone who would take at least 30 soldiers of the 3rd warrior stage to be taken down. It was a shock. On the other hand, contrary to the excitement of his soldiers, Henry was still between the two armies with the split corpse under his feet, gushing hot blood that melted the snow and created a thin and rising steam. It's my first kill, Henry thought, forgetting the pain spreading through his arms. I should be trembling with anxiety and puking everything out of my stomach, but what's wrong with me? I am thrilled. Henry didn't know if it was the memories of the previous body's owner or the adrenaline coursing around his bloodstream, but he wanted to continue fighting. Mana from the Imperial Sun God technique seemingly intensified this dark feeling of his with each complete flow. Boom asterisk. Not far away from him, a large explosion shook the ground beneath everyone's feet. It wasn't as powerful as the torch tree's seeds exploding, but was enough to make Henry turn his head. On the horizon, he could see Luther being surrounded by 6 figures and fighting valiantly against them while holding a giant sword in his right hand, covered by a silver aura. Although he was alone, he wasn't at any disadvantage and was able to pressure down the barbarians. Luther's attacks couldn't be considered fast. In fact, he was even slower than his enemies, who were crazily swarming him from all sides. However, his attacks were constant and precise. He was like a mountain, forcing his enemies to follow his pace and threatening to end their lives at any small mistake. The moon-cleaving technique sure is powerful, Henry commented in his head, looking at the silver aura cladding Luther's body. But I don't have time to remain as a bystander. Henry could feel his next enemy madly running towards him, followed by a huge number of barbarians, thirsty for blood and fearless. They are coming, Henry said, his eyes deeply focusing on his next enemy. I cannot fight against the leader and the army behind him. Furthermore, he won't be dumb enough to fall for the same trick as his comrade. Henry concluded. He had no way of fighting against the huge number of soldiers coming behind the next barbarian leader. Worst, after overloading his mana circuits, in order to block the enemy attack and kill him, he wouldn't be able to exert the same level of power to fight against the new one. I must retreat, he said. However, before retreating, he calmly glared at those savages as a vicious plan began to surface in his head. They can't shut down and control their emotions. That's why these people are not able to come up with simple strategies for warfare. Henry thought, looking at the corpse near him, I wonder if I poke deep enough in their culture, they will lose themselves to madness. I have just enough time, Henry said, seeing that it would still take a couple of seconds for the mad horde to reach him. Henry closed his eyes and filled his circuits again with mana. He could feel a fiery mana leaving his heart and flowing through his circuits in an irregular but predicted way. First form, Fire Blade. Henry muttered with a painful tone as the energy burned his muscles, while his heart beat faster and faster. Fire Blade was an attack technique that could only be activated once the Imperial Sun God technique reached 5th Warrior stage. It was a simple technique that made his sword be covered by a destructive fire. However, the cost for using it in the 4th stage was immense. It ate away half of the user's mana and could lead to the destruction of bones and muscles if used for a long period of time. If not for his plan, Henry wouldn't have used it. Henry's sword was like an erupting volcano. He looked behind him at his captain and his soldiers. There he saw that his soldiers' eyes were full of veneration and respect. They were seeing the long-lost technique, which disappeared for years in the hands of their king. Henry flashed a satisfied smile that would remain, if not for the painful process of maintaining the technique. Attack! Henry gave the command as soon as the captain locked eyes with him. At his signal, Stahl's army moved. The 1st Battalion moved in his direction, ready to protect their land. And at the same time, Henry thrusted his burning sword at the corpse, which burned like wood and gave off a disgusting scent. At that action, all the barbarians roared in anger. Their brother's corpse has been disrespected and sullied by the enemy, burned in a foreigner land where he would remain forever. He would roam the world of living and dead, unable to speak or hear, only see. In some, he was cursed for eternity and would never reach salvation. The barbarian leader screamed crazily. Henry could see the white of his eyes turning blood red, with veins and blood painting it. That's good, Henry yelled in a strange excitement. He was like a crazy person who found enjoyment in his enemy's suffering. He was a mad king. Let's go. He raised his fiery sword to the skies and slashed it downwards towards the 2nd barbarian leader, not minding the pain. Henry's slash was followed by a heavy and hot air current that opened a shallow and straight fissure line on the snow that spread rapidly towards the barbarians, like an invisible ghost scratching his claws against the ground. It was like an extra line on an apocalyptic painting, a simple complement to those numerous holes on the ground created by the seed's explosions. However, the furious barbarian leader paid no heed to this attack, or the hundreds armored soldiers coming behind the young king. At the moment, the only thing in his mind was to exterminate the unholy being in front of him, who dared to disrespect and curse his brother's souls. The desire for the treasures and the food stocked behind the city's walls paled in comparison to the complete extermination of this enemy. He had to kill this sinner, or his fallen brother wouldn't be able to meet his ancestors. This wasn't an individual idea. It was a collective thought shared between every single barbarian in the battlefield. They had to recover their brother's soul from this land and allow him to reach salvation, and the only way to accomplish this mission was by ending the king's life. The barbarians had no fear of dying in a battlefield or in an honorable duel, but they feared being cursed forever. Henry's action could be considered the heaviest of all crimes in their culture. The barbarians would allow that to go unpunished. I will kill him. This was the common thought in their minds, and the clear proof of Henry's plan working. In the first moment, by creating this scene, every single barbarian would only focus their attacks on him and not his soldiers, which would give the 1st Battalion the gap necessary to attain victory without incurring major losses. It won't be easy, but, Henry thought, already preparing to meet his enemies. We can do it. On the other side, the barbarian leader tightened his grip on the crudely made axe and contracted every fiber in his legs, dashing forwards without stimulating a single monocircuit, only pure body strength. He met the coming hot and invisible slash head-on. Like a mountain dividing the wind from the ocean, the air was redirected to the sides, resulting in only a few strands of his long red hair being burned, but not enough to reduce his momentum. He was like a mad and uncontrollable bull. Using his peripheral vision, Henry confirmed that his army was already close enough and dashed forwards with his fire sword in hand. He had to intercept the enemy powerhouse. In formation, the captain of the 1st Battalion commanded, making his subordinates divide in two sides, like a waning moon hugging Henry. They would directly attack their enemies and open enough space for Henry and the barbarian powerhouse to fight. Although they were less in number, they had conviction in fighting against these mad barbarians, even more so in their actual state of mind. Here it is, Henry whispered, clenching his teeth. The barbarian leader was almost 6 steps away, and right behind him were a mad army, an army ready to rip Henry's skin off and offer it to their gods. Seeing the distance between each other, and after letting the leader pass through him, the skilled captain gave his command. Move! The captain yelled, shield wall. At his shout, the 1st Battalion began to surround the crazy horde of barbarians in a full circle, like a pack of wolves hunting their prey. It was way easier since their primary focus was on Henry, who was already behind the shield wall. They were only mindlessly trying to break out of the wall, but that only got them increasingly strangled in the formation. The shields were pressing them against each other as the tips of the spears, which came out of the narrow spaces between the wooden shields, pierced through their bodies. Even with countless holes in their bodies, the barbarians didn't stop rampaging against the wall. However, no matter how strongly the barbarians brandished their crudely made weapons, Stahl's line only made the encirclement tighter and tighter, crushing them slowly. Some of the barbarians understood the perilous situation, but the few in low voices were not able to wake up their crazy and vengeful brothers. The crowd continued to shout incomprehensible words, which sounded like animal grunts, while looking towards Henry's position. It was too late when they finally woke up to the hundreds of corpses on the ground being trampled by their near enemies. They were already wrapped in a cobweb, unable to utilize their superior strength and being crushed against each other. The closed and narrow space made them unable to perform wide movements to break the shield wall. The 1st Battalion captain created a way to control this horde. Some barbarians were not able to even lift their arms up. It was only a question of time before they were completely exterminated. Seeing the desperate looks of those savages, the captain couldn't help but flash out a cold but satisfied smile. He was safely behind the shield wall while holding a spear smeared by his enemy's blood. If not for this, we would have to lose at least 100 soldiers, he thought, trying to look behind and spot his king. I have been under this foolish king for 10 years, and I have never seen him act like a proper king. He only walked around the city bragging about his superior blood and drinking himself to death. He changed, and I hope that's good for the people. The captain felt apprehensive by the king's sudden change. He was afraid that he would use his power to put pressure on the population like before and not utilize his intellect to help the kingdom and its people. I just have to trust him, the captain thought, stabbing forwards and injuring another enemy. On the other side of the battlefield, Henry was fighting against the last leader. They had already traded tens of attacks. Henry could feel his muscles and mana circuits overloading with each attack received. The stress over his body and mind intensified even more as he maintained the first form of the Imperial Sun God technique, Fire Blade. He could feel the mana burning everything inside him with each complete circulation. He was parrying attack after attack, not finding the right chance to counterattack. He is way faster than the other one. I can't find an opening, Henry thought, parrying another attack coming to his neck. His body is lighter, and his muscles seemingly developed to sustain the speed. This barbarian didn't have the massive body of the last one, even though his well-defined muscles could be clearly noticed. He was attacking at an incredible speed, like a cheetah. Henry could only calm himself down and pay attention to the trajectory of the axe. Until now, he successfully blocked every single fatal attack, but not all of them. He had already received a couple of slashes in his arms and chest. However, due to his technique, he couldn't feel the hot blood dripping from the wounds. He was focused only on his enemy's next attack, who was barraging him from all sides. Tango. Henry blocked another attack coming towards his neck. He is in some kind of trance and is attacking randomly, Henry confirmed as time passed. He is not thinking about the trajectory or the best way to attack, or I should already be dead. Henry knew that he couldn't compare with the speed shown by this guy. He should have already been killed in the first minute of fight. The barbarian was like a tempestuous wind, strong and unpredictable. However, despite knowing his enemy's flaws, Henry wasn't able to find the right gap to counterattack. If he changed to a more aggressive way of fighting, he would certainly risk being beheaded by an unknown and fast attack. Henry was parrying attack after attack, coming from multiple directions, all aimed to kill. My mana circuits are about to burn. I can't stay like this. Henry gritted his teeth from the pain. I need to risk it. Henry calmed himself down as his eyes emanated a decisive light. It was everything or nothing. Henry continued to parry the attacks of the mad beast until he saw his chance. It was an attack aimed at his ribs, threatening to slash him in two. At that moment, Henry yelled in his mind. Second form Fire Guardian. He took all the remaining mana in his heart and exploded it, like a volcano, forcing it to rapidly traverse his body. Henry could feel a powerful energy, buried deep in his heart, pushing outwards, trying to leave his physical body. The young king could feel his muscles rupturing, and a few bones cracking under this immense pressure as his heartbeat accelerated. It was like a bomb going off. The second form Fire Guardian was a technique that could only be safely used when the user entered the 5th stage and developed a tough body. It forcefully strengthened his bones and muscles by sending large influx of mana, which led to their eventual rupture. Henry activated this technique while in the fourth stage, which could potentially harm his well-being. However, he had to risk it. He could not compete with this barbarian, neither in strength nor in speed. Maintaining the status quo could only lead to his death. That's why, seeing the axe aimed at a non-fatal spot, Henry activated the second form and let himself be hit on purpose, giving a clear and open opportunity to the barbarian who took it. The barbarian leader had a satisfied smile when he saw his axe piercing through this man's defense, after almost 100 strikes, causing the madness in his eyes to slightly fade away. However, his happiness and satisfaction were short-lived. Although his attack passed through, the axe didn't make it through past his enemy's rib bones, staying lodged there. He diverted his attention and raised his head, looking in his enemy's eyes. There he saw neither desperation nor pain, only relief and decisiveness. The barbarian tried to pull out his axe, but Henry grabbed his arm with his free hand and raised his fire sword. Henry shouted from deep within his soul. A scream of victory mixed with pain. Young King powerfully slashed at the barbarian's neck, and like a guillotine falling, his head rolled on the ground while maintaining a face filled with shock. It was an unwilling face of a person, unable to kill his enemy. "It's finally over," Henry exclaimed in relief, his body faltering like a rag doll and his head spinning from the pain. A great portion of his muscles has been burned by the fiery and destructive mana generated from the Imperial Sun God technique. The second form, besides burning, also ruptured a few veins and tendons. Luckily, his mana circuits were able to withstand the huge influx and didn't split. In some, there wasn't a single fiber intact in Henry's body, leading to an excruciating pain that not even his inborn talent could fight back. It hurt to the point where he wasn't able to move an inch and only dizzily watch his surroundings. He could see the 1st Battalion consistently ending the barbarians, while Luther and his 2 generals were rapidly dealing with their personal enemies. In fact, Luther was already covered in blood by beheading 3 of his enemies. Soon, Henry couldn't support his body anymore and tumbled on the ground as the snow gently piled up on his face. It was the first time since he arrived in this foreign place that he looked at the skies. Not ugly, he thought, looking at the gray clouds while the metallic taste of blood permeated his senses, but a little bit of sun wouldn't hurt. This was Henry's last thought before he succumbed to darkness, losing his consciousness, letting his body be submerged by the holy white snow. About a month later, the war ended with Stahl's complete victory after almost all barbarians' powerhouses were beheaded and the soldiers either captured or mercilessly killed. Henry was unconscious for 5 whole days, waking up to an immense pain and unable to lift even his index finger. However, maybe because of his enhanced physique or because he was constantly exposed to mana, he rapidly healed enough to stand up. And right after, his first action was to ask for the casualties report and a detailed description of the kingdom's current state. About 500 soldiers died. You're going to need workforce and an army and experienced hunters to survive through the winter. Our food stock is rapidly waning, Henry thought while sitting on his throne, his whole body covered by linen bandages and his right arm immobilized by an improvised wooden splint. How can I solve this problem? Henry placed the parchment on his lap and gently tapped the throne's arm with his free fingers, a thoughtful expression on his face. Manpower. 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 That might work, but an occupation government might invoke even more hatred towards us. Henry was seriously pondering, with his fingers madly tapping the throne. However, there is no other way. Luther, bring the prisoner, Henry commanded with decisiveness. Stahl's palace dining room was unassuming, yet spacious. It lacked the opulence and grandeur of dining rooms in wealthier countries. Wooden walls were bare and unadorned, without tapestries and other decorative elements found in more luxurious settings. The arched windows, while not grand in size, provided a picturesque view of the surrounding landscape and the common people's lives. The centerpiece of the dining room was a sturdy wooden table, its surface bearing the marks of time's passage. The fireplace behind the main seat area was ample in size, capable of spread warmth and comfort throughout the entire room. As he sat in the main seat, with his elbow propped on the table and fork in hand, the injured Henry savored each bite of a succulent, medium-rare beef. He didn't seem to mind the one-handed barbarian across the table, whose gaze were full of hate and malice. You know, this level of doneness is simply perfect, Henry said, as he skewered a piece of meat with his fork and held it up for the person across him to see. It preserves the natural flavor and juices of the meat, offering a contrast of textures and flavors. The inside remains moist and tender, while the outside is slightly crisped. Though it would have been even more delicious with a touch more salt and pepper, unfortunately, we seem to be lacking those condiments. Don't you agree, Luther? Henry asked, directing his gaze towards the old man, whose hand was firmly placed atop his sheathed sword, as he kept a keen watch on the barbarian. Luther simply nodded his head, not wanting to divert his attention and risk any further harm to his king's well-being. The man sitting on the table was a powerful warrior, capable of chopping down a tree with his bare fist. And although he lost his dominant hand, he was still a great threat. During the fight, Luther killed 5 of his enemies and successfully captured this one, recognizing the potential value he could provide in the future. Though it was risky to have such a formidable enemy within the walls, the potential benefits greatly outweighed the risks. I am aware that you hold nothing but loathing and contempt for me, no for us, and the sentiment is mutual. Your people have taken the lives of countless of soldiers and subjects of this nation. Henry said while calmly taking another bite of the meat, not minding the barbarian's malicious eyes. Despite that, I got a great proposal for you. Would you like to hear it? Henry asked, finishing the last bite of meat in his plate and placing his fork beside his plate. I know you can understand me. Henry stated old Luther only spared your life because you begged, surprisingly, on our language. Henry wore a satisfied smirk on his face. It was not often that one came across a barbarian who expressed a clear fear of death, let alone on a battlefield. And to find one who could speak the human common language, it was an even rarer occurrence. He was an important asset, even more so in Henry's crafty hands. A perfect chess piece, capable of turning the whole situation of the North region. At Henry's words, the one-handed barbarian didn't respond, letting a deafening silence to permeate the room. All right. I get it, you hate me for burning your brother's body to ashes. Henry said, idly drumming his fingers against the sturdy wooden table, a habit from his former life. As a gesture of goodwill, allow me to present to you the terms for this negotiation. The barbarian remained silent, but Henry could tell from the subtle movement of his lips that he was attentively listening to his words. Negotiations could only occur when both parties were on equal footing or had something of value to offer. At the moment, the barbarian had nothing to offer, or so the leader believed. Currently, we hold 500 of your people in custody, many of whom are powerful warriors, likely the primary providers of your tribe and in charge of sustaining elderly and children. Henry spoke calmly, a subtle hint of threat underlying his tone. As a gesture of goodwill, I am willing to release half of them, but as you know, everything has a cost. At those words, the barbarian's face visibly relaxed. The truth was, he had not begged for his life out of fear of death, but rather out of concern for the consequences it would have on his tribe. After Luther had killed his 5 brothers, he knew that the war was lost. He had been prepared to die alongside them, but the thought of his vulnerable village, without hunters and warriors, swiftly came to mind, preventing him from attacking the old man. In such a harsh winter, the village would struggle to survive without their warriors. They would either perish from starvation or fall victim to the attacks of powerful predators. He couldn't allow that to happen. He would not be able to live with himself or face his ancestors. That's the reason why such a proud barbarian bowed his head and begged for his life, like a coward that has broken the tradition of the barbarians of the North. He preferred living in shame than risking his village survival. Costu. The barbarian leader finally broke the silence, his voice and accent evidencing his lack of fluency in the common language. At those words, Henry abruptly stopped tapping his fingers on the table and sat up straight in his chair, filling the room with a palpable tension. The plan to dominate the barbarian and place them under Stahl's umbrella has begun. My request is easy and simple. I need you to utilize your position as a leader to establish a bridge between Stahl and your community. Henry spoke slowly and clearly, ensuring that the man in front of him fully grasped his words. My goal is to bring stability and peace to this kingdom and the wider region. We are all descendants of the North, and it is important that we come together and work towards a common goal of unity and cooperation. Henry's expression conveyed a sincere desire for cooperation and unity. His eyes were intense, and his tone was earnest, making it clear that this was a matter of great importance to him. The barbarian listened attentively, trying to comprehend Henry's words and any underlying motives. Despite their culture not placing a strong emphasis on literacy and research, they were not stupid to the point of being tricked by mere sweet words. Henry waited patiently as the barbarian considered his words. He knew that gaining this man's support was crucial to his plan of occupying the barbarian territory and bringing them under his control. He observed the man's thoughtful expression, knowing that his next move would be crucial to the success of his plan. The young king decided to break the silence, taking a more assertive approach to persuade the man towards a favorable response. A necessary act. Jedha Henry said, using the man's name, discovered by Luther, "We don't have much time. It's been almost a month since the war ended. I imagine that your tribe has brought almost all their warriors to this confrontation, which means that your people might be facing death by famine or by the other dangers hidden inside the frozen forest." Henry spoke with a measured tone, ensuring that his words were clear and easy to understand. However, there was a sense of urgency in his voice as he emphasized the severity of the situation and the importance of a swift resolution. He wanted to convey to the barbarian leader that time was essential and that a delay could have dire consequences for his people. Henry's words resonated with Jedha, causing him to consider the alternatives. He realized that as a prisoner, he would be unable to help his people. He understood the dire situation of his tribe better than the young man in front of him. They had brought every single warrior to this war, leaving their defenses vulnerable. A month had passed, and it was likely that his people were either dying or had already fallen victim to an orc attack. "What can I do?" Jedha asked, his tone reflecting his strong determination to abandon his pride and honor for his people. He knew that seeking revenge or freeing his brother's soul from the curse imposed by the man in front of him would not be possible. Honor and pride were meaningless if his people perished. "Good," Henry said, managing to suppress the smile of triumph that threatened to appear on his face. "Excellent. My liege, are you certain this is a wise decision?" Luther asked with concern. "Your health is not at its best, and we cannot trust these barbarians. Despite their simplicity, they can be unpredictable and pose a threat to us. Furthermore, the kingdom's people won't easily accept this." Henry's conversation with Jedha had already concluded, and he had been escorted to a guest room, his status changing from prisoner to guest. At present, Luther was sitting with Henry in the royal dining room, basking in the warmth of the fireplace. "Luther, we need to solve this problem as fast as possible. Stahl can't continue to exist under this constant threat, which results in huge losses to us each year. We can't lose warriors and food, much less during winter." Henry calmly spoke while savoring a hot tea with pleasure. "Delicious," he commented, not minding Luther's anxious gaze. "Unfortunately, we don't have Blue Mermaid's tea." Surprisingly, in his previous life, Henry had a dislike for this type of drink. He preferred sweet beverages, such as soda or juice. However, this was not the only change he had noticed in himself over the last few days. He felt that he was becoming increasingly self-centered and arrogant, with an inflated ego. "Currently, I am presented with two options regarding this situation. I can either kill them or bring them under my rule," Henry said as he took another sip. "Killing them may provide a temporary sense of satisfaction to my people, who would see their hated enemies perish. However, in the long-term run, this would be a foolish decision, if not the most stupid of all." At those words, Luther sat up straight and gave his full attention to his king's words. The previous perception of Henry as an incompetent king had been dismantled during the war against the barbarians, particularly when Henry had unveiled the full might of the imperial sun god technique in front of everyone. "The most strategic and challenging course of action at the present is to bring them under my rule," Henry continued, his tone becoming more confident and arrogant. "The food supplies in the capital are not sufficient to last through the entire winter, and this doesn't even take into consideration the rest of my kingdom. Also, we don't have enough troops to simultaneously protect the kingdom's walls and hunt for food." Henry looked at Luther with a serious expression, conveying the urgency of the matter at hand. "The kingdom requires this type of labor force, strong but malleable, capable of hunting and warring. I do not intend for them to reside near my borders or among my people, who harbor deep animosity towards them. That is a long-term goal," the young king spoke with a measured tone, like a wise scholar. "That is the reason why I am traveling there. I intend to establish an occupation government and control them. But my liege, there is no need for you to go there personally, is there?" Luther asked, concerned about Henry's health. "I can handle everything on my own and control those barbarians." Ever since he saw Henry's condition, Luther has been holding himself responsible for not being more assertive and not opposing the idea of allowing the king to lead the 1st Battalion, instead of remaining safely behind the walls. He had made a promise to the late king to protect his only heir until his last breath, yet he failed to fulfill it. Luther had no intention of letting Henry embark on such a perilous mission. The frozen forest was a treacherous place where only the most experienced hunters and formidable warriors ventured. If he were to be unlucky, he could encounter a tribe of winter orcs and meet his father in the afterlife. No, Luther wouldn't easily allow that. Luther, I appreciate your concern for my health and your loyalty, but do not let it cloud your strategic thinking and judgment, Henry said firmly, shaking his head at Luther. You are a wise general and fought on the battlefield for 5 hard decades, being recognized by my father and grandfather. My presence in this mission is Jedha's wish and guarantee. It's the best way to gain his trust and cooperation, being the only way to prove him my desire to ensure his people's well-being. Boom asterisk. Luther slammed his fist onto the sturdy table, causing the entire room to shake. Thankfully, the table was made from a 1,000-year tree, or else it would have been immediately destroyed under his powerful slap. That insolent and cowardly barbarian. I should have slit his throat and dismembered his body, scattering his limbs throughout the kingdom as a warning to others. Luther raged in anger, remembering Jedha's audacious request. He dared to ask the king to enter the frozen forest. It's all right. I was planning on undertaking this mission regardless, Henry said, nervously removing his hand and teacup from the table. I should be careful around him. The young king took note to stay away from the old man when he got angry, examining his hand and cup to ensure they were unharmed. Luckily, it didn't spill. Please reconsider, my liege. I can lead the 1st Battalion and handle the mission on my own, Luther pleaded again, bowing his head respectfully and insistently. There is nothing to reconsider, General of the armies. Prepare yourself and alert my soldiers. We depart in 3 days. Henry responded firmly, his decision unshakable. Luther knew that he was powerless to change his king's decision. He was familiar with that stubborn tone, a tone of someone who wouldn't back down from his affirmatives and decisions. I obey your command, my liege. Feeling defeated, Luther could only stand up from his chair and silently leave the room. Henry watched as the old general placed his hand on his sword as he left the room, walking in the direction of the guest room, stomping the stone floor. It seems like Jed will receive a harsh and painful visit on his first night in the castle. I feel sorry for that pitiful soul that didn't die together with his brothers. Henry thought to himself before taking another sip of his tea. It's cold, Henry said, disappointed, as he threw the tea into the lit fireplace. I need another one. The next morning, Henry sat in his study room, carefully studying a pile of documents on his desk. He absently twirled a feather pencil between his fingers as he read through each document, analyzing and taking notes every now and then. Despite the cold weather outside, the room was comfortably warm thanks to the lit fireplace. Its warm glow filling the room, creating a cozy feeling in the somewhat dark room. Managing this situation will be a challenging task. There are a variety of administrative issues, especially in a cold kingdom like this one. I can approach it like a strategy and city building game, but I must remember that this is reality. Henry thought while comparing the current situation to the games he played in his past life. In fact, the popular city building games in his past life accurately mirrored the challenges he was facing right now. However, the information he received was not readily available as it was in the games, but rather in the form of hundreds of parchment documents made from animal skin that cluttered his desk. These reports provided a glimpse into the happenings of the capital and the state of the population and resources, but unfortunately, it came with a delay of days or even months. This lag in information made it more challenging to make quick and effective decisions. But it was way better to have a delayed information than none. Thankfully, the previous king had implemented the necessary infrastructure to collect accurate information. Without it, my job would be much more difficult. Henry thought, grateful for the foresight and wisdom of the late king. He was a smart man that would have changed this kingdom's future if not for his premature death. Henry couldn't help but let out a sorrowful sigh as memories of the previous king surfaced in his mind. The previous king was a diligent man that found himself locked in the throne room or in his study place, partaking in hundreds of conferences throughout the year and reading countless reports about the kingdom. Because of that, the old Henry had close to none contact with him. It was only during the annual hunting event, organized by the Stahl royal family, that the old king allowed himself to be a parent rather than a king. Until his last breath, he was a king. This was Luther's words when the old king passed away, still in his study, working tirelessly for his kingdom and people. It's unfortunate that this infrastructure only covers the capital and not the entire kingdom, Henry lamented, but that's to be expected, considering that even the mighty Roman Empire struggled to collect this type of information at its height of power. In the long term, I need to stretch this web further towards all rural and urban areas of the kingdom. Henry knew that collecting accurate data from all corners of the kingdom would be a daunting task, but it was crucial action to successfully maintain the satisfaction and the control of his subjects. Anyway, compared to the vast expanse of the Allure continent, the kingdom of Stahl is relatively small. I believe it is possible to implement this data gathering system throughout urban and rural areas within 2 hard working years, Henry thought as the map of the continent flashed through his mind. The Allure continent was enormous, spanning at least 12 times the size of the America continent. Its vastness was difficult for a mortal to comprehend, and traversing it on foot was an impossible task. However, over time, the people of this world developed rapid transportation devices called teleportation portals, powered by mana. These portals were primarily found in the central region, where kingdoms were rich and resources were abundant. The nucleus of the whole continent, economy, and research. In contrast, the North region, specifically the Kingdom of Stahl, was poor and lacked basic resources to survive the harsh winters and the onslaught of powerful barbarians and animals. They were unable to construct a teleportation portal. However, one kingdom in the north was gifted a portal due to its first king being a descendant of a powerful empire in the central region. The Misunne Empire was the dominant power in the north, monopolizing resources and occupying the region's most fertile land. They forced heavy tributes on neighboring nations, letting them sink even further into poverty. The Kingdom of Stahl was fortunate to be situated far from the empire's sphere of influence and was spared from these taxes. The empire largely ignored the remote kingdoms, using them as a barrier to keep wild animals and barbarians from the frozen forest at bay. I will solve that problem later, but for now, the most urgent matter is finding a solution to the food shortage and the population's health issues. Henry said, tapping his fingers on the table thoughtfully. In the past month alone, 5 people have died from hypothermia, 10 from starvation, and over 100 have suffered from frostbite. The people are struggling to find enough food and firewood to keep warm. The harsh and unforgiving climate of Stahl created countless challenges for the people, including the lack of fertile land for agriculture and proximity with sources of fish. Additionally, the need to gather firewood from the dangerous frozen forest, which can only be done safely with a heavily armed escort, adds further strain on the kingdom. The situation became even worse due to the war, as hundreds of soldiers died, leading to the supply chain of food being cut in half. Henry could feel the heavy responsibilities weighing down on his shoulders. The situation needed to be resolved as fast as possible. Measures must be taken. As a first step, I need to divide my troops in half and assign them the task of both hunting for food and repairing damages outside the city walls. This will be a challenging task, but necessary to alleviate the crises. Henry said and began noting it down. Furthermore, the population needs to ration food and firewood so that every citizen has enough heat and food to survive. These decrees will probably raise the complaints and dissatisfaction of the people towards the throne. However, we got no choice but to implement it. Henry sorrowfully sighed. It seems like my image will take another blow, and the city guards will be occupied for a while. Luke, Henry called out to his royal assistant. Luke was a man of small stature with brown hair and a prominent nose. He often wore a robe that was too large for his frame. He was admitted by Henry during the last month, when the young king noticed the man's talent in paperwork and math. He was a man filled with greed, whose desire was to see a mountain of gold coin, usually found in a dragon's lair. He proclaimed that someday he would pillage a dragon and let his mark on history books and forever be recognized as the bravest northern man. Soon, Henry heard the sound of Luke's small steps approaching, accompanied by the rustling of his clothes dragging on the ground. As he entered the room, Henry couldn't help but confirm that this was the smallest man in the world. Luke, I need you to immediately deliver these orders to the 3 generals. I want this plan to be implemented by this afternoon, no matter what. Henry said, pushing the paper towards the edge of the table. Luke, who was at the door, walked towards the table. However, he was so small that when he got near it, he simply disappeared. Henry could only see a small hand reaching towards the papers and holding it tightly. Yes, my king. I will deliver it, Luke said in a determined but youthful voice. With a bow, he quickly made his way towards the exit. This is going to minimize the problems until we have the barbarians under my throne. Henry commented and closed his eyes, letting the mana seep into his body and heal him up. As Henry expected, the people were highly displeased with the rationing of food and firewood. This was particularly true for the wealthy nobles and merchants who had enough resources to maintain their lifestyle. In the following days, they expressed their dissatisfaction and even visited the palace to pressure Henry to change his decision. However, that fact led to Henry become aware that some people still had more than the necessary in these perilous times. That's why Henry directed the army to seize surplus supplies from the wealthy and distribute it among the poor. He knew that this would not sit well with the nobles and merchants, so he promised to compensate them double for the confiscated food and firewood to maintain their support. Merchants and nobles quickly accepted the compensation deal, as they knew they would profit greatly from lending their resources to the kingdom. Additionally, Henry did not seize all their stashed resources, allowing them and their families to continue to live comfortably. This gesture helped to maintain their support while also endearing him to the common people. The act of redistributing resources from the wealthy to the less fortunate greatly improved Henry's image in the eyes of his subjects, which had been tarnished since his father's death. Henry killed 2 birds with 1 stone. He managed to quell the nobles' and merchants' complaints, while also managing to slightly improve the common people's lives who weren't going to die by starvation or cold. These short-term solutions are necessary but not sufficient, Henry thought as he observed, from one of the castle's towers, the flow of people entering and leaving the warehouse where food was being freely distributed. He realized that the available resources would not be enough to sustain the capital for more than a month and a half. In order to ensure the long-term survival and prosperity of his kingdom, he needed to quickly execute his plan to bring the barbarians to his side. He knew that this would be a difficult decision, but it was necessary, and he had to take decisive action, even if it meant potentially damaging his image among his subjects. They won't accept this, Henry thought with a painful sigh, his breath visible in the cold air. He knew that the enmity between his people and the barbarians had been ongoing for generations, resulting in the loss of countless lives on both sides. Every family had a story of a loved one who had been killed by the barbarians, especially after the recent conflict that occurred a month ago. Henry understood that time was a necessary resource to convince his people of the necessity of his plan and to accept the barbarians. However, the young king lacked this essential resource. He had to act fast to guarantee the existence of his kingdom and his subjects. He would not let Stahl to end in his hands. I hope it doesn't come to the worst-case scenario, Henry murmured as he observed the snow accumulating on the rooftops of wooden houses and in the unpaved streets, making it increasingly difficult for the people to move around. He knew that if things turned out badly, he would have to resort to force and move his troops to make them submit and accept the situation. However, he hoped that everything would be concluded peacefully. Can I do anything else? Henry asked himself as he continued to watch the scenery in front of him. Henry had a brilliant idea. However, it went against every ethic he grew up in his previous life. Is there anything else that I can do to ease this situation and not allow it to get out of hand? Henry asked himself as he continued to ponder the situation at hand while watching the people coming and going. Suddenly, an idea came to him, but it went against everything he believed in and all the ethics he had been raised with in the modern world. It was a form of forced assimilation that would secure the use of the barbarian workforce and potentially gain acceptance among his subjects. Slavery, Henry muttered, but soon dismissed the thought. I won't do this to myself nor to others. I won't resort to such inhumane action. This was a morally questionable solution that would require him to tear down his principles, meaning that he was growing apart from himself as a person. Furthermore, it was not a sustainable solution in the long run, as it would only lead to internal conflicts. If he were to implement it, it could lead to the barbarians revolting and eating away the kingdom. In the end, force may be the only option, Henry thought, coming to a conclusion and closing his eyes, trying to convince himself that it was the best course of action. I don't deserve to be neither a king nor a human if I resort to such deeds. Finally, the day of the expedition had arrived. Early in the morning, a huge crowd occupied the both sides of the path towards the gates, with fury and hatred in their eyes as they watched a line of barbarians being escorted out of the gates. And if not for the armed soldiers guarding the human-made corridor, the crowd would have already attacked the hateful pests. It was not only the crowd that felt this way, but also the soldiers who were marching directly behind the barbarians. They too held deep hatred towards these generational enemies. They wanted to kill them on the spot, but they were under the direct orders from their generals and their king to remain in control and not act on their emotions. Henry watched the scene unfold with a heavy heart. I hope the situation will be pacified when we return with food. He sighed and flexed his wrist, testing its mobility. past few days had been enough for him to recover his health and be released from the bandages and splints. It was as if he had been reborn anew, with no lasting effects. Mana is truly miraculous. If I could bring this back to the modern world, it would be considered the most valuable substance ever. Henry mused, reflecting on the speed of his recovery. Henry did not pay attention to the furious crowd around him, as he had already expected this kind of reaction. He could hear the shouts and pleas of the people, demanding him to behead and exterminate the barbarians. Actually, Henry understood their anger and desire for revenge, but he couldn't give in to their demands. It was for their own good. He continued on his path towards the gate, paying no heed to his frustrated subjects, who forgot about the benevolence of this king, who had provided them with food and firewood. For this expedition, Henry had brought along half of the 1st Battalion, as well as Luther and the midget assistant Luke. The other 2 generals and the rest of the army were staying behind to maintain order and continue to procure food and firewood. Unfortunately, horses are unable to traverse the frozen forest, Henry sighed, shifting his attention away from his wrist. Bringing them would also only serve to attract the attention of predators. We have a long journey ahead, Henry said, gazing at the frozen canopy of trees that stretched out as far as the eye could see. It was a perilous journey, but they were fortunate to have the barbarians with them, experts who knew the ins and outs of the forest. Their knowledge was essential, and Henry wanted to assimilate and preserve it. That's why he brought his small assistant, Luke. He needed the midget to write down and document every bit of knowledge and information about the frozen forest. Furthermore, he needed to have a deeper understanding of the barbarian culture and customs. Let's go. This was Henry's first step into the frozen forest, a territory that he would completely dominate. The frozen forest was one of the most perilous regions in the entire north. It was home to a diverse number of creatures, from winter orcs to hibernating wyverns. Some legends even spoke of a mythical dragon's lair deep within the forest, a creature said to possess the power to decimate an entire army with a single breath. The expedition team had already entered the outer layer of the forest, a place considered as the safest area for hunter and warriors of the kingdom. The light from the torch trees provided them a safe path towards the weaker animals, such as boars and gazelles. However, as they ventured deeper into the forest, the torch trees grew increasingly scarce. This made it difficult to navigate through unknown paths during nighttime, and the risk of encountering dangerous creatures increased exponentially with each step. The darkness and the limited visibility added to the dangers of traversing the inner layer of the forest. During Gerrit von Stahl's reign, the kingdom possessed extensive knowledge of the forest and ventured deep into it for hunting and to discover new species and territories. However, despite having a dragon slayer as their leader, the kingdom was unable to discover the true limits of the forest. They could only peruse a finite amount of it. That cursed ancestor. He dared to sell our records and data of the frozen forest to those Central Region bastards, Henry cursed, recalling the empty shelves of the castle's library. For centuries, Stahl was at the forefront of research on the frozen forest in the continent, thanks to its proximity and the powerful army left by Gerrit von Stahl. Its library was filled with records of the kingdom's discoveries over the years. However, in recent decades, due to economic, military, and societal issues, as well as increasing losses to barbarian raids, Henry's ancestor was forced to sell all their information to the empires in the Central Region, who eagerly acquired this knowledge. They had always been curious about the wonders hidden inside the forest. Reconstructing this database is crucial, and I will need assistance to do so. Understanding the hazards within the forest is essential in order to be fully prepared for any potential dangers. Henry thought while looking at Jed, who was leading the expedition group. The barbarians were a nomadic community that had lived in the forest for generations. While they avoided venturing too deep into the forest, staying within a few miles of the outer layer, they still possessed a wealth of knowledge about its mysteries. They also were known for their knowledge of herbal medicine, as they did not rely heavily on the use of mana to heal their injuries. This time, the young king was able to take note of Jed's physical characteristics without any distractions. The man was a towering presence, standing nearly 9 feet tall, a formidable giant when compared to Henry's 6 feet. He was dressed in rough fabrics but no shirt, and his red hair was unkempt, giving the impression of a wild and untamed beast. Additionally, Henry could see an intricate tattoo of a wolf's head on his back, the red ink resembling blood, slightly glimmered with each step the man took, adding to his fierce appearance. The wolf's eyes were piercing, as if they were alive and watching the barbarians back for any sneak attack. I can sense a faint flow of mana in that tattoo, constantly nourishing his muscles and providing him enough heat to survive the weather conditions, Henry thought, observing the barbarian's tattoo from a distance. His gaze passed through the protective Luther, who was standing between him and the barbarian. He then turned his attention to Luke, who was struggling to walk through the snow, while trying to lift his long robes to avoid getting them wet. However, due to the deep snow, it was a futile attempt, as he was already drenched. "Luke," Henry called out, catching his assistant's attention, "forget about your clothes, they're already wet. We're already in the forest, so focus on observing and recording everything you see, from the path, trees, and animals. Also, give me a spare pencil and parchment, I have something to document." Luke looked between his robes and his king, torn between them. However, with a resigned expression, he dropped his robe and pulled out 2 feather pens and 2 parchments, handing one set to Henry with a sad face. "My future image as a dragon robber has been tarnished by my king's orders," Luke grumbled to himself while feeling the wet clothes against his skin. However, despite his frustration, he dutifully continued his work. Henry couldn't help but flash a satisfied smile at his sulking assistant. He couldn't explain why, but he found it quite amusing to tease the small yet brave man who had eagerly accepted his offer to accompany him through this dangerous expedition. "He deserves a raise," Henry murmured, contemplating an increase in his assistant's salary as he began to jot down questions and thoughts he had about the barbarian's tattoo. He was a curious and patient man. He would ask Jedha everything when they stopped to rest. In his previous life as a professional player, Henry had spent countless hours analyzing and developing new strategies, as well as training rigorously to perfect his skills. It was this type of dynamic mindset that had guaranteed him great success as a professional player. "We're about to enter the inner layer, be aware." Luther, the most experienced soldier, warned as he moved closer to Henry, acting as a protective shield. At his words, the soldiers of Stahl's 1st Battalion tightened their grip on their weapons. They were well-trained soldiers, capable of facing the barbarians as equals, but were not accustomed to venturing deeply into the frozen forest, especially during the winter when the snow was deep and any movement faced some restriction, forcing them to use their small reservoirs of mana to tread forwards. Furthermore, they had only ventured into the inner layer a few times, making it an unfamiliar territory to them. The myths and stories of the hidden dangers within the deeper parts of the forest were a constant source of fear. However, knowing that the most experienced warrior of all and the bearer of the sacred flames were here, they rapidly calmed down. As for Henry, he momentarily looked up from his parchment and observed the diminishing number of torch trees on the horizon. However, he soon returned his focus to his parchment. In any case, if any danger were to arise, the barbarians would alert the expedition or Luther would handle it. In fact, he was not even worried about a barbarian rebellion because of Luther's presence and his own power. He was confident that the two of them could easily handle any threat posed by them. However, the expedition's journey from this point on would not be as peaceful as their tour through the outer layer, where the animals avoided their large group. The deeper they ventured into the forest, the more unpredictable and hostile the environment would become. The lack of torch trees also meant limited visibility, making it difficult to navigate and increasing the risk of encountering dangerous creatures. The soldiers had to be alert and ready for any potential threats. It wasn't long after they entered the inner layer that Jed, who was leading the way through the frozen paths, let out a panicked scream. "Death spiders!" His rough voice was filled with desperation. Death spiders were a formidable and deadly creature, known for their ability to conceal themselves in the shadows. Their upper half appeared as a beautiful human, with a sleek and slender body, but their elongated fingers and pointed ears betrayed their almost human appearance. The most striking aspect of these creatures was their lower body, which was that of a large spider, complete with venomous fangs and spinnerets capable of spinning webs of deadly poison. They were like a failed experiment of a mad wizard. Individually, death spiders were relatively weak in direct combat. To compensate for this, they had developed a strategy of laying traps for their enemies and working together in groups of 5 to 10. When they successfully set a trap, they were able to take down even a group of 2nd and 3rd stage warriors. Besides the dimming numbers of torch trees, the presence of death spiders was a clear indication that they had entered the inner layer of the frozen forest. These creatures typically created their traps near the entrance of the forest to hunt unprepared and unsuspecting prey that accidentally ventured into this dangerous parts. "Death spiders!" Jed's gruff voice echoed through the forest as the entire expedition team quickly began to form their defense, as Jed rapidly backed away and reinforced the barrier. In fact, the barbarians in the 1st Battalion were not the first to act on that shout, but Luke. Little and cowardly man swiftly hid behind Luther and Henry, not even daring to show a strand of his hair. Henry can't help but shake his head with a funny smile, noticing that the midget behind him was tightly holding his breath, afraid to be noticed. He was putting his life first, not minding his king, and still dared to say that he wowed raid a dragon lair. After Luke, the barbarians were the second to act as they swiftly created a circle and positioned themselves behind their wooden shields, with weapons in hand, and keeping a vigilant watch on the shadowy corners of the forest, where the sunlight was blocked by the thick and dense trees. The first battalion followed suit and rapidly copied the barbarians' movements. They were ordered by Luther to learn from them and replicate their ways inside the forest, since the barbarians had extensive survival experience inside the forest. And although Stahl's soldiers entitled themselves as overall better, they still resolved to follow the orders. They didn't want to die. As for Henry, he was already behind the tight protection of Luther and the loyal Stahl's soldiers. It was the first time he would be encountering the strange creatures of this world, since even the old Henry had never faced any of those. He was excited. 12, Henry counted as his sharp gray eyes looked around, assessing every single corner of the seeable forest. His strength as a fourth-stage warrior granted him a better understanding and a better view of the situation than most of those around him, except for Jed and Luther. He could see intriguing and almost invisible silver webs surrounding the expedition group's way out, creating some sort of cage that gave him a dangerous feeling. Furthermore, there were swift shadows jumping from tree to tree, creating and reinforcing the webs across the trunks. Henry observed the barbarians as they whispered in their language amongst themselves, fear clearly etched on their faces. Jed, the strongest among them, quickly silenced them and ordered them to focus on their surroundings. Suddenly, a green liquid was hurled from one of the dark corners of the forest, targeting Jed. Thankfully, the barbarian was quick enough to raise his shield and block the attack. As though the sound of the shield being corroded by the venom of the death spiders echoed through the forest as Jed quickly discarded it and retreated behind the protection of his allies, wary of the venom injuring his only remaining arm. The potent venom excreted by death spiders was a formidable weapon that with time could kill even a fifth-stage warrior. He was brave but not stupid to remain under a rain of venom without protection. As HHH asterisk. As HHH asterisk. As HHH asterisk. The death spiders launched a fierce attack on the expedition team, and those who were not quick enough to raise their shields and defend themselves were swiftly killed. The scene was chaotic and brutal. My face. Help me, a soldier standing next to Henry was hit in the face by a shot of venom, creating a grotesque scene where the skin, bones, and muscles were slowly being dissolved. Under a couple of seconds, the soldier's screams slowly faded away as his vocal cords were burned, leaving him to suffer in silence until his last breath. Everything happened so fast that Henry and Luther had no time to react and protect the people around. In sum, the expedition team was trapped in a cage from which there was no escape and could only wait for their deaths. This was the reason why the death spiders were so dangerous and treacherous. It could slowly whittle down their enemies' numbers over time and from a safe distance, using their potent venom to strike at their victims. Luther, what are their weaknesses? Henry urgently asked, turning his attention to Luther, who was prepared to charge into the forest. He understood that while Luther was a sixth-stage warrior and could perceive the movements of the death spiders, he would not be able to eliminate them quickly enough to save more lives. Henry was determined to save his soldiers and the barbarians, who were vital to the survival and prosperity of his kingdom. They were essential to his future plans, and he couldn't let them be sacrificed in this battle. Those are my soldiers, damn creatures. You dare! Luther looked at the young king with a mix of concern and frustration. He wanted to keep Henry safe, but as a fourth-stage warrior, Henry was a valuable asset in the fight against the death spiders and a key to breaking out of the encirclement. The imperial technique was a must in this situation. Based on my experience and what little information remains in the records, death spiders are unholy creatures born in the shadows of darkness, which makes them particularly vulnerable to silver and fire. Touch of these substances can cause severe damage to them, Luther said as the screams of the injured filled the forest and the sense of urgency was raised. Their webs and bodies are covered in venom, so keep your distance and do not let them touch you. Hearing Luther's explanation, a cold smile formed on Henry's lips. He was determined to make these vile creatures pay for hurting his loyal subjects. He had the perfect weapon for the job. I will take the left side and you take the right side. Henry commanded as he unsheathed his sword, not minding Luke still behind him. You should find another corner to hide, Luke. First form, fire sword. Henry's sword was like a beacon of light in the darkness of the forest, illuminating the shadowy corners where the death spiders lurked. The young king could see the fear etched on the creatures' faces as they caught sight of his sword. Unfortunately for them, Henry and Luther wouldn't let them regroup with the others and wait for another trap. Henry kicked off the ground and leapt over the shield wall, leaving deep footprints in the snow as he sprinted towards one of the trees, its gray color evidencing the harsh and cold environment. Fire Sword was the perfect tool of destruction, slicing through the silver webs with ease and spreading a raging inferno through the chain of webs that caged them. It was even sufficient to melt the layer of frost on the trees, seemingly resurrecting them and giving them their color back. Although Henry was still recovering from his battle with the barbarian, using the Imperial Sun God technique for a short time would not set him back to his bedridden state. Nevertheless, he could feel his muscles strain and tear slightly, a painful reminder that he was not yet fully healed. Thankfully, a soothing sensation spread throughout his head, easing the pain and allowing him to remain focused on his objective, unstoppable by any mental obstacles. This cool feeling was the perfect complement to the Imperial Sun God technique, which consumed the user's mental and physical well-being, using pain as fuel. This sort of calm state was a perfect match to the Imperial Sun God technique, leading Henry to name it Moon State. The moon was the opposite of the sun, but at the same time, it was the inseparable half that made it complete. I don't need much time. I will end this quickly, Henry calmly thought, aware that even though he wasn't feeling pain, his body was deteriorating at a faster and faster pace, his old injuries opening slightly. Henry's feet touched the trunk of the tree, and he propelled himself upwards, as if his shoes were magnetically attracted to its surface. This was a feat only possible for someone at the fourth warrior stage, where an individual has experience and a somewhat deeper mastery over their speed, strength, and mana. It was the stage where an individual sheds their previous limitations and shape itself into another organism, a more perfect one. In fact, the difference between the third stage and the fourth stage warrior was significant, not only in terms of body control and capacity of mana, but also in its usage. Those in the fourth realm were beginning to tread the path of externalizing their mana and using it to accomplish extraordinary and inhuman feats. It was when body and mana began to interconnect and blend. It was the stage that permitted Henry to activate the fire sword, turning the mana into fire and coating his sword on it. Henry moved with the speed and precision of a bullet as he ran up the tree, leaving a trail of fire and melted snow in his wake. The young king could see the fear and desperation in the monster's eyes as they frantically launched their venom at him. Seeing the attacks instead of dodging and losing his momentum, Henry quickly turned his sword to block the venoms with his fire sword, displaying remarkable and inhuman reaction speed. Venom's attacks instantly vaporized as they touched the burning sword, turning into green steam that vanished in the air. Slice. Henry torn down web after web as he advanced, causing the flames to spread from tree to tree and engulf the connected cobweb, while also blocking the constant wave of Venom's attack coming at him. Soon, the whole forest seemingly turned into an inferno, a furnace that was threatening to cook the death spiders. Spreading fire allowed the soldiers and barbarians to see the intricate maze of cobwebs created to ensnare them. They finally realized the perilous situation they had been as the flames covered the skies on all sides. Henry's fiery figure made them feel awe and relief. The king was already within the range of his first prey, noticing the desperation and terror into those human-like. The death spider, driven by its primal instincts and limited intelligence, lunged forward and aimed its sharp and deadly legs at the flame-bearer, its nemesis. Henry's eyes showed no fear or intimidation in response to the attack. As a fourth-stage warrior, he knew the enemy before him could only display the strength of someone in the second stage. To him, the spider's legs seemed to move in slow motion. Henry quickly reacted, relaying in his ingrained memories and the strength as a fourth-stage warrior. He easily dodged the spider's attack. He swung his sword with precision, cutting off one of the spider's legs. Death Spider let out a deafening screech as it stumbled backwards, almost falling off the tree, its leg twitching in pain. Henry didn't hesitate. He pressed the advantage and charged towards the spider, his sword glowing fiercely and heating up. The spider, sensing danger, tried to defend itself with its remaining legs, but Henry was too quick. He sliced through its exoskeleton with ease, plunging his sword into its body. An inhumane sound escaped from those dying lips, betraying the image of its upper body. The scream resembled a train scraping the tracks, representing the pain coming from its body being consumed by the sword's flames. Henry just looked at it with disgust and quickly checked his clothes for any stains from the creature's fetid and repugnant purple blood. Confirming that he was clean, Henry quickly scanned through the trees for his next opponent. He didn't have to wait long as two more death spiders appeared, both larger and more ferocious than the one he had just defeated. They let out a deafening screech, signaling their intention to attack and get revenge for their dead sibling. They feared the spreading flames, yet they were unable to suppress their strong and bubbling desire for revenge. This was due to the fact that when death spiders are killed, they release a special hormone that alerts their nest for danger and instills a sense of retaliation. It was a natural mechanism developed to eliminate threats and ensure the survival of the colony. Henry knew he was in for a tough fight. Although these spiders were in the third stage, they were stronger and faster than the one he had just defeated. Henry looked at them, analyzing every single one of their movements as he prepared for their attack, his sword already in front of him. Without warning, the first spider lunged forward, its sharp legs glinting in the fire's light. Henry dodged to the side and swung his sword in a wide arc, cutting through its neck in a swift and precise motion. The death spider had no time to scream as its head dropped towards the ground, becoming a puddle of purple blood. It appears that my body is quickly adapting to the Imperial Sun God technique, Henry thought, as he noticed that using the technique didn't seem to be causing as much damage to his body as before. Though they were still deteriorating, the pace had slowed significantly, much slower than during his previous fight against the barbarian leader. Anyway, there is one left. Luther should have already finished. He is a sixth-stage warrior after all. Henry turned his cold gray eyes towards the last death spider. It was cautiously watching him, keeping its distance and waiting for an opportunity. However, a few seconds later, due to the raising levels of hormone in the air, the spider finally acted on its instinct. It propelled itself upwards and skillfully jumped from tree to tree, while weaving cobwebs where it passed, creating a cage to confine Henry's movement. It was an intelligent and cautious creature, a faster learner that assimilated its siblings' mistakes and wouldn't commit them. It would keep a safe distance and bombard the tiny human with venom. In a few seconds, all the trees around Henry were covered by dangerous cobwebs. The death spider used a long web to hang in the middle of the cage, away from Henry's attacks. It was like an untouchable boss of a game. Its human-like eyes were watching Henry with a certain malice. "It's a smart one," Henry commented on the spider's behavior. "But that's not sufficient to stop me." Suddenly, the creature opened its human mouth and began to shoot a barrage of venom at Henry. It was as if rain was pouring down, and Henry had no way out and might get wet. However, Henry inundated his mana circuit with mana, directing it towards his sword that shone even brighter than before. It was a move that he learned after waking up, a move that could have made everything easier if he knew before fighting against that barbarian. Henry grasped his sword tighter and waved it to the air, and the air seemed to combust, unleashing a powerful blast of flame from his sword. Suddenly, the creature opened its human-like mouth and unleashed a barrage of venom at Henry. It was like a green rain threatening to flood a house. That attack finally raised Henry's warning signs. He couldn't let it fall, or else him and his soldiers would suffer greatly. Henry looked below and confirmed that his soldiers were in the range of the attack, and he couldn't dodge it. He had to act. Henry quickly flooded his mana circuits and rapidly channeled it into his sword, causing it to shine even brighter in an almost orange hue. It was a way to manipulate mana that he learned in the last fight against the barbarian, when he forcefully activated the second form, Fire Guardian. Henry wasn't that much proficient in using it, but it was enough in this case. It was a new way to use the first form. As the venom rain was about to hit him, Henry swung his sword and unleashed a powerful blast of flame. It didn't stretch further from his body, but it was enough to create a protection umbrella for him and his soldiers. The flame emitted from the sword vaporized every drop of venom that touched it. "It hurts." Henry groaned in pain. The moon state not able to fend off all the pain. This attack required Henry to release a large amount of mana from his circuits, creating a powerful force that expelled the mana from his body or the weapons directly connected to it. It was similar to his second form, but unlike that technique, it did not require him to compress and explode the mana, reducing the risk of serious injury to his body. Still, Henry's body was still affected. Henry was holding his own, but a few moments later he realized he could no longer hear the hissing sounds of the death spider as it spit venom. "My liege, I've returned." Henry heard Luther's old and caring voice coming from above. When he looked up, he saw the old man holding the head of the death spider, with his hands smeared with the creature's purple blood. He held a happy smile on his lips. "He killed them barehanded, without even taking his sword out," the king commented, noticing that Luther still had his sword sheathed. Maybe he could have killed all of them by himself in a single second. But then why would he let me fight? Henry pondered as he saw Luther's feet touching the tree's trunk and throwing the head away with an unperturbed face. He is training this king, Henry thought, coming to the only logical conclusion. It seems like this old man is still not over his previous position. Henry couldn't explain why, but a sudden desire to beat the man in front of him came over him, only to fade away just as quickly. It was as if some form of royal arrogance had been ingrained in him as he recovered the memories of the old Henry, as if he were not in control of his own emotions. He is in the sixth stage, a step into the transcendence realm. Even if I wanted to punch him, I wouldn't be able to do that, Henry reasoned with himself, using the moon state to suppress this desire. Luther continued to smile happily towards Henry, not knowing that he had been beaten countless times in his king's head. We should keep going. Henry turned his head in frustration and jumped down from the tree. He really wanted to beat this preposterous old man. The expedition team had already been in the frozen forest for 2 days. After the encounter with the death spiders, they had buried their fallen comrades in the cold ground with the promise to retrieve their bodies on the way back, and rapidly departed, afraid that more powerful creatures would spot them due to the sound of battle and the sight of fire. However, after that incident, the one-armed guide, Jed, had been treading the path carefully. They had been sleeping on the cold ground without bonfires, not daring to cause any commotion, with the previous experience still vivid in their minds. Because of that, the group had not encountered any dangerous situation. On the morning of the third day, the expedition team was already leaving their footprints on the snow, walking deeper into the forest, trying their best to remain silent. As they walked, the climate got colder and colder. The soldiers of the 1st Battalion, unaccustomed to such conditions, were already pulling up their fur clothes to cover their necks, under the scornful gazes of the shirtless barbarians. Generations after generations of barbarians has lived inside the frozen forest, which led them to develop something like the warrior techniques utilized on the other parts of the continent, a way to let them rapidly partake a position in the hunts. They created the tribal tattoos, a tool to improve their bodies and incorporate mana without having to meditate and spend a long time assimilating it. These tribal tattoos were carved deep into the individual's body using a ceremonial knife, under a painful and excruciating process that counted with high chances of mortality. These tattoos were made from the blood of a beast mixed with a very special and natural ink, extracted from the genus tree and a few other herbs, which could only be groomed under the special conditions of the frozen forest. After being engraved with the tattoo, the wearer would slowly be granted with a body as strong as the owner of the used blood and with a similar proficiency with mana. These tattoos were connected with the mana circuits of the warrior, making an impossible task to remove it. However, this technique came with a huge downside. It limited the growth of the individual by a huge margin, making them capable of only achieving the power of the strongest ancestor in that beast's heritage. In other words, if the progenitor of that species was only a 5th stage beast, the individual that received the tattoo could only achieve this level. It was like a bloodline and soul limitation. It was a way for the heavens to reject this creation. But in sum, this was the invention of the tribal tattoos, were the only thing that kept the barbarians' community away from extinction. It was the only way for them to go hunting on time, the only way for them to not starve or easily die by the wild beasts' attacks. Strength only matter when exists life. The tribal tattoos were the only reason these barbarians were not afraid of the cold. This knowledge was also one of the reasons why Henry decided to take the barbarians under his wings, even if meant damaging his reputation with a part of his people. He had to acquire workforce, and if it came with the way to build a powerful army, even better. However, it could wait until they arrived at their village. However, I still don't know how they managed to pass through this forest with that huge army. Henry thought, pondering about the situation. It was highly unlikely that a vast number of humans could traverse unharmed through this forest, even more so without alerting the patrols and the hunters from the capital, which was really close to the outer layer. It made no sense at all. Something was amiss. Henry turned to Jed and observed the man's attentive gaze scanning the path and trees for potential dangers. As a king, he knew he needed to be prepared for all scenarios, so he decided to ask Jedha for the situation. Jedha, Henry called out, causing the man to look at him. How did you manage to get an army to the capital without alerting the beasts in the forest? Jedha hesitated, unsure if he should reveal the information to the king. But as he caught sight of Luther standing beside the king, with his hand on the handle of his sheathed sword, a look of distress crossed his face. He knew that if he didn't speak, he would be in a tight situation. So he decided to spill the beans. One day before the snow began to fall, a stranger came to our village with an opportunity to escape from the limits of the forest. He said that your kingdom was weak and that we could conquer your lands. We didn't need to wander, and we could sleep without fearing a beast's sudden attack. Jedha explained in his usual heavy accent as they continued to walk forwards, a bit of regret evident in his voice. He gave us with a strange blue powder, saying that we could pass through the forest without alerting the beast's attack. Who is this person? Where is he? Henry asked, trying to assess the person behind this situation. I must place his head under my throne and interrogate him. Henry could not control that royal disposition from coming to surface. It was somewhat impossible to remain calm under such circumstances. Someone dared to devise a plan to take him down and kill his people. He didn't say his name. He disappeared shortly after. Jed shook his head. Unfortunately, our village was not able to gather enough food supplies to survive through the winter. Then the leaders of the community decided to take this opportunity. We had no other choice. Jed spoke with a tone of remorse. Had he known how things would turn out, he would have convinced the others to stay in the village and not take the stranger's offer. The king in front of him was a shrewd and clever individual. They were not prepared to face such situation. We are near, Jedna said with a happy smile as he spotted a frozen tree with 3 peculiar markings on it. It was not only Jed, but all barbarians were happy. However, the scene that greeted them was far more dire than they had anticipated. No, it was worse, ripping off those smiles. Winter orcs were creatures dreaded all over the north, and the mere mention of their name struck fear in the hearts of the people. They were territorial beasts who usually didn't leave a specific region, but once every decade, for unknown reasons, they marched towards humans' lands. The winter orc shared many similar characteristics with the Greenland orc, including a large build, sharp teeth, and prominent tusks. The only noticeable difference was their pure white skin. Despite their brutality, winter orcs were semi-rational beings capable of living in organized communities based on religion and a hierarchical system where the strongest reigned. This social development led the winter orcs to establish a kingdom in the frozen forest, with a transcendent stage orc as their leader. However, this budding kingdom was destroyed in the hand of Garrett von Stahl, the founder of Stahl, who put an end to their future, delegating them to a life of raids and scattered existence. This was only a chapter in the history of the frozen forest, which serves as a reminder of the power of the winter orcs. At this moment, Henry and the expedition team were on top of a cliff, witnessing the might of the winter orcs as they rampaged through the barbarian village, destroying their wooden houses and indiscriminately killing women, children, and elderly. Henry could even see some of the creatures using their sharp and large teeth to tear flesh from their victims. The barbarians were valiantly fighting back, but their resistance was futile against the sheer strength and the number of their attackers. There were even a few fourth-stage winter orcs amongst the group, making the battle even more one-sided, as the barbarians had no powerhouses to hold the fort. They were being decimated at an alarming pace. The women tried to protect their offspring, and the elderly picked their rusty weapons, only to be killed by a single strike. Even those with tribal tattoos could not hold their ground against these creatures. Of course, they managed to slay a few enemies, but it wasn't enough to turn the tides of this war. The dead barbarians' gushing blood was enough to create a small stream on the snow. Araz! Jed and the barbarians let out a wild shout as their eyes blazed with fury at the sight of their people being exterminated. Henry, Luther, and the members of the 1st Battalion were unable to contain them as they recklessly tumbled down the cliff, disregarding their own safety. Some leapt from rock to rock like monkeys, while Jed and a few others just directly jumped down. Although the cliff wasn't that high, only 100 feet tall, it was still a surprising scene. In a couple of seconds, the barbarians of the expedition team were already charging towards the horde of winter orcs, estimated to number around 100. Henry shook his head and glanced at his soldiers, who stood at attention, waiting for his command. Despite the barbarians being responsible for countless Stahl's civilians and soldiers' deaths, Henry's warriors were ready to obey if he ordered them to assist in the situation. Henry did not hesitate. He had already decided to swallow these barbarians into his kingdom and integrate their knowledge into Stahl. He needed their workforce and power, that's why they couldn't die here. Assist them. Henry commanded and turned his head back to the village in anger. Luther, kill that 5th-stage winter orc. He dares to kill my new workforce, NOMY subjects. Before long, Luther, Henry, and the expedition team was descending the cliff and dashing towards the confront. They were not as graceful and swift as the barbarians, but they still made it safely to the ground. "I will wait here." Luke's cowardly voice could be heard from the top of the cliff as he laid on the ground, afraid that an avalanche would bring him down. It was safer this way. The barbarians were already engaged in a brutal battle against the winter orcs. They abandoned their traditions and furiously swarmed a few isolated orcs with sheer numbers. Their madness fueled their violence as they wildly swung their weapons, seeking to inflict as much damage as possible. Kill them. This was the only thing in their minds when they witnessed their brothers and sisters being murdered. They were a tight-knit community after all. It didn't take long before the Winter Orcs leader, a being in the 5th stage, finally noticed the disturbance. He was standing in the middle of the village, where the houses were already destroyed and the floor was littered with corpses. The orc let out a guttural growl and discarded the lifeless body of a young girl, which had the clear signs of a bite on her belly. Grrrrrrrr. At that inhuman sound, the winter orcs abruptly ceased their attacks and turned their attention towards the battle in the distance, where their kin were being rapidly slayed. They obediently turned to their leader, awaiting his next order. Gr***. Winter orc leader's growl echoed through the battlefield as all the orcs start charging towards the expedition team, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. Houses crumbled under their massive feet, and corpses were crushed, turning into pools of blood. The leader was also about to charge towards these new enemies. However, a silhouette of a puny human being appeared in front of him, blocking his way. The huge being looked down at Luther with an annoyed look, wondering how this small ant dared to stand in front of him. The winter orc swung his arms at the old man, not sparing him a second glance and ready to crush his head. However, a powerful force held back his strike. The orc leader tried to push forwards, but he found himself immobile. He looked down again and saw the old man's small hands, holding his pinky finger with a gentle smile on his face. "My liege still needs to be honed," Luther said in a calm but commanding tone, "and your kin will be the perfect sharpening tool. He must learn to overcome all obstacles to become a stronger and better king. So you'll come with me for a bit and be a good boy." He then swiftly broke the orc's finger, causing the beast to scream in agony as it fell to its knees. Luther didn't care for the creature's agony as he looked towards Henry. There, near the entrance of the shabby village, he could see his king killing an orc with a single slash. A proud and encouraging expression could be seen on Luther's face. It was like a father watching their son winning a baseball match or scoring their first goal. It was exhilarating and comforting. "They really grow up," Luther murmured, still holding the creature's broken finger. Henry saw a horde of orcs charging towards him and his expedition team, stirring up a small-scale snowstorm as the barbarian in front of them ferociously took down the final nearby orc, who was close to the cliff. Jedhe, who was leading the counterattack, stood tall with his body soaked in orc's blood, like a vengeful demon. Despite losing his dominant hand, his strength as a 5th-stage warrior made him an unparalleled killing machine on the battlefield. The winter orcs fell one after the other, unable to exert their superior strength against the barbarian's small body. Jedhe's tribal tattoo utilized the essence of an alpha sanguine wolf, which granted him incredible speed and enough strength to crush a 4th-stage winter orc. Furthermore, his heightened senses allowed him to perceive the subtle movements in the air caused by the orcs' movements. It provided him some sort of foresight to their attacks and made him easily dominate the battlefield. The ground around him was littered with wrecked winter orcs' bodies. Not a single one was in their entirety. The same could be said to the other barbarians, who swarmed the orcs with numbers and killed them, losing a few of their brothers in the process. As for Henry and the 1st Battalion, they only engaged and killed those enemies who managed to break through the line of defense established by the barbarians. With effortless ease, the king's fire sword sliced through the thick hide of the winter orcs. Despite their superior physical strength, they were no match for the raw power behind each of Henry's blows, given his status as a 4th-stage warrior. Those in 3rd stage and below are slow and are only relying in their raw strength to fight. They don't have a precise control over their body's movements. Henry analyzed, cleaning the blood from his sword as his eyes turned towards the approaching horde. "I hope the orcs in the 4th stage will pose an obstacle to this king." A sudden jolt of arrogance was present in Henry's tone and mannerism, either because of an aftermath from Imperial Sun God techniques usage or a vestige left by the old Henry. The moon stayed unable to block all of it from breathing the outside's air. He wanted to kill those beings who dared to threaten his new workforce. Swallowed in that arrogance, Henry kicked the ground and raised the flow of the Imperial Sun God technique, making his figure look like a fireball as he held his sword. He rapidly caught up with the barbarians, who were already fighting against the horde of winter orcs. Jeddah had already killed 10 orcs in the span of a few seconds, continuing his massacre and making his enemies' hot blood melt the snow. He was the last barbarian leader. He must protect his people at all cost. This were Jeddah's thoughts as he rampaged and killed one of the fourth stage warriors with a single strike of his axe. As for Henry, he didn't hesitate to jump into the chaotic fight, swiftly killing the first and second stage orcs with one blow from his fire sword. Their bodies fell lifelessly to the icy ground, creating a hole in the snow. The king didn't stop there and continued to rapidly slash at every moving target in front of him. He was like the wind, unyielding and formless. The imperial sun god technique's basic stances were being fully displayed by Henry, which focused on speed and fluidity. He was like a dancer amidst that chaos. Movements were leaving a trail of blood on the snow, and with each fallen enemy, the drawing of a dragon was revealing itself. Mana pumping through his mana circuits and replenishing the fire sword made Henry feel invincible and alive. He wanted to keep slashing his swords. The winter orcs were no match. Soon, Henry found himself standing amidst a pile of lifeless and huge bodies, with the barbarians and his soldiers looking at him in awe and worship. "To awake," Henry disappointedly stated as he beheaded the last orc and sat on his corpse, like the king of death, with his face slightly smeared in blood. There was no fourth stages among them. Henry muttered and angrily turned towards Jed. Barbarian was fast enough to kill the only two fourth stage winter orcs, leaving for him a few third stage and countless second stage and above. A strange feeling was forcing him to partake in death battles. The clash between the 1st Battalion and these orcs would create an interesting spectacle, Henry thought, reminiscing about his massacre. However, I fear my soldiers would still suffer a narrow defeat. And I simply cannot afford to lose any more of my men at this crucial moment. 1st Battalion comprised of 500 members, of which only 10 captains had managed to attain the status of third stage warriors during the previous war against the barbarians. Winter Orc Horde, on the other hand, boasted a formidable 12 third stage warriors, each possessing a greatly enhanced physique, capable of battling against 2 average warriors simultaneously. Inevitably, Stahl's 1st Battalion was doomed in a direct confront. Previously to the Desert of the Nobles, Stahl's 1st Battalion was a force to be reckoned with, boasting nearly 200 third stage warriors and 24th stage warriors. Although not dominant in the north, it still possessed enough strength to effortlessly defeat these orcs. Unfortunately, when the last king passed away, most of the important nobles deserted, taking most of the battalion's elite warriors with them. It was a hit for the defense of the kingdom. Luckily, no other near kingdom wanted to share borders with the frozen forest, or else Stahl would be burning in flames. If the 1st Battalion still had its former strength, with numerous powerhouses, Henry would not have engaged in this kind of battles to resolve the situation. As Luther often reminded the old Henry, exposure to life-or-death conflicts is essential for growth and to increase someone's power. Regrettably, with only a handful of third-stage warriors remaining, Henry could not afford to risk their lives and decided to bring a swift end to the situation. It appears that convincing the barbarians will be a simple task, Henry thought, as he sat atop the fallen orc's body, surveying the odd expressions of the barbarians who had fought alongside him. Even Jeddah seemed to radiate a newfound respect. "Welcome to the machine, my workforce." Winter orcs were decimated, and their lifeless bodies lingered on the cold ground, being slowly covered by the falling white snow. Villagers who fought valiantly against the invaders, even knowing that they had no hope, were already retrieving their kin's dead bodies. They wanted to hold a ceremony for those who died on the battlefield, protecting their home. These brave warriors deserved to reunite with their ancestors around a bonfire and tell them about their lives and their brave deaths. There was no need to cry. In the end, all of them would be by the bonfire. In the middle of the crumbled village, snow covered a quaint and simple wooden house that had its walls partially torn down, allowing the residents to see through the rough-hewn planks that braved the harsh and endless cold for years. Miraculously, the thick thatch of interwoven straw and reeds managed to withstand the rampage of the winter orcs, offering the residents a somewhat warm and cozy interior that was reinforced by a fire pit in the middle of the house. Inside the house, Henry, Luther, Jed, and a seasoned barbarian with scars crisscrossing his body gathered around the fire pit. The king's sharp eyes studied the old man, noting the faint tattoos on his arms. The retired hunter was the eldest among the barbarians, who now oversaw all the community's rituals, like a priest. In some, although he wasn't the strongest, he held a great influence over the workforce that Henry deeply needed. While Henry was studying the old man, the latter was equally observing him. The young man in front of him, in his early 20s, sat on the ground with him and Jed, but an overwhelming and authoritative aura filled the house. The old man couldn't tell if it was due to the white-haired soldiers behind the young man, whose hand rested on his sheathed sword, or the king himself, who wore a friendly and welcoming smile. Henry reached for a small wooden branch lying nearby and began to stir the embers in the fire pit, causing the flames to dance and grow brighter. I don't wish to stretch this conversation, since I don't have much time to waste in these frozen lands, Henry calmly began, his eyes resting on Jed and the old man. I plan on bringing your people under my throne and become my people. This offer is not restricted to your village, but all the barbarian tribes residing in this forest. It's an opportunity to move to more hospitable lands. The long-lived man could be considered the one with the most knowledge on the common language among the barbarians. He was the one who taught Jed, the current leader, and the leaders of the other tribes. He was a priest and a teacher. We refuse, the old man firmly stated, his expression unyielding. He was a man who refused to betray his ancestors by aligning himself with their long-standing enemies. For generations, we have sought to leave these lands, but your people have consistently prevented and blocked our way out. Your forces have murdered our mothers, fathers, sons, and daughters, trapping us here to suffer and die. We had no other options but to abandon our young children in the forest to die or grow stronger. The old man was about to get up and split the young man's head, but Jed's powerful hand kept him in place. Jed murmured some incomprehensible words in his ears, making the man calm down. However, fury was still present in his eyes, which alternated between Henry and Luther, who was ready to kill him. Henry didn't mind the old man's words as he continued to stir up the fire. He knew that he would still face some resistance. I sympathize with your feelings, truly, Henry calmly said. However, I don't see a way out of this situation. Your army has been completely defeated by us, leaving you without enough hunters and warriors to provide and protect your village. In fact, if not for my aid, your tribe wouldn't be here right now. I have brought half of the survivors as an act of good faith. I don't wish to cultivate the sentiment of vengeance anymore, but a sentiment of union between Stahl and the barbarians, Henry stated as he threw the piece of kindling into the fire and got up while looking directly at Jed. I am giving you and the other tribes a choice to survive, to maintain your rituals and freedom. Because Stahl can't continue to exist with a threat near its borders. I hope you take this chance. After those words, Henry, accompanied by Luther, stepped out of the partially wooden house, ignoring the hostile gaze aimed at his back. He knew that nothing he said would change the old man's mind. He was too deep inside the well of hatred and proud. In the end, Jed was the leader of this tribe, the one to decide which side they would stand. Jed emerged from the dwelling shortly after, alone and with hands shaking uncontrollably. Disgust and guilt were evident in his eyes as he walked past Henry and approached those who were collecting the bodies. Great choice, Henry commented with a satisfied smile. Thanks. In the span of 3 days, Henry, Luther, and Jed visited 7 tribes, 2 of which were already in ruins, reduced to nothing but desolate wooden homes. The residents killed by the attack of wild beasts. It's time for us to return and settle them, Henry thought, surveying the 3,000 people who had been following him, all carrying whatever they could to survive the harsh conditions of the frozen forest and to settle in their new home. Henry could see a mix of emotions in their eyes, but the most common was fear, present in the women, elderly, children, and men. They were afraid of the soldiers surrounding them and afraid of their destiny. They had been taken away from their home in a hurry, convinced by Jed's talk and knowing that they had no way to survive without powerful hunters and soldiers. It was faster than I thought. Right, Henry asked, turning to look at Luther, who silently nodded. Luckily, we didn't come across a huge tribe of orcs or the death spider's nest. Indeed, my liege, Luther answered with a relieved tone. Now let's go home. We have work to do. The size of the group made the journey back to the capital take longer than Henry had anticipated. Despite being physically strong, the barbarians were weighed down by the few possessions they carried, making it difficult for them to move in the forest and to walk on the snow. Fortunately, they encountered no attacks from beasts or any other massive threat. The journey from the inner layer to the outer layer took a full 9 days, but as they emerged, it felt like they had passed through a portal to a new world. The temperature was warmer and more inviting, even though it was still bitterly cold. As soon as they entered the outer layer, the soldiers of the 1st Battalion relaxed their guard as they recognized this area as a familiar hunting ground from their early days as warriors in the army. They were back home. Henry stopped the group's march on a clearing, wide enough to accommodate the 3,000 barbarians following him to Eisenberg. The capital was about 9 to 10 miles to the south, a couple of hours walking through the forest. This was the ideal location for the short term, as the barbarians could hunt for food and resources to send to the capital for sale and distribution throughout the kingdom. Furthermore, this would also allow for minimal contact between his old subjects and the barbarians, giving Henry enough time to settle the bad blood between them. Translate and relay my words. Henry turned to Jed and commanded him to be the translator. Jed nodded. Henry climbed on a tree and stood on a thick branch that was partially frozen due to the bitter cold. He looked downwards at the gathered crowd and began his speech. This king has promised you a land to restart, where you can hunt without worrying about your tribe being attacked by beasts, where you don't need to abandon your kin, where preys are plenty and there is no hunger. Henry paused and waited for Jed to finish translating his words. Henry's words were met with a mixture of emotions from the barbarians. Some were visibly excited, while others still had doubts and fear in their eyes. It was understandable for them to feel afraid, as they were now in unfamiliar lands, surrounded by soldiers who were once their enemies. As your new ruler, I wish to demonstrate my trust in you by releasing your captive brothers back to this community. Also, a team of craftsmen will be sent to aid in building your village, merchants to assist with selling your hunting goods, and teachers to educate you on our history and language. Moreover, a unit of soldiers will be stationed here to ensure the safety and security of this newly established community. Henry said, his words sounding like a politician of the modern times, filled with underlying meaning, but sung with a righteous tone. Henry's plan was to gradually integrate the barbarians into Stahl, while maximizing their value and minimizing the risk of betrayal. At first, the work of the craftsmen would be able to create a safe environment for the barbarians, allowing them to see the king's goodwill, while also cutting off any tricks that might be pulled in the future. Merchants would allow the extra food to be exported to other parts of the kingdom, supplying the capital and the interior with food hunted by the barbarians. Also, they would instruct these wild people about the use of money and how to efficiently work for it. The teachers would be a central part of his plan. Their mission was to propagate Stahl's history and culture, allowing the barbarians to slowly build a sense of patriotism about the country. Furthermore, by teaching them the common language, the barbarians would shorten the distance between them and the other citizens. Lastly, the army would guarantee the control over the barbarians, while using the protection of the city as an excuse. It was the best way to force the barbarians to assimilate into Stahl, creating some sort of order over the new community. Henry's plans were to gradually integrate the barbarians into Stahl's society, starting with their role as hunters to supply the kingdom with food. Over time, as their loyalty was established, they would gradually become a part of the army. However, Henry realized that this process would take time, possibly even a generation or more. The current generation of barbarians were still grappling with feelings of anger and revenge, which made it difficult for them to fully embrace the idea of being loyal subjects of the kingdom. There was an urgent need to teach and control the children, which would become strong pillars of the kingdom. For a kingdom, a single generation was nothing. With this goal in mind, Henry was confident that in 5 to 10 years, there would be members of the new generation who would be ready to join the army and defend the kingdom against its enemies. I will also respect your rituals and ceremonies. But in exchange for all these benefits, I expect nothing but loyalty, Henry declared firmly. I will allow you to keep your own customs and traditions, but treachery will not be tolerated. You are now in my kingdom, and you will show me the respect that I deserve. If you choose to betray my trust, I will deem the people as unworthy to live inside my territory and burn you. Barbarians observed a red light shining behind the king's gray eyes, a clear indication that his threats were genuine. He was prepared to incinerate anyone who dared to betray him. They were well aware of his capability, having witnessed his mastery over his blazing sword that could effortlessly reduce death spiders to ashes. Start chopping the wood and hunting in the surrounding area. Within 24 hours, a convoy will be here with merchants, soldiers, teachers, and craftsmen to oversee and help you to develop everything. Henry declared as Jed had translated his words to the barbarians, that's all. Finishing his words, Henry hopped down from the tree with a leap. He was ready to go back to the capital. Being away for a few days, the work must have been piling up. The food problem has been resolved, and the emergency state in the capital would be lifted. As for now, I must focus on securing the interior of the kingdom, Henry murmured to himself, reflecting on the lack of communication between the capital and the other villages and cities within his realm. I must summon the representatives. Look, Henry called seeing the little man beside him, who didn't participate in any fight and have been staying far away from all fights. Have you recorded everything? Henry didn't care for his uselessness in the battlefield. He only cared if he had his job done, recording every bit of information inside the forest, from the paths to the trees. And that was what Luke has done. He stood far away and let his presence be almost invisible. Henry didn't care for his uselessness in the battlefield if he completed his job. In the end, he was only an assistant, not a warrior, and his job was to meticulously record every detail inside the forest, from the paths to the trees. Stahl's records must be rebuilt. Yes, my king. Luke's voice echoed. Henry could see a little man coming from behind Luther with a heavy and thick book in his arms. In this trip, Luke was like a ghost. He never engaged in any fights and always kept his distance from winter orcs and death spiders. Sometimes even Henry forgot he has brought this man to serve as inscribe. That's good, let's go back to the capital. The 1st Battalion will be stationed here and help the barbarians to hunt. Jedi was holding a simple axe while chopping down the frozen trees around the clearing, which would then be handed to the team near him to drag it back to the center of the clearing to be processed and turned into thick planks. Several sturdy houses had already been erected, under the supervision of 2 men in a brown fur attire and holding a measuring tape. These abodes were much superior to the ones his tribe has constructed in the inner layer. Jed had already entered one of them and could feel that the bitter cold from the outside was forcefully maintained outside, creating a warm and cozy ambient. Jed has been silent throughout the whole time, only answering the tribe's question with short sentences, most yes or no. He felt guilty and disgusted by his actions. He sold his own people and killed his teacher, who had supported his rise as the leader. He was a sinner, even though he led his people out of the inner layer, a step closer to a comfortable life. Boss, you are the last one. A black-haired woman, a soldier who fought in his army and was recently released from Stahl's prison, said as she picked up an axe. He nodded silently and leaned his axe against a tree, then walked towards the village where a fire pit was lit and a pan was being heated up. An old woman was the only one there, stirring the contents of the pan. For the past few days, Jed had made it a point to ensure that everyone ate first before he did. As a leader, he felt it was important to set an example. Jed served himself a bowl of meat soup and ate it with his hands, drinking the broth directly from the wooden bowl. As he ate, he observed his people, noticing how quickly they had adjusted to their new surroundings. The children played and helped with the tree cutting, their faces alight with joy. Men and women carried newfound hope and enthusiasm in their eyes, envisioning a better and bright future. The feeling of desperation slowly writing off. I made the right choice. I can sacrifice my honor and pride for this, Jed thought, as he finished the soup and poured another bowl. I may not be welcomed by my ancestors anymore, but it's worth it. I gave them a choice. Jedi was willing to do anything for his kin, even sell his soul. He was prepared to follow Henry's every command if it meant that his people could continue to live this way, unconcerned about the day of tomorrow. It's good, but I need to get going, Jedi said, finishing his soup and standing up to retrieve his axe. Thank you. He thankfully bowed his head towards the old woman, which flashed a toothless smile at him and walked away. On his way, a careless child bumped on his body as he played tag with another one, falling on the snow butt first. Ouch. He painfully got up, rubbing his buttocks. But when he raised his eyes to meet the immobile boulder, he and his friend froze. Are you all right? Jedi asked, patting the kid's hair. Why, yes, sir. The boy immediately said, his voice and eyes filled with respect and reverence. Good. Be careful. Jedi patted the boy again and resumed his walk. He had a lot of trees to chop down. I want to be like him. Jed could hear one of the children say to the other, filling him with a sense of pride. I made the right choice, he said, clenching his fist. Excellent. On Stahl's royal palace, Henry sat in front of a huge pile of documents. Clans and representatives of the villages and cities in the interior of the kingdom has been unresponsive, Henry murmured. We have basically lost our influence over most of the territory. I need to recover it. The last snow fell, accompanied by the end of the work in the barbarian village, which Henry named Orsus. Over the past few months, the residents of the capital had gradually grown accustomed to the presence of this neighboring community, largely due to the steady supply of food provided by the barbarians through the merchants. Though lingering tensions and feelings of revenge lingered between the two groups, the situation had dimmed to the point where both groups wouldn't try to kill one another at the first sight. Young barbarians were being educated in the ways of Stahl, learning about its culture, history, and language, all while preserving their own unique customs and traditions. This approach guaranteed that the barbarians would slowly be assimilated by Henry in a peaceful and orderly process, minimizing the risks of riots and conflicts. Soon, all barbarians would identify themselves as Stahl's subjects. Henry's approach to conquering and assimilating new communities was similar to that of Alexander the Great. Like Alexander, Henry recognized the importance of balancing control with cooperation to create a harmonious and stable environment. In his conquests of Babylon and Susa, Persia, Alexander demonstrated this balance through his amnesty for local populations and respect for their religious practices. This helped to minimize resistance and created a peaceful environment for trade and cultural exchange to flourish. Alexander also understood the value of education and integration in building a strong and united empire. He encouraged the spread of Greek language, culture, and ideas, while also incorporating local customs and traditions into his empire. This helped to create a sense of unity and common identity, which was essential for the stability and success of his empire, just as Henry also saw the value in these principles in his own conquests. In the end, Henry aimed to assimilate the barbarian culture by incorporating the most important aspect of it into Stahl, the tribal tattoos. He envisioned an army fully equipped with these runes, one that would be capable of sweeping through the north, like Genghis Khan cavalry. However, despite his efforts, Henry only managed to equip 100 soldiers with the tattoos, with another 100 soldiers perishing in the process. The ratio was unfavorable. Stahl couldn't afford to lose any more troops, leading Henry to halt the experiments. Further research was conducted to improve the success rate, but there were not enough subjects to carry out proper experiments. As a last resort, they attempted to implement the tattoos on animals, but so far, this approach has not been successful. The relief of the merchants, the food shortage was short-lived, lasting only a month as the barbarians' supply was sufficient to sustain the capital. They were afraid of Henry confiscating their hidden stash if the situation became more dire. In the end, Henry compensated them with the rights to negotiate with the barbarians, resulting in the treasury saving hundreds of gold coins. Merchants remaining in the capital after the nobles were disbanded were not a formidable force like the bourgeoisie who overthrew the monarch system on earth. In fact, they were a vulnerable group who would offer little resistance if Henry chose to confront them. However, King Henry, being from the modern era, recognized their potential as a valuable resource for development. Instead of destroying them, Henry made a strategic decision to utilize the merchants to his advantage. He established the Sun God Company, which brought all the merchants under its banner and provided them with subsidies, while also taking a cut of every transaction made by the company and holding the right for a casting vote. This move greatly stimulated trade in Stahl, as Henry was even willing to open the royal treasury to lend the merchants money with a favorable interest rate. Henry saw this as a way to both develop the kingdom and benefit from the merchants' transactions, envisioning a rich nation. Furthermore, the winter presented an opportunity for Henry to overhaul the foundation of many institutions within the kingdom. Previously, the army served dual purposes, hunting and fighting against threats. Henry established the Hunter Association, transferring the hunters to this organization and allowing anyone to join, where they could receive training and become stronger hunters. This allowed the kingdom to have a more direct and steady supply of food, which didn't originate from farming. And the army would only focus on defending the interests of Stahl. Henry also established a mandatory public school funded by the Sun God Company and the royal treasury. The capital was not densely populated, so the few teachers within the city were enough to form a teaching team. The king recognized the importance of education and was determined to make it accessible to everyone, planning to open schools in every village and city. The curriculum covered not only subjects like history, geography, and culture, but also fighting classes aimed at producing a new generation of warriors, more powerful and more intelligent. To support this goal, Henry opened the Royal Library, where all techniques, except for the imperial sun god technique, could be taught. While these techniques may not have been as advanced as those in the central region, they provided a solid foundation for the kingdom's growth. When the children became adults, they would compose the army or the Hunter Association, becoming a great force for the kingdom. Henry also wanted to open research facility, but there was no one capable enough to lead it, ending his plans. Inside the castle, Henry and Luther was sitting across each other, eating a great lamb, delivered by the barbarians. "When do we depart?" Luther asked. "Tomorrow morning." Although the winter ended, the unpaved streets of the capital were still covered in ashes, making them ground less slippery and providing a firmer footing for the residents. Furthermore, the new season and the public policies implemented gave the trade inside the walls a new life and great environment to flourish. The subjects and the merchants were loudly bargaining. Even the blacksmiths were busy doing their trades in front of their own doors. It was a lively atmosphere. The capital was being revived in Henry's hands. There was no lack of food, firewood, or jobs. Henry gazed at the bustling scene from atop his castle tower as the shy sun made its appearance. He had devoted much of his energy over the past few months to implementing various public policies, from trade agreements to establishing a hunter association. His goal was to build a kingdom that would rule the world, and he believed that a solid foundation was crucial for this objective. Thus, he focused on laying the groundwork now. We'll have to delay the infrastructure upgrades until the snow melts, Henry muttered. He was aware that he needed to overhaul Eisenberg and start from scratch with urban planning, but that would have to wait until the ground was clean and soft. Eisenberg had 100,000 residents. The army is prepared. I'll take down those treacherous bastards. Excellent. The army was assembled, with Henry and Luther taking the lead. Henry decided to leave the other two generals behind to advance public policies and maintain order within Eisenberg and between Eisenberg and Ursus. The thawing of the snow made the paths more stable and firmer, allowing horses to easily traverse long distances. Henry utilized this opportunity by ordering the barbarians and the army to venture into the frozen forest outer layer and capture the snowfur horses, a usually tranquil breed that became aggressive when approached by outsiders, making them incredibly hard to catch alive. The snowfur horses' fiery red hair contrasted with their intense, icy eyes. Myths claim that the purest of these horses had the ability to breathe fire, as descendants of the fire dragons that once inhabited the continent. Over time, their bloodline weakened and became diluted, leaving them unable to unleash flames, but they still possessed a strong physique that could withstand harsh weather. Fortunately, Henry able to secure 100 horses and establish a solid cavalry force. Henry was bringing with him a force of 1,000 men, being 100 horsemen, 200 archers, and 700 infantries, including 50 barbarians. This could be considered one of the greatest forces that Stahl royal family has assembled after its foundation. This force was also composed of 50 warriors imbued with tribal tattoos, those who managed to pass through the excruciating process. On top of his horse, Henry faced his soldiers in silence. He had no words to add, as Luther had already explained their mission. They were here to reclaim the kingdom from the grasp of the greedy individuals who had conspired against the royal family and Stahl. They were here to save the lives of their compatriots who were being explored by the traitors. Our first stop will be the fortress Eismet and then Morante. Henry said with determination, it holds in strategic importance and it will give us a solid foothold to defend our families. We need to investigate the city and take it back at all costs. Eisenberg was located in the northernmost part of the kingdom, bordering the frozen forest, being in a great place to defend against the assault of other kingdoms, but open to the onslaught of dangerous beasts coming from the forest. Sure, there could be better locations, but Gerrit von Stahl was the one to erect this city, meaning that it held a sturdy place inside the people's heart. On the other hand, Morante was strategically placed in the southwest, serving as a fortress that safeguarded the road to the capital and to other villages, which was the vital artery for most of the trading that took place in Stahl. In one way, all the products inside the kingdom had to pass through this city or these roads that ended in the capital. Although the main goods that flowed through this road were clothing, food, firewood, and a small amount of cold iron extracted from the western mountains, these trades were critical for the people's survival, even more so in such a cold climate. During the harsh winter, the snow-covered roads posed a great challenge to the merchants, leading to a significant drop in the trades. The danger of being attacked by beasts and bandits greatly increased, and the hazardous paths could make them be buried in the snow at any moment. In sum, these trading routes were vital for the survival of the people, supplying them with all the necessities they needed. And because of its strategic importance, Morante was heavily fortified and guarded by a formidable army, serving to protect the road against dangerous beasts and bandit raids. It played a crucial role in securing the flow of trade and the travel throughout the kingdom. It was the first target that should be recovered if Henry desired to revive and stabilize the kingdom. Excellent. In order to reconquer Morante, Eismet must fall first. Morante was 3 days away from the capital by horseback and 5 days by foot. The long and grueling journey caused merchants to make a pit stop in Eismet, a village located along the way, which served as the only place for rest and resupply. The existence of Eismit could provide to the merchants the opportunity of greater profits, as they brought only enough food for a 2-day journey and then restocked their supplies in Eismit, which resulted in more space to bring the products. Eismit was essentially a logistics hub, with the economy revolving around restaurants and hotels. Its proximity to both Morante and the capital meant that a small trading center had also developed inside the fortified wooden walls, where food and rawhide were the most commercialized products. In sum, Eismit was a crucial stop for the tradesmen that traveled between Eismit and Eisenberg, ensuring a safe rest. The path to Eismit from the capital was smooth and free of any hindrances, such as dense forests or challenging mountain ranges, making the journey much easier for the team. Of course, the snowflare horses were also part of the equation. Their heightened senses allowed the army to sense danger, helping them to predict and avoid all it, staying in the right direction. It took them 3 days to reach the city of Eismit. The wall seems pretty sturdy, Henry murmured, observing the sturdy wooden barriers protecting the town, as his enhanced sight enabled him to see across hundreds of meters. What do you think we should do? Henry had already thought of a solution to the situation, but he still turned to Luther, who was a seasoned warrior and had a deep understanding of the city and its people. He wanted to verify the feasibility of his plan. We should start by sending a messenger, Luther suggested, gazing at the town in the distance. Eismit is home to around 20,000 residents. It would be best if the city's nobles could be convinced to surrender without a fight, avoiding meaningless deaths. However, they had already betrayed my liege and won't be able to escape death penalty, so I doubt they will oblige. In the end, they will probably resist, even more so the Laner family. Luther's words were like those of a seasoned sage, able to see through people's inner desire. The Laner family were one of the first to abandon the royal family and seek refuge inside the walls of Eismit, away from the frozen forest. They were the sovereign of Eismist, one of the first families to occupy it. I'd agree. Henry nodded. It's always worth making an effort to resolve things peacefully. We will send a messenger and offer a surrender, with the promise of leniency for their families, but with the understanding that their heads will be displayed in front of the capital as a warning to others for a year. Under Luther's surprised eyes, Henry handed a rolled parchment to one of the horsemen nearby, who then took it and set off towards Eismit to deliver the message of surrender. He knew it would come to this. Luther muttered in disbelief, still stunned by how much Henry had changed in just a few months. We shall wait, Henry said, seeing the silhouette of the messenger running towards the city's walls. Unfortunately, as Henry and Luther had predicted, their offer of a peaceful solution was met with rejection. Their proposal was answered with a brutal response, as a horse rode towards them carrying a gruesome trophy. The head of their messenger, displayed atop a pike as a warning and a symbol of defiance. We can now discuss how to take down those walls. Henry approached the wounded horse, its body pierced by a long spike topped with a head. He realized that it had been purposely done to allow the horse to reach them before it eventually died, as a threat and a message. Henry felt a deep sadness as he looked into the horse's desperate and pain-filled blue eyes. He placed his forehead against the horse's head, attempting to calm it down. He could feel the horse's rough breathing, with his lungs erratically going up and down, in a struggle to breath and to survive. He could feel the animal's strength gradually fading away as its legs trembled, failing to support its own weight. I am sorry, Henry said, closing his eyes, trying to send it his apologies. The king couldn't bear to see the animal in pain any longer. While still holding the snowflare horse, Henry took out his sword in his free hand, and in one swift motion, he ended the horse's suffering. Take care of it. We are going to return him to his family, Henry instructed, avoiding looking in the horse's direction. With determination in his eyes, King Henry straightened his red mantle, adorned with golden lines that depicted an ascending dragon. His gaze fixed upon the sturdy wooden walls of Eismit, masking the deep anger that simmered within. The army watched Henry's towering figure with bated breath, eager to bring down the walls and avenge their fallen brother, who died a meaningless death. Their rage boiled at the thought of the cruel and unworthy individuals who dared to defy their king and reject his offer, cruelly beheading their brother in the process. Luther also watched his liege's back, awaiting his order. He felt guilty for the soldier he sent as a messenger, but it didn't cloud his conscience. He was a seasoned general who had seen his fair share of cruelty. Luther, Henry called out, his gaze fixed ahead at the formidable walls of Eismit. The enemy has rejected our offer with this barbaric act. What's our plan to overcome these defenses and reclaim what is rightfully mine? I have a feasible plan, my liege. Luther answered, his firm tone filled with confidence. Eggs. The snow had finally stopped falling, but the city of Icemit was still buried under a blanket of white. This winter was one of the harshest in the city's history, leaving a trail of death and destruction in its wake. Trade had stopped, and the lack of essential goods like food and firewood was taking its toll on the residents. Over the course of 3 months, the number of deaths had risen to over 1,000. Merciless cold and relentless hunger claimed the lives of women, children, the elderly, and men alike, leaving only their frozen bodies as a testament to the severity of the situation. The city was in dire straits, and the survivors were struggling to survive. Despite the dire circumstances, the castle of Icemit remained unaffected by the harsh winter. The tower released a steady plume of smoke throughout the day, signaling that the Lord of Icemit was still warm and well-fed. It appeared that the winter had not taken hold within the walls of the castle, where the nobility lived in comfort, untouched by the suffering outside. Perched on top of Icemit's walls, the archers kept wary eyes on the horizon, watching the enemy's every movement. Although the snow had stopped falling, the cold persisted, biting at their faces and forcing them to wrap themselves in thick furs to protect against the harsh winds on the wall. On the horizon, there wasn't a great number of soldiers on Henry's side, but Luther's old silhouette dealt a great blow to Icemit's soldiers. They were not facing bandits or wild beasts, but the king's army led by a renowned general that ascended to his position in their parents' time. Furthermore, the sovereign of Icemit had to attack them in the worst possible form, beheading the soldier and delivering his head back, as a further act of betrayal and fury that implicated all the army. Bastard! Why the hell are you shaking like a leaf? Are you afraid of that incompetent king? A shrill voice, tinged with anger, echoed over the walls, causing all the soldiers to snap to attention. The round figure of a fat man, clad in the finest of clothes and ornated with a sparkling array of jewelry, loomed over a thin and malnourished archer crumpled on the ground. With a vicious kick, the man aimed for the vulnerable spots of the archer, who cowered and tried to shield himself from the kick. That pathetic man should have been killed by the barbarians. He said it was a sure thing. The fat man screamed in fury as his face contorted with madness. Why? Why? The fat man ranted, delivering powerful kicks to the already battered form of the archer, who could do nothing but defend himself against the blows. However, a sudden powerful kick in the head ended the archer's futile resistance, making his body lose all the strength left and open to attacks. In the end, the archer laid motionless on the ground, dead by this violence. Get rid of this vermin and throw his body over the wall. He's not fit to share my presence or be buried in my lands. With a sneer, the corpulent man issued his command and spat on the body of the fallen archer. The soldiers' eyes were filled with a mixture of fear and veiled anger as they followed that cruel order, picking their comrade's lifeless body and throwing it over the wall. They were strong and trained soldiers, but the body felt way heavier than a mountain. After ending the archer's life, the fat man stood motionless and panted heavily as the fiery anger in his eyes diminished. He wasn't physically built like a fighter, being only a feeble merchant and a noble. The strain from his outburst had taken a toll on his body. I am going back to my chambers. Captain Mora, you take care of this situation. The fat man turned on his heels and rapidly descended the wooden rampart, like a rabbit running away from his prey. The captain's face contorted with disapproval as he observed the fear evident in the Lord's eyes. Despite his trepidation of the approaching army, the Lord recklessly ordered the beheading of the messenger. The captain couldn't help but think that the Lord was a foolish and short-sighted man. Despite his reservations, the captain was forced to address the situation at hand. He was one of the soldiers who had joined the Lord of Icemit in betraying the king and fleeing the capital. Prepare the archers, the captain yelled. On Henry's side, Luther and the cavalry were the spearhead of the army. The attack on Icemit was not going to be an easy feat. Even though the rampart was made of wood, the city was well fortified and had an army of at least 600 soldiers. Half of those were soldiers previously under Henry. In some, there were at least 2 fifth-stage warriors and a few on the 4th stage waiting for the attack. They were all behind the walls, making it difficult to reach and kill. Furthermore, Henry didn't have time for a siege, which made it even harder. He had to take Icemit down before Morante was warned about his army's movements. Morante was a fortress, and they wouldn't be able to breach the walls if they were prepared for the enemy, occasioning in an extended war. The first step was to divide their forces into 3 parts. Henry, Luther, and 100 cavalries would serve as the vanguard, leading the charge and creating a distraction while the archers moved into position. The 200 archers would then provide cover fire, raining arrows down on the defenders and keeping them occupied while the main force of 700 foot soldiers approached the walls. Luther was responsible for bringing down the gates, using his immense strength to serve as a human battering ram. This crucial task would allow a portion of the army to storm into the city and create chaos amongst the defenders. 100 cavalries would accompany Luther, acting as a supporting force and providing cover fire as needed. Meanwhile, the archers would form a semicircle around the wall and begin firing arrows over the wall in rapid succession, keeping the defenders occupied and reducing the threat to the cavalry and the foot soldiers. Main force of 700 foot soldiers, including the barbarians, would approach the wall, with their shields raised high, offering protection from the enemy's arrows that would inevitably come their way, while also carrying improvised ladders, made from the wood found in the near forest. Then they would rapidly climb the walls or also pass through the gates, increasing the chaos inside the city. The sheer force of the combined attack, along with the element of surprise, would prove overwhelming for the defenders, and the city would fall to Henry's army. It is a simple but efficient plan, drawn by Henry and Luther. The most dangerous part of the operation would be breaching the walls, as Luther would use a significant amount of energy into his attack, turning him vulnerable for a short period of time. Since Luther had not yet reached the Transcendence realm, he was still mortal and could be killed if overwhelmed by a large number of enemies. Therefore, it was crucial for the rest of the army to provide adequate protection and support to ensure his success and safety. Henry would be the one to safeguard Luther as he recovered, and the army caused the ruckus throughout the city. This would be the most critical point of the whole operation. In 8 hours, the ladders were ready, and Luther was on top of his horse at the forefront of the army, serving as the spearhead of the formation. The old general cultivated the moon-cleaving technique, which granted him an explosive strength that held the potential to split a mountain in two with a single strike, but this feat could only be achieved by someone in the Transcendence realm or above. Luther gazed at the walls with a mix of pity and anger. He felt sorry for the soldiers and citizens who would become casualties in this unnecessary war, and he was furious with the traitors inside the walls who dared to defy the king and prolong the conflict. Archers! Luther shouted, with Henry standing quietly behind the general, observing and learning the art of commanding from this seasoned veteran. In possession. At Luther's command, the archers quickly formed a semicircle behind the army, knocking their arrows and ready for action. They were not far away from the walls, and with a few steps, the rampart would be in their attack range. Cavalry and infantry. Luther issued the command after a single moment, advance. The army charged forward, with Luther leading the way. The cavalries rode at full speed towards the gates as the foot soldiers followed behind, slowed down by the snow. As soon as they marched, the archers rapidly ran forwards, taking position behind a few frozen trees, and began to fire rapidly towards those on the walls. The captain on top of the rampart intently watched as the rain of arrows descended upon him and his soldiers. He realized that shooting down the distant archers would be a difficult task, so he decided to focus on the easier moving target below the walls, the infantry and the cavalry. Shoot them! The captain firmly yelled out as he wildly gestured with his arms, signaling the start of the defense. He was not going to sit idly by and await his death, even if it meant shooting down the king. The archers rapidly knocked their arrows and shot at the cavalry, who was already close to the wall, thanks to the speed of the snowfur horses, who were leaving deep imprints on the snow. Fortunately, the riders on the snowfur horses were hand-picked by Luther and Henry, after a thorough evaluation of their abilities and experience in both combat and horseback riding. The cavalries raised their shields quickly, blocking the barrage of arrows and avoiding any casualties. Meanwhile, the foot soldiers formed a protective barrier, resembling a turtle shell, as soon as they saw the attack. Although some infantry soldiers were inevitably hit, the archers providing cover effectively reduced the enemy's offensive, taking out their targets and causing the attackers on the wall to either fall or seek cover. This gave the infantry the opportunity to advance forward with more ease. Fourth form Cleaving Angel, a booming old and mighty voice echoed across the battlefield, resembling an old god's voice. Soon, a brilliant blue light enveloped the area, temporarily blinding the soldiers on the walls. The intensity of the light was followed by a resounding impact, causing the ramparts to shake as if an earthquake had struck the city. Many of those on the walls couldn't help but lose their grip on their weapons. The walls have been breached. Desperate yells sounded across the city as the king's cavalry entered the city, like the apostles of the end of the world. As for Henry, he rapidly stood in front of Luther on guard and awaiting the enemies, as his soldiers invaded and took control of the city. The impact of the technique caused the snow to rise, creating a blinding cloud of snow that obscured the view of the defenders, who were not able to spot their enemies. However, they could feel the earth beneath their feet trembling and fear growing inside their hearts. The gate was breached. They are on the walls. Panic cries echoed throughout the city as Henry's cavalry succeeded in breaking through the gate, and the infantry was already on the walls, rapidly climbing the ladders and ending the archers. The sight of their defenses crumbling before their eyes only added to their feelings of hopelessness and despair, issuing and installing the chaos. Swish! The sight of the snowfare horses emerging from the fog struck terror into the hearts of even the most seasoned Icemith soldiers. Some of them were so overwhelmed by despair that they dropped their weapons and attempted to flee, forgetting about their experience and training, not minding loyalty. They wanted to save their lives. The cavalry was relentless in their pursuit. The sounds of battle filled the air as Henry's cavalry rode through the streets, fiercely hunting down any resistance they encountered. The height of their horses gave them an advantage as they overpowered their opponents, and the once pristine snow was soon stained red with blood. Meanwhile, the archers on top of the wall were caught off guard by the invading infantry and cavalry, unable to protect their positions and shoot down the infantry, climbing the ladders and passing through the breach gates, swarming the city. The situation was dire and chaotic, not leaving them enough time to take out their daggers and counterattack. The city was rapidly falling in Henry's hand. The captain of the opposing forces, the one who betrayed the king, was looking powerlessly at the scenery in front of him. He had not anticipated that Luther would expend so much energy to take down the gates, as the older man was known for his caution and wouldn't intentionally put himself in harm's way. He was preparing himself for a siege that would extend for days or even months, while awaiting reinforcements from the other traders, who were occupying other regions of the kingdom, like Morante. Sieges were the most common warfare tactic for taking down a city or a fortress. But that was when there was no one with sufficient power to destroy the walls in a single strike, and Luther had that kind of power. The enemies didn't want a prolonged fight. He must be weakened, the captain thought as he observed the scene, his eyes gleaming with a sharp light. He knew that Luther hadn't reached the transcendent realm, which would have made the destruction of the walls an effortless mission. So the gate being torn down implied that the powerful general must have been temporarily weakened after using that much energy in the attack. The enemy captain, he tried to look past the thinning fog of snow to confirm his idea. There he spotted the old general, standing still and supporting himself with a hand on his sword that was planted firmly into the ground, piercing through the snow. The general's breathing was haggard, and the aura of mana that once surrounded him was almost dissipated, leaving him vulnerable. However, a young man was guarding Luther, while the old man recovered. The young man was a commanding presence, with his long, unkempt black hair and piercing gray eyes. Standing at a tall 6 feet, his well-toned physique was evident even through his black fur clothing with its red details, including a red cape that flowed down his back. Henry von Stahl, the captain, gritted his teeth in frustration as he looked at the young man, realizing that their plan hadn't worked. However, a sly grin replaced the angry face. The situation couldn't be more perfect. If the king were here, he wouldn't have to attack Luther directly. He still held fear for the old man. It was better to aim at the stupid king. Without second thoughts, the captain rapidly took the spear behind his back and dashed forwards. He didn't care for the invading soldiers in front of him and didn't make any efforts to save those on his side from Stahl's blade. He cruelly killed those who got on his way as he concentrated on the king's figure, a crazy but delighted smile hang on his lips. When he was about 50 meters, 165 feet, away from Henry and Luther, the captain took a throwing pose and powerfully launched the spear in his hand towards both figures. It was the strength of a 5th-stage warrior, making the spear travel like a comet. "Watch out!" Luther's voice echoed behind Henry as he spotted a crescent point glinting on the horizon, hurtling straight towards them. It was an overwhelming surprise attack. Henry had no time to dodge. However, when the spear was about to hit him, the spear hurtled towards Henry with tremendous speed and carrying the power of a 5th-stage warrior, causing the air pressure to slice a thin line through the snow. It was like a bullet in motion. Desperation set in as Henry realized he lacked the strength to fend off the attack and couldn't risk dodging it and putting Luther in harm's way. The old general was a valuable asset that he couldn't afford to lose this easily. Henry rapidly activated the Imperial Sun God technique as his heart pumped the mana through his circuits at an incredible rate. It was like a river being filled by a huge rainstorm and then inundating the surroundings. At that moment, Henry rapidly raised both hands to his chest, ordering all that mana to go towards his hands. Second form, Fire Guardian. Henry murmured as his gray eyes shone in a bright red color. He activated again the second form, not minding the side effects, because he had to stop this attack. Second form, Fire Guardian, was one of the first chapters in the Imperial Sun God technique, which allowed the user to coat their bodies in an elemental mana and create a shield over their skins. This shield could be easily manipulated to defend a precise area. It was a basic skill, but essential to raise the overall chances of survivability. Henry had tried experience this technique during the last 3 months, getting quite used to it. However, the consequences were still there. Soon, the mana that flooded Henry's circuits was all directed to his arms, as a red aura enveloped his hands, like tailored gloves. Luckily, Henry and Luther had already got down from their snowflake horse before the walls were breached, or else the horses might have been startled by the fire, throwing him to the ground and worsening the situation by a lot. Seeing the approaching spear, Henry only had the time to instinctively put himself in a half-ready stance, with one foot slightly in front of the other, with the front foot facing forwards and the back foot turned at a 90-degree angle, evenly distributing his weight between both legs. Henry stood straight, with his right arm tucked close to his body and the other one quite relaxed, with the fingers slightly curved. It was like a modified version of karate's stance that provided protection to his centerline and guaranteed a reaction to any attack. Henry breathed deeply as the moon state came into play, calming his mind and body. At that moment, Henry could feel every inch of his body, feeling the blood crazily circulating through his body and the mana rampaging against his mana circuits, threatening to torn them down. However, in that moment, the world around Henry seemed to slow down, as if everything was moving in slow motion. This lasted only for a brief instant, shorter than the time it takes to blink, but it was enough for Henry to analyze the incoming spear with precision. Furthermore, in that state, Henry could even distinguish the mana flowing and enhancing the weapon. Regrettably, this feeling didn't last long, and Henry was thrown back to the real time, with the spear coming rapidly towards him. I just need to slightly change the trajectory and hit in the right juncture, Henry thought as he channeled even more mana to his left hand, while reinforced his footing, planting his feet through the snow. In that slow-motion world, Henry was able to spot the exact spot where the mana injected in the spear left a vulnerable point. This point was where he needed to strike, which made him confident to turn the tides. In a swift and firm motion, Henry spun his hips and brought his left hand to the side with lightning-fast precision. With a resounding strike, he targeted the very spot where the flow of mana in the spear was the weakest, making contact beside the spear's head with the back of his hand. Henry met no hindrance in the moment of the contact, but soon a powerful force surged, wanting to push him away. However, Henry channeled even more mana to his hand and pressured even further the weakest point of the spear. Henry felt his bones cracking, but the adrenaline and moon state prevented the pain from getting to his head. But soon he felt the loss of the contact as the spear was successfully averted and sent towards the wall, piercing through it easily. "I did it," Henry sighed in relief, wanting to clench and raise his hands up. He had saved both him and Luther. Everything happened in a single second. However, the situation didn't allow such commemorations. He could already see a man wearing full plate armor and holding a spear while running crazily towards him. He didn't recognize the man, but he knew that he wouldn't be an easy opponent. "How much time do you need to recover?" Henry hurriedly asked Luther, who was still breathing difficultly. "My leg, I need 2 minutes," Luther said, raising 2 fingers to demonstrate the time needed to recover. In 2 minutes, he would have the strength necessary to kill a 5th warrior stage. Luther hated to put his leg in danger, but there was nothing to be used. Henry quickly regained his focus and turned his attention back to the opponent. Despite having consumed a significant amount of mana to use the second form while still in the 4th stage, his body did not break down like it did last time, and he was still able to continue fighting. Although weakened, he was determined to hold his ground and buy time. With a swift movement, Henry unsheathed the sword by his waist and held it firmly in both hands, not wanting to risk dropping it as his left hand was temporarily useless. He breathed deeply and chanted those known words. First form, Fire Sword. The king's sword glowed in bright red as he immediately dashed towards the enemy, who was armed with a simple wooden spear. Unknowingly, the world around him began to move slowly again, allowing Henry to see clearly the captain's chest going up and down as the hot air puffed out from his nostrils. It was the same feeling as before. "Only 2 minutes." Henry screamed inside his head as the imperial technique burned his body, fueling him to the maximum capacity. At that moment, he felt inhumane. Suddenly and unnoticed, the captain charged forward, the spearhead aimed directly at Henry's heart. Henry sidestepped the attack and quickly countered with a horizontal swipe of his sword. The captain effortlessly parried the attack and countered with a swift thrust of the spear. Henry barely managed to dodge the attack, but the captain pressed forward, raining a barrage of swift and precise thrusts. Henry was in a tight spot. Even though the world around him had slowed down, the captain's attacks were getting faster and faster. On the other hand, Henry's body was getting weaker with each movement that overpassed the limits of his physical existence. Henry was on the defensive, his sword flashing back and forth as he tried to parry the captain's relentless attack, forcing his body to overload. The captain's had deep experience in battles as he varied his attacks, feinting with a thrust only to follow it up with a sweeping attack that forced Henry to retreat. "I just need an opening," Henry desperately screamed as he parried another attack coming at him. He wanted to inflict a major injury in this man, turning it easier to endure those 2 minutes. As the fight continued, Henry felt his body weighing down as his movements became sluggish and his parries even less precise. At that moment, the captain saw an opening and lunged forward with the spearhead aimed directly at Henry's chest, ready to kill him. Henry closed his eyes, bracing himself for the impact. But as the spearhead closed in, the Imperial Sun God technique reacted fiercely, and like a living being fighting for survival, it exploded past Henry's limitations, pumping more mana through his circuits at a faster rate as blood oozed off from his nose and eyes. But the world slowed down even further, and his muscles grew bigger. Henry felt like a god of time. Feeling that new sense of power and being able to clearly perceive the attacks, Henry suddenly sprang into action. With a quick and powerful twist of his body, he dodged the attack and swung his sword with all his might as the snow around them vaporized into thin air due to the burning aura covering the blade. The captain, caught off guard, was unable to defend against the attack, and the sword struck him, opening a ghastly wound on his chest as the smell of burning flesh permeated the environment. The captain staggered back, his face a mask of shock and pain. He was one of the 12 captains of the city's command and had been in that position for years, able to monitor the king in his daily life. However, he had no idea that this idiotic and arrogant being had this kind of power. When they betrayed the royal family, he was only a puny third warrior stage, and now he displayed a similar strength of someone who entered the 5th stage. "This motherfucker. You've done it now." The captain gritted his teeth together, the veins on his forehead bulging as he boiled in rage. He placed his hand over the injury, trying to stop the blood, and looked at the king, with hate evident in his eyes. "I am gonna kill you." He spat blood on the clear ground and held his spear tightly with his free hand. Not caring for the future, the captain began exploded his mana and burned his life force. He was ready to end this fight. Life force was the foundation for every warrior, and if damaged, the individual had no way to break through to the next realm and could even die at the spot. Cold and heavy pressure waited upon Henry as the might of the 5th stage was finally exuded from the man. Henry wanted to dash towards the injured man, seizing the opportunity to press forwards and rain a flurry of blows upon him. However, just as he was about to take his first step, a sudden wave of dizziness hit him, causing him to fall powerless to his knees. The world around him finally returned to its normal state, making him lose that slow view of the surroundings, and the Imperial Sun God technique stopped revolving, leaving him without strength or any remnants of mana. Seeing this scene, the captains grinned even fiercely. "Dying." The captain raised his spear and was about to pierce through Henry's shoulder. He wanted to make him suffer. However, just as the captain was about to strike, a figure appeared from the shadows, intercepting the blow with ease and holding the spear with bare hands. "I've come, my liege." Luther's enraged and haggard voice sounded like a guardian angel in Henry's ears, causing him to flash a tired grin. "Captain Mora, the traitor. I have warned you countless times to not abandon the kingdom. You even dared to aim for my liege's life, such an imprudent animal." The captain wanted to speak, but Luther didn't want to hear any excuses from a traitor. The old man used the spear to violently pull Mora towards him as his hand flashed at lightning speed towards his neck. *Ugh*, a desperate and muffled sound sounded as the captain's throat was being slowly crushed in Luther's hands. "You have betrayed your king and his people." Luther spoke sternly, his eyes narrowed with anger as he tightened his grip on the captain's neck. "Your punishment is death." The captain struggled, trying to burn more of his life force to break free from his hands, but Luther's grip made him feel powerless. Crack! Luther squeezed the man's neck, making the life fade away from Mora's eyes as Luther dropped his lifeless body to the ground, like an unworthy trash being discarded. The death of the captain was accompanied by the complete fall of the city into Henry's hands. Now he just had to take the head of the main culprit, Eisenberg's lord, one of the barons that betrayed him. Henry's soldiers swarmed Eisenberg's unpaved streets, killing every enemy that dared to fight back and making the snow-filled streets run red with their blood. Fortunately, the city's residents were all safely confined to their homes, having been ordered inside by the city lord, avoiding getting caught in the massacre. One of the most fearsome groups within Henry's army were the soldiers who had received a tribal tattoos, accompanied by 50 barbarians. They had received the blood of winter orcs, granting them a strength beyond their limits. They were able to tackle multiple enemies at once and emerge victorious. These troops were the first ones to climb the walls, being responsible for opening the way for the others. Their massive strength striking fear into the hearts of their opponents, one of the main components for the easy fall of the city into Henry's hands. The soldiers were rapidly occupying the most strategic places in the city, including the barracks and the storehouse. At the moment, Henry mounted on his snowflake horse, directing it towards the Eisenberg lord's castle. Every movement caused him to feel a piercing being throughout his whole body and a deep headache to assault his brain, but he managed to stay conscious, a great contrast from the last time he forcefully activated the second form. "I can rest another time," Henry murmured, trying his best to stabilize his position on the horse. "The only thing left is to get that bastard and take back the city." Thanks. The Lord of Eisenberg, former Baron of Stahl, Juriel, was in a frenzy as he hoarded as much gold as he could lay his fat hands on. His eyes were wild with fear, as the sounds of war outside were slowly fading off, meaning that his captors would soon be here. "They're coming for me," he muttered frantically to himself, his hands shaking, which resulted in a few gold pieces to fall on the ground. Juriel was ready to run away. His wife and children had already been safely transported to the central regions a couple of months ago, but he chose to stay a bit longer, greedily trying to swallow more of the people's wealth before running away. Now he realized how dumb his greed was. "This should be enough to buy me a one-way ticket on the teleportation portal and also a ride towards there," the Lord said, looking at all the expensive things in his hands. "I just need to get to the hidden tunnels." The Lord desperately ran towards his throne, but his greed took the best of him as he grabbed more treasures on his way, increasing the load in his hands. When he got to the room, the cries outside the castle had already ended a while ago, making him desperate, but his heavy and unfit body didn't allow him to go faster. Breathing hard, Juriel had finally reached the throne room and swiftly kicked the wooden chair, revealing a staircase under it. "Just you wait and see, I will come back," he muttered coldly, revealing a deep killing intent. However, when he was about to step on the stairs and descend towards the secret tunnel, a cold and metallic feeling pressed against his neck, threatening to behead him if he gave another step. "Look who we got here." Henry's playful voice sounded not far away from him. "Why are you in such a hurry?" "I am fucked." This was the first thought that crossed his mind as he looked helplessly to his hands, towards the gold. He shouldn't have been so greedy. He already had enough things to pay for the transportation. "I have some funny questions about you and your actions in these last few months." Henry's voice continued to have a cold but playful tone. "Luther here will take good care of this small conversation, right?" "Yes, my liege." Luther's voice was full of killing intent. "Thanks." The war was over and Eisenberg fell into Henry's hand. Juriel was in the city's prison, being slowly interrogated by Luther. At this point, he should have already lost a few fingers or another part of his body. Henry wanted to know everything about the betrayal, and for that he didn't mind using unorthodox methods that went against his morals. Henry was sitting on the throne room, reading through the reports about Eisenberg, deciding what he had to do about the city. Eisenberg's subjects have been sucked and extorted from their money by Juriel, who used the winter as a pretext to raise the taxes all over the city. As a result, within a couple of months, the people were unable to afford basic necessities such as food and firewood to survive. All this money went directly to Juriel's pockets. Henry has been reading the report about the city's situation for a whole day, trying to figure out how to solve this situation. However, time was running dry, so Henry delegated the task of managing the city to a few trusted individuals from the capital, chosen by Luke, who had a talent for identifying and filtering skilled personnel. In fact, Luke's abilities would make him an excellent talent acquisition employee back on Earth, gaining at least 6 digits. The most pressing issues right now are food and healthcare. Henry muttered as he pensively tapped his fingers on the armrest of the throne. "The food stock of the capital has been stabilized to a certain point, so we can send some to here. But doctors are going to be hard, since I only have a few hands to help on this case." It seems like I will have to speed up the plan of opening the first university in my lands. We don't have healers, so we must raise doctors and herbalists. Henry was aware of the existence of healers who could utilize mana to cure innumerous diseases in this world, maybe even cancer had treatment. However, healers were scarce even in the central regions due to the strict requirements needed to become one, like affinity and a certain pattern of the mana circuits. The poor North had only 2 known healers. He needed to develop doctos. Regrettably, knowledge in this world was concentrated in the hands of a selected few, who only passed it down to their chosen disciples. It was like an inheritance that could only be divided by those who the dead chose to donate. This was a recurring issue, even on Earth, where prior to modern times, knowledge was transferred solely to professors, direct students within universities, which limited the scope and progress of various fields. This fact only changed once the capitalist system required a workforce more capacitated and trained. Benefits of implementing and erecting public universities in his kingdom were immense, greatly outweighing the risk of a democratic revolution taking place due to a highly educated elite. He only had to do a good job. Brainwashing this people, and school was a great place to do so. Universities would allow him to expand numerous areas, like health and military forces. Maybe he would even be able to develop a modern fire gun, changing the course of this world, like when the Chinese discovered gunpowder. Education was the better way to construct a better future for his people and achieve his dream of becoming someone who could change the world with his own hands, like Alexander, Genghis Khan, and Julius Caesar. I can only begin executing this plan once the kingdom has been completely stabilized, Henry muttered, scratching his forehead. I have to accomplish everything within this month. Otherwise, I risk losing the trust of the people and also another country entering my borders to take my land. Although the countries around didn't want to take a territory that bordered the frozen forest, they would surely want to get the southwest side of the kingdom, which had a small production of cold iron, enough to raise a small army. Henry couldn't allow that important asset to fall in another's hand. It would be a big impact to the economy and would probably delay the progress of the kingdom in at least 10 years. I must take Morante and recover control over the White Merchant Road, which gives access to the village where the iron is extracted. Henry knew that he needed to hurry as the winter ended, and the neighboring kingdoms must have already heard about the noble's betrayal and the weakened stall. The administrative personnel must already be on the way with a carriage of food and a few doctors and the barbarian herbalists. Henry muttered, standing up from the throne and picking a sword laying peacefully against it. I must get going. He had been resting in Icemit for 2 days, enough for him and Luther to recover their strength after the attack against the city. Now he was ready to take down Morante, the second most important city in the kingdom of Stahl and the richest of them all, where the money concentrated in the greedy hands of its lord, Duchess Codicia, the most powerful warrior after Luther, a woman who was near the 6th stage, a woman who had deep control over ice mana. The road to Morante was straight and clear, with no dangerous obstacles in sight, and the bandits, who occasionally attacked the merchants, dared not to face Henry's large and well-equipped troops. Surprisingly, they had lost fewer than 20 members of the infantry during Icemit's takeover, a testament to their strength, skill, and an efficient plan. Morante was under the rule of Duchess Codicia, a woman known for her stunning beauty and ruthless ambition. She had even killed her own husband with a single stab of a dagger during a simple disagreement. Codicia was a descendant of a great warrior family that had helped found the kingdom with Gerrit von Stahl. It was going to be a tough fight, as the Duchess wasn't a merchant like Juriel, but Henry has been preparing for this moment for the last few months. It was Eisenberg's trained builders that erected and planned this city from the scratch, which gave Henry a great database about it. He had studied every detail of Morante's layout and knew the best way to enter and exit the city. Thanks to this huge number of information and his careful planning, the king had already mapped out the most efficient way to take down the city without needing to use Luther as a battering ram to break down the walls. Seems like our arrival wasn't exactly a surprise, Henry remarked, his eyes fixed on the intimidating stone walls ahead, where the archers were already on high alert, poised to strike at any moment, but that won't stop us. Are you ready? Yes, my lord, a voice from behind him answered. It belonged to a woman dressed entirely in black, her body blending into the shadows, making it impossible for someone to discern her appearance. Lyre was a member of the 1st Battalion, who joined the army during the winter, after Henry had already dominated the barbarians. In its core, Stahl's culture was a patriarchal one, with the women occupying few important spaces, which included the army that had only 50 female members. Henry wanted to build a meritocratic system that didn't discriminate based on gender or race, guaranteeing a chance to everyone who had enough desire and competency to help the kingdom. He had no desire to turn his back on talents. Liar was someone who he discovered by chance in one of his visits to the army's barracks, where she was being trained by her father, one of the captains of the 1st Battalion. After watching her and confirming her abilities, he invited her to be part of an experiment, being one of the first to survive the imprint of a tribal tattoo on her skin. However, contrary to most of the other 100, which received the winter orc's blood, inheriting a part of their mighty strength, Liar was imprinted with an inverno owl's blood, a creature that could easily blend with the surroundings, hiding its existence from their predators. It was a rare animal that could only be captured by chance, when they were a kindling or too old to run away. In sum, her tribal tattoo gave her the talent to utilize the mana inside her body to cover her skin and imitate the surroundings, making her existence faint to the others. Furthermore, she inherited the ability to suppress most produced sounds, such as her own walking, like a flying owl. Unfortunately, Liar would probably never break through to the transcendent realm. However, it was because of her abilities that Henry was confident in breaking down the gates and rapidly taking over the city. Liar was the best tool to have in such circumstances. Liar, when the sun goes down, you can initiate the operation. Henry commanded and turned to look at her almost invisible figure, which he had to focus deeply to discern. I am counting on you. Liar bowed her head and disappeared, like a ghost. Luther, who had distanced himself to take care of the management of a few soldiers, soon walked to the king's side. Luther, we will need to get all their attention to us. We need to buy Liar enough time. Excellent. On top of the walls, looking out towards Henry's army, Duchess Codicia stood tall and proud. Her clothing was as alluring as she was deadly, a shimmering silver gown that hugged her curves in all the right places. Furthermore, her long jet-black hair cascaded down her back in gentle waves, framing her striking features, but those icy blue eyes were like those of a snake, ready to sneak on her prey. The soldiers surrounding Duchess Codicia were quaking with fear as they stood in her presence. They knew all too well of her fearsome reputation. The stories of her ruthlessness and her tendency to kill without a second thought were still fresh in their minds. Even her own husband had fallen prey to her merciless ways, meeting a cruel end after a week of their arranged marriage. I should have killed him before leaving the capital, Codicia murmured in frustration, her eyes identifying the king among the crowd of enemies. Then taking the throne would have been way easier. But it wouldn't have been that fun. I still want to face the old man. Prepare yourselves, they will attack soon, she screamed, snatching a bow from a nearby soldier. And remember this, if each of you don't claim at least 3 enemy lives before they reach our walls, I will not hesitate to exterminate your entire families. As Codicia's cold and vicious voice rang out, her soldiers straightened their backs in fear and turned their gaze towards the enemy. With trembling hands, they reached for their weapons and prepared themselves for the coming attack. Tension permeated the walls. Morante was surrounded by a light forest, which had a scarce number of torch trees that were used to light up the way, and functioned as a good way for the defenders to spot trespasser and sneaking enemies during the night. Liar was carefully treading her way, contouring the walls and using her ability to blend with the surroundings, like a chameleon avoiding others' perceptions, taking care to not get spotted by the archers over the wall, who were on high alert due to the enemies on the horizon. Soon, Liar's cautious steps led her towards a sewage mouth, which looked like a dark abyss, where all the waste was dumped into a now frozen stream of water. The disgusting sight and the smell of feces, urine, and other frozen substances that covered the ground made her stomach turn. The smell was so strong that Liar almost lost control over her ability and got exposed. She was a hunter and a soldier who were on the battlefield or hunting on a daily basis, but the strong smell caused her to want to turn away and run. However, remembering Henry's trustful eyes, she gritted her teeth and courageously faced that dark door. I have to do it. Liar closed her eyes as she thought, the king is counting on me. She took a deep breath, steeling her heart for the mission as she knew what was at stake and the importance of her actions. She had to succeed, or her brothers and sister might lose their lives. That's why, with a determined stride, Liar made her way to the sewer mouth, stepping over those disgusting vestiges. When she was about to crawl into the tunnel, she took out a small maps, her fingers tracing the intricate tunnels that would lead her into the city, into the core of this war. She was confirming again the right ways. Without a second thought, Liar got inside the tunnel. The sewages were dark, damp, and reeked of the filth that flowed through them. Liar had to hold back the urge to vomit as she strode through the putrid water, where some were frozen and some were still in liquid form, thanks to the warming environment. But she had to keep moving forward, no matter what. Not long after she got into the sewages, sounds of an intense water sounded as the tunnels slightly trembled with the soldiers' heavy steps above her. The battle has begun. Lyre thought as she rushed, already accustomed with the situation. She just wanted to accomplish her mission. I need to go faster. A few minutes later, after tens of turns and squeezing through some tight tunnels, Later could finally see a narrow gap with ladders that stretched upwards appeared in front of him. It was one of the places used by the maintenance personnel to clear the way. It's here, Lyre murmured, knowing that the battle on the surface has escalated and was reaching the apex. She carefully began to ascend the ladders, careful to not make any noises that could echo across the tunnel and reach the defenders' ears. Although the battle outside was chaotic and loud, Lyre wasn't going to put the mission at risk. At a slow pace, she reached the lid in a question of seconds, feeling the vibrations and hearing the sounds to confirm that no one was approaching before she decided to open it. Peering around, she was in a tight alley, from where she could see the soldiers moving rapidly from one side to another, but mostly in the direction of the main gate, where Henry led his army to attack. Lyre decided to seize the opportunity and got out of the tunnel. The chaos was so intense that no soldier cared for the extra pair of feet left on the snow, following right behind them. It didn't take long for Lyre to see the stone walls filled with archers, crazily shooting their arrows towards the invaders. A cold glint permeated Lyre's eyes. Her mission was right in front of her. Henry and Luther were on top of their snowflake horses, watching the battle unfold in front of them from a safe distance. Due to the goal of this mission, Henry decided to grant some autonomy to his captains, curious to see how they organized and led their soldiers. But soon he felt frustration building up inside him. He wanted to slap himself for expecting too much and setting his bar too high. Luther was an excellent general, able to come up with intelligent plans on his own, Eismit and even Lyre's mission being a solid proof for that. However, unfortunately, the captains under him didn't seem to own that same head. Maybe because the power in the army was too concentrated in the hands of the generals and the king, leading them to be only soldiers with just a higher status. They have no knowledge on strategy. It's going to be a problem in the future. Henry grasped the reins of his horse tightly as he thought. Henry knew that in the future, the battles would be happening in numerous fronts and in a scattered way. It would be too much different from the current situation, where they only had to attack and defend against the army in front of them. It would be impossible for him and Luther to be present on all sides of the battlefield to lead them. The kingdom of Stahl was fraught with weakness, meaning that the foundation too weak and unprepared to support any kind of expansion. It was a miracle that the borders were still intact amidst a civil war occurring for a few months. Henry couldn't help but thank these inhospitable and poor lands. If not for them, his head and throne would be rolling around when he managed to occupy the body. I will have to incorporate a curriculum on strategy in the university, Henry decided, his eyes not leaving the battlefield in front of him. I will write down warfare tactics developed on Earth for the students, providing them with a solid basis. Even though this world is heavily dependent on mana, it will still prove to be of help. Furthermore, in the future, to occupy a seat as a leader in the army, one must have at least a degree from the university. Unknowingly, in a single instant, Henry had laid the outline of the destination that all future and unparalleled aspiring commanders yearned to reach. A place that fostered the greatest leaders and strategies, a place that dictated the direction of history itself and solidified the power of Stahl over the lands. After deciding that, Henry turned his attention back to the soldiers fighting in the front line. He had given the captains a simple hit-and-run tactic. This would involve the army launching quick, surprise attacks on different areas of the walls, but then immediately withdrawing before the defenders could mount a proper defense. The idea behind this strategy was to force the defenders to constantly move their forces to counter the army's attacks, which would then prevent Codicia's soldiers from effectively organizing her troops. By doing this, Henry's army could keep the defenders on their toes and build a chaotic space, allowing Lyre plenty of time to sneak into the city and complete her mission. Unfortunately, the captains of the teams were always late in their withdrawals, resulting in hurtful losses for the army. The team with the least number of injured soldiers was the one implanted with the tribal tattoos, but this result wasn't because of the captain's great commanding skills, but simply due to their bodies being as strong as a winter orc. The tribal troops were followed by the cavalry, which relied on the speed of the horses to dodge the arrows and get away from the range of the rain. Ones with the most injured and dead were clearly the infantry, who didn't manage to get away rapidly from the fire range and got caught in it. Henry decided to face those losses as an investment. He wanted to train those commanders to see and feel the battlefield from a new perspective, growing into a great asset for the kingdom in the future wars. His kingdom couldn't relay into only two people, he had to diversify. Let's wait for Liar's signal, Henry said with confidence, remembering the girl's loyal and assuring black eyes. Excellent. On top of the walls, Duchess Codicia was firing arrow after arrow towards the enemies, while also cursing and threatening her soldiers, slapping them on the head. She was infuriated for not being able to shoot down Luther and Henry, who kept far away from the battlefield, but also seeing her archers unable to exterminate the soldiers below. Codicia's arrows were coated in a deadly icy blue aura that could freeze the blood of those who were touched by it. In sum, she was utilizing her powerful elemental mana and her strength to kill the attackers, not caring about emptying her heart of mana. She was a mad person who allowed her emotions to run her. She only wanted to kill everyone to satisfy her fury and boiling blood. However, when she was about to shoot another arrow, despair flashed through her eyes as the front gates opened. An invisible force was pushing it from the inside, but Codicia was almost a 6th-stage warrior and was able to notice the slight change of mana in the surroundings. Ah, she screamed madly, whore. I am going to kill you. A few minutes earlier. Liar followed the guards with stealth, her movements precise and fluid as she strove to follow in their footsteps without being detected. She blended in with her surroundings, her skin mimicking the pale hues of the wooden walls and the white snow beneath her feet. Liar had been training relentlessly for 3 months, learning how to maximize her new abilities. Unfortunately, she couldn't maintain her ability for a long time, being restricted to 4 hours at most, and was unable to hide every trace of her existence, such as smell or breathing. Time limited the extent of her abilities, but it was enough to accomplish this mission, or so Henry hoped. With every step following behind the soldiers, Liar approached the gates of Morante, her heart beating faster and faster. In the distance, she saw a chaotic scene unfolding in front of her eyes. Defenders were shooting arrows while yelling at each other in anger as their enemies dodged their attacks. Occasionally, arrows flew over the wall and hit the defenders, who were either carried away on improvised stretchers or thrown down the walls to die, extinguishing any sense of camaraderie that existed. Duchess Codicia didn't seem to care about the chaos on the ramparts or the death of her soldiers. She only cared about the utter destruction of those who sought to take her city from her, urging her fighters to take their weapons and hold their positions to increase the chances of killing the invaders. In the end, the process didn't matter, only the results. Under that scenery, Liar had arrived at the most critical part of her mission, just a few meters away from the gates and the Duchess herself, the gates. Only one guard stood in her way, keeping watch over the gates, which had a heavy wooden log placed horizontally across it for extra protection, preventing the enemies to easily breach the city. There was no time for hesitation. Liar had to act quickly and kill the guard in front of her. It was a difficult mission, since the Inverno Owl's tribal tattoo seemed to prohibit her from carrying weapons, as if its very blood and soul found this kind of external help repulsive. Oh, Liar breathed deeply as her heart raced with anticipation. She swiftly moved towards her target, reaching her hand to the small dagger hanging on the soldier's waist. But just as she was about to grasp the weapon, with her fingers almost touching the hilt of the dagger, a sudden and painful shout caused the soldier to turn his head. At that moment, Liar froze, not daring to move or breathe, afraid that she would be noticed and cause even more losses to her king and her people. The soldier's frightened gaze swept over the area, seeing the corpse of a soldier who had fallen helplessly from the top of the walls with an arrow lodged in his chest. He immediately averted his eyes, afraid that the Duchess would call him up. I am safe here. The soldier closed his eyes, praying not to be called. My wife and son are waiting for me at home. I can't die here. Unfortunately, he shouldn't have closed his eyes. He provided Liar with the best opportunity to advance in her mission. No! Liar shouted in her head and finally took the dagger from the man. Her movements were too quick for the soldier to react, and he barely had time to turn around before he felt the cold metal of the dagger slicing through his flesh. Liar caught him before he fell to the ground, holding him gently as she dragged him and rested him against the wall like a tired person taking a nap. She surveyed the area, ensuring that no one had witnessed the bizarre sight of a dagger suspended in the air and the guard crumpling to the ground as it slit through his throat. Thankfully, the chaotic surroundings didn't allow her to be spotted. The only thing left is to open the gates, Liar thought as she looked at the heavy wooden log blocking her way. I will have to switch off my abilities. Even before killing the guard, Liar had already thought about her options and realized that she would have to deactivate her ability to open the gates. She was only a 3rd-stage warrior, meaning that she would have to place all her strength into lifting the wooden log. She wouldn't be able to deviate her attention elsewhere. Liar was prepared to die. She deactivated the ability and pushed all her mana to the circuits, exploding it in her muscles. It was just enough to force the gates open, but also to place her in a difficult situation. Liar summoned every ounce of strength to lift the barricade and pry open the heavy gates. Fortunately, the defenders were preoccupied with climbing the walls and taking care of the injured, allowing Liar to move the barricade without being noticed. Moreover, the gates were one of the safest locations in the city, since the king's army was too far away and unable to approach due to the barrage of arrows raining down on them. The defenders didn't pay attention to the location and left only one guard to watch over it. However, as the gates creaked open, exposing the city to the invaders, the soldiers felt their hearts jump out of their throats, only to be forcefully swallowed back as the cavalry made a swift U-turn and charged towards the gates, leaving a thin trail of snow in their wake. They were in a dangerous situation. "Oh, Horn, I'm going to kill you," Duchess Codicia's furious voice echoed throughout the city as she slapped one of the men beside her, who was watching the situation lifelessly imbecile. "Close the gates." The slap was a necessary tool for him to wake up to the present. He didn't seem to mind the Duchess' action and rapidly descended the walls, followed by a group of armed soldiers. They had to rapidly close the gates. Excellent. From afar on top of his snowfur horse, Henry could make out a solitary figure draped in black, bravely standing her ground against a crowd of soldiers. She wielded a small dagger with fierce determination, tiredly blocking the attacks of her enemies, trying her best to stall the enemy for the approaching cavalry. "She is getting tired." Henry noticed that Liar's grip on her dagger remained firm, but her movements were becoming slower and less precise, indicating that she was becoming fatigued. Moreover, Codicia's assaults were becoming increasingly intense in an attempt to stall the cavalry's advance towards the gates. Henry knew that if the situation persisted and Liar fell to the increasing number of enemies, only a handful of the cavalry would be able to make it past the gates. This would lead them to be sealed, swarmed, and annihilated inside the city. "Luther, you take care of Codicia," Henry commanded, reining his horse and dashing towards his troops. "I will take charge of the troops and lead the attack on the city." Henry had never considered himself a protagonist blessed with overpowering strength, capable of destroying all obstacles in his path since coming to this world. He would never put himself in harm's way, not if he had someone capable enough to deal with the problem ahead. He felt himself lucky to walk away from all his fights against powerful enemies without any serious injuries or long-lasting scars. That's why when facing a formidable opponent like Codicia, Henry ordered Luther to take care of it since he couldn't do it without risking his life. He wasn't a brainless idiot. As a fourth-stage warrior, his skills were limited, and he would barely survive a confrontation against 20 soldiers mounted on snowfur horses, while Codicia was able to take care and even decimate his entire cavalry with just superficial injuries. In the world of warriors, the difference between the fourth and fifth stage was colossal, especially when it came to instinctual awareness. A fifth-stage warrior could sense every attack that was coming his way and dodge it with lightning-fast reflexes, as if a radar was implanted in their mind, giving them an upper hand over their enemies. In some, the fifth stage was like an infant transcendent, a being capable of surpassing all humans' limitations, stretching their lifespan, and becoming someone capable of destroying a mountain with their attacks. They were beings rejected by the heavens and kept in secret by the nations. Luther was someone who had stepped into this state, but continued to be vulnerable to mortal weapons and be swarmed by a huge number of soldiers. In some, he could take on multiple enemies in the fifth stage, but could still be killed by a sufficient number of them. Henry's snowfur horse was fast, managing to dodge all the barrage of arrows that came towards him. He was dashing towards his infantry, who were already running towards the gates under the orders of his captains. "Listen up, everyone," Henry shouted as he took position in front of them, going to charge straight through the enemy lines and take control of the city. "Don't hesitate, don't falter. We have to be quick and decisive if we're going to win this." He moved slowly, fearful of being shot down by the barrage of arrows from the walls. However, they couldn't maintain this passive action as time was running out, delaying their advance. The infantry was the core of this army, being those with the most numbers and the squad necessary to swarm the city and take control of it. The cavalry was the spearhead, responsible for opening the way and harass the enemies. Henry needed the infantry to move faster, and nothing better than some motivation. "Those who bring me 5 enemies' heads will be getting double of their salaries this month," he screamed loudly from his lungs, raising his sword high. The soldiers looked at each other, some with hesitation, others with determination shining in their eyes. They knew they were outnumbered, but the promise of extra pay was enough to make them push forward. The previous winter made them remember the importance of food and shelter. The sound of clashing swords and battle cries filled the air as they charged towards the city gates, Henry leading them from the front. Unfortunately for the defenders, even under Kodish's madly shooting and significant losses in their numbers, 35 deceased, the cavalry arrived to support the injured Lyre, buying Henry and the cavalry enough time to cross the gates. As for Luther, he was already facing Kodisha, who was unable to continue to kill the king's soldiers. Luther. Kodisha gnashed her teeth as she took out a sword. It's been a while, my apprentice, Luther said with a sad smile on his face. The Kodisha family was one of the first supporters of Gerrit von Stahl in establishing the Stahl kingdom in the region, bringing a significant number of settlers with them, who helped to build the foundations of the nation. They were a low-class family in the central region who swore their loyalty to Gerrit, promising the same treatment to his heirs. This promise was maintained for hundreds of years after the death of Gerrit, with those from Kodisha being responsible for defending and guaranteeing peace in Marante and on the White Merchant Road. As a way to show their respect for the royal family, all those who were entitled to inherit the throne of Marante were sent to the capital for training and to maintain their link with the royal family. However, in recent decades, the Kodisha family has been trying to expand their influence and overshadow the royal family, eating away the kingdom. Fortunately, the previous king was an intelligent man who managed to maintain the opposition force at bay for a period, forcing the Kodisha family to be restricted in Marante and using their heir as some sort of political hostage. In the end, Duchess Kodisha was taken to the castle when she was 12 years old, living inside Eisenberg's walls and being under the tutelage of Luther for almost 15 years. The old general was responsible for instilling in her mind the importance of loyalty to the royal family and to the people. Wind was blowing fiercely on top of Marante's walls, making Duchess Kodisha's black hair resemble the stormy waves in open sea as her piercing blue eyes were fixed on the old figure before her, who had his hands clasped behind his back, trying to hide a sudden tremor. It's been a while, my apprentice. Luther's voice was accompanied by a melancholic smile as his once unblemished face displayed some wrinkles. Those emotions don't fit your eyes. You were such a lovely and innocent child, filled with respect and love for the people. Luther shook his head calmly as his eyes carefully scanned the scene atop the walls. The first thing he noted was the lifeless body beneath Kodisha's feet, whose blood cascaded onto the ground and carved a thin trail on the snow gifted by the harsh winter. It wasn't just your eyes that changed, Luther said, with guilt flickering across his eyes. You're not the same brave and innocent little girl I once knew, the one who would scream and fight against the injustices of this world. You became someone who killed your own husband. Shut you pay. Duchess Kodisha's voice echoed through the walls of Marante as she screamed in madness, her sword slicing through the air, sending a freezing gust towards Luther, who easily dodged with a sidestep. Your dog attitude is to blame for all of this. Kodisha's voice boomed as she raged on, her once icy blue eyes now turning red from fury. Had you supported me in changing this kingdom, had you followed me 2 years ago, none of this would have happened. The people would have long found peace. Luther looked at her with a mix of sadness and disappointment. Because of me. Changing the kingdom. Peace for the people. Is that what you call it? The old man stretched his arms wide, as if trying to shake Duchess Kodisha from her delusion and reveal the reality happening down the walls. Henry was relentlessly cutting down any defenders who dared to stand in his way. Third and fourth stage warriors on the defending side were no match for the soldiers imprinted with the tribal tattoos and the swift cavalry, who utilized their overwhelming strength and speed to suppress these powerhouses and overcome their lack of fourth stage warriors. Luckily for Henry, there were only 3 fourth stage warriors on Kodisha's side. Otherwise, the number of cavalry and infantry at his disposal would not have been sufficient to take the city down. In the end, the result of the battle was nothing short of a brutal massacre. Is that peace? Luther scolded her in fury, showing new wrinkles on his once spotless skin. Duchess Kodisha's grip on her sword faltered as her fingers slightly trembled, but she remained convinced of her decisions. I fought countless battles within the frozen forest and hunted down bandits across the whole kingdom for years. And through it all, I've come to understand that to bring permanent stability to the north, it is necessary for the people to fear their ruler more than they fear the dangers of their surroundings. The royal family has long lost the will to achieve it. Ruthlessness is not strength. Luther replied firmly, his expression hardening. True strength comes from compassion and empathy, from understanding the needs of your people and working to meet them. That is what makes a great ruler, not only fear and violence. The two stood facing each other, their eyes locked in a fierce battle of wills. Duchess Kodisha raised her sword, the ice element crackling around the blade. Sorry, but in order to establish a future for the people, you have to die. With a scream of fury, Kodisha launched herself at Luther, her sword slashing through the air. Luther dodged and weaved, his movements graceful and fluid despite his age. He was in the 6th stage, meaning that he had a great control over his body and could expand his field of observation wider, predicting Kodisha's attack with precision. Duchess's sword was covered in the ice element, as she utilized the air around the sword as an extension of herself, throwing the freezing air towards Luther, who already had his face filled with scratches. He was able to dodge the sword, but the swift and invisible cold air was a much difficult task, even more so within close range of the sword. It was a difficult matter subduing a peak 5th stage warrior while lacking the intention to kill, even for a 6th stage. Memories of the young Kodisha following behind him, while screaming Justice's words held him back, leaving him with the only option of dodging her attacks while suffering superficial injuries from each attack attempt. Dying, dying, dying. The Duchess screamed madly as she swung her sword, causing new injuries to appear on Luther's old skin. However, the old general remained agile and swift, effortlessly dodging and redirecting Kodisha's relentless assaults. With each attack, he sidestepped and used his hands to guide the trajectory away from his body. It was like a cat and rat game as they ran along the walls, with Luther being crazily chased. The soldiers on the way became collateral damages, as Kodisha's freezing attacks grazed them and froze their blood. If this continues, the innocent citizens will get caught in this battle. Luther realized that he was approaching a crucial juncture where outcome of the fight was about to reach the houses below the wall, and he wouldn't allow that. As he dodged yet another attack, Luther stared at Kodisha with a mix of guilt and unwillingness. He blamed himself for letting things escalate to this degree, turning the innocent child back then into a monstrous entity who only cared about her own ambitions. He had to take care of it for the people and his king. Sorry, Luther murmured and closed his eyes, unsheathing his sword in a swift motion. Second form, Moon Redemption. Kodisha's eyes bulged in disbelief and horror as Luther's sword plunged through her chest. She could see the guilt and sadness etched on the old man's face, feeling the strength leave her body as she collapsed to the ground, while still holding onto her sword. She desperately tried to find the strength to stand back up, but blood was pouring out of her mouth, staining her beautiful black hair and the pristine snow around her. Duchess's eyes darted around frantically, and her hands reached out as if searching for something to hold on to. She didn't want to die, not like this. I still have things to do. I can't die and leave the people. She thought to herself, her mind racing as she tried to stay conscious. Suddenly, 2 large hands held her tightly as a soothing voice whispered in her ear, "Worry, kid, I am here, you can rest." It's fine. She remembered that voice. It was a voice that had comforted her since she was a child, a reassuring presence that always appeared when she was in trouble. She also remembered those hands that used to pat her head when she did a great job on a hunt or during training. The Duchess tried to look around, but she had already lost her sight as her brain tried to preserve energy and protect itself. I missed this feeling, she thought with herself as she submerged in darkness. She wasn't scared as those hands gave her enough strength to face everything. It was comforting. Notice of the Duchess's death rapidly spread throughout Morante, dealing a great blow to the defenders, who either dropped their weapons in surrender or have chosen to escape the city as fast as possible. Kodisha's death represented the end of one of the greatest clans on Stahl and the end of a civil war that had torn the kingdom apart. She was the only noble who refused to abandon the people and her lands, even after knowing about Henry's survival and the eventual confront against his army. She betrayed the king, not herself, not her ideals. Henry managed to lead his army and rapidly take over all the strategic places of the city, with the defenders immediately giving up after seeing his army. The 3rd and 4th stage warriors didn't want to lose their lives and chose to follow the footsteps of the normal soldiers, either running away or surrendering. They knew that surviving against those with tribal tattoos and the cavalry was an almost impossible feat. Inside Morante Castle, a liar's figure was lying motionless on a sumptuous bed, as bloody bandages covered a ghastly wound on her chest, absorbing the excessive pus and blood coming from it. Liar's eyes followed quietly her king, who stood by the bed with a concerned but satisfied smile on his lips. You did a good job, Henry stated in a soft voice, his words carrying a sense of gratitude and royalty. I didn't misjudge, you are indeed a great soldier. Liar fought valiantly to keep the enemy's soldiers from closing the gates. She stood her ground even after the swords cut through her flesh, buying Henry and his soldiers enough time to approach and invade the city. Her action was a determining factor to winning the war without incurring in greater losses. Summoning all her strength, Lyre's lips painfully parted, her voice barely above a whisper. "It was my duty, my lord." The family to which Lyre belonged was once highly respected within the kingdom, known for their strength and loyalty. However, their standing had declined over the past few decades since the death of her grandfather, who was a fourth-stage warrior and a skilled user of the wind element. In this world, individuals who possessed the ability to wield elements were highly valued, as they had significantly more power than ordinary users of mana. These individuals could transform raw mana into highly compressed and potent forms, which could manifest in the outside world. Those who lacked the talent to transform raw mana into elements had limited capabilities in using this energy, akin to a car without fuel, unable to achieve their full power. In some, they would never be able to cause as much destruction as someone gifted with an element. The 7 main elements are fire, wind, earth, water, thunder, light, and darkness, which can branch into other elements like space and ice. The ability to convert mana into elements depends on a combination of factors, including talent, physique, bloodline, technique, luck, and willpower. For instance, someone might possess a thunder element talent, but without large mana circuits and a considerable mana heart, they would be unable to guide and store large volumes of mana, making them weaker than others. Of course, there were ways to change these inborn factors, but it required a huge number of rare materials and specific techniques. The dire situation in the north prevented even the rich residents to raise their chances of getting their futures transformed. Lyre wasn't born with the talent to wield elements, but she was fortunate enough to possess a sturdy body, a great will, and large mana circuits, which allowed her to receive the baptism of tribal tattoos, which guaranteed her access to the darkness element, which she utilized to slip into Morante and accomplish her mission. She would never be able to rise past the limitations of the Inverno Owl, since her soul and bloodline were sealed with it, but it was enough to her. She had proven her worth. Henry placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "You can have a rest now. You have done me a great service. I need to get back to work." Lyre tried to get up, but Henry gently pushed her back with a smile. "There's no need for formalities. You need to rest," he said before adding, "I'll require your talents soon." With that, Henry turned and exited the room, leaving Lyre with a dumbfounded expression. The king had to dispatch expeditions from Morante to explore the interior of the kingdom and gather intelligence on other cities and villages. Fortunately, with the enemy defeated and no organized resistance expected, Henry could remain in Morante and oversee the operations from the capital itself. These expeditions would benefit from the White Merchant Road, which would facilitate the troops' dispersal and enable them to cover more ground efficiently. Almost every city and village were linked, in some way, to this road. Henry placed great importance on the villages situated around the western mountains, which not only bordered the sea, but also supplied the kingdom with small yet significant quantities of cold iron, one of the most important resources for the kingdom's economy and military. The cold iron was greatly used to equip the army and could be considered Stahl's resource with the most volume of exportation to the other nations. In some, the kingdom was heavily reliant on it. However, there were no established cities solely focused on extracting it, and the job was shared by a few neighboring villages. Previously, merchants visited these villages once a month to trade for the cold iron, distributing it across the kingdom and through the north. Henry had to rapidly dispatch his army to secure these villages, lest something big happens. 3 weeks later, Henry was already back at the capital. Henry only needed 3 weeks to retake control of the rest of his kingdom. He had already captured the 2 most important and well-protected cities, Morante and Eisenberg, which were the most important places for commerce and for the control of the kingdom. The remaining towns were no match for Henry's army, and their weak walls could be easily breached with a single wave of attack. They didn't even dare to close the gates on the sight of the powerful king's army. Unfortunately, during their mission to reclaim the territory, the army discovered that 4 villages had been wiped out during the Civil War due to famine, cold, wild animals, or bandit attacks. This loss meant the death of at least 10,000 people, a significant number in the small and sparsely populated Stahl, where immigration was almost non-existent. It meant less mouths to feed, but less hands to work. Henry was aware that the end of the Civil War would bring a brief period of peace, which he needed to use to stabilize the fragile kingdom. He knew that his lands were susceptible to external attacks, and other kingdoms could take advantage of this opportunity to invade. While the other kingdoms were unlikely to attack the northern areas of Stahl, which bordered to the frozen forest, they could still try to gain control of the valuable cold iron mines in the west. To prevent this, Henry had stationed most of his troops on the southern border, the only point of entry for potential attackers. Stahl, similar to the country of Portugal on Earth, was situated on a peninsula. Frozen forest lay to the north, while the western boundary was marked by a mountain range that ran alongside the sea, and the east was bathed by the Silver Sea. As a result, the southern region was the only link between Stahl and the rest of the mainland, where the neighboring kingdoms of Eritrea and Luak stood on Henry's path. Eritrea and Luak, like many other kingdoms in the north, were extremely impoverished, but still slightly wealthier than Stahl, who had its army weakened due to the civil war. Henry knew that they would stop at nothing to attack and swallow the few cold iron mines he possessed in the west. The only reason they had not attacked yet was that they did not want to be the first to suffer losses. It was much more advantageous to wait until their adversaries were significantly weakened before attempting to attack, as it would yield greater rewards. This short period of hesitation was precisely what Henry required to fortify his kingdom and strengthen his army, while also developing new ways to attack and defend against the enemies. Probably they would begin their attacks in a year or two, and the kingdom had to be prepared. To deceive his adversaries, Henry had deployed most of his troops to the southern border, which was the only vulnerable point of entry into his kingdom. This strategy aimed to project an image of strength and firmness, demonstrating that Stahl remained firm despite the betrayal of its nobles and the recent civil war. By creating this illusion, Henry allowed the enemy's imagination to run wild, which could delay the potential attacks by a few weeks or months. The sound of Henry's fingers tapping rhythmically against his wooden desk echoed through the empty halls of the castle. Inside his office, the king was studying the hundreds of drawings and words inscribed on the table in front of him. "This is it," Henry exclaimed softly to himself, convinced that the plan before him was precisely what he needed to succeed. With the limited time available to him, he believed that this plan was the key to victory. This strategy will be divided into 7 steps. The first step is to recruit more soldiers and implement a meritocratic system on these lands, guaranteeing that the army will be more achievement-oriented. This won't be a problem, since there are a lot of unemployed personnel. Henry murmured, "Also, I can't wait for the barbarians' next generation. I am going to integrate them now, while forcing discipline and loyalty inside their heads. This part will be hard." Scratching his head, Henry realized that the solutions to his problems were right in front of him. All he needed was to complete each step patiently and efficiently, all while racing against time, a paradox in itself. "I must follow Genghis Khan's path," Henry mused, rising from his seat and walking over to the small window in his office. From there, he gazed down at the bustling capital below, nestled beneath the towering walls of the castle. "My first step will be to establish a swift, well-trained cavalry capable of launching surprise attacks and executing quick retreats when necessary," he declared, formulating his plan to achieve victory. "The other steps will be concluded together with this one." 1.5 years later. Back on Earth, Alexander the Great became the king of Macedonia at the age of 20, and by the time he was 30, he had conquered most of the known world, including Greece, Egypt, Persia, and parts of India. However, for Alexander's empire to reach such a great feat and be present in modern's history books, there was a need for a stable and organized kingdom. Under the leadership of Philip II, Alexander's father, Macedon underwent a period of significant political and military reform that laid the groundwork for its later success. Philip reorganized the Macedonian army, creating a powerful and disciplined force that was capable of defeating much larger and more established armies. He introduced new weapons and tactics, including the sarissa, a long spear, and the phalanx formation that gave the Macedonian army a decisive advantage on the battlefield. He also embarked on a program of cultural and economic development, encouraging trade and commerce, and sponsoring the arts and sciences. He founded the city of Philippi, which became an important center of trade and culture, and he sponsored the construction of public buildings and monuments throughout Macedon. In sum, Philip's reforms helped to strengthen Macedon's position within Greece and set the stage for Alexander's later conquests. It was also because of his great view that Macedonia became one of the most powerful and influential states in the ancient world. He spent over 2 decades working to transform his kingdom into such a major power. Thinking back on Macedonia's history, Henry knew that 2 years was an insufficient amount of time to completely lay a solid foundation for his kingdom to conquer the world, like Alexander had done. However, he had to utilize this time to create the groundwork to at least resist the 2 external countries, who were already thinking how to divide his lands and iron mines. Henry's strategy consisted of 7 distinct steps, 3 of which were intended to provide immediate solutions, while the remaining 4 were already in progress but would only yield results on the long run. Thanks. Over the course of a year and a half, Eisenberg, the capital of Stahl, has been under a massive reconstruction project, keeping the people busy. This project was initiated after Henry came to the realization, during the Civil War, that all cities in Stahl were constructed with the sole purpose of surviving the dangers posed by the North. Henry was determined to change this reality and provide a good environment for his people, while also boosting the commerce of the city. To do this, he ordered the construction of new streets and the widening of the existing ones. He also instructed the placement of more ducts under the frozen ground, making it easier to bring fresh water and to dispose of the waste of the capital. All these changes that were implemented were financed through the royal treasury. Workers who were involved in the project were primarily compensated with food, and only a small percentage required iron as payment. The depletion of his treasury didn't bring uneasy to Henry. As a long-term investor, he was confident that these expenses would yield significant returns in the future. The commander's training center was a grand and imposing building, erected beside the castle, and that had the mission to select and train soldiers into true leaders. It was built following Henry's idea to specialize and teach his soldiers more about battle and war strategies. At the moment, only the current captains and commanders of the army were permitted to attend the classes. Nonetheless, Henry aspired to emulate the universities on Earth by establishing entrance tests that would enable any individual with sufficient intelligence and aptitude to gain admission and become exceptional leaders in the army. This approach would enable him to identify the best candidates while also distinguishing them from the less qualified ones. The building consisted of numerous rooms, ranging from training rooms to sleeping quarters. Amongst them, the most significant one was the Grand Leader Chamber, a spacious, oval-shaped room with high ceilings that exuded a sense of grandeur and importance, even in the absence of expensive decor. Inside the Grand Leader Chamber, Henry stood behind the lectern. His cold gray eyes scanned each of the 30 uniformed soldiers standing before him, analyzing their every move. They were looking straight at him with an air of respect as their hands rested over their chest, a gesture implemented by Henry. Suddenly, the king's gaze shifted to 2 individuals standing at the forefront, their faces bearing an expression of shame as they tried to remain motionless. They were the 2 generals, Iosif and Olero, who had been compelled to attend the classes due to their complete lack of strategy during the wars. Henry gave them a satisfied smile before returning his attention to the crowd. "It has been a year since you started learning from me. You all still have a long way to go, but time is not on our side. This was supposed to be a 2-year course, but your next lessons won't be on a class but on a real battlefield." Henry stopped and allowed silence to envelop the room, scrutinizing the expressions of his audience. He searched for traces of fear, but instead, he only saw courage and enthusiasm gleaming in their eyes. Not even a hint of hesitation could be discerned. They had been all baptized by Henry's knowledge and knew more about their role in the battlefield. As a result, they were confident in their ability to triumph over their enemies. Henry was glad. His days were going to be a lot easier. Henry's plan to educate the commanders was a crucial step in his mission to rebuild and transform the kingdom of Stahl, creating a solid foundation for the future. He had no desire to witness another scene of unprepared leaders, such as the one in the battle against Kodisha, which resulted in the loss of 20 cavalry and almost 60 infantries, due to their lack of knowledge and skills to set the right timing for advancing and retreating. The kingdom required smart leaders who could supplement and defend all fronts of a battle, enough to let Henry focus on the important battles and on the development of the kingdom without being concerned about his back being swarmed by those crawling ants. Furthermore, following this wish, Henry also intensified his efforts in enlarging the base of his army, while also asking Luther to design a structured training course that would need to be done by all soldiers. The training course designed by Luther was rigorous and comprehensive, covering all aspects of warfare, including horseback riding, archery, sword fighting, and formation tactics. After ending this training, the leader would have enough information about the soldiers' capabilities and talents, enabling them to delegate positions. This way, Henry planned on developing a well-trained and disciplined army, capable of defending the kingdom against any threat. To recruit new soldiers, Henry sent a warrior to each village of the kingdom, spreading the word that the king needed new blood under his commands. It was a success as the roads to the capital got filled by pilgrims seeking food and shelter from the dangers of the north, leaving Henry surprised. 2 months was enough time for Henry's army to grow from 3,000 to almost 10,000, while the news of more candidates flocking the roads kept reaching the capital, making Henry's plan to restructure everything to become even more urgent. He couldn't let the city to grow disorganized and unrestrained, since it could potentially breed a hidden power beyond his throne, much like the slums on Earth, where criminal organizations became the rule itself. Henry knew that it would be troublesome to manage all these soldiers and new residents in the capital, but there was nothing he could do to stop this exodus. He needed the soldiers to resist the two kingdoms in the south. The army only stopped growing 6 months later, when it reached the astonishing mark of 14,000 soldiers, almost 5% of all Stahl's population. Henry deemed this number sufficient to stop the enemy kingdoms, even if they joined hands, even more so with trained soldiers. Are they ready? Henry turned his head and asked Luther. Henry and Luther stood on an open field, with their eyes fixed on hundreds of soldiers mounted on the ferocious snowfare horses. They were firing arrows at faraway dummies, their movements precise and coordinated, as if their minds were linked. Henry had taken special care to ensure that his cavalry was well-trained and well-equipped, emptying every iron piece in his treasury. In this medieval world, mostly in the north, where magic was scarce and battles were fought with swords and bows, the cavalry was one of the most feared and deadly forces. Henry knew that a well-trained cavalry could dominate the battlefield, and he was determined to make his cavalry the best in the land. In sum, he wanted to emulate Genghis Khan, a legendary conqueror on Earth, who managed to take in his hands 1/3 of all Asia, being recognized as the greatest conqueror of all time. However, his conquest was only possible due to his genius military strategies and to his powerful cavalry. Henry wanted to adapt this legendary conqueror's way to his own army. Henry ordered the barbarians and hunters to scour the first layer of the frozen forest for snowfare horses on the second month following Kodish's death. They were able to capture 1,500 of these horses, enough to create a great force even in the north, even more so when all soldiers were in the first warrior's stage and half of them had a tribal tattoo imprinted on them. Henry managed to make a complete survey of his army. It counted with 5,000 soldiers in the first stage warrior, 400 in the second, 50 in the third, 5 in the fourth, and 2 in the fifth. Luther was the only one in the sixth stage, someone capable of facing 10 enemies in fifth stages at the same time. The rest were all normal soldiers, who didn't manage to store any mana in their hearts despite receiving Stahl's basic manual, which allowed them to reach up to the fourth stage. Luther nodded in response to Henry's question. Yes, Your Majesty. They are ready. They have been trained rigorously for months and are now in top condition. The snowfare horses have also been all tamed and bonded with their partners. The key to a successful cavalry was to create a bond between the rider and the horse and to train them together as a single unit. That was why Henry had ordered the barbarians and hunters to only capture the best horses for his cavalry, while also assigning them to the most skilled riders. Each rider had to spend months bonding with their horse, learning its personality, and training it to respond to their commands. They had to know every movement their horse was capable of, every reaction, every sign of fatigue or injury, and they had to be able to anticipate their horse's needs and emotions. But Henry didn't stop there. He also trained his cavalry to fight as a team, using formations and tactics that allowed them to outmaneuver and overwhelm their enemies. They practiced charging in waves, feigning retreats to lure the enemy into ambushes, and attacking from unexpected angles. They also trained to coordinate their attacks with the rest of the army, using the cavalry's speed and mobility to exploit gaps in the enemy lines and disrupt their formations. In sum, they were the perfect war machine and a big present for the two countries. Good, Henry nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging that his investment had been worthwhile. Unfortunately, we haven't yet been able to discover a way to stabilize the torch tree's seed yet. There have been so many explosions that I had to ask the chief researcher Luna to move her lab out. Immediately, Henry's mind flashed back to the blonde-haired and crazy lady that had knocked on his door, holding a bag filled with improvised testing tubs and claiming that she was an alchemist and she would work for free if he provided enough materials. However, the event following his decision made him rethink his choice. In just 2 days, Luna had blown up the facilities he had meticulously built for her. He could feel a shiver run down his spine at the memory of her wild eyes and maniacal grin as she watched the workshop being engulfed by fire. It was like putting a pyromaniac in charge of a fireworks factory. Henry wanted to dispose of her, but she managed to convince him otherwise, showing some partial success in stabilizing the seeds. However, he had no choice but to relocate her lab somewhere else, lest she incinerate the other residents. Continue with the training. Henry tapped Luther's shoulder with a smile on his lips. I know you must be exhausted, but hang in there. Once we finish, I'll reward you with some stash I've been keeping. The old man swallowed hard as he thought about that precious alcoholic honey. Which year? He asked. 93, Henry responded with a smile and a twinkle in his eyes. If you can train them to your best, I might give you the whole jar. It was a simple bribe, but enough to lift Luther's spirit, which had been down ever since their return from Morante. In fact, it appeared when he got down from the walls, with Codicia's lifeless body. He was aware of the old man's stubbornness and chose not to talk about it. However, he could still try to cheer him up. I am going to visit Luna. Henry tapped the old man's shoulders again, but he didn't even respond him back. Fug, are you blind? The old man screamed and dashed towards one of the soldiers, not even noticing that his king had left already. He was only focused on winning that delicious jar. Luna wearily rested her chin on the desk, her stunning emerald-green eyes fixed on a vial before her. Inside it, a cracked purple seed bobbed at the bottom, sheltered from the flame heating it up. Another failure. Luna grumbled, banging her head on the desk a few times in frustration. The temperature is spot on, but the magic circle is too unstable. The increase in temperature seems to stir the fire mana inside the seed, causing the energy to escape in two ways, a milder one and an explosive one. It's like trying to contain a ticking time bomb. Well, now I know why those other mages in the central region threw in the towel on stabilizing these seeds. She mumbled and let out a deep sigh. Even a tiny increase in temperature can lead it to explode. It's only stable in the freezing cold of the north, but outside of this region, forget it. There are also dangers for a living organism to hold it in their hands, since there can be heat exchange. Damn! Luna let out a heavy sigh and leaned back in her chair, rubbing her temples. She had been working on stabilizing the torch tree seeds for months, but progress had been slow and frustrating. It seemed like every breakthrough was followed by several failures. But she refused to give up easily, even if the task seemed impossible. She had fled from her family in the central region and traveled to these freezing lands just to study the torch tree seeds. All of that to find out the secrets of these seeds, which might be a great help for her breakthrough to a new level of strength. Sigh. Lena sighed as her hands powerlessly dropped on top of the armchair, closing her eyes. I would have brought my whole laboratory if I had the time. I will need a better equipment and materials to make any real progress. However, mana crystals are just too few in this region. Mana crystals were an extraordinary mineral, found only in specific geological formations, much like diamonds or gold. They were not a renewable resource and were extremely challenging to mine. These crystals were the product of millions of years of sedimentary deposits. Mineral-rich rocks acted as a natural barrier, trapping pure mana deep underground. Over time, the mana crystallized and became a highly concentrated and pure source of energy. The thick blanket of ice in the north made it extremely hard for the pure mana to invade and permeate the ground. It led to the existence of only a couple of mines throughout the whole north. Luna was fed up. She tugged her furry coat up to her neck, muttering under her breath, "Patience, Luna. You need those torch tree seeds, and this kingdom is one of the only place to get them. I'll try to stabilize this thing once more." With a sigh, Luna stood up and grabbed the vial from her desk, pouring it out the window, watching the seed touch the floor. She glared at it, relieved when it didn't explode like a grenade once again. Well, that's a small win, she muttered. Luna settled back at her desk, relived and ready to experiment once again when suddenly, the walls and the ground beneath her makeshift wooden house powerfully shook, followed by a huge explosion. Boom! What the Luna scrambled to her feet, heart pounding in her chest. A massive explosion had just rocked her small wooden house, sending shrapnel flying everywhere. Ice wall, Luna acted fast, conjuring up a magical ice wall to shield herself from the debris. However, her relief was short-lived. My house, Luna screamed, kicking the ground in frustration. Henry, who was on top of his snowflake horse, heard a shrilling voice as a smile flashed on his lips. There we go again. I should ask the masons to come back here. As Henry approached Luna's house, he couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief. It seemed like every time he visited her, he was met with the aftermath of some kind of explosion or worse. This time it wasn't different. The outside of the house was a mess, with wood debris strewn everywhere and half of the house being held up by a single pillar. It looked like a war zone straight out of a comic book. It's worse than I thought. Henry sighed and dismounted the snowflake horse. He gave it a reassuring pat and cautiously approached the door, half expecting it to explode on him at any moment, fearing for his safety. The young king closed his eyes and took a deep breath, counting to 10 in his head before turning the doorknob. However, as soon as he forced it down, the door fell off the hinges with a loud crash. Henry awkwardly held his hand in the same position, waiting for Luna's loud outburst to reach his ears, but it never came. In fact, he had never seen the confident and rude golden-haired girl act like that. She was always singing about her superiority and constantly demanding more torch tree seeds with a crazy look in her eyes. Luna was silently watching the vials on her desk in anger and frustration, while her body was covered in dust and her golden hair had wooden shards all over it, concealing her perfect beauty. She had worked on countless experiments, but this one was the hardest and most frustrating of all. I see you've redecorated again. Is this the new minimalist look? Henry joked, trying to lighten the mood as looked around. The once neat and organized space was now in shambles, with various instruments and tools scattered all over the place. The shelves were overturned, and books and parchments were scattered everywhere, some torn and charred. The only untouched place in the whole room was Luna's working desk, which she managed to protect with the ice wall. Luna shot him a glare that could have melted the ice in an instant, making Henry immediately shut up. I thought that I had managed to partially stabilize the seed. However, it went off as soon as it touched the ground. That's fine, I exp. Henry was about to console his sole asset in the alchemy field when he stopped. What did you say? Henry quickly grabbed a chair from the cluttered floor and pulled it closer to Luna. His intense gaze resembled that of a mad scientist, ready to extract every bit of information from his subject's mind, even if he had to dissect him. Why are you making me repeat myself? Luna angrily inquired, powerfully hitting the table. I really hate this. Are you making fun of me? Henry desperately waved his hands, trying to ward off her anger and explain himself. Of course not, my beautiful and gentle Luna. Henry swallowed hard at his own words, his eyes looking at the hand imprint left on the wooden table. But did you just say that they exploded only when they touched the ground? Seeing that the young man in front of her was really interested and not making fun of her, Luna dropped her hand in frustration as she explained, yes, I managed to stabilize it to certain temperatures, but as soon as it touched the ground, it exploded. It was as if the mana was running rapidly towards the ground, trying to escape. The more Henry listened, the more beautiful Luna seemed in his eyes. She was a really beautiful asset. She was the answer to solve this war and minimize his losses. Then how much time do you need to fabricate this exploding seeds? Henry asked, almost jumping in happiness and kissing the girl in front of him. However, he didn't dare to ruin their relationship. Luna pondered deeply about the question, calculating the most effective way to improve the production of the item before opening her mouth. It should take 1 to 2 days, but it depends on the seed's quality and age. That's brilliant. Henry yelled and got up from his chair. I will ask the masons to fix your house and send more quality seeds. This king will surely help you on your journey of knowledge and development. Leave it to me. Wait. Luna tried to reach her hands towards the king, but it was too late. She could only see the mad guy dash towards his horse and wave her goodbye, while telling her to wait for the people coming over. Crazy. Luna shuddered. Henry hurried back to his castle, his mind drifting to memories of Earth, where a single grenade had the potential to cause death within a radius of 10 meters and serious injuries to anyone within 20 meters. It was a simple but effective area-effect weapon that now could be replicated with the seeds. Of course, in this magical world, it would be much harder to achieve the same level of damage since people's bodies were strengthened by mana. Nonetheless, it would still be useful to have a weapon that could at least cause injuries to enemies, providing enough breath for him to retreat or launch a devastating attack. I may not possess a huge number of them, but it should suffice to employ them in certain battlefronts. It will make the battles much easier. Henry thought as he absent-mindedly guided his horse towards the capital. The roads reaching to the capital had all been paved with small stones, making the path much easier to travel. It didn't take long for Henry to see the city's walls rising on the horizon like a huge mountain range. There the king spotted 2 soldiers faithfully guarding the new installed iron gates, which had cost a pretty penny, nearly a fifth of the royal treasury. It was extremely expensive to bring the required amount of cold iron from all over from the west of the kingdom and pay the blacksmiths of the capital to work on it for over a month. However, it was a well-spent money. In a world where some individuals could tear down boulders with their bare hands, the city's defenses needed to be strong enough to withstand even the most powerful attacks. Therefore, Henry spared no expenses in constructing his first line of defense. It was designed to withstand the full force of Luther's sword without breaking down, which required tons of cold iron. Furthermore, to ensure the safety of his throne and people, Henry had also asked Luna to reinforce it with multiple spells, with the promise of providing her enough seeds until she concluded her project. Henry neared the gates under the guards' worshipping and feverish gazes, who saluted him with crisp and precise movements. They didn't even dare to breath. "Keep up the good works," Henry praised with a nod as he entered the city on his snowflake horse. Unconsciously, the guards tightened their fists and flashed a victorious smile. They had been noticed by their king. Right now, they just wanted to get home and share this news with their families over some hot stew. As he made his way into the city, Henry had to slow down his horse. He didn't want to accidentally trample someone in the bustling streets. The energy of the construction workers was palpable as they bustled about, shouting while carrying heavy materials from one place to another. Henry's ambitious project to revamp the entire capital was well underway, and it was all hands on deck. Everywhere he looked, new houses were sprouting up like mushrooms after the rain, and roads and avenues were being paved away like roots growing through the earth. Merchants under the banner of Sun God Company were also filling the streets with their shouts and goods, selling wood and clothes to the working force. It was rewarding to see that every single sale meant a revenue coming into his pockets. The most peaceful place in all capital would be the surroundings of his castle. All because Henry had decided to postpone its reconstruction, preferring to use his resources to expand his army and rebuild the city. He had no interest in flaunting his power and believed that investing in his military and people was the best course of action. Unfortunately, the peaceful sightseeing that Henry was enjoying ended abruptly when a loud shout caught everyone's attention. Thousands of eyes turned to him, including some masons who even stopped their work to salute him from a distance, their gazes filled with admiration and respect. "My king, where were you?" "They are here." Luke's desperate voice sounded the messengers. Looking around, Henry finally spotted Luke's small figure in the distance. He was coming out of the castle and running towards him with small, rapid steps. Even though it was only a distance of 20 meters, Luke was already out of breath by the time he reached Henry. "TTT," Luke stuttered. "Calm down. Breath," Henry said and waited for Luke to recover his breath. "Now tell me who is here." "The messengers." Stahl's throne room was meant to be sealed shut in Henry's absence, yet at this moment, two groups of four stood at an impasse, their gazes locked in a deadly standoff. Flickering torches cast a dim light on their faces, revealing the clear animosity between them as their weapons glinted in the low light. Marcus, the messenger of Eritrea, was a tall, imposing figure with golden hair that gleamed in the torchlight. His face was angular and sharp, with a thin nose and piercing blue eyes that seemed to take in everything around him. He wore a fur-trimmed cloak and a leather tunic, both of which looked expensive and well-crafted. Marcus held himself with an air of superiority, as if he was used to getting what he wanted. "It's been a while, Zuna," Marcus greeted with a disdainful sneer, looking down at Luek's representative. "It seems like you are still as barbaric as ever. Did you forget to bring a decent change of clothes?" Contrary to Marcus' ostentatious appearance, Zuna, the messenger of Luek, was dressed in a simple woolen cloak and a tunic made of rough fabric, both of which showed signs of wear and tear. Yet her hair was a dazzling cascade of blue, falling down her back like a shimmering curtain of silk, drawing all the attention to it. "It seems like your tongue got too big for your mouth, Marcus," Zuna coldly said, her hands threateningly resting on top of her dagger. "Do you need some help fixing that?" At her sudden gesture, the three soldiers behind them rapidly stepped forwards, ready to draw their weapons to defend their lords. The air was thick with tension, as neither group seemed willing to back down from their stance. Marcus smiled cynically as he lightly patted his scout's shoulders, gesturing for them to stand down. His gaze shifted to Zuna as he spoke, the words dripping with veiled threat. "We're not here to seek a war between Eritrea and Luek, at least not for the time being, right?" Eritrea and Luek were neighboring kingdoms with a long history of conflict, their rivalry fueled by the harsh climate and limited resources of the surrounding forests. Because of that, the hunting grounds were often a point of conflict between the two countries, with each side seeking control of the scarce prey that roamed the forests. However, they preferred to fight amongst themselves than to face the frozen forest. Fortunately, there were few conflicts between these two kingdoms and Stahl, as it was in their best interest to keep Henry's kingdom existence, serving as a line of defense against the mysterious threats of the frozen forest. However, Stahl's civil war and the downgrade of their forces created a golden opportunity, a great temptation to seize the cold iron mines, which could be used to expand their armies and to conquer this small part of the north. This objective was a gamble, with high stakes and even higher returns. Although there was a great chance that Stahl might not be able to shield them from the frozen forest threats in the future, they believed that with a sufficient amount of iron, they could gain enough power to protect themselves. Marcus' words drew a cold smile from Zuna, who met his blue eyes with a piercing stare. "I look forward to the day I rip those disgusting eyes out of your head," she said. "They will make a good ornament." Despite Zuna's threatening words, Marcus' smile remained unflinching, but it now bore a cruel edge that hadn't been there before. "Oh, how I long for that day. And the sooner, the better. I will use that hair as a memoir of your beauty." Despite the heated exchange, the hostility between the two sides seemed to be gradually easing. However, a palpable sense of caution hung in the air as both parties remained watchful and ready to draw their weapons against their long-standing enemies. Marcus and Zuna's attention shifted towards the room's door, their expressions now tinged with frustration and annoyance. "Where is that incompetent fool?" Marcus seethed, clenching his teeth. "He doesn't even seem to care about his kingdom's future. He dares to make me wait." "It seems we finally agree on something," Zuna said, her anger directed towards the door. They had been waiting for an hour, and Henry, the king of Stahl, had yet to show up. He had been traveling across Stahl for almost 2 weeks, taking the White Merchant Road to avoid bandits and other dangers. As they passed through each city, they had hoped to see troops being allocated and trained, but instead, they only saw the infrastructure being rebuilt from the ground up. It seemed more like an act to boost the ego of an imbecile king than a genuine effort to protect his people. At the sight of this foolish axe, their plan of taking over the cold iron mines seemed like a piece of cake. The only real problem they anticipated was Lucer, the man who they believed that had retaken the kingdom and ended the civil war. But even he couldn't hold off the might of Eritrea and Luak with a severely weakened army. The mines were theirs. The door creaked open as a known old figure, and a young man in his early 20s entered the room. His black hair reached his shoulders, and his gray eyes fixed on his throne as he marched forward. He wore a black coat with red lines and a fully black robe, and his heavy boots echoed loudly on the floor with each step. He seemed to exude a sense of power and confidence, and the air in the room grew tense as he approached. The old man behind the young man gave off an immense pressure, forcing the confident and arrogant groups bow down in respect. Marcus and Zuna, the most powerful ones, tried to resist, but Luther's aura was too much for them. The ground beneath their feet cracked, but they still bowed down. Henry passed through these insolent people and sat on his throne as Luther respectfully stood behind him. "Now we can begin." Henry's very presence seemed to exert an invisible pressure that weighed heavily on the room, making the air thick and difficult to breathe. This pressure increased even more as his cold gray eyes heavily landed on each individual present in the room, resting longer on Marcus and Zuna, the most distinct figures. A tense atmosphere hovered in the hall as the two messengers tried hard to maintain their composure, but the sweat on their foreheads betrayed their unease. For a brief moment, their eyes met with Henry's, leading to an indescribable sense of dread to wash over them. They felt their whole lives fleeting by their eyes, like a prey looking a hunter's eyes. It made them instinctively take a step back as their hearts raced, threatening to jump out of their mouths as their hands got covered in sweat. It was as if Henry's gray eyes could strip their souls naked, digging out their fears and weakness to the surface. "So to what do I owe the pleasure of your visit?" Henry's voice was calm and measured as he tapped his fingers slowly on the armrest of his throne. A seemingly polite smile never leaving his lips. However, there was an unexplainable coldness behind that smile that made Marcus and Zuna's skin crawl. It felt like the hazardous winter winds were scratching against their bones and eating away at their flesh, as if they were standing in the presence of the frozen forest itself. They felt small and insignificant. Marcus tightly clenched his fists, trying to shake off the fear creeping inside his very own soul. Why should he be afraid when he was the one with the most chips to bet at the table? He reminded himself that Stahl was already weakened and on its last breath, unable to stand against his kingdom's force. After finding again his source of confidence, Marcus forced himself to meet Henry's unwavering gaze. This time an incredible hate raged inside his eyes. A hate for himself and the man in front of him, who made him feel fear. With renewed confidence, Marcus took a deep breath and straightened his back to meet Henry's unwavering gaze. He refused to show any signs of fear or weakness, determined to hold his ground. He mustered a smug smile to mask the seething anger bubbling inside him and began speaking. I am Marcus, he said, his voice laced with contempt and anger, and I have come under the name of Eritrea to deliver some great news. We will be taking on the responsibility of watching over your minds as you restructure your kingdom. He emphasized the word responsibility, making it seem like he was doing a great favor for Stahl by taking their main source of material to arm his soldiers and guarantee the survival of his kingdom. His words were filled with contempt and arrogance. Henry's fingers momentarily paused their incessant tapping as he tilted his head slightly, his smile fading from his lips. The sudden shift in his demeanor sent a shiver down Marcus's spine again, and he could feel sweat coming back to his forehead and hands. But just as quickly as that smile had vanished, it returned to Henry's face, and yet the tension in the room remained thick, like an invisible blade hovering above their heads, ready to strike at any moment. The smile was the same, but the emotion behind it totally different. Henry simply nodded in acknowledgement before turning his gaze towards Zuna. And what about you? Unlike Marcus, Zuna has always been more cautious and reserved in her approach, especially in enemy territory. She knew the old man standing behind Henry held immense power and could easily end their lives if they crossed any lines. Despite being there to demand the lifeline of Henry's rule, Zuna knew it was best not to further aggravate the already tense situation. Zuna took a deep breath and tried to maintain her composure as she spoke. I am Zuna, messenger of Luwak. We too have an interest in your minds and seek to come to an agreement with Stahl. Henry leaned forward, resting his elbows on his thighs. And what kind of agreement are you proposing? I hope it's not the same as your friend over there, he said, nodding towards Marcus. At his words, Marcus seethed with anger, but he quickly composed himself when Luther's eyes fell on him. He could do nothing in reality, but inside his mind, Henry had already been cut thousands of times. Zuna hesitated for a moment, her gaze flickering towards Luther before returning to Henry. We would like to request the right to mine for a period of 10 years. In exchange, we promise to return the land to you and pay royalties to your kingdom. We'll take on all costs associated with mining and pay you for extracting and commercializing the cold iron. Zuna paused, making sure that Henry was still listening attentively before continuing. By granting us this agreement, you will have enough time to restructure and bring peace to your kingdom, and will ensure your safety against Eritrea or any other country. Marcus erupted with fury at her words. This disrespectful bitch, he shouted. Silence. Henry's booming voice cut through the air, causing Marcus to shrink back, fists clenched in anger. He wanted to kill this king. Henry turned his gaze back to Zuna and leaned back on his throne. You can continue. Not caring about Marcus's outburst, Zuna took a deep breath and continued. In addition, we have noticed that your kingdom's city guards have been reduced. We propose to mobilize a few troops to help maintain order on your territory. After finishing her words, Zuna bowed her head and swallowed nervously, unable to bring herself to meet Henry's eyes. Her heart pounded with fear as she awaited his response, praying that her proposal would not lead to her execution and stain her vibrant blue hair with blood. Henry leaned back in his throne and closed his eyes, his fingers drumming against the armrests as he contemplated the two proposals. Interesting. One is brazenly threatening me for the mines, while the other is attempting to take them from within, using a good proposal as a guise. Royalties, However, this proposal is veiled in dangers. 10 years is enough time to take over my kingdom, using the offered soldiers that should be maintaining the order and justice. Henry concluded they will have the mines and my territory. A good plan indeed. Henry was alarmed and surprised that such a backward country as Luwak could come up with such a clever strategy to eat away his kingdom's forces while faking a good intention. Most of the countries in the north had their army structure permeated by those of a noble bloodline, and the selection of leadership's positions were all in the king's hands. This rigid structure acted like a toxic venom that hindered the growth and development of those potential seedlings. It was a common situation throughout the whole north. It reminded Henry about the Dark Ages on Earth, a time when the development of science, mathematics, and medicine came to a halt all over Europe, accompanied by the loss of most Roman and Greek knowledge. That delirious and greedy king can't be the mastermind behind this plan, so who is this? Henry's fingers kept drumming against the armrest as he muttered to himself. That deranged and greedy Milo can't possibly be the mastermind behind this plan, so who is pulling the strings? The king's silence hung over the room like a guillotine, ready to strike and claim the messengers' heads. Zuna kept her head bowed, maintaining a respectful stance as she awaited his response. Meanwhile, Marcus failed to conceal the disdain and arrogance in his eyes, his high nose also betraying him. This situation has been strange from the beginning. Henry thought, paying no heed to the shaking and stupid messengers. First, the noble's betrayal makes no sense since they are merely trading their current positions of power for an uncertain future in another country. Second, a stranger appearing deep into the frozen forest and supplying Jedh with information about the noble's treachery, allowing a timely invasion. Third, Luek's strategies have suddenly become unconventional, indicating that some kind of external force may be behind them. Someone is trying to reach their grasp towards this far north. Can't be a powerful nation like the Misunna Empire, or they would have already taken stall, Henry mused, barely above a whisper. Perhaps it's the work of a single individual, but who? Despite his best efforts, Henry couldn't come to a conclusive answer. The force or individual responsible for eating away Stahl's forces and hindering his kingdom's progress without revealing their face had to be incredibly smart. Henry realized that in order to uncover this enemy, he would have to be willing to dive into the mud and get his hands dirty. He needed to be willing to get close to the shadow's light to see the world beyond it and see the enemies laying their traps. With that conclusion in mind, Henry flashed a smile as his consciousness returned to the present and to those standing before him. He didn't care about Marcus and only focused his gaze on Zuna, examining the young woman before him. She could be considered attractive, even back on Earth, but still a few leagues away from the standard of the models of Earth. As a result of their differences in status and power, Zuna could clearly feel the king's gaze fixed on her, like that of a hawk observing its prey. She had never felt this kind of tension, not even in the presence of Luek's king, Milo. She couldn't determine if this pressure came from the king himself or the old man behind him, with old eyes shining upon her every movement. "You guys can leave." Henry inclined forwards and pointed his finger to Marcus. "What?" Marcus' blue eyes widened in surprise, but quickly turned to undisguised rage as he realized the meaning behind Henry's words and gesture. Henry's eyes bore into Marcus as he spoke in an annoyed tone, "Were you not listening? I don't require you or your soldiers' presence. You can return to your country and relay the news of Stahl and Luek's alliance." "You!" Marcus clenched his fists as his eyes burned in rage and his hands rapidly reached for his sword. At that moment, suddenly, a shadow flashed in front of him, and Marcus felt a sharp pain on his elbow, making it impossible to move his hands. He looked down in shock to see his arm detached from his body, while blood spurted everywhere and painted the floor in red. Luther had appeared in front of him in an instant and slashed his arm away. The soldiers behind him had no time to respond to the old man's movements. The room fell into a deadly silence, with no one daring to move except for Marcus. Eritrea's messenger painfully screamed as he dropped to the floor, clutching his bleeding arm while shouting to his soldiers, "Help me! Help me!" However, they remained frozen in place, paralyzed by the fear, the menacing figure of Luther, who was still holding his bloody sword, challenging them to take one step forwards. In the end, Marcus was on his own. The scene caused Henry to nod his head at Luther. He was indeed the best bodyguards and teacher. He stood up from his throne and approached the wounded and desperate man, who was painfully crying and screaming. He picked up the detached arm with a sadistic smile as he said, "It seems like you won't need this anymore." At his words, fire suddenly engulfed the lifeless arm, rapidly burning it to ashes. Henry shook his hands, throwing those ashes to the air. During the entire process, Henry's silver eyes never left those of Marcus, who watched in horror at the scene. In his eyes, the king was like the devil himself, ready to torture him. "Don't worry," Henry reassured him as he closed on him with the searing fire engulfing his right hand. "Let me fix that arm for you." Henry moved slowly, but with each step, Marcus tried desperately to crawl away, leaving a long trail of blood on his wake. He grabbed one of his soldiers' legs and shouted for help, but no man dared to budge in front of Luther's attentive gaze. "Help! Help!" Marcus shouted and shouted, but no one moved. Soon, Henry was already in front of him. "Don't worry, I will save you." Henry didn't care for Marcus's shouts and rapidly began to cauterize the wound. The foul smell of burning flesh permeated the room as the wound cauterized and the bleeding stopped. It was a painful process, enough to make Marcus to pass out. "You can take him," Henry ordered the trembling soldiers, before taking out a white fur handkerchief and cleaning his hands. He hated dirtying his hands. On the other hand, Zuna and her troops watched the scene with growing fear. They were terrified of the devilish flame that covered the king's arms. It was known throughout the entire north, or even in the central region. They didn't want to get themselves hurt by that. He was like the devil. "We can now begin the discussion." Henry smiled to Zuna. Henry and Luther's heavy footsteps echoed through the dim and frigid corridors of the castle. The flickering torchlights casted long shadows beneath their feet, warding off the encroaching ice threatening to cover the walls and the floor tiles. Was that truly necessary, my liege? Luther questioned, his fixed on Henry's back, which had become unrecognizable. Over the past 2 years, Henry had gone through a great mental and physical transformation, which Luther found hard to adapt. He had ripped off the tainted image of an arrogant and imbecile good-for-nothing king, replacing it with a royal image that reverberated in the mind and hearts of his subjects. That foul image felt like a collective delirium of the whole world. Furthermore, the strategies written down in the books that filled the library of the commander's training center could only be considered as the masterpiece of a general that spent his whole life on countless battlefield. However, all of that has been written by the hands of a young man in his early 20s, someone who had only smelled the iron scent of the battlefield a couple of times. Luther had pondered over and over about this sudden transformation, but he could never quite understand it and come to a conclusion. At times, he even thought that Garrett, the founder, had been reincarnated into Henry's body in order to save Stahl from destruction. However, he always shut down such thoughts, since he wasn't a barbarian to believe in such things as possessions. What do you mean? Henry questioned back, his voice devoid of emotion, as he continued to walk towards his office without bothering to turn back and face Luther. The attack against Eritrea's messengers and the alliance with Luek, Luther responded, his memories taking him back to the negotiations that happened back in the throne room. I have been on the battlefield for years, my liege. I have witnessed countless things, but perhaps the most distressing of all is the fickleness of human nature. Humans are always sneaking behind bushes, ready to pounce at any opportunity that presents itself if it means taking an advantage on the board game. Some of us can even betray our own kind. Luther's words were only met by the rhythmic echo of their footsteps resounding through the dim corridor. Henry remained silent until they reached the doors of his office. At that point, Henry turned around and met Luther's worried old eyes. You are right, Luther. Human's nature is fascinating, yet cruel. Henry said, nodding his head, we are evil by nature, always hiding our true thoughts and feelings behind a mask of fake smiles veiled by good compliments. We are all animals behind the bushes, ready to pounce and absorb everything from our next prey. The existence of wars is the best proof of humans' evilness and fickleness. There will always be lurking monsters waiting for us in the shadows. Henry's voice grew quieter and quieter, a cruel smile forming on his lips as he whispered, but this time, we are the ones into the shadows. We are the ones holding false smiles, veiled in flattery. I am going to take their lands and melt their iron. I will be sure to extinguish their names from the north. Henry rested his hand on Luther's shoulders and locked eyes with the old man, transmitting in worries. 10-04. Unwavering confidence, both in his voice and eyes. I need you to remain calm and concentrate on the essential, leave everything else aside. I need my general of the armies. I have a plan. Luther closed his eyes, taking a deep breath to quell the worries in his heart. He had forgotten about his position, as his worries about Henry's safety took the best of him. He only had to follow the light and protect it from the darkness. Henry's smile grew wider, noticing the old general's eyes finally retrieving his light and warding off the worries. Great, Henry said, patting Luther's shoulders twice before opening the door, letting the warm air from inside hit them. Let's discuss our plan. It's surely going to be an explosion. Henry was confident in his preparations, since every single action he had taken so far was in order to build up a kingdom that could survive through these countless changes and challenges. He had built an army capable of changing the reality of the North, an army capable of conquering both kingdoms without much trouble. He didn't mind their threat. Furthermore, Luna, his guardian angel, would surely guarantee him a great victory. Zuna rode atop her horse, making her way back to Luak, using the merchant road as a reference, but not daring to use it completely. The chaos that took over Stahl had probably created the perfect environment for the development of bandit villages and the eventual destruction of the economy. Zuna considered herself lucky to not have bumped into any group, either merchant or bandit, on her way to Stahl's capital. First task will be to hunt down the bandits, Zuna pondered, already planning Luek's entry into the territory. It will even give us a good excuse to encroach even more of his territory. It's a win situation. I succeeded. Zuna desired to jump from her horse and shout out loud for the whole world to hear. She had obtained the mines. She had succeeded. It was even more foolish than I had anticipated, she murmured, her hair swaying in the icy breath of the approaching winter. The image of the cruel black-haired young man materialized in her thoughts. He possesses some power, but lacks the intellect to think deeply about our offer. He didn't even think twice when I showed him the royalties' prospects. I should have lowered the price. Zuna clicked her tongue and shrugged her shoulders. The current rate is enough. We are soon going to take everything away from him anyway. She looked behind and shouted, "Let's go. I want to get back in 4 days at most." Excellent. 6 weeks had passed since the audience with Henry. Luek's army of 5,000 was already marching in front of Morante, filling the White Merchant Road while making their way towards the west of Stahl, towards the cold iron mines. Despite their tattered clothes and dull weapons, their eyes were filled with arrogance and confidence, enough to ward off the bitter cold and hunger striking their malnourished bodies. The sight Luek's army on the horizon filled the soldiers on Morante's walls with a mixture of both anger and dread. The clanging of their weapons was like a sword piercing through their chests, testing their faith in Stahl's strength and their own self-esteem. They tightened their grips on their weapons, fighting the urge to shoot down those smug invaders and tear down the fluttering banner of Luek. Bolero, the general of the North Wall, stood tall atop the battlements, his eyes fixed on the army of foreign soldiers marching through his homeland. He stroked his long red beard, struggling to contain his raging emotions as he watched those invaders trampling on his people's sacred ground with their filthy boots. Each step was a complete disrespect of Stahl's great history and some sort of contempt towards his soldiers. Bolero's heart pounded with fury. He strongly wished to raise his axe and carve a bloody path through their rank. He wanted to calm down the people's dreading hearts and reclaim Stahl's dignity and supremacy over this small part of the North. However, he knew he had to restrain himself and follow Henry's orders to not attack them right now. After spending long months in the commander's training center, receiving personal guidance from Luther and Henry, Bolero had the ability to see the bigger picture of the situation and somehow understand Henry's plan. It had the potential to swallow both kingdoms in a single strike. The general had to wait for his king's signal. He said it's going to be an explosion. I don't know what that means, Bolero mused as he rapidly stroked his beard, his eyes landing on the young woman with blue hair who was leading Luek's army. I think her name was Zuna. Luke was right, she is quite stunning, but the attempt to lay a trap for our king makes me question her intelligence. Bolero stopped stroking his beard as he felt the weight of the axe in his hand. They won't try to breach through the gates right now. The king said that they will probably settle in a village to the west and use the time to build up their forces while scouting the surroundings. They might only move in the next month. My priority is to keep the city safe and trust the process. Just you wait. Bolero grinned widely as the crimson fur cloak draped over his broad shoulders rippled in the wind. The fur was from an alpha sanguine wolf, a gift presented to him by the barbarians during his first visit to their new town. It was an attempt to smooth down the relationships and win his favor. Luek had entered the tiger's den. Excellent. For the past 2 weeks, a wide smile has been etched on Zuna's face, ever since she left Stahl's palace with the negotiation that marked the beginning of her rise to power. She was even closer to her dream of becoming a duchess, and proof of that were the troops behind her, all of whom were under her direct commands. After spending a week traveling back to Luek and 3 weeks preparing the army, Zuna finally set out towards Stahl. Under a slow march, the army reached Morante within 2 weeks, one of the most important cities in all of Stahl, the place where all cold iron mines had to pass through before reaching the rest of the kingdom. Zuna's fingers trailed over the bow slung across her back as her eyes met those of a bald, middle-aged man standing atop the battlements. She could sense the boiling fury emanating from him. Soon she muttered to herself, a determined gleam in her eyes, the general of the North Wall. I will bring you down. Excellent. Henry was sitting loosely on top of a great barren tree, using the stark branches to hide their silhouettes. From his place, Henry's gray eyes could see Luek's army dragging their tired feet through the freezing landscape, their breaths puffing out like a smoke in the icy air. They are moving again, my king. A rigid and respectful female voice drifted over to Henry's ears as Lyre's figure appeared before him, wearing full black clothes, which only showed her mesmerizing black eyes. After Morante's fall, Henry had ordered Lyre to take a well-deserved break. But it seemed that rest was not in her nature. Barely 2 months later, she had approached him, asking to be sent on a mission. Henry advised her to go back and rest a little more, since she had accomplished a great work. However, the unbending will in her eyes left him with no options. So he had sent her to the west, with the task of gathering as much intelligence about the region as she could. Henry wanted to know about all the influential families that had occupied the place after the disband of the nobles. He wanted to know which people held the most influence on this unfamiliar side of his kingdom. Lyre had masterfully accomplished her mission and was able to write a whole dossier of the situation. She would be an important asset to get rid of these invaders and finally discover the one behind everything. Yes, looks like they're on the move again, Henry responded, his gray eyes betraying none of his thoughts or emotions, much like the bleak winter skies above him. Rising to his feet, Henry shook off the snow that had accumulated on his cloak. The cold air bit at his exposed face, but he paid it no mind. "Let's go," he commanded. With a nimble jump, Henry precisely landed on a near tree branch, while Lyre following him closely. They moved with purpose, using the trees as their allies to conceal their presence and to swiftly follow behind the invaders of Luak. Their movements were fast and precise, not even a great expert as Luther would have been able to spot them. Even as the moon began to emerge from behind the clouds, Henry and Lyre continued to trail the enemies below. They were skillfully jumping from tree to tree, leaving no evidence of their presence, except for Henry's glinting gray eyes. Those eyes seemed to rip through the night sky like an imperceptible comet, gazing intently at the invader's spot. Henry enhanced his eyes with mana, allowing him to closely survey everything happening below. He observed their weapons and their arrangement, silently noting every detail that could help him win this battle without incurring into many losses. He already had a plan in mind. North really lacks in strategic guidance, Henry mumbled to himself as he perched on a tree, observing the army set up the camp for the night, their slow and uncoordinated movements illuminated by the soft glow of the torch trees. They are terrible at moving in harmony, and the captains are all lazing around, not directing their troops even in strange grounds. It seems like my plan will indeed work. Henry left the safety of his castle and ventured out to confirm the feasibility of his plan and gain a better understanding of the enemy army's composition. However, before leaving, Luther strongly insisted on joining him, even though Henry explained that it would attract too much attention and ordered him to oversee the construction work in the capital. Luther only felt at ease when his king said that Lyre would be accompanying him in this journey. Lyre, Henry called out to his subordinate, without taking his eyes off the moving soldiers. How confident are you on your abilities? Do you think you can infiltrate their barracks? Lyre paused for a moment, her body seemingly melding with the surrounding darkness as she disappeared and reappeared in a blur. It will be a piece of cake, my king, she replied confidently, tightening her fists. At those words, Henry looked at her with a satisfied smile. He could only see her confident black eyes through the dark hood covering her face. Excellent, he exclaimed, pointing towards a large tent being raised in the middle of the enemy camp. I need you to sneak into that tent and take every piece of report that can fit in your hands and then burn everything down. Lyre nodded, but Henry sensed a hint of hesitation hidden in her eyes. She wouldn't dare to raise questions about her king's decisions or thoughts. She was a fanatic subject. Henry patiently probed, do you have any questions or concerns, Lyre? She hesitated for a moment before bowing her head, her loyalty to Henry preventing her from voicing any concerns or doubts. It's nothing, my king. Henry looked at her for a couple of seconds before saying with a nod of approval, choosing not to pursue it further, then you may proceed. Lyre leaped from the tree with a simple step, melding into the darkness, like a crow flying through the night. The only indication of her presence was the faint and soft sound of something touching the shallow snow, only audible to Henry's enhanced ears. The king turned his eyes back at the army in the distance, especially at the blue-haired woman, giving orders to the few soldiers around and organizing the bonfire for the night. Our Trojan horse is going to be the mines. Henry murmured, we are going to destroy them. Excellent. Becoming more and more accustomed to it. 1830. During the invasion of Morante, Lyre was only able to meld into the surroundings, and suppressed the lyre landed on the ground with ease, making almost no sound as she touched down. The tribal tattoo of the Inverno owl on her back had already spread to her neck, indicating that her body was becoming more and more accustomed to it. During the invasion of Morante, Lyre was only able to meld into the surroundings and suppress the mana from spreading too far from her body, being detectable only to those in the 5th stage. However, now she was able to hide all her mana, but also her scent and the traces left on the ground. Lyre's abilities and even her personality was becoming closer to those of an Inverno owl, patient, silent, and deadly. She moved swiftly, her body perfectly blending into the surroundings as she dashed forward. Her skin transformed, taking on the hues of the snow, the trees, and the shadows, making her almost invisible. Henry had once said that she was like an octopus, able to camouflage herself until the right moment to run away or to attack. She could already spot 3 busy soldiers looking for dry wood to light the fire for the night. As she got closer, she could overhear their conversation. I'm so hungry," complained one of the soldiers, rubbing his stomach as he looked around, boringly kicking the snow. "Me too. I can't believe we're stuck out here in the cold with barely any supplies. They didn't even give us enough time to prepare the food for the journey," replied another. "I heard that we are going to occupy the villages on the west. Hopefully we can find some food there," suggested a third soldier. "Maybe we can also find some great girls," the first soldier said with a lustful voice. "I heard that Stahl's women are great and can warm someone's bed for a single piece of bread." "We can demand that stupid king for a wagon of bread then," the third one added with a laugh that was followed by the others. At those words, Lyre felt her blood boil with anger and disgust. She knew she couldn't act on her impulses and kill them right then and there, no matter how much they deserved it. Instead, she took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down, her eyes still fixated on the soldiers with a cold intensity. She would make sure to kill them first, when the plan finally goes into action. Unknowingly, these 2 soldiers were marked to die, even before the war begins. When Lyre was a few steps away from the soldiers, she noticed a frozen twig on the ground, and an idea popped into her head. She picked it up and took aim at one of the soldiers, who was busy staring off into the distance while looking for wood. With a satisfying thwack, the twig hit its target and embedded itself in the soldier's backside. "Ah!" he cried out in pain, dropping to the ground. The other soldiers quickly took out their rusted and dull weapons, looking around to spot any hidden enemy, only seeing their injured friend, with something coming out of his butt. Seeing that there was nothing dangerous around, they rushed to his aid. "You're a lucky guy," one of the soldiers sarcastically said to the wounded soldier as they helped him up. "I heard that getting hit in the butt by a twig is good luck in some cultures." Lyre couldn't help but stifle a giggle at the ridiculousness of the situation. She continued on her way, feeling a bit lighter after her moment of mischief and revenge. In her heart, Henry was like a god who allowed her to have a new chance in life, and even though she was on a secret and sensible mission, she would never let anyone sully his name. "Hey guys. So I've been thinking about opening up a Discord channel for this novel. Plus, I want you to have the experience of building this world with me. You will be able to change some character's destiny. I'll be hosting polls for stuff like naming villages, castles, and characters, and even some smaller plot points. It's a way for you to help shape the direction of this world and have some fun with it. What do you say?" Lyre moved like a shadow through the forest, the ground beneath her feet already dusted with the first snowfall of winter, and the frigid air stung at her lungs with every breath. She skillfully used her tribal tattoo ability to blend with the gray trees and the icy surroundings, while carefully measuring her steps, avoiding making any slight noise that could denounce her position. Even the sound of her breathing couldn't be discerned from close by. Her heightened senses enabled her to clearly hear the voices of the soldiers scattered around, and the smell of burning wood carried by the frigid winds. She focused on everything surrounding her. As she moved further ahead, Lyre could finally see the faint glow of the invaders' campfire and an improvised tent arranged near it. She carefully analyzed her surroundings while pressing her body against a tree, like an owl hiding from both prey and predators. Lyre was calculating the distance and the best route to approach her destiny without being spotted or raising their attention. However, at the moment, the area was teeming with people, making it nearly impossible to infiltrate and accomplish her mission successfully. "I'll have to be patient and wait for the right time," Lyre thought, realizing that waiting was her best course of action. With that decision in mind, Lyre pressed her back against the rough and cold bark of the tree, her breathing shallow and controlled as she continued to closely observe the camp in front of her. Her sharp eyes eventually settled on Zuna and a group of seemingly high-ranking soldiers, who had their heads bent together in deep discussion while looking at a piece of paper, blocking the entrance to the tent. Meanwhile, the foot soldiers were bustling around in an almost chaotic manner, either gathering around the roaring bonfire, hunting for food, or gathering wood to feed the fire through the night. There was no clear distinction of functions between them, and they seemingly did what they wanted. It was a scene that showcased a clear lack of coordination and leadership among them. The night shift would probably be no different from the scenario taking place before her. Leaders wouldn't try to clearly delegate functions, and the soldiers would likely be lax in their duties. It was the perfect scenario for Lyre to successfully accomplish her mission, slip inside the camp unnoticed, and take everything she needed. Lyre slightly turned her head and looked towards Henry's position. Even though she couldn't see him, she knew he was there, silently watching from the sidelines. She could even unconsciously feel his gaze over her every steps. There was a small part of her that wished to impress her king by doing a speedy and daring mission, successfully accomplishing her objective, and going back to him to receive praises. However, she hurriedly pushed that thought aside, knowing that it was an egoistic feeling that could even jeopardize the mission as a whole. The mission comes first. She whispered to herself, her voice inaudible in the frigid wind, "I will do my best." Lyre turned her attention back towards the campsite, not even blinking. She was decided to keep her position and wait for the right time. As the hours ticked by, she remained immobile, an invisible statue amidst the cold, dark night. Lyre waited patiently for the right time, knowing that a successful mission required patience and even more patience. And 3 hours later, the soldiers finally settled down, their exhaustion from the day's activities evident as they gathered to sleep around the flickering flames of the bonfires. A few soldiers were stationed around the camp, but Lyre could see that they were dozing off without care for the dangers laying around the place. They were an easy target for bandits and beasts. Furthermore, their positions were not decided in a strategic way and wouldn't allow the mobilization of the army in an efficient way. It was the perfect way. It was time. Lyre took a deep breath, steadying herself for the task at hand, her eyes fixed on the enemy campsite situated right next to the White Merchant Road. The deforested clearing offered little to no natural cover, but Lyre had already worked out on a plan to infiltrate the tent. She dropped to the ground and flattened herself, trying her best to increase the contact with the snow, using her ability to assimilate the hues of the snow. With a sharp inhale, she filled her lungs and held her breath, minimizing every variable that could eventually give away her position. Lyre began crawling silently towards the invader's position, her ability guaranteeing that there would be no traces of her on the ground, like a ghost moving through the winter night. Lyre's movements were quick and precise. The dozing guard responsible for protecting the perimeter made it even easier for her to infiltrate the camp. The loud snore coming from his mouth would one day cause great casualties to his group in case of a bandit's raid. As soon as she passed through their first line, Lyre's eyes darted around the camp, finding out the best route to reach the tent. She carefully made her way through the sleeping soldiers, who were huddled together around the flickering flames of the bonfires for warmth, their shivering bodies revealing the harshness of the north's cold. Lyre was careful to not bump and disturb them while crawling, inching closer to the entrance of the tent. Lyre lifted her hands and gently touched the side of the tent, her fingers seamlessly blending into the brown hues of the leather. She stood up, taking a moment to steady herself and gather her thoughts. "I can't waste any time," she thought, her eyes scanning the path she had taken to get here, confirming that no one spotted her. Taking advantage of the dark night, Lyre took out a small leather pouch from her pocket before taking out a glowing blue seed from inside. She exhaled out of relief, seeing that it didn't explode out of nowhere while she was crawling on the floor. Lyre's eyes quickly scanned the camp for the perfect spot to deploy her king's secret weapon, finally choosing the most northern campfire. Lyre steadied herself and hurled the seed with all her might. Boom asterisk. A thunderous explosion echoed through the camp, causing Zuna to bolt out of her tent, swords at the ready. "What was that?" she shouted, surveying the chaos and confusion caused by the explosion. The soldiers were disoriented and scrambling, unsure of what had just happened. Some were rubbing their eyes, trying to adjust to the sudden brightness of the explosion, while others were frantically looking around for any signs of danger. "It was chaotic. Calm down." Zuna screamed in a commanding tone, but no one seemed to care. All of them were desperate. They had never seen or heard such an explosion. It was like God had come for them. Lyre took advantage of the commotion and slipped into the tent unnoticed. She quickly made her way to the back of the tent, where she found what she was looking for, a small chest filled with important documents. Lyre opened the chest and swiftly grabbed the documents and tucked them into her pockets, before turning to make her escape, not forgetting to drop a torch illuminating the tent to the ground. Excellent. Meanwhile, high up in a tree, Henry's face lit up with a cold smile as he watched the tent burst into flames. "Excellent work." He mused. Zuna's once unblemished blue hair was now a chaotic mess, covered with the dust and ashes from the bonfire's explosion as she sprinted towards the center of the thunderous noise, with her sword already in hands and ready to fight off all invaders on her way. The captains followed behind her were trying their best to restore the order and calm down the panicking soldiers. However, despite their best efforts, the army didn't stop and continued to desperately run in the opposite direction of the explosion. Their eyes were unable to hide the fear and terror ravaging inside them. The soldiers were like frightened birds, flapping their wings in every direction, not knowing which way to fly as a predator closed in on them. They only knew that they had to get as far as possible from the thunderous sound. It was impossible to stop a desperate herd by only standing in front of it. Fire! The sudden shout startled everyone in the campsite. The soldiers who were running away suddenly stopped, watching incredulously as the flames burned the tent and licked the skies, casting an eerie glow on the whole area. This brief moment of distraction proved to be the perfect opportunity for the captains to rein the situation and restore order. The fastest one tightly gripped his axe while scanning the area for the nearest soldier, rapidly choosing one to his right. Without a second thought, he dashed towards him, and with a swift motion, the captain swung the axe at his leg. Although the blade was dull, the force was sufficient to cut it off, causing blood to spurt everywhere. The soldier fell to the ground with a dull thud, his eyes still trying to understand the situation as the pain traversed through his body. He let out a sharp cry as he tried to use his hands to stop the blood from pouring out while desperately calling for help. However, the biting cold and the intense blood loss made sure to end it rapidly, his life leaking out from his eyes. "Are you hearing me now?" The captain roared, his voice booming over the chaos. He raised his bloodied axe, scanning the surroundings with furious eyes until they landed defiantly on Zuna, who looked at him in annoyance and surprise while diverging her eyes towards the burning tent. The bloody spectacle was followed by a deafening silence, jolting the soldiers out of the panic and desperate trance. It allowed them to take a deep breath and calm down, giving them time to understand the situation and get out of the herd effect, which made all of them run away together. On the other hand, while the captain was setting the order back at place, Zuna dashed towards the tent. "What happened?" She couldn't help but ponder in doubt, an attack from Eritrea. "Stone. X." Henry sat atop the tree, deep in thought, his brows furrowed in concentration as he read through a yellow parchment made of leather. He paid no heed to the commotion happening at the campsite below, which was finally under control. After finishing the report, he handed it to Lyre, who carefully put it back in a small wooden box with a satisfied smile plastered on her lips, a result of only a few words of praise. "Indeed, there is some kind of power working behind the curtains to take my kingdom down," Henry coldly muttered, not hiding his anger and desire for revenge. "I will have to start my plan a lot earlier than I thought. I can't let them stabilize and take control of the West. Their objective seems to be something buried deep down there. They also have plans to reach their hands towards the capital. I don't know who it is, but I will find out." Henry turned to Lyre, "Informo Laro that I require 100 trained soldiers and a few more seeds," he said. "Then, I need you to escort the soldiers to Herrera village without arousing suspicion from the villagers and from those of Luak. You can use the deactivated mines to hide them. I will be waiting there." "I obey, my king," Lyre said, her tone serious, but her eyes betraying the happiness at receiving praise from her liege. With a jump, she disappeared into the night. "I should also get going." Henry stood up, dusting off the dirt from his pants, before gazing towards the campsite. He narrowed his eyes, attempting to tear up the veil that covered Luak and spread chaos throughout this small part of the north. He could vividly feel a dangerous presence lurking in the shadows, trying to reach its disgusting paws towards his kingdom. And the thought of someone daring to challenge his rule and kill him made his blood boil in rage. He wanted to rip it to pieces and grab this force by the neck. "I will get you," Henry decisively said, and with a simple jump, he disappeared into the night, dashing towards the west. He had to prepare the trap to extinguish both nations and bring to light the force behind everything. Herrera village was located in the western parts of the Kingdom of Stal, a small and isolated settlement nestled in the shadows of the mountain range. It was a place that had been long forgotten by the capital and the noble classes, left to wither away after the main mine dried up and ceased most operations. It didn't border the perilous frozen forest, but the villagers still had to live in constant fear of bandit attacks, which made it a challenging place to call home. The crumbling and dilapidated buildings and homes of Herrera village stood as a testament to years of neglection. The once bustling market square lay desolate, filled by garbage and debris. Meager iron mined from the deactivated mines were barely enough to sustain their basic needs, since the merchants raised their prices way above the normal, due to the great dangers of traveling through the roads around it. Over the last years, after Henry's coronation, the situation on Herrera village has improved by a large margin. Bandits were exterminated, and the White Merchant Road was being revitalized, increasing the commerce in this region. However, it was still distant from the other western villages on the side of the Merchant Road, or those with still operating villages. On the outskirts of Herrera village, an abandoned old villa loomed beneath the shadows of the long mountain ranges, peacefully resisting time and the extreme weather conditions of the north. Time and the never-ending snow piled on top of its ceiling, trying its best to kill and destroy the remaining of its architectural splendor. Those battered towering spires and peaked rooftops were an undeniable proof of its past magnificence, but also a forlornly yearn for life and a daily struggle against the heavens. Once this grand mansion served as the abode of a prominent noble family, descendants of the royal bloodline of Stahl, and responsible for managing the trade of all cold iron of Herrera. However, as the iron mines dried up, so did their fortune and their extravagant lifestyle, leading to their gradual decline and their disappearance from the village, running away towards the capital. Within the damaged mansion's walls, Henry stood before a large fireplace, holding a long iron poker as he carefully tended to the dancing flames, their crackling whispers filling the air. Each prod and stir provided the fire with enough strength to spread a comforting warmth throughout the abandoned grand entrance hall, infusing it with new life. The flickering glow gently illuminated Henry's face, making his eyes shine in a crimson hue, like a precious and rare ruby. After a few minutes, Henry paused and slowly placed the iron stick next to the fireplace, shifting his gaze towards the soldiers behind him. 100 soldiers were assembled next to a grand stairway, standing in absolute silence and maintaining a firm posture as they respectfully looked at him. Clad in white furred uniforms bearing the emblem of Stahl, they looked like a huge pack of wolves. Even the energy emanating from them felt heavy. General Olaro has certainly learned a thing or two about modern training methods and leadership. Henry praised in his mind, they won't even move a finger until they are commanded. Impressive progress. They will be at least useful. Henry had established the commander's training center with the intention of imparting his knowledge to the captains and generals under him. He taught them modern knowledge on training routines to improve stamina, strategy, discipline, and leadership skills. It was an efficient way to rapidly cultivate a cohesive and effective army with a decentralized bias. Henry needed soldiers who moved and acted in unison, while maintaining an unshattered obedience, even when faced with insane orders. While looking at them, Henry found himself reflecting on the principles laid down by Sun Tzu in the renowned book, The Art of War, where he emphasized the significance of unity and discipline within an army. One particular passage resonated deeply within his mind. When one treats others with respect, they respond in kind. When one leads with strict discipline, they follow orders. When one advances united, they are unstoppable. Sun Tzu's teachings echoed the essential truth that unity, discipline, and obedience were crucial for achieving victory on any battlefield. Even in modern times, all armies followed this crucial principle. You may rest now. You must be weary, Henry said, gesturing with his hand. These soldiers had pushed themselves relentlessly, marching for 3 consecutive days while surviving on only 3 hours of sleep, trying their best to evade the invader's sight and walking through perilous terrains. In their ears, Henry's words carried a note of mercy, akin to that of a benevolent deity and caring guardian. I assume you have already met Lyre, the king added, pointing to his side. Like a shadow emerging from behind him, Lyre silently stepped forwards and stood protectively behind Henry. In my absence, she will be the one leading you. Henry took a moment to gaze at his soldiers, ensuring that they grasped the order. The soldiers had no doubts about his decision. Lyre had proven her strength and skills throughout their journey from Morante to this point. Her instincts and leadership had saved them countless times from being spotted by the enemies and protected them from dangerous creatures. It was because of her that they had remained safe and unharmed. I know Olaro has trained all of you, Henry addressed the soldiers. But I need to see a demonstration to see what you're capable of and how we can best utilize your skills. Henry understood that assessing his army's strength before entering a battlefield was essential and important. Charging blindly would be a foolish move that could risk the lives of his soldiers and jeopardize the success of his missions. He needed a clear understanding of their capabilities to act. Outside the house, Henry observed 100 soldiers braving the harsh cold and running barefoot around the decaying mansion. He had ordered them to run until exhaustion, pushing their limits until only 2 would remain standing. Those 2 would be rewarded with a promotion, becoming a sergeant in a single leap. It was an enticing offer that made their fighting spirit to rise. He's likely to be the first one, Henry remarked, his gaze fixed upon a towering man with brown hair and a tribal tattoo that stretched from his left arm to his leg. Blood was from a winter orc, which granted him an exceptional stamina and strength. Being a barbarian already grants him remarkable endurance, but with the added benefits of the winter orc's tattoo, his stamina and strength surpass the others. It's like a cheat. The integration of the barbarians into his army was happening sooner than Henry had anticipated. He had expected it to take at least a decade before they began enlisting, but he was proven wrong. In less than 3 years, their numbers had already reached 200, a significant achievement considering the prejudice of Stahl's people. Changing this ingrained prejudice in just a few years was an impossible task, but Henry hoped that their numbers would continue to grow. Their fierce and savage prowess on the battlefield made them an invaluable force, worthy to invest his time and money. Unfortunately, he still couldn't mass-produce these tattoos, or else he would have no problem with these enemies. Henry's gaze shifted towards a woman positioned at the back of the group, occupying the last position. With her lustrous black hair and well-toned physique, she exuded a captivating presence. Her golden eyes were focused on the back of the person running in front of her. She will end up in second. She is maintaining a consistent pace, Henry thought, observing her controlled breathing and smooth movements. Her posture displayed discipline and poise, with minimal wasted energy. She has potential to become a great soldier. She is also in the third stage warrior, quite an accomplishment for her age. The result was as Henry expected. The barbarian ranked first, with the woman ending in second. Their skin was red and their feet were bluish, a consequence of the cold weather. Fortunately, the mana in their bodies and their training maintained them in safe conditions. Your first mission is to select 50 soldiers each to your respective teams. They will be under your leadership until we finish this mission. We are going to do a mock battle. Zara's bright golden eyes remained fixed on the black-haired young man standing before her, as if silently assessing him, trying to see through the person responsible for such great changes throughout Stahl. The people hailed him as their new savior, the Fire of the North, sent by the founder to protect them from hunger and the hidden dangers of the frozen forest. Zara shared this same feeling of reverence for the man who had provided to her family enough food and firewood to ward off hunger and to survive through the harsh winter. She had enlisted into the army due to her revolt and unwavering faith in the Fire of the North, jumping into the enlistment caravan without a single speck of hesitation. From a young age, Zara had experienced the harsh reality of the North, the persistent struggle against hunger, and the unrelenting attacks from the frozen forest. Those experiences left deep scars within her soul, which fueled her desire to help the king to forge a new and better future for the next generations. The army was a ray of hope, a chance to fight back against the forces that had created such a reality, a chance to break the chains of hunger and subdue the threats coming from the frozen forest. Henry's desire and ideals for such a future, spread across the kingdom via enlistment caravans, resonated deep within her, fueling her determination. Zara trained like a crazy person for nearly 2 years, without rest and without complaining. She stood out among countless others, which gave her the chance to stand face to face with her savior. Zara's eyes shifted from the king to the towering figure standing beside her, a young barbarian with unkempt long brown hair and teeth resembling those of a wolf. Grok had just turned 16 this year, becoming a full-fledged adult in the barbarian's culture. As soon as he received his tribal tattoo, he decided to leave Orsus, the barbarian village, and enlist into the army. The untamed spirit of his lineage made him crave for the thrill of battle and conquest, desiring to meet the legendary figure who managed to slay hundreds of winter orcs with a single slash of his sword. Grok fixed his gaze upon Henry, his expression filled with defiance and a great desire for challenge. The hot breath escaping from his nostrils to meet the freezing environment gave him an animalistic air, like a bull ready to pounce at its prey. Grok had earned the reputation of a great young warrior back at Orsus, surpassing and defeating all his peers with an unmatched strength and the hidden savagery coursing through his veins. He firmly believed that he was destined to become the greatest of all barbarians, responsible for leading his tribe against the enemies. Grok had never lost once in his life, causing him to develop an unwavering conviction in his own superiority, which had been simmering beneath the surface, waiting for the right moment to explode. Victory over the 100 chosen people behind him served as a catalyst to boost his confidence even further, as a sense of grandeur engulfed him. Swallowed in those feelings, Grok felt that the black-haired king in front of him was nothing and didn't deserve to command someone such as himself. He wouldn't submit to anyone weaker than him, thus he must challenge him. Caught between Zara and Grok's stares, Henry could clearly discern the difference in their attitudes. Zara watched him with worship and reverence, while Grok's eyes were filled by defiance and insubordination. As a king, Henry understood the contrasting customs of the barbarians, who valued strength above all else and were obsessed with the adrenaline of battles. However, the pride and ego ingrained into him couldn't stand such rebelliousness coming from someone under him. It was preposterous. During his 2-year reign over the barbarians, Henry had come to realize the rarity of individuals like Jed. He could embrace the long-term perspective and abandon his personal interests for the greater good of his people. A gem amongst the egoistic and individualistic barbarians who viewed the community as a tool to increase their chance of survival and preserve their lineage. These traits made Ursus a difficult place to govern and maintain peace. Henry quickly suppressed his pride and anger, realizing it was not the moment to discipline the young barbarian before him. He looked at Zara and Grok and then glanced up at the darkening winter sky. It would be a night exercise. Great, the teams have been decided then, Henry remarked, his gaze shifting to the 49 soldiers lined up behind them. Henry couldn't help but observe the composition of Grok's group. They were predominantly muscular men, lean and devoid of excess fat, favoring swords and axes as their weapons of choice. Their selection seemed to emphasize raw physical strength without much consideration for other factors. On the other hand, Zara's side displayed a more balanced approach, incorporating archers and warriors, taking into account various skills and roles. It was an interesting choice that reflected their distinct perspectives on combat and strength. I will now explain the rules of this mock battle, Henry announced and looked at them, ensuring that everyone, particularly Grok, understood him. As the sole barbarian on this mission, and hence the strangest to the common language, Grok could be facing difficulties on following his words. However, contrary to his expectations, the young barbarian nodded in understanding, giving Henry the sign to continue. "We have hidden 2 flags deep within the surrounding forest," Henry explained, pointing to the forest around them as he continued. "The flag on the left side belongs to Zara's team, while the flag on the right side belongs to Grok's team." The king raised his hands, showcasing their respective directions. The soldiers nodded in response, showing their understanding. "Your initial objective is to locate and safeguard your own flag." Henry carried on with his explanation. "Once you've secured your flag, your ultimate task is to capture the enemy's flag and bring it back to this spot. The first team to retrieve the enemy's flag will earn a guaranteed place in the commander's training center as students. I will repeat, everyone in the team will have a chance to become full-fledged captains." The soldiers almost jumped in excitement upon hearing Henry's words, threatening to break the silence with a unison chorus. However, they rapidly managed to rein the excitement, but Henry could see their fists tightening as they looked at the adversary's team with a competitive gaze. The chance of attending to the commander's training center was too great to overlook. It was like a pass for a great future. Even Zara seemed attracted by the chance. "Great. Does anyone have any doubts?" Henry asked, scanning the assembled soldiers. He observed as their heads shook in unison, signaling their understanding and readiness. Just as he was about to commence the exercise, his attention was drawn to Grok, who boldly raised his hand. "Ask." Henry nodded and waved his hand, allowing him to ask. "If me win, can me battle you?" Grok's words were laced with determination, though his struggle with the common language was evident. Henry's gaze met Grok's unwavering stare as a moment of silence hung in the air as Henry contemplated whether this kid was stupid or just faking it. The soldiers, sensing the tension, held their breath, awaiting the king's response. Those behind Grok wanted to slap him. However, a second later, a smile tugged at the corners of Henry's lips as he stepped forward, closing the distance between him and Grok. Placing a hand on the young warrior's shoulder, he spoke with a mixture of anger and madness. "I do commend your spirit, even though I hate such insubordination from my soldiers. But if you prove yourself in this battle, I will gladly face you." Before speaking his next words, a mischievous and vengeful smile appeared on the king's lips. "However, if you lose, I will tie you on top of the house upside down without any clothes for the whole night." "How about that?" Henry pointed to the battered towering spire, which were covered by the white snow, proof of the extremely cold environment there. Grok looked there and swallowed hard, a hint of regret showing in his eyes. However, it was rapidly hidden, as determination took over his whole being. He was a great barbarian, and would never lose to such a small being such as Zara and the others. Henry pointed towards the towering spires, their battered peaks covered in a pristine blanket of white snow, a stark reminder of the unforgiving cold that awaited a companion. Grok's gaze followed, his throat tightening as he thought about the punishment. A flicker of doubt and regret momentarily crossed through his eyes, but it swiftly vanished, replaced by an unwavering resolve. He was a formidable barbarian, determined to prove his strength against Zara and punch this small king. "Good." Grok nodded with newfound determination, his voice laced with courage. Unbeknownst to him, he had been trapped into a self-disciplinary action, since Henry had complete confidence on the young man's lack of leadership and strategy skills. "Let the battle commence," Henry announced, his hands clasped firmly together. With Henry's signal, the air crackled with tension as Grok and Zara locked eyes for a brief second, their gazes evidencing a fierce determination and a burning competitiveness within them. Simultaneously and without hesitation, they exploded into action, kicking the snowy ground and dashing towards their respective sides of the forest, followed by their teams. One of them filled by the desire to aid the kingdom and the king, while the other one was motivated by the prospect of fighting against a powerful adversary. Grok's team charged forward like a powerful machine, forcefully carving a path through the thick and frigid forest, leaving deep footprints on the snow. They moved like a wave, pushing aside branches and disregarding any obstacles in their way. They were like a mindless herd of powerful and fierce winter orcs, driven by savagery and a simple line of thinking. The thought of claiming victory and guaranteeing a place in the commander's training center plunged them into an almost obsessive thought, turning them willing to cross through fire to ensure a great social standing. On the other side, Zara's team was like a gentle breeze, avoiding the trees while barely leaving their footprints on the shallow snow. Their eyes had the same crazy intention as those of the other team, obsessed with the prospects of winning. However, contrary to Grok's team management, Zara rapidly took control of her members, not letting them run mindlessly and without a clear leadership. "Soldiers!" Zara called out commandingly, her voice overlapping the sound of running feet, capturing everyone's attention. "Our first priority is to secure the flag swiftly. To accomplish that, we must cover a substantial area. I need each one of you to spread out, maintaining visual contact and establishing positions that facilitate rapid communication." Zara's experience alongside Olero during several reconnaissance operations imparted her with valuable lessons. Among them, she had come to understand the importance of communication for any army or team. Right now, in this specific scenario, if a soldier located the flag but encountered delaying obstacles in reporting the information, it would create an opportune gap for Grok to exploit. The command swiftly snapped the soldiers back to reality, pulling them out of the chaotic state of mind where the overwhelming desire for victory clouded their senses. They had to win this, and to do that, implementing order was the first step. "Move!" Zara's command resonated as she waved her hand. In response, the team sprang into action, their feet hitting the snowy ground, leaving deep footprints. They swiftly dispersed, ensuring they maintained strategic positions that allowed for effective communication, all while keeping their objective in mind. With efficiency, the team meticulously scanned the forest, their eyes taking in every detail. After 15 minutes, the report of the flag's location reached Zara's ears. It was found 10 miles away from the mansion, lodged in a stone. A satisfied and victoriously grin emerged on her lips. On the other hand, Grok's team took 10 more minutes to successfully secure their objective. His lack of leadership skills led the soldiers to an unorganized effort, giving Zara's team a complete vantage. 10 minutes were enough time for a nation to fall, much less a waning and crazy team. Henry observed their every movement, a vengeful smile crossing his face. He turned to Lyre, who stood beside him, and said, "Lyre, get the pole ready. Today I will educate that disloyal and disobedient prick." "Yes, my liege," Lyre responded with a nod, ready to jump down from the roof. But Henry's voice echoed once more. "Fetch the largest one, the higher the better. Let the winter wind have some company." Legs. Back in the capital, Luther was silently observing the construction of the Great Walls, destined to safeguard the city from sieges and attacks. Once in a while, his eyes wandered towards the White Merchant Road, which had been connected to Orsis in these last 2 years, allowing the barbarians to easily trade their goods, mostly food and firewood, with the residents and merchants of the city. Under Henry's reign, the kingdom was going through a revolution in economics and infrastructure, advancing with large strides in both fronts. The constructions held throughout the kingdom guaranteed jobs to most of the people, which in turn gave them enough money to buy food and other necessary items for survival. Henry utilized every single coin in his hands, mostly earned from his shares of the Sun God Company, to invest on his plans to reconstruct the kingdom and give jobs to those idle people, creating a virtuous circle. Henry provided enough jobs to the population, generating income for them, which gave his subjects the means to purchase essential goods and services, thereby stimulating the economic activity and supporting the merchants, who were all under the banner of the Sun God Company, giving him royalties. Henry planned on using the merchants to reduce the transaction costs and to guarantee the availability of goods and services. In a world where data could only be recorded and transmitted through physical paper, centralizing everything in his own hands posed challenges. Additionally, the absence of tools to process vast amounts of information made it more practical to involve the merchants and seek their assistance in addressing this issue. Some decisions couldn't remain all in his hands. Furthermore, Henry saw the merchants as an invaluable tool for spreading knowledge. It would bring new ideas, technologies, and business practices from various markets and countries, infusing stall with innovation. It would also be easier for local merchants to spot and improve scattered technology, those which the royal family wouldn't have been able to give attention to. In sum, embracing and supporting, the merchants would not only drive productive growth, but also enhance the quality of life for the people, creating a vibrant and dynamic environment within the kingdom. The Sun God Company, much like England's control over the East India Company, served as a catalyst to propel these transformative changes. Just as the East India Company facilitated British colonial expansion and trade in the East Indies, Henry desired to make the Sun God Company into a tool to boost the country's development. With Henry behind the scenes, like England, he had the power to influence the merchant class. This enabled him to use them to drive economic growth, encourage innovation, and improve the lives of the people, but without losing his power over them. In the end, ideally, the merchants would only move under his command. Henry wanted to use the best of both worlds, the merchants' flexibility and innovation, and the power of a monarch. This was the best way to economically proceed with his plan of building the strongest nation. Henry attempted to convey his thoughts to Luther, yet the elderly man struggled to grasp the full significance of his investments and the importance of the plan for the future. However, the seasoned general understood the importance of protecting the alliance between the bustling barbarians on the White Merchant Road and the merchants within the city walls. One was responsible for the food and firewood, while the other was responsible for distributing it across the city. This had to be protected. With a final look and after making sure that the construction work was going as planned, Luther got down from the noisy Great Wall, where the noise of hammers and pickaxes was an ever-present company, and made his way to the center of the capital. He had to supervise the other works. Luther headed towards the royal library. Grok trudged wearily through the freezing forest, his breath visible in the cold air. The sound of his boots crunching on the snow echoed as he approached the flag stuck under a leafless gray tree. His team was exhausted from their disorganized and frantic dash through the forest, the uneven ground taking its toll. Although they had mana to enhance their physical strength and endurance, it was a difficult task for a human being to fight against the cold for a prolonged time, even more so after hours of running in the blistering cold. Even Grok, who had a part of a winter orc's endurance and lived almost his whole life inside the frozen forest, felt tired. With a steady hand, Grok reached down and grasped the flag, feeling its fabric between his fingers. A sense of accomplishment and eagerness spread across him, knowing that he was a step closer into achieving his objective, beating that crazy woman, and getting a battle against the small man who named himself king. It was a great feeling. All that. With a mighty shout that echoed through the forest, Grok lifted the flag high above his head, the fabric billowing in the frigid wind as he looked at his team members. Soon the whole team exploded with enthusiasm, covering the whole forest with their roars, like a pack of wolves howling to the moon. However, their cheers were abruptly cut short by a sharp, whizzing sound that pierced the air. An arrow streaked through the snowy landscape, swiftly tearing a gaping hole in the flag before lodging itself in the tree just behind Grok. The barbarian's eyes widened in surprise as he turned towards the source of the attack, his eyes landing on those of a woman with piercing golden eyes. Zara calmly set aside her bow and flashed a victorious smile in his direction. She gently waved her hand, her lips moving in deliberate mockery, slowly spelling the words, "Nice seeing you, big head." The distance between them rendered the sound faint, forcing Grok to rely on his rudimentary understanding of the common language to read her lips. "Niceyingyoubighead," the words slipped from his mouth like clumsy beats, exposing his struggles with the language. After a brief pause, Grok finally realized the hidden mockery behind her words, aiming at his pride. Grok's pride swelled as he witnessed the audacity of a woman openly mocking him. It was a first for him, and it ignited a fiery rage within him. The tribal tattoo scribed on his body glowed with a green hue, utilizing the winter orc's blood to enhance his abilities past a normal human's limits, reaching the maximum power of a second grade. He stomped on the ground and charged ferociously towards Zara, while shouting unknown words in the barbarian's language. Grok's team members took a few seconds to react, their senses jolted back to reality by Zara's surprise attack. They breathed a sigh of relief, thanking their ancestors that her arrow wasn't aimed on any of their heads. This sudden turn of events served as a wake-up call that made them realize the gravity of their previous state of mind. If it happened on the battlefield, all of them would be dead. They swiftly regained their composure, rallying behind their leader and joining him in pursuit of Zara. Seeing Grok charging towards her like a crazy bull, Zara rapidly hung her bow on her back and turned around to run away. She was swift as a fox, her movements resembling those of a skilled parkour practitioner back on Earth. Zara gracefully jumped over the fallen freezing logs and skillfully dodged the branches hanging low, navigating the uneven terrain effortlessly. Her impressive agility gave her an advantage over Grok and his team as they chased her. However, Zara could feel Grok slowly closing in the distance. His determination burned bright as his muscular frame propelling him forward with unyielding force, fueled by the tribal tattoo. The chase between the two adversaries wove through the frozen landscape, each twist and turn increasing the tension and anticipation. It was an endless race. When they entered a clearing, Zara raised her hand into a fist and glanced backwards, assessing the distance between them. After a short moment, she determined it was the appropriate distance and opened her hand, as if giving a signal. At that moment, her team members sprang into action. 4 men swiftly emerged from behind a tree, gripping a thick rope. They forcefully pulled the hidden rope buried beneath the snow. The sudden movement caught Grok off guard, and his speed made it impossible for him to stop. Time seemed to freeze as he took a deep breath, relying on his reflexes. With a powerful kick against the ground, he desperately tried to escape the trap. He flew almost 30 feet high, like a Superman jump. Grok fell to the ground heavily, resembling a fallen log, but a triumphant smile spread across his face. Lifting his head, he saw Zara looking at him with a momentarily bewilderment, intensifying his sense of satisfaction. Dumb woman's giving up. Grok taunted Zara with a smug smile, raising his axe boldly. If he defeated her, he wouldn't even need to retrieve her flag. Their victory would be assured by eliminating their adversaries. It was perfect. Thud thud. Loud sounds echoed from behind, but Grok ignored them, his sole focus fixed on Zara, convinced of his triumph. However, at that moment, Zara's bewilderment transformed into pure mockery. "Are you stupid, barbarian?" Zara asked, her golden eyes shining with an almost genuine laughter that only fueled Grok's anger. "Foolish laughter," he grumbled through gritted teeth, which only made Zara laugh even harder. However, she only pointed her index finger behind him. Grok reluctantly shifted his gaze to where she was pointing, his eyes widening with a mix of surprise and fury. His team members lay on the ground, stacked on top of each other due to the rope. They lacked Grok's reflexes to evade the trap. Zara's team members were perched on trees, bows aimed and ready to shoot them down. It was a loss, a great one at that. Useless people, Grok growled, his teeth grinding together. He wished to use his axe to sever their hands apart, an imbecile group that would die in the frozen forest. "You're on your own. Will you continue?" Zara asked, her smile impossible to suppress. Each word she spoke felt like a dagger piercing Grok's pride. Burning with fury, he turned towards her. He no longer wished to tolerate her taunts, which gnawed at his ego and self-esteem. Grok roared, tapping into the full power of his tribal tattoo, enhancing his speed. He longed to wipe the smile off Zara's annoying face. He would defeat her and her team all by himself. He would then battle that king and unmask these people from the kingdom. However, as he took his 5th step, just a few feet away from Zara, the snow beneath him seemed to swallow his feet. He lost his balance completely, desperately attempting to shift his weight onto his other foot. To his dismay, another hole in the snow caused him to tumble down right beside Zara's feet, despite his reflexes. Before he could recover, Zara drew a dagger and pressed it against his throat, her golden eyes resembling those of a panther ready to tear its prey apart. "It seems like the winter winds will have company today," Henry's voice resonated through the clearing. "Congratulations, Zara and everyone. It ended before I expected, but this king was entertained." The king appeared before them, his black hair blending into the darkness, and his gray eyes carefully assessing everyone, especially Zara. He regarded her as if she were a raw diamond, poised to become the most precious jewel. She had all the qualities to become one of his greatest commanders. Given more time, she could even lead the entire front. He would have to reward Olaro later. He had been watching her closely ever since she found the flag. This woman had managed to track down Grok's group while commanding her team member to stay behind and prepare traps on strategical places, from the holes on the snow to the hidden rope used to incapacitate all the other soldiers. She had even thought a few steps ahead and planned against Grok in case he managed to get away. Zara knew that she wouldn't be able to win in a frontal confrontation, so the best idea would be to lay traps to win against this stupid man. She had perfectly utilized the barbarian's way of thinking against him. A smart woman indeed. Henry's eyes shone with excitement over the prospect of nurturing such a great commander. It would be great. Bring me the flag, Henry commanded, extending his hand, gesturing for Zara to retrieve it from Grok's back and hand it to him. Zara complied, removing the dagger from Grok's throat and reaching for the flag. However, Grok, consumed by anger, made a swift attempt to grasp her hand. Yet something pressed his head deep into the snow, firmly holding him in place. Like a serpent, Henry had swiftly moved and stepped on Grok's head, using the sole of his shoe. With a cruel smile, he gazed down at Grok and delivered a chilling warning: "Do not provoke me, young barbarian. You possess talent but lack wisdom. If you wish to survive, you will obey my commands without question. Disrespect my presence again, and I will feed you to the winter orcs. Bark when I command you to bark, walk when I command you to walk. Do you understand?" Henry asked, exerting more pressure on the barbarian's head, leaving him no choice but to futilely attempt to nod. "Good," Henry stated, his tone still icy, finally letting the young barbarian go. "This mock battle is over. Let's return." He gazed at Zara again with a satisfied smile, turning around and walking back towards the mansion. Henry led the 100 soldiers back to the mansion, their footsteps leaving a visible trace on the shallow snow. He could clearly feel the stark contrast between the two groups walking behind him. Zara's team wore bright smiles as they excitedly whispered to each other, their eyes shining with a happiness they had never experienced before. In fact, if someone were to ask, this could easily be considered as the best day of their lives. They had finally been able to change their future for the better. On the other side, Grok and his team trudged along, their heads hung low as their faces showed a mixture of shame and regret. The memory of their defeat kept replaying in Grok's mind, making him grit his teeth in frustration. In his mind, Zara's actions were the act of a coward and a dishonorable warrior who had no audacity and no courage to move forwards, a mark of weakness and deceit. The atmosphere hovering over the soldiers led to a slight smile to appear on Henry's lips. He created this competitive environment in order to propel the development of teamwork and new skills. He wanted the losing team to desire even further the opportunity to attain the classes in the commander's training center. This desire would lead them to give their all in the mission ahead of them. In the end, the losing team would be able to correct their mistakes and improve overall, all in order to guarantee their future. The winning team would also be propelled to keep their positions, afraid of losing and being outshined by the other one. With that thought in mind, Henry kept silently walking until the walls and the towers of the mansion finally came into view. At that moment, even the most active soldiers closed their lips and looked ahead. As the soldiers gazed upon the mansion before them, their attention was drawn to a long iron pole atop the building, gently swaying in the wind while sparkling under the moonlight, in such a way that not even the dark night could hide it from their eyes. The divided eyes of the group shone upon Grok, some of them filled with pity, while others were filled by the desire for revenge. They thought that this kind of punishment was very light for such a barbarian, who made them lose such a great opportunity. Gulp. While looking at the pole, Grok's throat tightened as he swallowed hard. The venomous stares directed at him didn't bother him as much as the weight of the bet he had made with Henry. Unconsciously, he took a step back, his body trembling under the gentle lick of the wind against his exposed skin, his heart beating faster, stimulated by fear. The desire to plead for forgiveness welled up within him, but the barbarian blood coursing in his veins and his own ego prevented him from uttering a single word. "I am a barbarian," Grok reminded himself. Squaring his shoulders, he straightened his back and remained firm on the ground, resolutely following in the footsteps of the king, who marched forwards without turning back. He would face the consequences as man. He would never run away. These were his thoughts, but if someone paid close attention, they could see his legs wanting to falter. The group only came to a stop when they reached the great hall within the mansion. Henry stood before the fireplace, his eyes sweeping across the organized group of soldiers standing in front of him. Amidst those faces, he could discern a wide range of emotions spelling from their posture and eyes. Some of them had a more relaxed posture with eyes filled by a beaming and happy expression, while others had their shoulders down, hiding the lingering sadness in their gazes. Henry paused for a brief moment before letting out a soft breath and addressing to them. First of all, he began, his voice powerfully resonating through the room, I extend my sincerest congratulations to Zara and her esteemed team. They have demonstrated remarkable synergy, executing their actions with a clear strategy and managing to rein in their emotions. It was a great job, congratulations. With a nod, Henry directed his gaze towards Zara, whose eyes gleamed with a new light. Suddenly, she felt that receiving this praise from the king greatly surpassed the satisfaction and the accomplishment of winning the mock battle, securing a place in the prestigious commander's training center. Trying to hide her excitement and the flushed cheeks, Zara humbly bowed her head. It felt good being praised and noticed by such an admired person. As for the rest of you, there is no need for worry, declared Henry with a commanding presence befitting a king. His words carried a sense of assurance and authority. I have made a decision to grant you all another chance to claim victory and ascend as respected leaders. This mission will be your next chance. As you may have noticed, I have allowed the forces of Luak to enter our kingdom. Henry calmly stated, his voice carrying a sense of authority and confidence. However, they have unknowingly ventured into a lion's den. They will have to leave a few arms and legs as a payment. We are going to slowly dwindle their numbers, without them even knowing the culprit behind it. With each word, Henry's eyes shone brightly, the image of the enemy's demise creating a sense of satisfaction within him. The desire for conquer coursed through his veins. At first, before meeting with the messengers, Henry had considered launching a frontal war against the two kingdoms. He possessed the torch tree's seeds, which could cause great damages to the enemy's line and ensure an easy victory. However, such a war would still require a large volume of resource, which were essential for the soldiers who were fighting on a desolate place and away from their homes. Furthermore, he would be risking the lives of countless soldiers and the manpower for reconstruction. The extreme cold environment and the lack of resources were obstacles that prevented constant large-scale conflicts on this part of the north. In order to find a way out of this situation and to uncover the truth about the incidents surrounding the kingdom, Henry tried to recall every knowledge from Earth. He perused through his memories and found the perfect example that could be used as a guide to take him out of predicament, the Punic Wars, more specifically, the Second Punic War. At that time, Hannibal, a Carthaginian general, devised several strategies to undermine the Roman forces. He employed local bandits and tribesmen to dress as bandits, utilizing their knowledge of the terrain and guerrilla warfare tactics. These disguised groups would launch surprise attacks on Roman supply lines, disrupt communication networks, and harass Roman troops. By adopting the appearance of bandits, these irregular forces were able to strike swiftly and fade away into the surrounding countryside, sowing confusion and fear among the Roman ranks. In the end, pretending to be bandits was a smart way to hide Henry's actions, as Luak believed the kingdom was overrun by bandits. It provided a way to conceal his true intentions and affiliations. This approach had several advantages. It allowed him to infiltrate enemy lines, gather information, and carry out covert operations without being detected. It was a perfect way to reduce their numbers without drawing immediate attention to his own troops. Furthermore, this tactic didn't require much logistic to mobilize a great part of his army, as only a small group of soldiers would be deployed. "You will be departing in 2 days, so get ready," Henry informed. "On the second floor there are 30 rooms available, with enough beds for each of you. On top of those beds, you will find a set of clothes that you will be wearing throughout the entire operation. You can go." With a wave of his hand, Henry signaled his men to depart and make preparations for the upcoming operations. As the soldiers dispersed, Grok stood quietly waiting to be called, ready to pay his department, but Henry didn't seem to mind about him. The great hall was almost empty when Grok finally decided to turn away and head for the second floor. However, when he took the second step, a cold voice sounded in his ears, like the Grim Reaper reaching for his soul. At that moment, Grok seemed to feel his body freezing, as if the cold air from the north licked his skin. "I hope you haven't forgotten our little wager, have you?" Henry inquired, a mischievous twinkle glinting in his eyes. A sly grin played at the corners of his mouth. "I did promise that the cold winter winds would have some company. Liar, can you please lend me a hand in getting this plump fellow up there?" Henry called, and Liar's figure seemingly jumped out from his shadows, walking firmly towards Grok, who watched with a mixture of regret and fake courage as she approached. She gripped his shoulders tightly, while pulling him outside of the mansion, leaving him no choice but to comply with her silent orders. In the castle's administrative room, established by Henry to handle financial matters and everything related to the kingdom's management, Luther had his head down, carefully writing on a parchment. Writing reports for the absent king had become a daily routine for him over the past week. After a full day of work, he would come to this room and summarize the progress of all ongoing projects in the capital, while also keeping tabs on every important information from other parts of the kingdom. Beside Luther, Luke sat at a small table, his eyes carefully scanning a huge list of numbers as his hand rapidly recorded and organized them into a cash flow statement, which greatly helped in the reading of the financial health of the royal treasury, allowing Henry to take assertive actions. It was a must to keep track of every single expenditure, since the kingdom's wealth was rapidly being depleted due to the constant state investment in public schools, infrastructure projects like the sewers and the walls, the commanding training center, and the expansion of the army. Fortunately, the revenue coming from the Sun God Company was sufficient to subsidize everything, and the taxes from the other institution enabled them to continue to expand the operation. The old general lifted his gaze and wearily rubbed his eyes as he turned to the dwarf. He asked, "What is the final balance for the day?" Luke didn't respond immediately. He kept writing for a few seconds before finally lowering down his feather pen. He looked at the balance on the table and expertly replied to Luther, saying, "We ended the day with a positive balance of 302 gold coins in the treasury. Most of the money was spent in the construction projects and war preparations. Despite reducing taxes for the Hunter Association and the people, we managed to sustain our spending without harming our foundation. We still don't have enough working capital to sustain our operations for a year." Luther silently nodded his head, lowering his head and writing down the number 300 in the front. The preparation for the war against the two kingdoms has been eating away at least a third of the whole revenue from the kingdom, which was increased further thanks to Luna's research and the search for torch tree seeds. Henry predicted that when everything was finished, they would finally be able to start a few projects that had been placed on hold, like the universities, which would be responsible for developing secular knowledge, like herbalism and economy. In fact, Henry had already begun transcribing his knowledge from Earth into books and placing them in the royal library. The library was divided into 5 levels, each one of them accessible upon meeting specific requirements. The first floor contained information about laws, myths, history, and a few monsters found in the frozen forest, and it was open to everyone who could read. The other floors could be unlocked by holding a position in the castle, or in the army, or by earning sufficient contribution points. These contribution points were a system created by Henry to stimulate the reconstruction of the base data of Stahl, which had been slowly sold old to other kingdoms. In this context, a person could earn them by contributing with different knowledge on any field of research, from farming, martial arts to topography. The collected knowledge would then be written down and stored in the library for future generations to read, study, and develop all kinds of research on it, allowing the kingdom to grow and prosper. Furthermore, if someone didn't desire contribution points, they had the option to sell the information, which would be generously rewarded by the royal treasure. This was Henry's strategy to quickly amass and control all knowledge and research in his own hands. During the past week, Luther has visited the royal library every single day, overseeing the reconstruction of all its floors while carefully selecting suitable individuals to serve as its manager. He intended to present a great individual to the king upon his return from his campaign. Luther finished his report and tiredly allowed his back to rest against the chair as he pondered, "When will we go to war?" Throughout his long military career, this year and a half has been his longest period without witnessing a single drop of enemy's blood coloring the pure white snow. The barbarians has been subdued under the throne, eliminating the need for Luther to go out on campaigns, and the bandits were exterminated within the span of a few months. Furthermore, Orsis, the barbarian village, has been hunting down beasts nonstop to supply the capital and the kingdom with food, keeping the beasts' population in the outer layer of the frozen forest under control. A strange sense of peace reigned upon Henry's lands, leaving the old general feeling useless. To his dismay, his king had also not included him in this mission, leaving him in the capital to take care of the business and keep everything under control. Luther felt preoccupied and filled with worry. "My liege said that it would take at most 3 months until we can finally see their blood streaming down our lands." Luther muttered, closing his eyes and clenching the armrest. In his mind, he could feel the fervor of the battle and imagine his sword cutting down lines of enemies until he finally met their generals. He would surely behead every single one of them. "My liege is assured that within 3 months the enemy's blood will be flowing through these lands again," Luther muttered, closing his eyes while tightly gripping the armrest, not minding the busy dwarf beside him. The administrative tasks were weighing heavily on Luther's heart, an old soldier accustomed to the fervor of a bloody battlefield. He felt like a caged beast, with its paws and wings tied by something heavy, blocking his way to happiness. Luther yearned to wield his sword and command his soldiers into that metallic air. With his eyes closed, the old general took a deep breath, trying to calm down his restless spirit. But in his fertile imagination, a battle was unfolding. He pictured himself brandishing his silver sword, cutting through hundreds of enemies while relentlessly advancing towards their generals. With each swing, his blade became drenched in their blood as he swiftly beheaded everyone in front of him. Those anguished cries filled the air, and the metallic smell from the river of blood forming underneath his feet made him go crazier. The troops behind him were like hell's creatures, painted by the enemy's blood. Luther was a calm man, but he couldn't run away from his nature. He was a soldier, and he would die as a soldier. He wasn't supposed to be stuck into a room. He had to be in the battlefield. So, their bloods will soon color Stahl's snow. The king just needs to send a signal. Luke could hear the old man muttering to himself. He couldn't help but shake his head as he thought, crazy old man. Without minding, he kept writing his records. Deep within the forest, Henry was in front of 100 soldiers. His cold and sharp eyes carefully analyzing Luek's scouting team. Go! He ordered the massacre. 2 days later, Henry and his soldiers marched out of the mansion wearing old and patched clothes covered by dirt and leaves, like rogue bandits. The hood covering their faces allowed them to hide their identities from prying eyes, something extremely important for the current mission. Before dashing into the forest, the king cast a final glance at his group, carefully inspecting their outfits for any noticeable characteristic that could give their identities away. His eyes paused when they landed on a giant figure, whose clothes were tight and didn't fit well with his massive body. Grux! Henry's voice resonated with a touch of frustration as he gently rubbed his temple, trying to keep his cool. Stop scratching yourself. Upon hearing the order, the giant man briefly hesitated before awkwardly obeying. He stopped his actions, slowly lowering his hands while directing a meek gaze towards Henry. In the past, he might have reacted with anger and defied the orders of this small man who called himself a king. However, that freezing night had taught him an important lesson. He could still feel the icy wind grazing his skin, scratching deep into his bones, like the touch of a frozen specter slowly scratching him. Grok felt like a barbarian farce that had betrayed his ancestors and his own self. Great! Henry took a deep breath as he turned his attention back to the forest in front of him. Everything was ready, and the plan could finally be implemented. According to Lyre's intel, Luek's army had already managed to settle in a nearby village known as Lengt. Her reports indicated that they had begun to occupy the outskirts of the village, while Zuna and the other captains had entered the cold iron mines to survey the production of the metal. Let's go, Henry commanded, kicking the ground and disappearing into the forest, followed by his soldiers. Zuna sat inside a simple and improvised tent, her weary eyes fixed on a map spread out before her, but her mind already far away from the present time. Ever since that restless night, when the ground shook and a deafening sound jolted her awake, leaving her adrift, she couldn't find a single moment of peace or sleep. Whenever Zuna closed her eyes, the image of the lifeless bodies of those 49 soldiers haunted her. Their corpses were torn apart without a single part of their bodies untouched, a never-seen scene which sent shivers down her spine. However, the most disturbing aspect of everything was the mysterious cause of that incident. They had no idea if it was a natural explosion or an event produced by someone behind the scenes, like Stahl or Eritrea. The uncertainty kept her on the edge every single night, leaving her anxiously anticipating another potential attack. She always had her sword within the reach of her hands, ready to pounce at the enemies. Zuna took a deep breath, forcing her mind to return to the map spread out before her. It was a rudimentary depiction of the region they were in and the route they had taken to get here, with the position of some important cities and villages in the White Merchant Road clearly represented on it. It was a map she had requested to the sole cartographer of the kingdom to create, who was accompanying them. He had also ventured into the mines with Zuna and the captains, with the mission to meticulously map out every tunnel and passage within the mountains. First, we need to secure the perimeter around our base of operations, Zuna pondered while leaning over the table, her blue hair partially covering the map as she rested her head on the table, closing her tired eyes. We also need to collect enough food and supplies to maintain the troops' fighting capabilities, since we don't have a clear timeline for how long we'll be staying in these lands. Although they lacked formal military structures and advanced war strategies, Luwak had managed to get the basics down, which allowed them to establish a kingdom and successfully defend their lands from others' envious gaze. Because of that, they understood the primal necessity of securing the perimeter and guaranteeing enough resources, a way to allow them to fight and defend against death. Utilizing her limited knowledge and experience on planning and strategy, Zuna had ordered half of her soldiers to rapidly spread around to delimit the area around the encampment and to build up fortifications, while the other half were directed to hunt for food. She was a child of the North and knew that on these cold lands there were three essential things that every single soul must have to exist, even more so with no definitive time to leave stall, food, shelter, and firewood. They were essential resources to survive through the extreme seasons. Suddenly, a voice filled with urgency echoed through the air, catching Zuna's attention. "Commander! Commander! Bandits! Bandits!" A man rushed into the tent, his footsteps quick and his breath heavy. "Bandits have been spotted in the forest." At those words, Zuna's head snapped up as her gaze sharpened, like a sword being taken out from the scabbard. Without hesitation, she reached out for the sword leaning against the table and swiftly rose to her feet. The weight of the weapons seemingly reassuring her that everything would be okay, and she was prepared to face any threat. She strode forward with determination, brushing past the man and causing him to stumble and fall. Zuna urgently asked, "How many of them?" "At least 50. The man responded, scrambling to his feet without minding Zuna's actions as he trailed closely behind her, stepping outside. "They've ambushed our soldiers who were hunting in the forest. We have lost 25 men before they vanished into the forest." Unlike Henry's new army, which was based on the Roman legions, Luek's troops were not well-trained, disciplined, or organized into standardized formations. In fact, their soldiers were mostly farmers recruited from the poor countryside, who had no other choice but to enlist in the army to escape the clutches of hunger and cold. They only received dull weapons and then were thrust into battle without any training. "Gather the captains. We are going to hunt them down." Zuna's commanding and powerful shoo echoed through the camp, catching the attention of all soldiers. She rapidly made her way throughout the temporary maze of improvised tents, not minding the smoke rising from the crackling fireplaces, mingling with the smell of stews and the sound of wood being chopped down. There were even some soldiers carrying a few baskets filled by food bought from the length. Zuna was determined to hunt them down. Deep into the forest, Henry and his group were surrounded by corpses, whose blood dried the white snow and painted it in red. He watched without worry as the sole survivor ran away. "He will be the first trumpet. Let him go," Henry commanded, turning around and diving deeper into the forest. The battle came to a swift conclusion, lasting only a few minutes. Henry's side emerged unscathed and untouched by the enemy's attacks, suffering not a single loss. It was a one-sided massacre, with the enemy unable to pose any real challenge, a display of their dominance. This result could be credited to multiple factors, but the most important ones were time, surprise, and teamwork, which made the army move like a sharp arrow that easily pierced through the enemy's lines. Henry understood that the surprise element would only work once. He knew that the next time Luek's soldiers left the camp to go hunting, they would be much more prepared to face off the dangers. With this in mind, Henry decided to make the most of this timing. He had already mapped out and memorized the location of the 6 teams that left the campsite. "Move!" Henry swiftly led his soldiers to charge towards their next prey, leaving the enemy's lifeless bodies on the cold ground as evidence of their strength and presence on this land. The sound of their footsteps was being muffled by the never-ending snow under their feet as they navigated through the gray trees with ease while maintaining the formation. The enemy's positions, clearly etched in Henry's mind, guided their path, ensuring the maximum efficiency of the plan. It didn't take long before another of Luek's hunting groups appeared in front of Henry's death squad. Muffling snow coupled with the soldiers' silent march enabled them to successfully get closer to the enemies without drawing their attention, a crucial part of the plan, since they couldn't allow them to run away. Henry's piercing eyes gleamed with killing intent as he swiftly assessed the surroundings, identifying that those were the only opposing soldiers. Furthermore, he was able to clearly distinguish the easiest path to destroy their will to fight and any potential struggle. Everything was fine. "Charge!" Henry's booming command reverberated, drawing the attention of Luek's hunting team, who immediately surveyed the surroundings, trying to identify the source of the voice. The king led the charge, being the first one to appear from behind the trees, his figure turning into a blur as he charged towards the first victim. At that moment, a hideous black wave seemed to flood the horizon, as a horde of bandits came out from behind the trees, sprinting towards Luek's soldiers. "Bandits! Bandits! Bandits!" They screamed as they unconsciously took a step back, their hands and knees trembling. These people were mostly farmers and normal hunters who lived in the countryside of Luek. They had no experience and no training in wielding weapons, while also being extremely unprepared to face off the dangers of the war. Furthermore, bandits were also a great plague in their communities, which made them even more fearful. They understood the nature of bandits more than the soldiers themselves. There were no experienced captain or soldiers to lead a counterattack, since all of them were back in the campsite. Henry carved a path on the snow, moving with great precision and speed, his every motion exuding a deep killing intent, akin to a volcano eruption. He had already discarded those naive ideals from his time on Earth, understanding that in this unforgiving realm there was no room for half measures. If he couldn't control his enemies, he had to extinguish their lives, fully eradicate them. There was no space for mercy. It was either him or them. With decisiveness, Henry kicked the ground and swung his sword. Like a bolt of lightning, his sword arced through the air with blinding speed, leaving his first prey without a chance to raise his own weapon in defense. He could only watch in disbelief as the gleaming sword slashed at him, its lethal edge making his sword spin, severing his head. Henry didn't stop, his movements resembling a fluid and lethal symphony as he transitioned from one foe to the other, smearing his sword in blood as he left a pile of corpses behind him. His sword danced through the slaughterhouse, killing his enemies with unparalleled skill, like a whirlwind. Those enemies who successfully disappeared from his view, Henry left to his capable squad as he pressed forwards. With enough between each killing, Henry cast a brief glance backwards, analyzing the actions and the individual skill of his team, with the most eye-catching people being Lyre, Zara, and Grok, who easily overpowered their enemies. Lyre's daggers danced in her hands as she delivered precise and swift attacks, leaving her enemies unable to react. She seamlessly blended with the surroundings for a brief moment, creating enough space for her blurring blades to pierce the hearts and slice the throats of her enemies. With each motion, a lifeless body fell to the ground, making her look like the silent harbinger of death. Beside her, Zara sprinted forward, unleashing a barrage of arrows upon the enemies, which seemed to defy the gravity and soar through the air, successfully finding the hearts of the enemies. She easily moved through the snowy battlefield, jumping over the falling bodies as she ended one life after the other. On the other hand, Grok seemed to have regained his confidence as the battlefield reignited his barbarian blood. He activated his tribal tattoo and directly closed in the lines of enemies, not caring about their attacks. He swung his axe with explosive brutality, cutting off his enemies' limbs with a single and powerful attack that seemed to make the air tremble. There was no elegance or finesse, only pure savagery. The rest of the team moved as a pack of wolves, teaming up and rapidly finishing the enemies, not leaving them enough room to breath or stage a counterattack. They swiftly killed their enemies, and when a single strike proved to be insufficient, they left it for the next team members to finish the job. They only had to rapidly incapacitate the foe and then get to the next one. They were a testament to the wrath and pride of Stahl. Again, the battle was concluded without a single casualty on Henry's side, a true massacre that left a trail of blood. However, amidst the aftermath, one survivor desperately fled the battlefield, stumbling repeatedly. He struggled to dodge the vines on the ground and maintain his balance on the snowy terrain. A ghastly injure was on his back. Grok, unable to contain his sadistic tendencies, was about to give chase, eager to witness the man's reaction. He wanted to see how fast such a man could run. However, a calm voice swiftly halted his actions as a piercing gaze landed on him. "Stop. We are proceeding to the next target," Henry commanded, bringing the barbarian to the present importance of the mission. Timing was an essential tool for this mission. He couldn't allow the barbarian to indulge himself in such a foolish action. "Move!" Henry bellowed, leading his team forward in pursuit of their next victims. It took only an hour for Luek's other teams to face the same fate. They were incapable of posing a genuine threat, being swiftly eliminated, without a sound being leaker to warn the others. Excellent. Zuna had hurried to the scene upon receiving word of a bandit's attack on her hunting team. She stood in the middle of the forest, analyzing the gruesome aftermath of the battle. There were no bodies of enemies, meaning that they were extremely strong. The footsteps on the snow were rapidly being covered by the gentle falling snow, making it impossible to count their number. "Damn!" She cursed, and as she was about to give orders, a desperate and scared scream reverberated through the forest. "Demons! They're diamonds! This land is cursed!" A bleeding man emerged from behind a tree, while trying to stop the flow of blood from his arm with his remaining hand. At the sight of Zuna and her team, the man didn't hesitate and continued running. The image of a figure clad in black, swinging a sword and leaving a trail of blood and human's head, haunted his mind. He didn't want to stay here. He wanted to go back home. Driven by this desire, he kept running. Get him! Zuna's command reached the few soldiers and captain behind her, who swiftly moved into action and took down the man, forcing him to stay still. Zuna had to understand their numbers and everything that happened to her hunting teams. After losing them, she would have to probably mobilize more and new soldiers, which would result in delays on her plans. It would only get dangerous. There were even a few rumors that Eritrea had already organized their armies and was about to enter Stahl's territory, aiming at the cold iron mines and to exterminate her life and the position occupied by Luek. Zuna knew that she couldn't count on Henry's help, since there were not sufficient soldiers in that dumb man's hand. She had to speed up things. Somewhere in the forest, while Zuna questioned the desperate bleeding man, Henry's silver sword claimed the life of its last victim, severing the man's head in a clean and swift attack, causing the headless body to crumple to the ground and join the countless others that littered on the floor. The heavy scent of iron lingering on the air seemed to wrap around Henry, like an unexpected companion or a long-lost family member. It felt comforting and nauseating at the same time. Trying to brush off the smell hanging on him, Henry took a brief glance at his soldiers, who were firmly maintaining the formation while awaiting new orders. They were breathing in ragged breaths, and some of them even suffered from a few minor injuries that would probably take a few days to completely heal, but fortunately, no life under his lead had been lost this time. Today, Henry had pushed them past their limits, urging them to fight and run to their next target without a single chance to catch their breath. Although most of these soldiers were in the second stage and able to fight against dozens of normal soldiers, such strenuous task in this cold weather had taken a toll on their fighting capabilities. It was this fact that created a window for those feeble lambs to desperately strike back and draw out some of their blood. Looking at the board as a whole, Henry didn't regret his decision. These injures were nothing. He would still have pressed on even if it meant losing a portion of his force, since it meant getting a strategic win over them in the long term. Henry turned his sight to the grand mountain range spawning on the horizon, casting its shadow on them as the gentle snow slowly covered their vestiges, before finally resting his eyes on the faithful soldiers again as he gave out a simple compliment: great work. He didn't forget to nod at Grok, Lyre, and Zara, the three pearls that shone brightly in this battle. 2 days later. 350 corpses laid on top of a funeral pyre, carelessly arranged one on top of the other. There wasn't a single body intact. Most of them had missing heads and limbs, while others had been found completely disfigured by wild animals. It was a scene worse than those found in a normal battlefield, making those not used to such scenes wanting to throw up, especially the normal farmers. Luek's army gathered around the funeral pyre, their eyes reflecting a mix of fear and unease. The unsettling rumors circulating around the encampment, jumping from mouth to mouth, seemed to instill a common and great panic in their minds, reinforced by the hideous sight of their dead comrades laying on the pyre. The soldiers who managed to survive through the carnage in the forest held hollow eyes as they came back mumbling meaningless words. Those who were near enough could only hear one word loud and clear, and that was dark demons. Those words were repeated over and over by all of them. The soldiers who managed to survive the carnage inside the forest returned with haunted eyes and quivering voices, muttering meaningless and incoherent words. Yet one sounded loud and clear to a nearby listener: demons. They repeated this word over and over, turning their eyes in fright at any unusual sound. Even the slightest crunch of the snow sent shivers down their spine. It didn't take long before those words spread among the soldiers. The ancient legends of evil horned creatures, with red skin and eyes, emerging from the winter winds fueled the panic. Right in front of the wooden funeral pyre, Zuna was silently holding a lit torch in her hand as the snow slowly piled on top of her disheveled blue hair. Her eyes were absent-mindedly looking at the pyre, lingering with a mix of anger, despair, and confusion as she thought about the last events. She was still trying to mentally recover from that mysterious midnight explosion that had taken the lives of a few of her soldiers. Now she found herself facing another misfortune and losing a significant part of her army, which would probably lead to a delay in her plans. However, the most concerning fact wasn't the loss of these unskilled soldiers or the small setback in the operation, but the veil of smoke that covered her vision. Zuna couldn't ascertain whether these events were instigated by one of the kingdoms or if it was a mere coincidence. It does not make sense, Zuna murmured to herself, her gaze seemingly lost in thought. For a bandit group to eliminate so many people without suffering any losses, they would need a fourth stage member among their ranks. However, even such a formidable warrior wouldn't be able to kill everyone and still ensure his underlings' own safety. With each passing thought, her heartbeat accelerated, giving space to a suffocating desperation welling up within her. In the end, a word constantly repeated by the survivors and by the soldiers in the encampment emerged in her mind. Diamonds. She immediately cut off that chain of thought. There are no demons. They are merely legends created to curse and chain us. Letting the senseless thought go and returning to the present, Zuna turned her attention to the 10 captains standing behind her, each one entrusted with a company of 500 soldiers. With a commanding tone, she said, "Call the soldiers surveying the mines and assign them to hunting. We need to start preparing for winter. Also, I want one of you to go inside the forest with them. I don't want unnecessary losses." As the order resonated in the air, a mixture of anger and unwillingness flickered across all captains' faces. Ever since the beginning, they disliked the idea of someone weaker and younger than them to take charge of this mission. They were in the fourth stage and were descendants of noble lineages, which gave them a great prestige throughout their society. The only one capable of ordering them around was the king. However, despite that, they still didn't dare to raise a complaint. Zuna was someone personally appointed by the king to lead this mission, and defying her authority wouldn't only invite severe consequences upon them, but also bring a great punishment to their families. Although they were powerful, they didn't dare to defy the symbol and power such as the king. The first one to react was a fat, long-haired man, whose face was adorned with a bulbous nose and small beady eyes. He rested his hand over his belly as he asked with a tone filled by pride and rudeness, "Who is the one going?" He didn't mind letting out his dissatisfaction with the situation. Zuna looked at him with disgust and displeasure, emotions that were soon replaced by a vengeful grin. "You." The man's small, beady eyes bulged with anger, ready to shout and curse at the woman. However, clenching his fist, he managed to suppress his emotions and forced a smile instead. "I am afraid I'm not fit for this task. Commander," he said, his voice dripping with contempt as he addressed the woman, "my feet is sore. I must have injured my feet on the way here, and I need some rest to heal." With a fake painful smile, the man gently tapped his leg, trying to show the injury. "I can't even lift it up. You should choose another one." He looked at his comrades, who looked at him with disgust but remained silent. "I don't care. You are going," Zuna coldly said, the smile leaving her lips, replaced by an emotionless face. "I want 10,000 pounds of meat in the end of this week." "Go." The man didn't seem to hear her orders and stood firmly on the ground, looking bewildered at her. The anger in his eyes intensified as his hand fell to the sword on his waist. The action didn't go unnoticed by Zuna. "I dare you." Zuna rapidly turned her body and walked in his direction, looking down into his eyes, who remained feastly looking at her. "I won't say it again." "Go." The king's power behind her, giving her enough strength to face this man. They maintained eyes contact for a whole minute before the man finally backed down with a silly smile on his lips. "Sorry. My ears don't seems to be working probably today. Thank you for coming so close. I will be departing." He looked at his comrades with that same smile, his eyes hiding a cruel look. He turned around and left. "Burn it," Zuna said, throwing the torch towards the pyre. Somewhere in the mountain range, Henry stood outside of their hideout while sharply looking down upon the blazing fire at the center of Luek's campsite. The flickering flame seemed to pierce through the darkness, casting an eerie glow that reached the depths of the surrounding forest. Despite standing almost 7 miles away from the source, Henry still couldn't escape the unpleasant smell carried by those flames, a disgusting combination of charred meat and searing iron that created a nauseating and heavy odor. It was a recurring scent that Henry had got used during his stay in this world, since it was a common practice for northern families to cremate their loved ones as a gesture of respect and as a final farewell. For them, the physical body was only a transient vessel that had to be burned to allow their souls to leave the mundane world and sit by the fire with their ancestors. They believed that if this vessel wasn't burned, they would be caged inside for an eternity, unable to move, breath, see, or talk. "My ledge." Lyre's voice sounded from behind Henry, her figure gradually materializing from the darkness, becoming clearer with each step. Henry's gray eyes glinted in the night as he looked towards the dark figure behind him. "So, how is the situation?" he asked, choosing to get straight to the point. He had ordered her to infiltrate Luek's camp and gather as much information as possible. He had to understand the enemy before taking his next step, or else he was prone of suffering losses. There are whispers among the soldiers about an army of demons residing in the forest making them extremely afraid of stepping inside it. Lyra recounted, remembering Luak's soldiers' scared faces. Furthermore, it seems like a fight almost broke out between that woman and a captain under her, but he backed away in the end. There seems to be some divergence between them. Most of them are clearly unsatisfied with her leadership. Also, they seem to be organizing another party to go hunting for food. That's all I managed to collect, my king. Henry silently nodded, crossing his arms and rhythmically tapping with his fingers as he pondered about the situation at hand. He was wrong. He expected that the enemy would likely launch a search expedition, a witch hunt, flooding the forest with troops and providing him with the perfect scenario to employ hit-and-run tactics. He had even instructed his most able soldiers to dig and prepare traps in strategic positions that would deal the greatest damages on them. She is smarter than I thought, Henry murmured to himself, his eyes slightly turning towards the campsite. This will make my job much harder. Zuno was an inexperienced commander, a messenger that got lucky and rose to this position thanks to a great accomplishment and thanks to the messed-up structure of the northern kingdoms. In his case, he would never let anyone without experience to take over such an important position, even if they had saved the whole kingdom with their words. Military positions were too important. However, despite the plan not going as perfectly as he devised, Henry still felt satisfied that one of the most essential parts of it had been successfully planted. During the hunt, he had intentionally spared 7 soldiers, allowing for rumors about a powerful force lurking inside the forest to disseminate across the enemy army. He wanted that to act as a demoralizing agent, one that would undermine the morale of the enemies and gradually eat away their will to fight. Henry had 100 capable and training people under him, but they would be insufficient to fight against those 5,000 soldiers positioned in that camp. Because of that, he understood the need for other tools to take away their numbers and create an immense fear into them. Now he had to increase that fear as much as possible in order to not lose the right timing and to not let them lose that fear. What about Eritrea? Henry asked, his arms still crossed and his fingers still rhythmically tapping under his shoulders. Did the messenger from yesterday deliver any news? Yes. According to Olaro, our scouts have detected some movements near the kingdom's border. They are amassing their forces and are getting ready to move, which might happen on the next week, Lyre said, telling the news. Henry nodded once again, relieved that this other enemy was moving as he imagined, dumbly preparing for a war during the North's winter, the worst season for everything. Henry knew that this could be considered the worst decision for a war outside of their own territory, one that had been proved disastrous countless times throughout Earth's history. Napoleon Bonaparte's invasion attempt on Russia in 1812 stood as the best reminder of the catastrophic consequences of such decision. The harsh Russian winter and the difficulties of supplying troops over long distances resulted in devastating losses for the French forces. Furthermore, the extreme cold, the lack of food, and the scarcity of provisions only served to weaken the French army, ultimately leading to its defeat. There, covered by the snow, 400,000 French lives were lost. It was a proof that winter was a dangerous variable for those who lacked preparations. Similarly, Eritrea was walking on the precipice of a perilous path. They were familiar with the harsh reality of the northern winter, but they lacked 2 important variables for any war: the understanding of the enemy's terrain and the logistical capabilities to fight such a war that might be prolonged for months and even years. This decision could only be considered as idiotic and made by those who had no idea on how to fight a war. But to Henry, he just wanted to laugh and thank them for their stupidity, since it would make his job easier. Great. What about the evacuation of the people? Henry asked, his gray eyes gleaming under the moonlight. General Isif of the city's command has already finished withdrawing the population from the interior and is moving them to the capital. Herrera and Langton village are the only ones left. And as you commanded, they have destroyed the water ducts and burned all the leftover food inside the villages. Lyre responded, her mind trying to figure out the plans of Her Majesty, but unable to understand. That's good, Henry said, shifting his vision back to Luak's camp. The fire was still licking the skies, and the odor hadn't yet subsided. At those words, Lyre expectantly looked at that wide back for a moment, as if waiting for something, but no more words came out of the king's mouth. Yes, my liege, she said in a sad tone and bowed her head, turning towards the rugged cave's entrance. However, when she took the first step, a soft voice was carried by the wind and landed in her ears. Great job. Hidden by the hood, a smile blossomed on her lips as her eyes glimmered with happiness. It was my pleasure to be of service, my liege, she cheerfully replied, her eyes traveling back to that man, the one who changed her life. the memories of their first meeting resurfacing in her mind. Lyre hailed from a humble knight family, who received their title and land during the reign of Henry's great-grandfather as a token of appreciation for the discovery of a new cold iron vein. They received the esteemed name of Froststone, symbolizing their ancestral roots and the origin of their merits towards the throne. However, the prosperity and esteem built by the Froststone's ancestor were tragically squandered in the hands of Lyre's grandfather, Evander Froststone. This ill-fated man managed to gamble away their lands, their noble title, and their whole fortune, losing everything on a betting table against a known viscount. Lyre's mind still held a vivid memory of that fateful day, 8 years before Henry's ascension to the throne, when her entire world crumbled beneath her feet. On that day, Evander Froststone crossed the manor's front gate with a hollow semblance and drowned in desperation. Beside him strode a man with blonde hair, exuding an air of arrogance and superiority, adorned with an excessive number of jewelries on his body. Dozens of guards towed behind them, their hands tightly grasping their sheathed swords. Viscount Jasper was a minor noble with a distant bloodline relationship to the throne, which allowed him to grow a small influence over the dilapidated and corrupt institutions of the kingdom. He managed to amass a considerable fortune by robbing and preying on those weak knight families, stripping them of their lands, fortunes, and tittles. As he neared the manor, Jasper's gaze was fixed on the building in front of him, the gleam in his eyes fading away, but concealing his venomous fangs. He turned to Evander, hissing in fury, "Sir Evander, this estate is far from what you promised me." "It holds great value, my lord." Lyre's grandfather exclaimed, the desperation in his eyes increasing further. The royal treasurer himself appraised it. "I even possess the certificate as a proof." "Do you?" the Viscount inquired, squinting his emerald green eyes. "Fetch it for me," he commanded, extending his hand and making the golden bracelets twinkle. "Yes, yes," the old man repeated, turning his head towards his son, who was standing helplessly in front of them holding Lyre's small hands. "Anthony, quickly get the ownership deed and the royal treasurer's appraisal." "Go." Anthony was a handsome man from whom Lyre had inherited her silver hair and her intelligent, icy blue eyes. A competent man who strived hard to raise the status of the family, not wanting them to remain as outsiders in the inner circle of nobility. However, every time he stepped closer into achieving his objective, his incompetent father managed to get the family into trouble. The moment he caught sight of his father leading Jasper through the external gates of the manor, he hurried to meet them at the main entrance of the manor. Lyre followed behind, finding shelter behind her father's broad back, which felt like a shield strong enough to bear any burden. Behind him, her icy blue eyes were furtively analyzing the strange man, who strangely made her feel afraid. Meanwhile, Anthony's mind whirled with the countless unsettling rumors surrounding the Viscount, a heartless man capable of spilling rivers of blood to satisfy his tendencies. Every noble inside the capital's walls made it clear for him to stay away from this man, but his gambling addict father didn't seem to mind the safety of his family. And when Evander asked him to fetch the ownership deed, Anthony had instinctively understood the gravity of the situation. They had lost the manor, perhaps even more than that. Anthony's blood boiled in anger, wishing to kill this useless man. He had to take a deep breath to calm his racing heart, since Evander was still the chief of the family and had the formal power over family's business. He could do nothing. Lyre could seemingly feel her father's shifting emotions, prompting her to cling onto his clothes with her tiny hands, trying to comfort him. In response, Anthony mustered a reassuring, silently conveying that everything was fine and there was no need for concern. Anthony bowed his head as a gesture of respect for the man's status, before saying, "I will return shortly, Viscount." With that, he turned around and gently clasped Lyre's small hands, ready to go back inside the manor. The little girl stepped forwards, briefly taking a look at the strangers and at her grandfather. However, in that very moment, Jasper's attention shifted from the manor to the pair standing before him. His eyes lingered upon the young girl, his eyes revealing some kind of sinister fascination. "The girl stays," he uttered, trying to conceal the dark intention in his tone, as a smile stretched across his lips. Anthony's heart skipped a beat as those venomous words left Jasper's lips, leading him to tighten his grip on Lyre's hand. A mixture of anger, fear, and determination coursed through his veins as he remembered the rumors about this cruel man, who had kidnapped and killed countless young maidens from small knight families. He loosened his grip when he felt Lyre's small hands trying to get away, but didn't let it go. Viscount's gaze remained fixed on the young girl, his mind racing with twisted visions of her terrified screams, which Evander confused for fury. "Anthony, leave Lyre with me. You go there and fetch me the certificate," he desperately shouted, his arms stretched towards the little girl, who didn't move and looked pitifully at her father. She didn't like this grandfather and was terrified of the man beside him. Anthony could feel the fear conveyed by his daughter's eyes and trembling hands. He gave her a gentle pat on the head, transmitting some peace to the girl. He then turned back to face his father and the Viscount, masking the inner disgust directed at both as he said, "Apologies, my lord. My daughter has been unwell since this morning. I must take her to her mother. I will be back with the certificate." He bowed, "If you'll excuse us for now." With those words, Anthony picked up Lyre in his arms and entered the manor, not sparing them another glance. He understood the intrinsic power behind the Viscount, but as a father, he would never give away his only daughter. Unfilial son. Evander muttered through gritted teeth, desperation turning into disappointment and anger. His unfilial son couldn't understand the situation and help him out in such a difficult situation. It was only a single useless daughter. He could just go and make another one. "Sorry, my lord." 2232. Viscount also harbored a dissatisfied expression, one concealed behind a most of indifference. "No need to fret, Sir Evander," he uttered, a smile playing upon his lips. "I am just looking out for a prospective partner for my son. I thought she might prove to be an ideal match for him, but your son seems against it. Let's just patiently await him to get back." Jasper's gaze then shifted towards the manor, his eyes revealing a disturbing mix of possessiveness and malicious intent. Behind his charming facade, the Viscount harbored a sinister agenda, driven by a destructive hunger to satisfy his sick tendencies. On the other hand, Evander seemed to awaken to a reality, imagining his future as a relative of this powerful Viscount. He could gamble rivers of money away without a need to worry. Anthony carefully carried the little girl to her mother, who was engrossed in a book within the confines of the manor's small library. Sonia was the third daughter of a minor merchant family and had received a basic education in literature and mathematics, which she used to help with the family's accountings. When Anthony walked into the room with Lyre in his arms, Sonia lowered the book and looked at him with an inquisitive gaze. "What's the matter now?" she helplessly asked. It wasn't the first time that Evander came home with a trouble in his hands, becoming a monthly problem for them. Because of that, Sonia convinced Anthony to set aside a portion of their savings to cover her father-in-law's gambling addiction. Anthony gently set Lyre down and ran his hand through his hair, feeling the weight of the situation pressing upon him. He took a deep breath and revealed his father's last accomplishments. "He asked me to retrieve the manor's ownership deed and the royal appraiser's certificate," Anthony helplessly explained, his voice sounding tired. "It seems like he put us in a difficult position." Upon hearing those words, Sonia's eyes widened for a brief moment, but she quickly regained her composure. She had already anticipated such a day, but it was still a heavy blow in her mind. She reached into the drawer of the table and retrieved a brown paper document adorned with a red stamp on it. She rose from her seat and handed it to Anthony, her voice steady as she spoke. "This mansion is assessed in 1,600 gold coins. We don't have enough cash to settle this kind of debt. We have no other option but to relinquish the ownership of the mansion." Anthony took it and patted Lyre on her head, who looked at him with her innocent blue eyes. "You stay here with your mother. Dad needs to take care of some business." Thanks. Next morning, Anthony gathered his family and left the mansion in a carriage, accompanied by 20 devoted servants. He had abandoned his dream of climbing the ladders of noble society and chose to go back to the West, where their foundations were still strong enough to support their growth. It would be the best place for them to build a strong foundation for an eventual comeback. Inside the carriage, Anthony, Sonia, Lyre, and Evander sat in a somber silence. The couple looked at the old man without bothering to hide the resentment and anger present in their eyes. On the other side, Evander was also looking at them with dissatisfaction. "I am the patriarch of this family. Why do you defy my orders?" Evander grumbled, his voice filled with frustration. His eyes bore into Anthony, as if searching for an explanation. "If you had only listened to the Viscount, we wouldn't be in such a difficult position. He offered to marry Lyre to his son, a chance to erase our debts and secure our family's future. It was such a great offer." Anthony took a deep breath, suppressing the rising anger and frustration within him. He had grown tired of his father's egoistical side and his inability to work for the family's well-being. He had even planned on giving away his only daughter to a cruel man such as the Viscount. If not for his father's position within the family and the power to gamble away the rest of the family's wealth, he would have just abandoned him in the capital. "Father," Anthony responded with a hint of anger in his voice, "Viscount Jasper is known for his false promises and his cruel actions. Besides, he has yet to marry a noblewoman and does not have a legitimate heir. If he were to offer his son for Liar's hand, it would likely be an illegitimate child. If we consider marriage for Liar in the future, I want her to be wed to a noble of true honor and power, someone who can provide genuine protection and security, not just a mere bastard. He is a viscount. Evander screamed he would leave. However, just as he was about to curse out as his son, screams rang out from outside of the carriage as the sound of metal clashing against metal echoed. Attack! Bandits! Protect the Lord! Inside the cramped confines of the carriage, Anthony and Sonia shared anxious glances, their hearts gripped by fear. Little Liar also nestled her small body in her mother's embrace, her wide blue eyes reflecting a deep fear as the chaotic sounds outside sent shivers down her spine. Anthony pulled both of them closer, his protective instincts taking over as he whispered, "Don't worry, everything will be fine. The guards will take care of everything." He had been worried about the recent bandits' attacks happening on the White Merchant Road and had contracted a mercenary team for the purpose of protecting him and his family. It was expensive, but he had no other way to guarantee their safety on their way to the west region of the kingdom. Vander, who had previously been cursing at his son, now trembled in silence, his panicking eyes looking around with each clashing sound. He had even positioned himself away from the carriage walls, afraid that a sword or an arrow would pierce through the wood and kill him without a notice. The clash of weapons and painful cries kept echoing outside, painting a grim picture inside the mind of each person inside the carriage. Liar could feel her tiny heart wanting to jump out of her mouth. It took a few minutes for the chaotic noise outside to subside, creating a deathly sound that hung heavy in the air, leaving the family on edge. Vander's trembling voice was the first one to break that silence. "Anthony, go and see what's happening. The soldiers must have already dealt with those bandits by now." At those words, Anthony's eyes burned with a mixture of resentment and contempt. This man couldn't be considered a noble, much less a father. His desire to live outset every other single characteristic. He would sacrifice his own son if it meant surviving. There was no other way. He had to be the one to go outside. He exchanged a firm nod with Sonia, untangled himself from their embrace, and cautiously opened the carriage door, peering outside through a small crevice. As he surveyed the scene, he spotted dozens of lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. However, his attention was quickly drawn to a familiar figure, casually walking among the corpses, Viscount Jasper. "It was easier than I thought." Jasper's words echoed through the air, drowned in a demonic feeling. "We didn't even have to bring this many people." "Now where's the girl?" Anthony quickly closed and locked the door, his desperate eyes meeting Sonia's as his hand instinctively reached for the ornate sword at his waist. Although they didn't see the figure, everyone in the carriage had recognized that voice, especially Liar, who still vividly remembered the fear she felt in the presence of that man. "Is that Viscount Jasper?" Evander asked, bearing a relieved and happy smile on his lips. "We are saved. He killed the bandits." He was about to shout out his gratitude when Anthony swiftly covered his mouth, silencing him. "Are you crazy?" "Shut up," Anthony hissed, trying to maintain control, but his father forced his hand away. "What are you doing?" Evander cursed. "The Viscount has saved our lives, and as nobles, we need to properly greet him." The old man then stood up, reaching for the doorknob, ready to step out of the carriage. Without another option, Anthony decided the best course of action to safeguard Sonia and Liar's well-being. He drew his sword and swiftly slashed at his father's throat, who collapsed on the ground while futilely attempting to stop the blood from pouring out of his body. He desperately looked around, settling on Liar's horrified expression. He helplessly raised his bloodied hand at her, his eyes begging for help, before the light within them finally faded away. Despite her shock, Sonia maintained her composure, tightening her grip around her trembling daughter, trying to calm her racing little heart down. Without a single drop of remorse, Anthony turned to Sonia and rapidly whispered, "I will step outside and buy you some time. Take Liar and run as fast as you can. Don't look back. Lay low in the forest until they are gone. Then go back to your father, he will help you." Sonia briefly locked eyes with her husband before nodding, her heart torn between leaving him and saving their daughter. She knew there was no other choice. "All right," she replied, her voice trembling. She couldn't bear to abandon Anthony, but she had to protect Liar. Anthony leaned in, placing his forehead against Sonia's. He whispered, his voice choked with emotion, "I love you." His gaze then shifted to Liar, his eyes brimming with affection and sorrow. He reached out to hold the scared girl's cheeks. "Good girl. I love you too." Go with your mother. I will follow right behind. Liar's eyes welled up in tears as she tried to cling to her father, but her mother immediately locked her in place. She wanted to hold her father and take away that never-seen sorrowness from his eyes. Anthony then took a deep breath, steeling his heart before walking out of the carriage, stepping over his father's lifeless body. He had to buy enough time for his family to escape, even if it meant having his body torn apart by their swords or burned in hell's fire. As he stepped out and closed the door behind him, Jasper's voice reached his ears. Sir Anthony. I have been looking for you. Where is my toy? Viscount Jasper. Anthony's words were carried in anger, attacking another noble goes against the royal law created by the founder itself. Are you not afraid of retribution? Jasper's lips curled into a wicked smile, his eyes gleaming with malicious intent. He took a step closer, his voice laced with a sinister amusement. Retribution. Jasper scoffed, opening his arms as his demonic emerald eyes looked at Anthony. We are in the middle of the forest. There is no royal power here, only my own power. I am the king, and you are merely playthings. I don't want to talk anymore. I want to go back and play with my new doll, Jasper said, and then turned to the dozens of soldiers near him. Kill him. The soldiers, under Viscount Jasper's command, encircled him like a pack of hungry wolves closing in on their prey. Their swords and spears descending upon Anthony from all directions, striking with cruel precision, each swing and thrust sewing to snuff out any resistance. However, Anthony's desperate wish to maintain his family safe was like a burning flame that didn't care to be extinguished. The soldiers, under Viscount Jasper's command, encircled him like a pack of hungry wolves closing in on their prey. Their swords and spears descending upon Anthony from all directions, striking with cruel precision, each swing and thrust sewing to snuff out any resistance. However, Anthony's desperate wish to maintain his family safe was like a burning flame that didn't care to be extinguished. He stepped forwards and entered further into their attacking range, his sword held high, ready to confront the enemies. With a burst of adrenaline, Anthony lunged towards the nearest soldier, his strike swift and precise as his blade easily sliced through the first enemy, before engaging in a deadly dance with the other adversaries. He parried the incoming attacks, burning his mana circuits with every swing of his sword, which had taken an icy blue aura around it. He was burning his life and blood to gain enough time for Sonya and Lyre, without an ounce of regret. Anthony was like an orc in the battlefield, not knowing pain or fear. Although the odds were greatly against him, he chose to receive injuries in order to slay another enemy. However, the numbers of enemies were too great for him, and he soon found himself losing all strength. Lyre could hear the metallic sounds echoing through the forest, the last memories of her father, as her mother desperately ran through the forest. They only stopped when they were on top of a tree, waiting for 3 days and nights without food and sleep. On the 4th morning, Sonya's eyes glimmered with determination. Biting cold had inflicted severe frostbites upon her body, causing the skin on her arms to become black and all sense of touch. In order to ensure Lyre's survival, Sonya had used her furry coat to shield the little girl from the freezing environment, leaving her body bare and open to the cold. It was a miracle that she managed to survive through those 3 nights without using mana to heat up her body. Lyre, Sonya's hoarse and strained voice sounded, her dry lips struggling to part from one another. We must go. Those words struggled to escape her throat, barely audible in the frigid air, urging her daughter to move. However, the little girl lay motionless in her arms, unresponsive to her desperate plea. Only a faint sound of breathing escaped from Lyre's pale lips. Sonya wished to shake her up, but found herself unable to move her arms, which felt like an insurmountable weight. She couldn't even feel the cold assaulting her skin anymore, causing a wave of desperation to wash over her. She didn't know when that happened. Sonya's anxious eyes darted around, desperately seeking a safe path to get down from the tree and get her daughter to safety. Despite the numbing sensation that rendered her arms useless, she could still feel her legs. A fierce determination burned within her. She refused to let Anthony's sacrifice to be in vain. Ignoring the biting cold and the searing pain coursing through her legs, she forcefully stood up, managing to balance herself on top of the thick branch beneath her, her frozen arms tightly holding the little girl. She sought the perfect position, a delicate balance that would allow her to jump to the next branches, burning the last strands of mana inside her body to successfully get down from the tree. As soon as she reached the ground, she looked upwards, seeking the sun to orient herself, before finally marching to the west. She urged her trembling legs and feeble steps forwards, while leaving a long trail on the snow. The only possibly way out was to reach the small village, where her father had a small influence over, and then used it to escape from the kingdom with her daughter. Every step drained the strength from her quivering legs, which made he gradually lose the sensation of her lower body. Unknowingly, her legs were also taking a black color. Yet driven by an unyielding and primal instinct deep within her, Sonia pressed on, trudging with determination through the unforgiving snow. Time seemed to blur as she kept her gaze fixed ahead, no longer able to discern time as she walked on, whether it had been hours or mere minutes. Her body screamed for rest as the numb sensation spread through her whole legs, leaving her on the verge of collapse. She was about to give up when a wooden gate appeared in front of her, like a beacon of hope guiding ships to safety, causing a faint smile to spread across her lips. "We made it, Lars. We made it," Sonia murmured, summoning the last reserves of her strength to reach the village's front gate, crawling on her knees. The moment she crossed the unguarded gates, Sonia's body sank to the ground while still holding Lyre in her arms, gazing up at the somber gray skies above. Numbness engulfed her limbs, rendering them as distant as the passing clouds. Sonia looked at the little girl in her arms as tears streamed down her face. She had fulfilled her husband's wishes and had managed to get her daughter to safety. Although she was only a merchant's daughter, she managed it. In the distance, the sound of approaching footsteps reached her dizzy ears, growing louder with each passing moment. A serene smile stretched on her lips as Sonia closed her eyes in exhaustion, the image of her daughter etched in her mind. Excellent. 3 days later, Lyre dizzily woke up, greeted by the sight of a cozy wooden room surrounding her. The weight of the soft blankets pressed against her tiny body, providing both warmth and comfort. Although still a little blurry, she slightly shifted her gaze to the side, noticing the crunched back of an old man. Lyre wanted to open her mouth and call to that familiar back, but found no strength to part her dry lips. While still showing his back, the old figure began to talk. "Sorry, sweet Lyre. Although your mother and your father has lost their lives trying to protect you, this old man has no other option. I can't risk the family's well-being for you. Viscount Jasper influence reaches too far, and I couldn't stop the news of your stay from reaching him. He will be here by the afternoon. I hope you will be a good girl and help grandfather with this." With his back turned towards her, the elderly figure spoke softly, his words filled with a strange feeling. "I'm sorry, dear Lyre. Your mother and father sacrificed their lives to protect you, but I have no choice. I cannot be selfless and put the future of our family in danger for your sake. Viscount Jasper's influence extends far and wide, and I couldn't prevent news of your presence from reaching him. He will arrive here this afternoon. I will apologize with your mother around the bonfire, but for now, be a brave girl and help this old grandfather in this situation." Lyre's grandfather was a merchant through and through, a being that would never sacrifice his property and his family for a personal business. He planned on helping this granddaughter of his, who would probably get a great inheritance, but when Viscount Jasper claimed the little girl for him and asked for cooperation, he had no other option but to make a calculative decision. He didn't have such a good and benevolent heart in the end. He chose to remain on Jasper's good side, not thinking twice about selling his own granddaughter. Lyre had inherited Sonia's intelligent side, which led her to immediately understand the old man's words and meanings. She had been sold away, and this old man would never help her away from this situation. "Rest well," the old man murmured, his voice filled with shame. He couldn't bear to face Lyre, knowing he betrayed his blood for his own gain. With a heavy heart, he left the room, unable to look back at the child lying on the bed. After waiting for a few seconds, Lyre cautiously rose from the bed, her young heart filled with determination. She knew that time was not on her side, and there was no room for self-pity or mourning. Her parents' sacrifices must not be in vain. As her feet touched the ground, a strange sensation washed over her, making it hard to find a solid footing. However, with unstable steps, she managed to regain her balance. Lyre's eyes darted around the room as she rapidly picked up a fur coat draped beside the bed and wrapped it around her, trying to ward off the coldness within her, slightly pulling it upwards, covering her whole neck. She didn't forget to stuff inside her pocket a gold hairpin resting atop a small makeup wooden table, not forgetting to also pack the bread on top of her bed into her pocket. With a cautious hand, Lyre gently opened the window, taking care to not make any creaking noise that could denounce her escape. She then peered out of the window, confirming that there was no one around, before jumping down and landing with a soft thud as the snow cushioned her body. Lyre then gave a final and Venus gaze towards the small villa, her eyes imprinting a never-seen hate as she pulled the hood over her face. Then, ignoring the chill sipping into her bones, the small girl pushed herself out of the village. Excellent. Lyre sought refuge right inside the capital, under the eyes of Viscount Jasper, for long 8 winters. She lived undercover, always keeping a low profile and trying the best to not draw any attention to herself. She had her hood on even when getting out, like a promise made to herself. Gold hairpin greatly helped her surviving until now, allowing her to pay for the first year's expenses. Then she had taken on various jobs during the years, which provided her with sufficient means to survive and allowed her to keep tabs on Viscount Jasper's movements. Through those means, she learned countless things about this enemy and also about her grandfather's demise, a few days after she left the village, under the pretext of a bandit's attack. It resulted on her whole lineage to be wiped out. Although 8 years passed, Liar could still feel a mysterious cold feeling permeating his being, like an inseparable partner. Not even her furry coat or the hood managed to ward it off. It was a constant reminder that as long as Jasper's heart remained beating, revenge shall be sought, at any cost. Liar planned her revenge, an elaborate assassination, and then taking her own life. However, one day, everything changed. Her enemy left the capital. From Liar's perspective, Viscount Jasper made a hasty movement and fled the capital as soon as the barbarians attacked, marking the beginning of a series of events that unfolded before her eyes, etching everything in her memory. As a mere subject, she stood witness as the king climbed on the walls and gave a powerful speech to his people, bringing the army to crush the barbarians' forces outside. Liar had also seen that same man taking food from the merchants and delivering it to the poor, enabling them to survive through the winter. She witnessed as the king led a team into the frozen forest and took the barbarians under his throne, trying to foster some relation between the two of them. Viscount Jasper's hasty departure from the capital marked the beginning of a series of events that unfolded before Liar's very eyes. She witnessed the tumultuous moments as they unfolded, etching them into her memory. She stood witness as the king ascended the walls, delivering a resounding speech that rallied the army to a resounding victory against the barbarian invaders. In that moment, Liar felt the surge of pride and hope in her heart. Within the confines of Liar's mind, Henry was like a god or a savior, the tri-bearer of the northern spirit. He was a glimmer of hope that could finally give her revenge and punish those who deserved to be killed. She had to get revenge, and Henry might be the best way while also helping the people. Then with that in mind, and knowing that Henry's army was looking out for new people, not discriminating against gender, Liar enlisted into the army. She trained until the skin on her hands couldn't be felt anymore. She trained until she could enact her revenge. One day, while engrossed in her sword practice at the common training camp, Liar was interrupted by a familiar voice that seemingly reached her ears with some kind of awe. She turned to see a man in his mid-20s with black hair and piercing gray eyes looking interestingly at her. "You have the basics down," and is developing quite the mastery for swords. However, Luther seems to say that you don't fit for the sword, but for the dagger. Also, that hood, does it not limit your vision? "My lord." Liar hurriedly bowed her head, her soft voice echoing as the hood covered her features. Liar immediately bowed her head respectfully, her voice soft as it echoed from under her hood. "My lord," she greeted, but Henry gave her no room for questions or compliments. "Ah, a woman. That is quite rare," he remarked, his fingers tapping rhythmically on his chin. "I must say I'm impressed by your swordplay. Here's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you. If you can pass this old man's test and earn his approval, you will have an important place by my side. But it will hurt. What do you think?" Liar's eyes shone with greed and satisfaction. This was Liar's first-time encounter with Henry, derived from a selfish reason for revenge and desire to do some good. From there, she followed the king faithfully, like a servant looking up to God. Inside the hideout, Henry finally found the time to rest his head on a makeshift bed made of fur. It was placed next to a crackling fire in a secluded part of the cave where no other soldier would dare to enter without his explicit permission. His eyes traced the irregular pattern of the ceiling, filled by stalactites that seemed eager to plunge to the ground. Although he tried to close his eyes in sleep, his mind buzzed with thoughts, seeking more efficient ways to win this war. He had to fight and win on two fronts, against Eritrea and Luwak. Henry had already began implementing the scorch earth military tactic to create obstacle on Eritrea's invasion. He ordered the evacuation of the people, ensuring their safety, while also the destruction of any valuable resources that could potentially benefit their invasion, reducing food supplies to smoldering ashes and even razing entire villages to the ground. Henry had thought about destroying the frozen fields, afraid that they could be used in the long run by the enemies, but the lack of food would starve them on the short term. Without a reliable food supply chain, the enemy forces would easily succumb within a matter of weeks. Of course, Henry had planned countermeasures if they managed to survive. On Luak's front, Henry's plan to mine away the enemy's morale and starve their forces was already being implemented. He would keep wiping out their hunting teams in calculated skirmishes, gradually impacting their minds and wearing them down. By the time Eritrea's army reached this region, both armies would have already been weakened, making them easy targets. Henry wanted to exploit this opportunity and eliminate the forces of both kingdoms, allowing him multiple future possibilities. "My liege," Lyre's voice rang out, causing Henry's mind to slow down and focus on the present. He lightly scanned the cave, observing those soldiers who were sleeping on the ground next to the bonfires while covering themselves with thick fur blankets. Henry then shifted his gaze to the slender figure standing in front of him, concealed in tattered clothes, with its face hidden by a simple hood. The flickering light of the bonfire made those icy blue eyes glimmer in the dark cave, like a beautiful blue diamond, drawing Henry's attention. As he gazed into those piercing blue eyes, memories of this determined young woman's agonizing screams as she withstood the painful tribal tattoo ceremony flooded his mind. The ceremony consisted of a person being chained on the ground as 4 people pulled the chains on 4 opposite directions, stretching the body and the skin as much as possible. Then a barbarian elder would begin the ceremony, piercing the person's skin and making the beast's blood seep deep into the skin, reaching the blood tissue. It was an excruciating process with a high mortality rate, but Lyre managed to survive this ordeal. In exchange for her loyalty, Henry had pledged to give her the chance to enact her revenge on the one who destroyed her whole family and future. Lyre had been with him since then, becoming a great resource in his hands, someone able to directly impact the course of the war. During her very first mission, she had risked her life to open the gates of Morante, allowing Henry's army to successfully enter the city and exterminate the revolutionary forces. Even after he had granted her a well-deserved break, Lyre refused to stay quiet and chose to use her power to gather information from the west of the kingdom, allowing her to find suitable hideouts and to map out the region. On this mission, she had also sneaked into enemies' camp to gather vital information. She was indeed a great and valuable asset. "My liege," Lyre called out once more. "Go on," Henry said, waving his hand and urging her to continue, finally snapping back to the present. "They've started to move. Our scouts have reported signs of activity near their campsite. It looks like they are already sending out new hunting teams." Lyre said, "According to our intel, the one leading them is a captain, which means that he is at least a 4th or 5th stage. Also, they are not splitting up in groups and will be moving in a single unit." Henry nodded before silently rising from his position and stretching his body, easing the tension from his muscles and warming his body up. Although he hadn't been able to sleep, being in the 4th stage guaranteed that a few sleepless nights would have no impact on his mind and body. He brushed off the snow from his tattered clothes, ensuring they were clear, and then reached out for the handle of his sword that was stuck on the snow near the fireplace, feeling the warm handle. "Wake Zara and Grok," Henry commanded as he carelessly made his way towards the cave's exit, instruct them to gather the soldiers outside of the cave. "We have another mission ahead of us." Lyre watched as the king marched away from her, worry evident in her icy blue eyes. She couldn't help but ask in concern, "Where are you going, my liege? Should I accompany you?" Henry couldn't quite understand why, but a familiar sense of arrogance flared up within him once again, urging him to silence this disrespectful woman and teach her a lesson. It was as if an innate feeling of superiority existed deep within him, present ever since he occupied this body, one which refused to entertain any questions or objections from those of a lower stratus. It was an overwhelming feeling that seemed to resonate with the power of the sun god technique, amplifying its force and driving him to act in a way that he wouldn't have in his previous life. Sometimes he didn't feel like himself. It was a perplexing and uncontrollable sensation that occasionally led Henry to lash out at his own soldiers or even those he trusted. He would utter words and act with extreme arrogance, which could lead him into difficult situations, contradicting his usual calm demeanor. "It's troublesome," Henry thought as he took a deep breath, trying to regain control of his emotion and suppress the stirring sun god technique that seemed to rotate on his own, threatening to consume him. "These impulsive thoughts and actions could put me in an unfavorable and dangerous situation. I need to be cautious, or it can be my downfall." On Earth's history, there were numerous examples of the downfall of rulers due to their arrogant and detached personality. Henry had read once about the Emperor Justinian II, the slit-nosed, who ruled the Byzantine Empire in the 7th century. Justinian was known for his haughty attitude, one who would use torture and execute those who dared to disrespect his image and threat his authority. He had also pursued costly military campaigns in order to satiate his arrogance and his desire to become the only true emperor, disregarding the sentiment spreading across his subjects. He had participated in costly military campaigns, persecuting the nations that opposed him, occupying their lands, and turning their people into slaves. Some of these actions were not well received by his subjects and culminated in a rebellion overthrew him from power, contributing to the decline of the Byzantine Empire during that period. Because of such example, Henry understood the dangers behind acting on impulse without deliberating twice before taking an action. It could lead to his head rolling on the ground and being kicked by his own subjects. He had to control his emotions and the boiling blood coursing through his veins that screamed at him to eliminate hundreds, if not thousands of people, and to expand his sphere of influence across the continent. He could also feel the strange energy that he had amassed during the conquer of the barbarians and the extinguish of the civil war boiling inside him, something that he didn't quite yet understand. It was different from mana, and he still hadn't found out about its functions or how to control it. Henry took a deep breath, not wanting to lash out at Lyre and forcefully suppressing the arrogance. He controlled his tone as he responded, "Don't worry, I'm just going to assess the situation and gather information before we proceed with our next attack. I need to confirm their strengths and their ranks." "I will accompany you," Lyre declared with determination, refusing to let the king venture out alone. It would be unwise to expose the king to unnecessary danger. Henry swiftly turned towards her, anger flickering in his eyes. "There is no need. Go and gather the others. I want everyone ready in 30 minutes, he commanded, clenching his teeth as he struggled to rein his emotion. He understood her worry, but in order to devise the best strategy, Henry had to see things for himself. He was someone who had to take control of everything before finally making decisions. Although Lyre was skilled and wouldn't be spotted by the enemies, he still wanted to speed things up here and began the next phase of his plans. Feeling the king's frustration and understanding her position, Lyre bowed in apology. "I apologize, my liege," she said in a tone of regret and apology. Henry glanced at her, his expression softening slightly, and nodded in acknowledgement. "Very well," he replied, his voice softening, "I will see you later." The king hurriedly moved through the sleeping soldiers, coming out of the cave in a single breath. The beautiful, desolate scenario basked in the new light of the rising sun, which seemed to have forgotten and banished the north. As soon as he came out, Henry's eyes had already locked into the camp nestled beneath the mountain's shadows. There, a group of armed soldiers were moving in preparation to go out of the camp. There was a man leading them, marching while throwing the snow upwards in anger. He was the captain of this team. Henry murmured, "It will be somewhat troublesome to kill them without showing the sun god technique." As the sun rose, casting its warm glow on the horizon, Luik's newly assembled hunting team cautiously ventured into the pale forest. Their legs trembled with each step, and their eyes darted around nervously, scanning the surroundings for any sign of movements. Their hands also shook uncontrollably, making it difficult to firmly grip their weapons, as the tales of man-eating black demons that roamed the west forests of Stahl kept appearing in their minds, intensifying their apprehension and fear. Although northern people were known for their courage and somewhat wild tendencies that enabled them to live on this extreme region, they were still human beings and susceptible to the fear of the unknown. Rumors hovering on the camp made their minds fertile fields for the birth of disturbing and mutable images of the black demons in the forest, making their hearts yearn to seek retreat inside the camp. Right now, the makeshift wooden walls that had been erected during the last few days looked like those of an impenetrable fortress, able to stand high even under the attacks of ferocious beasts. The only thing that prevented them from trailing back to the camp was the presence of the pig-like man behind them that compelled them to press onward. Elton, the eldest son of a Luex earl, was infamous throughout the kingdom for his envious, arrogant, and barbaric tendencies from a young age. At the age of 15, he killed 3 of his younger brothers under the excuse of a friendly spar, eliminating those who could threaten his position as the heir of the family. He had also ordered the execution of those subjects that dared to make fun of his image and raise question about his actions. When Elton turned 17, preparing to inherit his father's mantle, he enlisted into the army as a captain, turning the lives of those under him into a hell. There he had to serve for the next 10 years, amassing enough merits and growing his strength through countless battles. Northern culture placed great emphasis on martial skills, considering it an essential characteristic for the nobility, which would enable the kingdom to survive through generations. In the end, the harsh reality created a culture that tended to suffocate other essential areas of development, such as strategic warfare and innovation. It was rare for someone to ascend the noble hierarchy based solely on schemes and intelligence, without the strength to support it. Merchants were one of the prime examples of this asphyxiating northern culture. They were often marginalized and looked down upon, facing strong criticism from the noble class. Their way to pursue wealth and social status clashed with the values that maintained stability in these societies, which believed that, where there is no strength, gold shall not visit. As a result, the development of important fields was greatly hindered, contributing to the North's stagnant state, at least for Luwak and Eritrea. On the other hand, thanks to Garrett's living ideals, Stahl still managed to maintain a working merchant class, but one who still wasn't allowed to inherit nobility titles. In the center of the hunting team, Elton's big and corpulent figure was displaying an expression twisted with anger as the vivid image of Zuna lingered in his mind. He clenched his teeth and cursed in anger with each step, making those soldiers accustomed to his tendencies fearful as they kept their distances. Soon enough, Elton's feelings reached his limits and exploded. "Rat, why are you so slow?" A scream echoed and grabbed everyone's attention. Contrary to his large build, Elton's hand shot forward with alarming speed, slapping the back of a soldier's head, who had been cautiously scanning the forest around him with fear and shaking legs. The attack of a fourth-stage warrior was sufficient to immediately crush his skull and send his body into the air, like a rag doll. The soldier had died even before his body reached the ground. The sudden and brutal act that unfolded before the group's eyes made them immediately stop on their tracks, sending a chilling wave of terror through their bodies, colder than the freezing winter winds. Those right next to Elton unconsciously took a step back, creating some distance between them and the captain. Elton's disdainful words cut through the freezing air like a whip. "Pathetic weakling," he sneered, spitting on the snow as he glanced at the lifeless body of the fallen soldier a few meters away. His gaze then shifted to the remaining soldiers, whose faces were etched with fear. "What are you staring at? Keep moving, you worthless pests." The soldiers snapped out of their daze, their eyes darting between each other and their fallen comrade. Some felt a twinge of sadness swelling up within them, while others shook their heads in resignation. The fear of the rumors hovering about the black demons had been momentarily obstructed by Elton's devilish presence. If they didn't follow his wishes, they would die at their captain's hands. The soldiers steeled themselves and pulled up their mantles, covering their necks, before continuing with the mission, leaving the soldier's lifeless body behind. The group trudged through the forest for hours, their eyes scanning the forest for any signs of prey, be it wolves or bears. Sometimes, those with enough hunting experience would venture a bit further away from the group while maintaining a safe distance, enough to allow their voices to be carried by the forest. Yet, despite their best efforts, not a single prey had crossed their ways. The soldiers apprehensively glanced at each other, unable to shake the feeling that something was happening behind the curtains, watching them from the shadows. Every rustle of leaves, every creak of a branch sent shivers down their spine, creating an oppressive atmosphere that weighed heavily on their hearts. The created images of the black demons kept coming back to their minds, making them wish to run away back to the camp, but Elton's figure kept them in control. "You're a useless bunch." Elton's angry voice echoed through the forest, causing the soldiers to slightly increase the distance between them, afraid to become another victim. "What are you doing?" "Where are our?" Just as Elton was about to unleash his frustration at the soldiers, a chorus of howling wolves pierced through the silent forest, causing him to instinctively turn his gaze towards a distant mountain that was covered by a white blanket of snow. A primal instinct seemed to wash over Elton, telling him to go back and not try to venture into that mountain, but he refused to listen to it. He was a powerful man and wouldn't let fear hold him back. With a fierce glare, Elton shifted his attention to the soldiers surrounding him. His voice cutting through the air, "What are you waiting for? Let's go." Throughout the year, the grand mountain range in the west of Stahl was covered by a glistening layer of snow, creating a desolate and almost ethereal landscape, resembling the sacred resting place of a forgotten ice deity. The rugged mountains snaked along the western coast and entered the treacherous frozen forest, losing itself into the immensity of that dangerous place. Fortunately, an invisible barrier seemed to bind the unknown dangers in the forest, preventing them from using the mountains as a path to attack Stahl or from decimating the normal animals that inhabited the mountains. However, every 10 years, this barrier was mysteriously weakened, which allowed the monsters to invade Stahl and wreak havoc on the lands. Thankfully, the barrier still held those dangerous group of monsters, such as winter orcs and death spiders, allowing only weaker packs of beasts to pass through the invisible line that separated the border of Stahl and the forest. Noble families were the first line of defense of the kingdom. They had the primary responsibility of protecting the lands and subjects under their control. They were expected to assemble and train their own armed force, but most nobles didn't fulfill their duty, choosing to indulge in the benefits of their status and focusing on growing their own strength. Nobles felt that burning gold with people who didn't have the slightest chance of reaching even the third stage was useless. It was better to spend with themselves. During the reign of Henry's father, the kingdom's hierarchy was organized around four powerful duke houses, each responsible for ruling over a specific cardinal position. These houses were the pillars of the kingdom, as their ancestors played a crucial role in assisting Garrett on building his kingdom. And to hold the title of representative for a duke house, one had to possess at least the strength of a fifth-stage warrior. Following the death of the previous king, two of the duke houses opted to abandon the country, taking their wealth and families with them. Meanwhile, Duchess Codicia seized the chance to assemble an army to usurp the throne for herself. However, amidst the chaos, the Moonlight clan, with Luther as its sole survivor, chose to remain loyal to the throne. Beneath the duke houses were the 8 marchesses, who represented smaller regions within the kingdom. Marchesses were required to have attained at least the 4th stage of power, demonstrating their martial prowess and ability to protect their territories. Additionally, there were 16 viscounts and 32 counts, whose representatives were expected to have reached a minimum power level of the 3rd stage. This hierarchy system, built by Garrett, guaranteed that the nobles had the minimum strength and ability to protect the people and the land under their control. It was also a great way to guarantee that talent, bloodline, and techniques were preserved through the generations. Following the death of the previous king, 2 of the duke houses opted to abandon the country, taking their wealth and families with them. Meanwhile, Duchess Codicia seized the chance to assemble an army to usurp the throne for herself. However, amidst the chaos, the Moonlight clan, with Luther as its sole survivor, chose to remain loyal to the throne. Following the old general, 2 of the marchesses, Olaro and Isif, pledged their allegiance to Henry, the rightful heir to the throne. Another marchess joined forces with Duchess Codicia, seeking personal gain and power. The remaining marchesses preferred to leave the kingdom, as if attracted to something outside. As for the viscounts and counts, Henry had only managed to maintain 2 viscounts and 8 counts under him, thanks to Luther's presence, with the rest either joining Codicia, leaving the kingdom, or even forming small forces, trying to usurp the royal power of a few specific regions. These small forces had managed to develop more in the west, where the greedy and dumb viscounts and counts sought to monopolize the production of iron and exploit the chaos caused by the conflict between Codicia and King Henry. However, unfortunately for them, Henry had managed to destroy the rebellious forces and lead Codicia to death. After the Civil War, Henry sent a message to the remaining rebellious nobles. Messengers were dispatched to each village, presenting them with an ultimatum. They were given the opportunity to surrender the lands and titles, admitting their wrongdoing in exchange for the safety of their families. However, the representatives themselves would face the consequences of their dumb actions. They would be executed and their bodies bound to horses, displayed throughout the kingdom to serve as a lesson to everyone. Unfortunately, not a single count or viscount decided to surrender. They tried to resist, but Henry's cavalry rapidly took back his lands. Contrary to the West, the unpopulated and poor East didn't suffer with such occurrences. Nobles found no reason to occupy a land that had nothing to be extracted, and not even the sea could be exploited, since it was frozen all year long. Although Henry had managed to gradually recuperate the strength of Stahl, even improve it, bringing it to a patamar that not even his father could imagine, Stahl had still suffered a damage to its foundation that would take a few more months or even years to recuperate. While Elton followed the howling of the wolves, leading his team towards the snow-covered mountain. Jedha, the representative of the barbarians, was carrying a massive tree trunk on his shoulders as he made his way through the snow-covered terrain, each step leaving deep imprints in the ground. The barbarian's eyes were fixed on his surroundings, Orsis village, which was on its last phase of construction. Midst the gray trees and the wooden houses, tens of children were playing amongst themselves, jumping everywhere with a big smile on their lips, while men and women worked tirelessly to build new homes and to fortify the walls around the village. The vivid and happy scene brought a simple smile to Jed's lips. Although he had sacrificed his afterlife, it was worth it. No one had to live in fear of the forest anymore. These small beasts in the outer layer were easy to deal with and couldn't even pose a threat to them without a large number of them. This is good, Jed thought, adjusting the logs on his shoulder and keep walking through the village. Yet as his mind reveled in these thoughts, a sudden tremor shook the village, causing the ground to quake beneath his feet. The very forest itself seemed to tremble, and an urgent sensation gripped Jed's heart as a familiar sensation spread through his being, as if a beast was lurking around. Jeddah looked around, but nothing could be seen. Not real, he pondered, deciding to leave it be. However, although he had lived his whole life inside the forest, he couldn't imagine that this day marked 10 years in Stahl's calendar. Elton led his team through the forest of towering gray trees, his eyes fixed on the snow-covered mountain ahead of them. The howls of the wolves grew louder as they approached the foothill, eerily ringing in their ears. As they delved deeper into the forest and approached the base of the mountain, those soldiers with more experience in hunting couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that hung over their heads, squeezing at their hearts, like a vicious predator watching their every move while waiting for the right time to tear their throats. The survival instinct that kept them alive during dozens of winters seemed to be screaming at them, advising them to turn around and go back to the camp. Those who sensed this ominous feeling washing over their existence began to slow down, their muscles tensed up as thoughts of retreat crept into their minds. However, the cold sensation of their boots sinking into the shallow snow and the memory of their comrade's lifeless body brought them back to reality. They couldn't run away, not from that figure clearing the way ahead, not from Elton. They were mostly commoners or soldiers in the first stage, cannon fodders. Even if they were 1,000 strong, they wouldn't be able to run away from him, a fourth-stage warrior. The soldiers couldn't help but tighten their grips on their weapons, feeling the reassuring weight of their blades and bows in their hands. It was a small comfort in the face of the unknown danger that lurked inside the mountain, but it was all they had. The unknown was always fearsome, be it to the courageous barbarians or to the most powerful person in the world. Despite sensing the peculiar sensation creeping up on him, Elton's arrogance and pride refused to let him turn back. He didn't want to become the laughingstock among the captains or to that disgusting woman, Zuna. It was this stubbornness and the confidence at his own strength that pushed him forward, suppressing the creeping unease in his heart. After marching for nearly 5 hours without pause, Elton and his team found themselves on a solid yet slippery ground, where the snow was thin enough for their boots to grip and not sink deeper. Elton cautiously tested the stability of the terrain, gently stomping down, before turning his fat body around, expecting to see the familiar sight of gray trees and the long trail of their footsteps on the snow. However, what greeted him were a vast and white landscape that stretched out infinitely under the sun's ray, with towering trees threatening to pierce a hole in the sky. Even under the sun, he could see the faint and delicate glow of torch trees, the beacon of the night and stall, standing out amidst the lifeless terrain and even giving it life. Elton, who had been fixed on the sound of the howling wolves, which had become sparse but closer, didn't feel the gradual incline of the foothill, which managed to conceal the increasing altitude. His enhanced body felt no fatigue, not the thinning of the air around him, hardly feeling the difference in altitude. However, for the soldiers in the first stage, the rarefied air was like a poisonous fruit. Their tired and pale faces reflected their discomfort, and some seemed on the verge of throwing up or even losing consciousness. If Elton persisted in pushing them further, the mountain would swallow them up, becoming their eternal resting place. The 22nd stage warriors and the 3/3 stages warriors in the group were still fine, but there were already some signs of exhaustion in their faces. Suddenly, one of the soldiers felt their world spin, unable to support their weight of their body, and collapsed onto the ground. His breathing was heavy and haggard, struggling to take in enough air to fill his lungs. However, despite his best efforts, the air around him wasn't enough, no matter how deeply he tried to breathe. The lack of oxygen made his vision blurry as he desperately scanned his surroundings, trying to cry out for help, but no sound escaped his lips. Panic gripped his heart. The other soldiers noticed the situation, and some were about to offer help, but they stopped when Elton's words reached their ears. "Leave him be," Elton apathetically commanded while gazing at the struggling soldier, as if he was nothing more than an insignificant bug. "He's just a weakling, not worth my time or effort. If he can't keep up, he's better off dead. I don't need dead weight dragging me down. If he is alive when we return her, I will." However, when Elton was about to finish his words, the howling of wolves sounded once more, but this time they seemed much closer, just a few miles up the mountain. Elton's mind seemed to completely ignore the dying man, his eyes shining with a crazy light as he looked upwards, trying to locate the wolves. He had been pursuing these beasts for hours, leaving him irritated and without an ounce of patience. "I will be sure to skin you alive and use your fur as rag to clean the tableware," Elton growled as he gnashed his teeth. "Leave him there, let's go," he ordered, ordering them to follow behind him and abandon the soldier. The way upward was much steeper, without gentle or gradual slopes. There were paths where a vertical frozen wall was the only way to keep climbing. From here onwards, the mountain would become much more perilous, that even those seasoned climbers back on Earth would think twice about attempting without a proper equipment. The necessity to choose the best way up, and the rarefied air only added to the difficulty of it. It was dangerous and night might descend while they were up there, but Elton still decided to climb it. In fact, he felt that there was no other choice, since the animals in the forest seemed to have disappeared, and they still hadn't managed to develop a connection with the villages around. Furthermore, they couldn't expect any help from Stahl, not for free at least. "Let's go," the soldiers murmured, giving one last glance towards their haggard comrade before deciding to follow behind their captain, trying to take in as much air as possible. They didn't want to die, and carrying the dying man would only decrease their chances of survival. Thanks. A few hours earlier, somewhere deep in the mountains, Henry gripped a small wolf tightly by the neck, his cold gray eyes fixed on a pack of wolves in front of him, especially a huge wolf with 2 heads and a towering presence, the alpha. "Howl," Henry commanded, but the pack responded with fierce growls and showed their fangs, surrounding him by the sides. Henry didn't seem to mind these defiant puppies and locked eyes with the giant alpha in front of him, who didn't move an inch from his spot as he intelligently watched Henry's movements. "I think you can somewhat understand what I want," Henry authoritatively said, his grip on the small wolf's neck tightening, causing it to whimper in pain. "I won't say it again." Howl. He wouldn't go back without getting what he wanted. The alpha's red eyes glowed dangerously, feeling an urge to pounce at the man, but an instinct wouldn't allow him to sacrifice his puppy. He was the alpha. He lifted his head and powerfully howled, loud enough to shake the snow covering the mountain and echo through the forest below. "Good boy," Henry said, flashing a smile at the giant 2-headed wolf, before finally looking at the forest below, the sun god technique helping him fight against the cold and the lack of oxygen in the top of the mountain. "Well, did it work?" Yo. 2-headed alpha wolf, an animal that inhabited the forests of the north, a being that couldn't be compared to those inside the inner layer of the frozen forest, but strong enough to threaten a second-stage warrior. They were animals that dominated the food chain outside of the frozen forest, which made most animals run to their nest as soon as they heard their howling. They were a race capable of only breeding females and could only give birth once in their lifetime, creating the next alpha to lead and protect the pack. Because of that, when pregnant, the 2-headed alpha wolf would become extremely cautious, causing it to lead the pack to the mountains in search of a safe hideout to give birth to the offspring. It was an instinctive action developed through the years that maintained the mother and child away from hunters and other beasts, who saw their meat as a strength elixir. A few days ago, the scouts assigned to keep an eye on the surroundings had reported a pack of wolves heading up the mountain where their hideout was located. At first, Henry dismissed this information as useless. They were not here to hunt down these animals, but to hinder Luek's successful settlement until Eritrea's force arrived. However, everything changed when he saw the large group leaving Luek's camp, led by a possibly 4th-stage warrior. It seemed like fate was on his side, helping him cross the difficult obstacles ahead of him. During the last year of peace, Henry occasionally assisted Luke and a few attendants in organizing the information within the royal library, sorting out the few books that survived his ancestors' hands. There he stumbled upon a worn-out book that covered the various wolf species that inhabited Stahl's lands, detailing their characteristics and their customs. The author emphasized the 2-headed alpha wolf territorial characteristic, its savageness, and its mother instinct. With the knowledge that Elton was looking for food and betting on the stupidity mind of the northern captains, who had no knowledge on warfare, a plan began to take shape in Henry's mind. He decided to use the alpha's howls to scare the animals in the forest, and at the same time, lure Luek's team towards his position. With that though in mind, Henry instructed the scouts to look through the mountain, assigning Grok, Zara, and Lyre to search near the peak, as they could handle the cold and thin air conditions. Grok had spent his entire life hunting down and running away from dangerous beasts inside the frozen forest, which made him acquired remarkable tracking skills despite his dumb mindset. In just a few minutes, he managed to locate the wolf's lair, a cave with its entrance partially blocked by the snow. Barbarian's instincts told him to storm inside the cave and catch the prey, but Henry's orders were like a hammer or a burning mark in his mind, allowing him to control his desires and go back to relay his findings to the king, giving a pitiful look to the cave. Hearing the news, Henry effortlessly traversed the snowy mountain, his steps seemingly glued to the slippery rocks as his mana circuits flooded with energy, maintaining his body temperature and allowing him to breathe under stressful conditions. He was utilizing the sun god breathing technique, which allowed him to take the mana from the outside and circulate it through his mana circuits before storing it inside his heart. The heart of a warrior was constantly being strengthened by mana, which allowed the cells of this organ to mutate and to hold more energy, while also allowing the mana to run faster through it. The first 3 stages of a warrior focus not only on honing their physical stages and mental capabilities, but also developing a connection with mana, learning how to guide it through the mana circuits. Warriors also need to strengthen their mana circuits and strengthen their hearts, while also storing mana into the heart cells, which acts like a reservoir for mana. Those who lack talent, bloodline, and the right technique are fated to remain within the boundaries of the first three stages. The fourth stage onwards could only be conquered by those with the right bloodline, talent, and technique. It was a stage when the mana can be externalized and used to accomplish extraordinary feats, thanks to the expansion of the mana circuits and the strengthening of the heart cells, which allowed the energy to course faster through his body and store more energy inside them. According to Luther, those in the fifth stage would go through a mental transformation rather than a body transformation, awakening some kind of sixth or seventh sense, a wall that Henry still wasn't able to overcome. Henry got to the rugged cave within a few moments and sneaked into it without an ounce of hesitation, covering his hands with the fiery mana of sun god technique to take out some snow that blocked his way. Although bearable, he could feel his fingers burning in pain. The interior of the cave was completely dark, and the noise of water drops hitting the water echoed around. However, as soon as he took his first steps, hundreds of glowing red eyes cut through the darkness. Henry waved his hands and covered it on fire, allowing the surroundings to become clearly visible. The cavern was large enough to fit hundreds of wolves that surrounded a flat platform in the middle of the cave, where a towering two-headed black wolf snuggled while nursing its offspring. The alpha slightly opened its red eyes and bared its fangs towards the intruder while protectively huddling with its cub, one head blocking Henry's view while the other kept looking at him. Although it was weakened after giving birth, it was still an animal that commanded the food chain around here. Following their leader, the wolves around growled fiercely and bared their fangs at him, but Henry's gray eyes were stoic as he looked at them. He had no time to lose. Henry took one step forward, and two wolves suddenly jumped at him, one targeting his neck and the other his heels. However, in Henry's eyes, these attacks seemed sluggish. Henry reacted with incredible speed. His hands flashed and seized the wolf, aiming for his upper part, causing a small whimper to sound throughout the cave before fire engulfed the animal. In a swift motion, Henry powerfully threw the burning and whimpering animal towards the alpha while his right foot fell on the other wolf's head, crushing its skull against the ground, like a hammer, killing it on the spot. Then Henry rapidly channeled the mana to his feet and dashed forwards, like a fiery bullet, turning the shallow snow under his feet into steam. The wolves in front of him tried to block, but Henry's fists were like the Soul Reaper's scythe, either beheading them or crushing their skulls. In a matter of seconds, Henry appeared in front of the alpha, right after the burning wolf hit her on the forehead of the most menacing head, which was intently watching over Henry's movements. The alpha realized instinctively that it must keep its eyes on the intruder. Being hit by the burning object was a better option than losing sight of Henry. As soon as Henry got in the attacking range, the alpha's head shot forward, its sharp teeth poised to snap off the king's head. However, Henry easily took a step to the side and rotated his body with precision, getting closer to the other head of the beast, which was protectively hiding its offspring. It seemed to wait for this moment. The alpha's second head was like a whip swinging at Henry, but the king lifted his hand and effortlessly stopped the motion, like an adult stopping a children's punch. The head cried pitifully, feeling its fur and skin burning, which gave Henry enough room to grab the cub and jump towards the exit of the cave with a single leap. As soon as Henry got in the attacking range, the alpha's head shot forward, its sharp teeth poised to snap off the king's head. However, Henry easily took a step to the side and rotated his body with precision, getting closer to the other head of the beast, which was protectively hiding its offspring. It seemed to wait for this moment. The alpha's second head was like a whip swinging at Henry, but the king lifted his hand and effortlessly stopped the motion, like an adult stopping a children's punch. The head cried pitifully, feeling its fur and skin burning, which gave Henry enough room to grab the cub and jump towards the exit of the cave with a single leap. Howled. The two-headed alpha wolf angrily howled, seeing its offspring in danger as Henry threateningly held it by the neck. The king flashed a small smile and walked out of the cave, as if he had just taken a stroll, being greeted by the sight of the never-ending mountain chain and the huge gray forest below that stretched infinitely. Boom asterisk. The ice blocking the entrance of the wolves' cave exploded as the massive figure of the alpha walked out of it. Its red eyes burning in anger as it looked at Henry, holding its whimpering cub hostage. Luckily, Henry had already dismissed the flame in his hands, or else the small wolf would have been killed. Seeing the mad wolf, Henry lifted the small cub in his hand by the neck, finally seeing the puppy's appearance. Contrary to its mother, this one was white, and its eyes were of a bright blue, brighter than the skies. Furthermore, there wasn't only two heads, but three. It was strange, but Henry had no time to mull over this. Howl, he ordered as he looked at the alpha, making the pub in his hands visible. There, almost on top of the mountain, the alpha became a bell under Henry's command, howling countless times. the anger escaping out of its throat enough to send even the strongest of the animals inside the forest to their nests and catch Elton's attention. For hours, Henry held the small three-headed wolf hostage, forcing the alpha to howl without pause. And whenever she ceased and tried to threaten him, Henry would gently squeeze one of the cub's necks, causing it to pitifully whimper. Deep down, Henry didn't like mistreating animals, some moral remnant from his time on Earth. But to achieve his goal, he was ready to set it aside and act against his principles. A clear sign that this world was gradually changing his essence and actions. As the tiny cub whimpered, the other wolves circled Henry with caution, their bodies low and teeth exposed, waiting for the alpha's signal to attack. But for the first time, the alpha felt extremely vulnerable under the gaze of another being, as if it were a defenseless rabbit. Despite its limited intelligence, it understood that an attack would only endanger its precious offspring. It could only helplessly raise both heads and angrily howl, causing the surrounding snow to slightly tremble. The size and the dreadful figure of the two-headed wolf led Henry to think about the unexplored potential of this beast for his army, if it could be tamed. It definitely had the power to handle 2 second-stage warriors without dying and even stall a third stage by working together with the rest of the pack. Besides attacking, this species could even help with scouting and hunting. Sadly, I don't have a skilled tamer, and there are not enough soldiers to capture these wolves alive, Henry muttered, feeling the cub's weight in his hands. He understood that the moment wasn't ideal for such attempt. He would have to wait for the right opportunity in the future to capture and utilize them. Currently, Henry's objective was to lure his enemies into the mountain and eliminate their existence, using these wolves to accomplish it. Henry stood near the edge of a cliff, a spot the wolves often used to search for prey or potential predators down the mountain. Unperturbed by the growling wolves, the king turned his gray eyes towards the main path of the mountain, hoping to catch sight of the enemies amidst the vast white blanket that covered it. He had instructed Lyre to come to him immediately once the enemies got near the traps. Henry couldn't risk alerting them by stopping the howls. With no signs of anyone approaching, Henry turned his attention back to the massive black wolf. He lifted the small three-headed white wolf in his hand again, about to command the alpha to howl again, when a white phantom appeared behind him. Lyre appeared gasping for air, the ragged clothes hiding her bluish skin. The sudden appearance of a new person made the two-headed alpha feel threatened, causing it to bare its fangs and wildly growl. In response to the alpha's action, the other wolves approached Henry, their bodies still crouched low, their mouths nearly touching the snow beneath them. The alpha would protect its kid or die trying. Lyre's icy blue eyes locked onto the massive wolf, her hands resting on the daggers at her waist. She was becoming more and more proficient with her abilities as she managed to approach Henry without alerting the wolves. Even the alpha only noticed her when she revealed her figure. Lyre's eyes were like spears that threatened to pierce the alpha's throat, causing its fur to stand on end. Danger was enough for one of the giant wolf's head to growl again, forcing the wolves to cautiously walk back and stand in front of her, assuming a defensive formation. She is smarter than the barbarians and the captains of that nation. It instinctively understands the importance of retreating and formation. Henry, though, with a grin on his lips, the interest to tame these animals rising within him. He couldn't help but silently curse at his lack of manpower. He would make sure to look for a great tamer. As the wolves retreated and her king showed no intention of harming them, Lyre bowed at the kind and spoke between haggard breath, trying not to freeze her lungs by using mana, my liege. The enemy's leader seems to have noticed that something was wrong and stopped climbing the mountain. They are preparing to go down. Upon hearing Lyre's words, Henry turned his head in surprise, unconsciously tightening his grip on the small wolf's head, causing it to whimper again. The alpha's red eyes gleamed with a crazed intensity, ready to instinctively attack. It ferociously bared its fangs and growled, making the wolves take 2 steps forwards. As the snow beneath them crunched, Henry snapped back to the present, slightly loosening his grip on the cub to allow it to breathe. His cold eyes locked onto the alpha, which took a step back, sensing a dangerous and ominous aura emanating from Henry. Henry's gray eyes returned to Lyre, still holding a hint of surprise. That's surprising. It appears they do have some brains inside their heads, not much different than that wolf, Henry remarked, his eyes briefly looking to the alpha, before inquiring, what about my soldiers? Where are they? Recognizing the harsh conditions atop the mountain, Henry decided to only bring those at or above the second stage with him on this mission. The others would trap those who tried to run away at the base of the mountain. Right now, with the mission diverting from the programmed, it could be dangerous for the others. Lyre took 2 deep breaths, feeling the frigid air filling her nostrils as she replied, I instructed them to trail behind the enemy while using the environment to stay concealed. I have put Zara as the temporary leader. Henry nodded silently, his eyes gleaming with a calculating light as he pondered the most efficient way to bypass this situation. What about the enemy's situation? He inquired, absent-mindedly petting the cub's head, who tried to get away from his hands. Only about half of their soldiers are capable of fighting, and 15 of them have perished due to the extreme mountain conditions, Lyre replied, her eyes lingering strangely at the pet in Henry's hand. Elton's recklessness had turned the mountain into a graveyard for his own people. Their bodies would be eternally preserved in this forgotten cold place. That's great, Henry said, his eyes cold and resolute. I will go to Zara while you go down the mountain to assemble the others. You are responsible for eliminating anyone who managed to reach the foot of the mountain. The plan hadn't gone totally wrong. It can still be saved, Henry thought. I just need to eliminate the leader. Let's go, Henry commanded, ready to descend from the cliff. However, when he was about to jump, the alpha couldn't help but desperately growl to get his attention. Henry turned his eyes back to the massive black wolf, unsure of what it wanted, until he finally remembered of the small and weakly thing rebelling against him. It's not like I will steal her from you, for now, he said, gently placing the small puppy on the ground. Here you go. He then looked at the alpha again, who was eagerly waiting for him to move away from its cub to finally retrieve it. Henry flashed a smile as he said with hope, until next time. His eyes still carried a hint of regret for not having a capable tamer under him. He wanted to incorporate these animals into his army. Upon hearing those words, the alpha couldn't help but shudder, watching as Henry and Lyre jumped down from the cliff. It wanted nothing more than to never encounter that formidable being again. It took its child by the fur and disappeared into the mountain, leaving the discovered hideout. An hour before Lyre relayed the news of the enemy's retreat to Henry. Throughout the whole journey, Elton's eyes remained fixed on the path leading to the mountain's peak, while his soldiers followed his trails, leaving deep footprints on the endless snow. The tough 7-mile uphill march had taken its toll, reducing Luek's group to less than half of their original size, as those who couldn't keep up were either dead or left unconscious somewhere along the way. The first stage warriors were visibly exhausted, as their faces turned blue from the struggle to breath in the thin surrounding air. The steep terrain and the fatigue forced them to constantly use their hands for support, and as a result, their unprotected fingers were gradually turning black, frostbite spreading through their hands. Even those in the second stage found it difficult to fill their lungs completely, relying on their limited mana to maintain body temperature and activity. Even though these soldiers were not ordinary humans and were accustomed to the harsh conditions of the north, they had never climbed this high before. In their everyday life, the mountains held no food or other materials worth of their time, a useless and forgotten place for Luek. Because of that, they held no climbing experience and had never faced a situation of lacking oxygen. Something is wrong, those words echoed in Elton's mind as his confidence began turning into suspicion. His pace slowing down with each step. Why are there no animals in the forest? Wolves shouldn't be found this high up on the mountain. The loud howls of wolves could still be heard, but the frequency was gradually decreasing as they got closer. Within an hour, he would probably be able to spot them. However, a sense of unease washed over him. Despite not hunting frequently, Elton was still a northerner that understood the basic characteristics of a few animals. Wolves typically preferred to inhabit the forest, and even if they ventured into the mountains, they would usually stay no more than 2 miles up. The void forest was also another point. Something felt amiss. For the first time, Elton's green eyes shifted from the mountain path to his soldiers. There he didn't saw troops, only a flock of exhausted individuals, whose bodies were too weary to even wield a sword, let alone hunt down a baby wolf. Furthermore, their clothes had been torn by sharp rocks hidden beneath the snow as they climbed through obstacles, leaving them extremely vulnerable to the cold. Some even had signs of hypothermia, being a miracle that they were still standing. They were vulnerable, an easy target for lurking predators. Despite understanding the situation, the pride deeply rooted within Elton's entrail compelled him to keep climbing, urging him to take those wolves' heads and return to put that lowly woman in her place. However, another instinct rose in protest. It was the same instinct that had driven him to eliminate his own brothers, alerting him about potential future threats, like a biological mechanism that guaranteed his survival. Pride managed to suppress this survival instinct ever since he laid his eyes on the Howling Mountain. Yet as he drew closer to the sounds, the voice changed from a gentle whisper to desperate screams, warning him that he would meet certain death if he continued climbing upward. And he had always listened to this instinct, and today would be no exception. Elton's green eyes briefly glanced at the mountain, and with a feigned annoyance, he harshly cursed at the soldiers. "You are all a useless bunch. You can't even climb this small mountain. Because of you, I won't be able to gather enough food for the camp." His anger intensified as he pointed towards the haggard group following him. "When we return to camp, you'll all face punishment. Just you wait." Those words sounded like a comforting melody to the soldiers' ears, who had been afraid of leaving their bodies on this frozen mountain. However, beneath the surface, Elton's words were merely a weak facade, a way for him to escape from the danger detected by his subconscious. A truth that his pride and arrogance would never allow to be revealed. The inhabitants of this part of the North were frequently called as barbaric by others, but they were simply ordinary individuals trying their best to survive the harsh winter. Due to the limited fertile lands, they had to hunt throughout the whole year, putting their lives at risk every day and getting used to the thought of death. However, despite having the courage to jump under a rain of arrows, they didn't want to die. "Captain Elton, where are we headed?" one of the second stage soldiers wearily asked, burning his mana to warm up his throat as he watched the fat figure descending the mountain. Elton looked at him with annoyance and replied, "You fool. We're heading back to get you treated. If you don't hurry up, I will leave you guys here." The soldiers exchanged relieved looks. "Thanks. What's happening?" Elton confusedly inquired, his eyes looking down at the precipice that severed a part of the mountain's path. Steam and snow were rising into the skies as if something heavy had plummeted down. "Where is that rock?" They had relied on a narrow frozen boulder to ascend to the high section of the mountain. Nearly 300 meters lay between the precarious perch where Elton and his team stood and the bottom of the seemingly endless abyss. A free fall from such a height would be fatal, even for Elton, making it an impossible feat to survive. "D-Diamond. He is here." The words trembled from the lips of one of the first stage soldiers, his finger pointing downward into the abyss. As the swirling steam and snow subsided, a chilling sight greeted them. A figure emerged from the depths, clad in tattered rags, while holding a blazing sword that appeared to be recently forged in the heart of a blacksmith's furnace. The weapon's fiery aura danced in the cold air, casting an ominous glow, burning the surrounding thin oxygen. The man's piercing gray eyes fixated on the startled soldiers, and a cold smile played upon his lip, a smile that seemed to regard them as mere prey, but also tinged with annoyance, akin to a beast whose dinner had been rudely interrupted. The abyss echoed with the crackling of flames and the beating of their anxious hearts. Henry's voice echoed through the icy winds, sending shivers down their spines. "I have been waiting for you." "Welcome." Henry then lightly pointed his sword at Elton, like a victorious winner. After setting free the Alpha's offspring, Henry swiftly descended the mountain. He used the sun god technique and channeled mana to his legs and lungs, allowing him to maintain an uninterrupted pace without being bothered by the rapid change in air pressure. Henry leaped over the deadly slopes, his movements a blend of precision and speed, unafraid of falling into the dark abyss. Within 20 minutes, Henry arrived at the precise location that his team had laid traps for the approaching enemies. He instructed them to use the elevate terrain to conceal themselves, from where they could easily survey the narrow canyon, an obligatory passage for those who wanted to climb the mountain. From there, they could trigger small avalanches and push down the boulders of ice, helping the mountain in swallowing their bodies. Unfortunately, this plan had been destroyed. A plan that could give some trouble to that fourth stage warrior. Although his team had already left, Henry quickly spotted the footprints of his soldiers. The tracks indicated that his soldiers had chosen to walk down the mountain and use the narrow canyon to pursue the enemies. Without delaying, Henry activated his mana and sprinted towards the canyon's abyss, jumping as soon as he reached the edge. He aimed at the opposing wall, without fear of the almost 150 feet drop, around 50 meters. Just before colliding with the wall, he swiftly unsheathed his sword and plunged it into the wall's surface. The blade effortlessly cut through the layer of snow covering the wall, serving as an efficient brake, decelerating his descent and mitigating the impact. In a matter of seconds, Henry was already surrounded by the canyon's narrow walls, where he could spot his soldiers' footprints. Henry followed them. In less than an hour, the silhouettes of his soldiers could be seen on the distant horizon. Amidst them, Zara's figure was the most eye-catching, as she seemed to be leading them, murmuring orders to the others and positioning them. Henry ran towards the gathering and emerged silently behind them, like a snake aiming for prey. Zara reacted as soon as she felt an intruder's presence. Without hesitation, the bow slipped from her grip, and her body swiveled, her dagger already unsheathed, poised to strike at the unexpected figure. Her movements were like those of a serpent, filled with flexibility, as the blade in her hand glimmered under the gentle sunlight. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Henry sprang into action, and his hands blurred, firmly holding her in place. However, despite the painful feeling spreading through her hands, Zara pushed on. She kicked the ground and performed a clean backflip, her legs ready to hit Henry right on head. The king rapidly sent a thread of mana to his feet and released Zara's hand before taking a small step back, easily dodging the attack. Zara only felt her feet hitting the soft snow as she gracefully balanced her body, assuming an attacking stance, ready to attack again. "Who are you?" Zara threateningly asked, her eyes finally paying attention to the figure in front of them. However, they soon widened in surprise. "The king." She attacked the king. "My king." Her voice quivered as she dropped to her knees and hurriedly bowed her head, forgetting about the discomfort in her wrists. "Luckily, it didn't break. I failed to recognize your presence. I deeply apologize. I will gladly accept any punishment." Only at that moment, the other soldiers, except for Grok, realized that something had happened. The barbarian had noticed the fight as soon as Zara launched the first attack, but he didn't manage to attack the intruder. There was no space and no time. The fight ended with just 3 seconds, giving him no time to react. "Lucky." Grok praised himself in his mind, thanking his luck for not getting into the fight. He could still remember the cold wind of the night assaulting his body. He didn't want to go through that experience anymore. Together with the other soldiers, the barbarian also dropped to his knees as soon as they found out the identity of the person before them. "The king was here." Henry's gaze swept over each one of his soldiers, analyzing their conditions. Grok's body seemed accustomed to such temperatures and had easily acclimatized to the rarefied mountain air. In contrast, Zara and the rest of his soldiers were breathing heavily, and their faces lacked its natural color. It was indeed difficult to surpass the body's limitation, even if they prepared beforehand. The soldiers were probably in a slightly better shape than the enemies, but if they ended up in a direct fight, some of them might still get hurt or even die. Henry didn't expect that the enemies would turn around and flee. He also didn't expect that his soldiers' bodies would suffer this much. Some of them were on the verge of passing out. He had made a mistake and only concentrated on finding the best spot to set up the traps. He didn't put into the equation their limits. "Get on your feet," Henry commanded, unbothered by Zara's prior assault, causing Grok's expectant grin to disappear. "Tell me, where are the enemies?" he inquired, cutting straight to the point. Though he wished to give his soldiers a chance to rest and regain their energy, time was a luxury they couldn't afford. He couldn't allow the enemies to escape this mountain. If he killed them here, there were going to be one less captain on the enemy side and fewer second-stage soldiers. It meant a big win. "We've been tracking them since they abandoned the climb. They're now just half a mile from us, scouring the path for survivors. As we descended, we came across 12 bodies, but they've managed to rescue 4 people so far," Zara said, maintaining her head lowered as she twirled her wrist, trying to alleviate the discomfort. "Good." Henry's eyes glinted with a calculative light as his thoughts drifted, remembering the mountain's paths. He then directed his attention to Zara and Grok. "I want both of you to cooperate and keep following them. Meanwhile, I will take a different route and deal with that boulder, blocking their way down. Once they are in position, Zara, you and the other archers can attack them. Grok, your task is to lead our soldiers and hinder the enemies from approaching. Don't worry about their leader, I will deal with him," Henry added as he looked at Zara and the silent barbarian, before asking, "Do you both get it?" "Yes," they responded in unison. "Thanks." Henry's hands lightly grazed the icy surface covering the boulder, one that worked as a bridge for those who wished to climb the mountain. "It won't be easy, but I can definitely do it." Henry's voice was filled with determination. Without a second thought, Henry unsheathed the silver sword strapped to his waist and immediately activated his magic circuits. He could feel his body burning in pain, but he gritted his teeth and guided the mana across the correct pathways to activate the first form of the sun god technique. "Fire sword," he muttered, and gently raised his sword above his head. At that moment, a fiery aura engulfed the blade of his sword, causing steam to rise to the skies as the cold air met for the first time with such a warm object. "Oh." Henry took a deep breath and rapidly rotated his sword, slashing horizontally at the boulder, the blade leaving a long trail of steam as it cut through the air. The impact was sufficient to cover a large portion of the boulder with cracks, but not enough to destroy it. Oh. Henry silently took another deep breath and closed his eyes, concentrating all his attention and mana in the sword. His mana circuits were flooded with energy, leading to a forceful expansion and a painful grunt to escape his lips. Then he abruptly opened his eyes and powerfully attacked, not holding back. Boom asterisk, boom asterisk, boom asterisk. Henry delivered 3 powerful attacks that seemed to shake the whole mountain, causing the surrounding snow to crazily fall on the ground. However, he didn't stop and kept hitting the boulder, without knowing the word tiredness. Boom asterisk. Henry delivered 3 powerful attacks that seemed to shake the whole mountain, causing the surrounding snow to crazily fall on the ground. However, he didn't stop and kept hitting the boulder, without knowing the word tiredness. Boom asterisk. At the 20th attack, the whole boulder came down. It was also at that moment that figures appeared on top of the cliff, looking down at him. Although he was tired, Henry flashed a cold and satisfied smile. "I have been waiting for you." "Welcome," Henry said and raised his sword, pointing it at the fat figure of Elton. He was tired, but he couldn't rest. Thanks. Without Henry's knowledge, a legion of 1,000 soldiers had departed from Luek's encampment. The blue-haired Zuna was the one leading them, behind her, 5 of the 10 captains that accompanied her on this mission. "That way, Commander." A man walking alongside her exclaimed, gesturing towards the mountain where the impending battle was about to begin. "Good job," Zuna responded, nodding in approval to the man. A smile slipping out of her lips, it seems that using Elton as a bait to draw out those bandits was indeed a good decision. "We just need to reap them. I hope he can stall them." As the mist settled down, Elton's view became clear, revealing the figure below. The person wore ragged clothes that didn't seem to protect him from the mountain's chilly wind. In his right hand, he held a sword covered on a fiery aura while looking at him with disdain, those gray eyes filled with a challenging light. Elton's heart raced, his instincts were right. The mountain hid dangers. Whoosh! All of a sudden, the sound of something cutting through the air caught Elton's attention. He quickly looked behind, only to see a barrage of arrows coming from above, targeting him and his soldiers. On the mountain slope above, he spotted a row of 12 bandits, readying their bows for another attack as 8 armed bandits stood before them, creating a solid defensive line. Among those 8 close-range bandits, Grok stood a step ahead of the others, his 7-foot height making him stand out. He held his massive battle axe with both hands, keeping his eyes fixed on Elton with a mixture of excitement and caution. He wanted to fight this man. Thud. The arrows found their marks with utmost accuracy, piercing through the soldiers who were carrying their unconscious comrades. Most of them died, unable to react to the attack, while others tried to sidestep but were still hit by the arrows, causing them to drop to the ground while screaming. Elton watched this scene with a mix of astonishment and helplessness in his eyes. He didn't care about the soldiers' deaths, but this loss was a stain to his name and honor. It was something that his peers would constantly mock him in the future, the noble captain who fell for a bandit's trap. Elton had to change this situation and seek for an alternative way down. However, just as he prepared himself to dash forwards, another barrage of arrows came down at them, each one carrying enough force to crack a rock in 2. "Dodge!" Elton's cry echoed as he swiftly stepped in front of one of his soldiers. With lightning speed, he unsheathed a small blade and deflected an incoming arrow aimed at his subject. It was an agile movement that defied his seemingly bulky figure. Yet despite his speed, Elton wasn't able to save any more of his soldiers, as another 2 fell lifeless to the ground, their thin clothes unable to stop the arrow's onslaught. Those in the second stage reacted swiftly, fending off the attacks either by parrying the arrows midair or evading them with a simple leap. As the final arrow thudded to the ground, Elton's eyes swiftly swept across his troops. Out of the 62 who had marched alongside him until the end, only 49 remained standing. He knew he had to do something. Remembering his shallow past experiences dealing with bandits that plagued Luek's territory and considering the present situation, he decided to give a basic and direct command. One that had worked wonder when dealing with bandits' archers. "Charge at them!" He bellowed with force, raising the small sword in his grip and dashing forwards. The soldiers behind him exchanged uneasy glances, their faces etched with fear and unease. Even the strongest among them couldn't shake the sense of dread that gripped their hearts as they remembered the barrage of arrows that rained down upon them. Nevertheless, they found themselves with no alternative but to charge forward against the enemy if they hoped to survive. 49 soldiers swiftly propelled themselves up the mountain, ascending the steep slope towards the row of bandits, disregarding that accumulated fatigue spreading through their bodies. They rapidly burned their mana reserves, one that had been previously utilized to maintain their stamina and body temperature. Luek's soldiers pushed themselves with all their might, using their weapons to help them maneuver through the steep slope while leaping over the scattered small boulders that obstructed their way. Their feet sank into the snow with every step, marking their determination. As the horde desperately charged towards them, Grok's eyes burned with the urge to fight as his barbarian's blood seemed to boil. He wanted to charge at them and swing his axe to his heart content, cleaving his enemies and bathing in their blood. However, despite that boiling will, Grok maintained his position, watching the enemies closing on them. Even though Elton could move much faster than his current pace, he refrained from distancing himself from his team. His intuition warned him that something dangerous could soon happen. Soon enough, another shower of arrows descended upon them. Yet this time, only one arrow hit its mark, sending one of the soldiers rolling down the slope, not stopping until he fell to the abyss. Noticing that this barrage of arrows had only taken one of his men, a satisfied smile spread across Elton's lips, revealing his yellow teeth and a noticeable gap where a canine tooth should have been. His plan was working, it was effective. Bandits, huh, Elton mused inwardly with that same satisfied grin. Although he wasn't a good leader and knew little about warfare, Elton possessed considerable experience in dealing with bandits. Despite being a foolish tactic, a charging command proved effective against the bandits who struggled to hit moving targets. This approach could be considered quite useful in the north, where archers often lacked formal archery training. As the enemies drew nearer and nearer, Grok flexed his hands around the axe, opening and closing his grip a few times, trying to get a feel of the weight as his blood pulsed with the growing desire for battle. Although he acknowledged his slim odds on a fight against his king, Grok held the belief that he could win against the pig-like man running towards him, the one who was holding a small toothpick in his hands. Grok's gaze swept the surroundings, searching for his king, who had explicitly instructed him not to engage in a fight with the man. There was no sign of the king, which meant that Grok bore the responsibility of confronting the captain and stop him from reaching the archers behind him. An eager smile blossomed on Grok's lips, excitement evident in his eyes as he tightly clenched the axe in his hands. The enemies were roughly 300 yards away, around 300 meters, and Grok was on the verge of leading his soldiers in a downward charge. However, Zara's voice suddenly pierced his ears with a commanding tone. "Ascend the mountain." There was some confidence in her voice as she commanded, "Barbarian, fall back with us while maintaining the formation." Zara swiftly fitted another arrow to her bow and released it, directing the attack at Elton, attempting to slow him down for a few seconds. It did take an effect, as the fat man diminished his speed to defend against the quick arrow. After that, Zara hurriedly took the quiver on the ground and began climbing to a higher ground. Grok looked at her with upset expression, but still followed behind her, leading the other 7. The soldiers of Stahl climbed at a quicker pace when compared to those of Luek, a result of preparations that allowed them to conserve a lot more mana and stamina during the last few hours. Furthermore, they have been using these mountainous terrains for their hideouts, leading them to getting familiar with traversing it more effectively, consuming less energy. "Halt!" Zara's command rang out as they reached a spot where a jutting portion of solid rock emerged from the ice, affording them a strategic view of the horizon and the approaching enemy. "Ready yourselves." Upon Zara's order, she and the archers promptly dropped to their knees, notching arrows and drawing them back with all their might until their hands quivered. She observed Elton gradually narrowing the gap between himself and Grok, who trailed behind the others, providing them with protective cover. "Target their captain." Zara's voice sliced through the air as she released the string, sending an arrow hurtling toward Elton. She had been instructed by the king to concentrate on the other and not their captain, but she recognized the necessity of delaying him as long as she could, at least until her king arrived to face him off. In an instant, a torrent of arrows clouded Elton's vision, each aimed at various points on his body. He had no other option but to abruptly stop and draw upon his mana. At that moment, the small blade in his grip burst into flames. However, in the eyes of Stahl's soldiers, those flames paled in comparison to the blazing aura that emanated from their king's sword. It was as if one was a phoenix and the other a simple and weak campfire. "Ola!" Elton's powerful scream echoed as he vigorously spun the sword in his grasp, sending a significant part of his mana into his weapon and the magic circuits in his hands. He unleashed his full strength with a simple but powerful horizontal slash, one that sent small waves of heat everywhere. In a single strike, he managed to slice apart all arrows hurtling towards him. "You damn bugs!" Elton's yell echoed through the mountain, furious by the audacity of these enemies that dared to sully his noble honor, trying to harm him with their measly strength. Despite his intuition shouting at him to stop and conserve his strength, the blazing anger in his chest was too overwhelming to be contained. "I will make you pay." This time, Elton abandoned all restraint. He inhaled deeply and kicked the ground, snow billowing everywhere behind him, causing some of his soldiers to slip some meters down the slope. Within mere moment, Elton's big figure was already before Grok. His small sword arced down in a forceful and swift slash. The barbarian could do nothing but desperate raise his great axe, trying to parry it. However, that blade was like a serpent and suddenly moved its trajectory, aiming for his head. It was too fast to evade. Even though he could see the silhouette, Grok could do nothing but watch as it neared his forehead. Just as fiery sword's tip was about to reach Grok's head, the sound of something streaking through the air echoed around the mountain. Suddenly, an arrow accurately struck the sword's side, deflecting it and causing Elton's attack to miss the target. This unexpected interruption gave Grok a chance to swiftly leap backwards, his massive axe held high, ready to strike with an incredible force. He wanted to sever the head of the enemy before him in a single blow. Elton's eyes remained eerily calm as he watched the axe getting closer to him, craving for his blood. He utilized the momentum from his previous attack and drove the fiery sword into the icy ground beneath him, nimbly lowering and rotating his body. At that moment, his right leg shot forwards, sweeping like a monkey's tail, aiming to shatter Grok's balance. His movements were so fast that Grok had no chance to evade or counterattack. He only felt his surroundings spinning as he fell to the ground with a powerful thud, the axe slipping from his hands and landing not far away. These movements happened in the span of a single breath, leaving no time for the others to reach, only to watch as their comrades got beaten. When the world around Grok finally stopped spinning and his eyes regained focus, he tried to look at Elton. He expected to see the man take advantage of this to kill him. However, the man's gaze was fixed on Zara, with annoyance and anger evident in his eyes. The woman had managed to hit his sword from that distance, while he was moving at a fast speed, causing him to be bothered. Zara already had another arrow nocked in her bow, ready to strike again at the captain. On the other hand, the other archers were preparing themselves to shoot down the other enemies, who were still climbing the steep slope. The other close-quarters warriors had formed a line in front of them, ready to protect the archers as Zara commanded. In the end, the responsibility of stalling the enemy's captain until the king arrived had fallen on top of Zara and Grok's shoulders. "Roll, barbarian!" Zara's voice echoed, causing Grok's eyes to widen as he saw Elton running towards him, his fiery sword raised and ready to sear his heart. Grok could practically feel the heat of the blade as it sliced through the air just above him. In that moment, all his muscles seemed to contract simultaneously, granting him enough strength to propel his body to the side. However, it wasn't sufficient to completely evade injury, as the sword left a gash on his arm. Grok got up and assumed a fighting stance, preparing to engage the man with his fists only. His great axe lay near Elton, out of reach. He could feel blood streaming down to his elbow and trickling onto the snow, but it swiftly healed as his tribal tattoo began to work its wonders. The tribal tattoo allowed him to inherit two characteristics of orcs, their remarkable healing power and their immense strength, which could help him fight against this man. "You're persistent, lowly pests." Elton gnashed his teeth in anger, glaring at the woman and the barbarian. "I will be sure to impale your heads on top of this mountain." From the moment his feet touched this frozen ground of Stahl, Elton felt as if his status has been constantly sullied, by Zuna and even by bandits of Stahl. It had reached the point where even two tenacious ants dared to stand against his sword, refusing to die. Elton clenched his fists around the sword, causing the aura around his sword to burn brighter. There was also a red aura covering his feet as he kicked the ground and charged like a wild hog towards Grok. "Barbarian, I'll provide cover for you. We just need to stall until our king arrives." Zara yelled, fear and anxiety evident in her eyes. This man was undoubtedly a fourth-stage warrior, and there was no way she and Grok could defeat him. There was an unbreakable wall between fourth and third stages, a barrier defined by the quality, volume, and control over mana. Their only hope was their king. Upon hearing the shout, the barbarian took a brief glance at Zara and nodded, showing his agreement. Despite having nearly died a few moments before, Grok's eyes still held a hint of yearning and excitement, but deep down, there was a lingering anxiety. He wanted to fight. He desired to face off this man. Driven by those wishes, Grok kicked off the ground and charged towards Elton, still holding an aggressive fighting stance. Realizing she had to provide cover for the barbarian, Zara roared to the soldiers, "Maintain your distance and concentrate on the others. Shoot them down and prevent them from approaching the barbarian and their captain. We will deal with him." The other soldiers, who had already assumed their position to attack the others, nodded. They had been undergoing strict training for 2 whole years, under the general, and had learned a lot about fighting in unison. They had already comprehended their roles on this mission. Breath. Zara took a deep breath and aimed her bow at the pig-like figure, dashing toward her barbarian comrade. She channeled mana into her hands, particularly her fingers, as she drew the string closer to her chin. Without a second thought, she released it, sending the arrow hurtling toward the enemy. Elton, who had been paying attention to the woman ever since the previous attack, spotted the fast arrow coming at him. He somewhat sensed that he had no way to dodge, as if the shooter had read his mind and closed all retreating option. Elton resolved to block the arrow first, and then deal with that huge man running to him. With that decision in mind, he abruptly stopped his movements and twirled the small sword in his hands, drawing an arch on the air and easily blocking the arrow. However, the instant his sword deflected the arrow, a powerful force struck his side. Grok had taken advantage of the man's distraction and rapidly closed the distance, dealing a powerful punch towards his kidney. Despite Elton's superior strength, he couldn't help but feel that some of his ribs had been broken, causing blood to surge on mouth, which he swallowed back. Furious that someone he deemed as an insignificant ant managed to injure him, Elton's chest burned with wounded pride. He angrily channeled his whole strength into a lightning-quick slash, his blade burning the air as it aimed to chop off the barbarian's head from his shoulders. But then, taking advantage of the wide motion, Grok jumped into action. His movements were quick and precise, like a well-practiced dancer. He timed his moves just right and punched at Elton's nose with his fist as soon as a gap showed in his defense. The punch landed with a loud thud, like a heavy club smashing a watermelon, pushing Elton a couple of steps back. Drip. Blood dripped from the captain's nose, which led Grok to flash a satisfied grin. This small win gave Grok enough confidence to win against this man, to prove his worth. He looked back at Zara with a winning gaze, but was met with desperate eyes, which led him to focus on the man again. However, before he could even understand what happened, the sight of a bloody blade flashed in his eyes. A giant wound had opened on his chest, causing the hot blood to pour down, melting the snow and coloring it red. Grok! Zara's desperate scream pierced the air as she released another arrow, as the uncontrollable enemy raised his sword again. However, the arrow seemed to be slowly crawling towards Elton, leaving Zara to helpless watch the man's sword piercing through Grok's here. The barbarian's face was a mixture of shock and incomprehension. Elton had moved too fast, as if he had been playing with him until this moment. He had covered 30 feet in the blink of an eye and slashed at him with an incomprehensible speed, then he pierced his heart before he could even blink. Grok felt strength leaving his body as he crumbled to the ground, under the man's eyes, which were brimming with hatred and resentment. The blood which flowed from his nose seemed to be the catalyst of such hatred. That red color was the shameful stain that would be remembered by Elton for his whole life. "I will tie you up to horses and dismember all of you," he crazily said as his eyes diverted from the crumbling figure, looking straight at the woman standing on top of the slope. Although he killed the barbarian, painting the mountain snow with this blood-red color, anger wouldn't leave his mind until he annihilated all of them. Decided to kill them, Elton stepped forwards, ready to rush climb the slope and kill the woman. Slowly, he pulled the sword from the man's heart. The mountain's purity was stained by blood, a stark contrast. He watched life fade from the barbarian's determined face. Without hesitation, Elton stepped forward, ready to rush toward Zara. Suddenly, when he lifted his feet to take the first step, something gripped his ankle. He looked down only to see the barbarian pest, who had managed to roll close to him, trying to restrain him with eyes filled by determination. There was no fear of death in those eyes, as blood colored his whole body, even the ragging clothes covering him. "You not leaving," Grok said, struggling to form those words as blood mixed with his coughs. Elton gave him an annoyed yet sadistic smile as he said, "You are truly a resistant pest, aren't you? I will allow you to linger a bit longer to witness, as I slaughter all your comrades." Elton exerted a bit more of strength in his legs and easily freed himself from the barbarian's grasp, his eyes fixed on the woman. She was already with another arrow knocked and aimed at him, her eyes brimming with hatred, a sight that seemed to please Elton. "It appears that you've had your share of fun with my soldier." An angry voice echoed across the mountain, accompanied by a hot wave that caused Elton to sweat, even though they were in such a cold environment. Elton could see Zara's expression changing from a desperate face to a relieved one as she slowly lowered the bow in her hands. The king has come. Hey there, everyone. So I got a serious question for you all. I really want to know what you think so I can make some changes to the book and the chapters ahead. So here's the deal. Do you think the story is dragging? Do you want me to speed things up? Previously, I've had a couple of readers telling me to slow things down, but honestly, I'm feeling like things are moving a tad too slow right now. My gut's telling me to kick things up a notch and get back into the exciting kingdom building aspect. Henry's voice seemed to be as cold as ice, sending shivers down Elton's entire body. When he turned around, he could see a black-haired young man in his mid-20s with a kingly demeanor that couldn't be hidden by the rags covering his body. The man's face was sharp and well outlined. A fire seemed to be burning inside those gray eyes, which were looking at Elton with a concealed fury, masked by an apathetic smile. The image of Grok lying on the cold ground with organs almost dropping to the ground, struggling to breathe as his blood painted the snow beneath him, ignited an undeniable fury within Henry. This was one of his soldiers, and someone had dared to do this to him. Deep down, he believed that he alone held the right to take action against his soldiers, and those who dared to soil his honor should perish. The arrogance and image of a king laid on the capacity of protecting his subjects. Henry's fist clenched around his sword, its blade chipped all over from hitting continuously against the boulder, as he took a deep breath, deep enough to fill his lungs completely. He took the raw mana from the outside and guided it using the sun god technique, directing it from his lungs to his heart, using his mana circuits as pathways. Heart functioned like a furnace, where the mana could be transformed into elemental mana if the user had the right lineage and affinity, and then stored until it was used. Normally, these pathways worked as one-way streets, where the directed mana had to be utilized, without any way to return to the heart for reuse. This demanded a high level of control from the user, as sending large amounts of unnecessary mana could result in its loss. Unlike most techniques and lineages, the Sun God technique, combined with the Stahl family's blood, appeared to create a circular pathway. This combination allowed those of Stahl's blood to establish both an outgoing and a returning path, greatly reducing mana consumption to at least half that of other practitioners. However, the creation of these new mana circuits, which most humans were not naturally born with them, was accompanied by an immense burning pain that was accompanied by the strengthening of the muscles with the fire mana. Those mana circuits seemed sturdier than the normal ones. Unfortunately, the construction of new mana circuits and the reinforcement of muscles meant that pain was greatly amplified, which led to only a few members of Stahl's lineage to succeed in enduring the painful process. When he looked back, Henry thought that he only survived this excruciating part thanks to the merge of two souls, which provided him with enough willpower to endure everything. Because of this daring act, disrespecting me and my soldiers in my own land, Henry said coldly, not minding putting on a hood to hide his features, you shall die. The king directed the fire mana into his sword, causing it to be covered in some type of quiet flames, which slightly melted the snow around him. Henry didn't concern himself with the enemies approaching from behind him, who were trying their best to rapidly climb the slope, fully trusting that his soldiers would take care of it, especially with their drained stamina. The only thought in Henry's head was to take that man's head. I need to get away. This thought erupted in Elton's mind as his intuition's voice transformed from a mere whisper to an urgent scream, urging him to escape as swiftly as possible. He scanned the surroundings, confirming that his soldiers were still hundreds of feet away, unable to immediately stall the man. The only way out of this situation was going up or going down the mountain, and both ways were blocked. He needed to formulate some plan. Who are you? Elton asked with an air of arrogance, his gaze seemingly fixed on Henry. However, in reality, his eyes were scanning the surroundings for an escape route. Unexpectedly, it seems like he didn't recognize the king of these lands. Henry didn't bother with an answer and only looked at the man with a royal fury. He kept his silver sword lowered and sprinted at full speed toward the men, the blade almost licking the ground. As he moved, the snow melted beneath him, tracing a long trail that resembled the tail of a dragon. The fire mana surged through Henry's mana circuits, burning his muscles, granting him with enough strength and speed. He closed the distance between himself and the fat man in mere seconds, his gray eyes concealing the redness that resembled the fury of a fire god. His sword vanished in a diagonal slash, aimed to cleave from the man's chest to his shoulders. The sudden sword's attack made Elton realize that while the fire surrounding his sword seemed denser, Henry's fire sword seemed to greatly concentrate, and a lethal intent radiated from the blade. He had no way to dodge and no time to look for a way out. Elton understood that there was no exit, and his only option was to fight, something he had been avoiding ever since he got himself a tittle. He rather preferred to use subjects under him to enter the fray than to enter himself. Elton swiftly raised his sword and parried Henry's attack. The impact of both fire swords created a beautiful contrast, with the white snow covering the surroundings, sending sparks all over them. When the swords connected, Elton felt as if a whole mountain had fallen unto him, a powerful shock that nearly knocked out the sword from his grip. The heat emanating from both blades was enough to draw a circle on the snow around them, sending snow all over. The swords briefly entwined in a fierce deadlock, but soon, for the first time in his life, Elton felt himself being pushed back. Despite his utmost effort in channeling mana to his legs and arms, Henry's blade was drawing nearer to his skin. The enemy was ready to kill him in any given opportunity. In a desperate bid to survive, Elton's heart exploded with mana, directing every bit of fire mana that his circuits could take, increasing the volume and the pressure on his whole body. It was so sudden that Elton could slightly feel his pathways cracking, but he had no other choice if he wanted to survive. Suddenly, Henry could feel that his enemy's strength had experienced a sudden burst, pushing him back and creating a brief gap between them. A few moments ago, Henry could swear that the enemy was much weaker than him and he could easily kill him, but he still managed to get away from him. "Damn you! It's all because of you!" Elton furiously screamed, sensing that his mana circuits were shattering with the huge influx of energy. "I will make you pay." At that moment, Elton wasn't a rational being anymore, only a beast that wanted to take revenge on the person who disabled him. There was no way that he would continue being held in such a social status, or even survive with his countless enemies without the power to fight back. Elton lunged forward in a frenzy, his sword arcing toward Henry in a retaliatory and vengeful attack. However, Henry's reflexes were as sharp and swift as his blade. With a calculated step, he utilized the melted snow beneath him to his advantage, effortlessly dodging the bow while launching a counterattack. Henry's attacks were still fueled by fury, but controlled by a calm heart. He wanted to end this man's life, but he would never put himself in danger. The clash of their swords echoed in rapid succession throughout the mountain, creating a dance of steel and fire as they exchanged parries and strikes, creating some sort of spectacle on top of the mountain. Henry's movements were precise and calculated, whereas Elton's attacks could only be considered as crazy, fueled by brute force. Suddenly, amidst the music of strikes, Henry's body twisted with a blurring speed. His legs swept in a semicircular arc and threw snow toward Elton, shrouding the man's vision. The fat captain, out of reflex, closed his eyes, something forbidden in such a fight. At that moment, in the blink of an eye, a red blade thrust through the snow, piercing Elton's heart. Legs. Down the mountain on top of a tree, Lyre was closely watching the mountain's path, waiting for anyone who tried to run away. Suddenly, her peripheric vision captured a mass of soldiers approaching her position. "Luex soldiers," Lyre murmured, her eyes wide open as she tried to think about the reasons that led such a contingent of soldiers to set out of the camp. However, her doubts were soon answered as her gaze landed on a blue-haired woman leading them. Zuna, the woman who dared to play with her king, trying to take away his lands. About 1,000 soldiers were marching toward the mountain, where Henry's sword began its execution process. Zuna was leading her troops, accompanied by a small man with a crooked nose that looked as if it had been hit countless times, wearing white furred clothes. This man was the one who had secretly followed Elton to the mountain, where Henry had set up the trap. "This way, Your Honor," the small man said, his hands rubbing together as he gave a smile that resembled a crafty little mouse. He guided the commander through the thick gray and white forest. Captain Elton couldn't find any animals in this forest, and then out of nowhere, wolf howls started echoing from the mountain. The rat-like man pointed to an inconspicuous mountain nestled amidst a vast range that stretched along the western horizon of Stahl, there. His eyes then looking at Zuna, waiting for praises. Zuna only nodded her head and kept walking ahead, using her hands to lift the spiky branches coming from the trees and blocking the way, not minding the kiss-ass man. They had been walking for hours without stopping. The soldiers following Zuna didn't have any armor and only wore furred clothes to stay warm, carrying wooden shields and rusted weapons. Their long beards and hair made them look untidy, as if they hadn't shaved or showered for years, a common occurrence in the cold north. From the moment they left the campsite, the soldiers had been cautiously looking around the forest as they tightly gripped their weapons. The rumors about black demons inhabiting Stahl's lands and the burning corpses of their comrades were still fresh in their minds, bringing up the fear of the unknown. The presence of the captains and the 1,000 comrades marching alongside them offered some peace of mind, but they were still afraid. Suddenly, when they got in a clearing near the mountain's base, Zuna's hand shot up, her fist clenched in the air as she commanded, "Halt. We will be waiting here." Zuna looked carefully at the mountain, not daring to trail Elton's footsteps. Although she had little experience as a leader, her job as a messenger helped her learn patience, caution, and gain insights about human nature that no other captain in the army could reach in their limited vision of hunting bandits. There was no sign of Elton and the troops following him, so something must have happened. Winter is coming, and the ground is too chilly for digging traps. It's not doable, Zuna mused, pondering how to bring down the possible enemies holed up in the mountains. Sadly, her options were limited. Setting up traps on the ground would prove difficult given the short amount of time and the lack of certain tools. "What do you all think?" Zuno inquired, her gaze shifting to the 5 captains who accompanied her, trying to get their perspective on how to proceed. Maybe they could show some insights. As soon as she asked, 2 of them quickly spoke up, their words laced with a hint of caution, trying to sound courteous. The woman's connection to the king held some weight in their minds, one they didn't dare to easily break. One of them spoke up, his teeth audibly grinding in a suppressed display of controlled anger. "Commander, we should simply venture into the mountain." "What's there to fear?" "Wait, no. We have been chasing bandits since we learned how to walk. Let's just charge right into that mountain and chop off their heads," the other one chimed in, his hand instinctively gripping the hilt of the sword hanging on his waist. "There are no dangers if they are dead." Zuna looked at the 2 with an expression that seemed to say they were foolish. Then she shifted her gaze to the other 3, expecting to hear a different perspective, but soon found out that they seemed to share the same view. All the other 3 nodded in agreement as they clutched their weapons, ready to storm the mountain. At that moment, Zuna realized the lack of intelligence among those responsible for leading the country in times of war. Long and constant battles against bandits and hunting down monsters seemed to develop a simple and barbaric mentality on them. It was a bit different from the small but complicated job as a messenger, where she had to be patient and intelligent in order to not have her head beheaded by a phrase. These people had no emotional control to sit down and think clearly about the scenarios. She would have to solve things by herself. "You 3 come here," she said, ordering 3 inconspicuous men to step forward, before turning to the mouse-like man that helped her track down Elton's movements to hear, "You are responsible for them. I want you to go near that mountain and set up a perimeter, then report to me if anyone comes out of that mountain. No matter who, am I clear?" The man's smile stretched across his face, a blend of delight and slyness, the kind you would see on those who had just secured a raise or promotion back on Earth. He lowered his head and spoke, trying to hide his happiness. "Of course. I'm ready to comply, Your Honor." Zuna nodded and then looked back at the 5 captains. "You will take charge of the soldiers," she instructed, "and have them cut down some trees. We'll create some improvised barricades with the logs, like the bandits in Luak do, to prevent them from charging at us. We don't know their numbers, it's better to be careful." The captain stared at her with eyes filled by anger and fury. Again, this woman was treating them, nobles and proud leaders of Luak, as a mere labor force, commanding them to chop wood. They felt the urge to draw their swords and beat her in protest, but they still didn't dare to do anything, not with the king backing Zuna. They nodded and walked towards the soldiers, picking up parts of them to begin the work. Zuna silently looked at them organizing their groups, before her gaze settled on the mountain, attempting to unveil the concealed truths hidden behind the rocks and the ice covering it. Excellent. Deep within the mountains, Elton's widened his eyes in disbelief, struggling to make sense of the situation. It had happened too swiftly. He believed his strength and that of the enemy in front of him were not so far apart, both were probably at the 4th stage. There was no reason for him to be killed in a matter of seconds. It seemed unjust. Elton lowered his gaze, confirming that everything was true. The sword had indeed pierced his ear. His emotions were a mixture of anger, fury, and deep-seated fear, feeling that swirled within him. Elton turned his gaze back at the owner of those cold gray eyes, which were apathetically looking at him. He could feel that those eyes regarded him as a minuscule ant, no longer worthy of his ire. It was infuriating. "Ah!" Elton's scream echoed, as he mustered every fiber of his dying being in a desperate attempt to lift his sword. He wanted to kill this man. But in that final effort, as his muscles strained, Henry's sword twisted swiftly within Elton's heart, rending everything in its path. Then, in a fluid motion, he took out the sword from the man's chest and swung it across his throat. There was so much strength and precision in that movement that Elton's head fell to the ground before the blood could spill all over the pristine surroundings. Once proud and arrogant eyes had met its end with a look filled with disbelief. Henry casually flicked his sword to get rid of the blood, paying no mind to the big bloody corpse melting the snow around it. He turned to briefly watch his soldiers smartly, using the advantage of a high ground to mine away and exterminate the enemies. This tactic would previously never be actively used if he hadn't passed it down to his commanders and generals. In the past, they would probably be shooting them down using distance, neglecting the strategic edge that a higher ground could provide. As Elton's troops advanced toward the ground, where the clash between Henry and Elton had unfolded, they could witness their comrades falling beside them with each step. They wanted to aid their captain, but the deaths were making them fearful, slowing them down. The turning point finally arrived when Henry beheaded their leader. In that instant, they stopped trying to advance. Instead, they stopped and hurriedly turned around. They wanted to get away from here. The black demons. This thought appeared in their minds. Witnessing those remaining soldiers trying to run away, desperately running down the mountain, Henry turned his head and issued a cold command as he slowly walked back towards Grok. This time, I want all of them dead. Scout this mountain and kill them, no matter their conditions. Upon Henry's command, Zara and the others on top of the slope sprang into action. The archers skillfully nocked their arrows, pulled back their bows, and locked their eyes onto the desperate enemies' backs. They slightly adjusted their bows, pointing them upwards, calculating the trajectory, while their breath slowed down. Lewis. Zara shouted the command, causing arrows to whistle through the air, arcing toward the enemies' backs. All of us. They got me. Help. Don't leave me. Painful screams echoed through the mountain as the arrows perfectly found their marks, not missing a single target. Luek's soldiers dropped helplessly to the ground, some even lifelessly rolling down the mountain and causing those in front of them to also tumble like dominoes. Go. Zara issued the command towards the close-quarter soldiers, ordering them to pursue the enemies. Seemingly already accustomed to Zara's leadership, they left their defensive positions and dashed toward their enemies. They wanted revenge. In a matter of seconds, they closed in on the foes, mercilessly eliminating the defenseless soldiers first, those who had fallen and were laying on the ground. They raised their swords and brought them down, either beheading their targets or piercing their hearts. They wanted to ensure that no one was left alive. Stahl's soldiers were not in a hurry to pursue them. The enemies had nowhere to go, and they would soon fall to their swords. And they were right, Luek's soldiers had no way out. On their way down, the enemies once again found themselves at a massive precipice, where Henry had chopped down a boulder that served as a frozen bridge. They had no way to descend from this part of the mountain, and the height left them with little to no chance of survival. Luek's soldiers' desperate eyes darted around, frantically seeking an escape from their precarious situation. They were stuck on a part of the mountain with steep drops on all sides, leaving them with two options: leap into the abyss or confront the approaching black demons. The sound of their pursuers' boots crunching through the snow was drawing nearer, enveloping them in a palpable sense of desperation. Their eyes flickered between the unforgiving precipice and the treacherous slope, where they could already see the shadows of the black demons. Get a hold. We outnumber them, one of the soldiers yelled. This person was well known among their group, but held no significant influence in Luek's rankings. Shreng. He drew his sword and glanced at the soldiers before issuing a command. Do you want to die? Draw your swords. There's no way out for us. His eyes scanned the surroundings and noticed that at least 6 soldiers carried bows on their backs. You, with the bows, fall back and prepare to shoot. The rest of us will confront them head-on. Those words seemed to trigger something deep within their minds, prompting them to unsheath their weapons while the archers stepped back. They all felt their hands trembling in fear, aware that death was closing in. At the same time, a spark of determination ignited within them. If there was no escape, they would make sure to take at least one enemy down with them. They were like a cornered rat, ready to struggle until its last breath. Unconsciously, they drew closer to one another, forming a tight arrow formation with the archers positioned just behind them, hidden from the black demon's sight. In front of them was the self-proclaimed leader, the one who ordered them to unsheath their weapons. Stahl's soldiers soon emerged before them, their weapons stained with red as blood dripped from their blades. Zara stood at the front, gripping a small, bloody dagger with a bow strapped to her back. She watched them with anger, still haunted by the battered image of Grok. Initially, she had looked down on that barbarian, deeming him nothing more than a thoughtless brute driven by muscle alone. However, over the past few days, she realized that he was only a brute with unwavering belief in the so-called barbarian code, someone fiercely loyal to his comrades and unafraid of battle. The barbarian was someone who could easily jump in front of a spear if it meant protecting his brothers and sisters. Noticing the tight enemy's formation, Zara raised the bloody dagger in her hands and shouted, "Halt." Though furious and eager to see their blood staining the mountain and getting her revenge, she wasn't foolish enough to put her soldiers in harm's way. She took a few seconds to analyze their position and realized their only option was to ascend the mountain. They were cornered and were probably going to fight fiercely to escape this situation. Zara only had 15 soldiers by her side and understood that a full-force confrontation was risky. It would be wiser to weaken the enemy's strength from a distance. "Archers," she called out, leading some 6 soldiers to step out of the group and stand beside her. They placed their sharp weapons on the ground and held their bows firmly, already knocking an arrow, leaving them with only 4 arrows left. However, Zara was confident that it would be enough to deal with the enemies. "Take your positions." The archers lined up across the horizon, raising their bows. However, just as Zara was about to give the command to fire, 5 arrows suddenly shot towards them, cutting through the good air and leaving her with a surprised expression. Thud. In the blink of an eye, one of the archers fell dead beside Zara, with an arrow sticking out of his forehead, while the other arrows fell on the warriors behind her, who managed to protect themselves. She had no chance to react and protect her soldier. The exciting and happy shouts coming from the enemies seemingly intensified the fury present in her eyes. She wanted to gut them out. "Focus on the archers," she shouted in anger. They had the high ground, which gave them an advantage and a clearer view. Zara quickly drew her bowstring and released an arrow at the enemy, targeting the archers in the back of the group. "Allah!" Painful screams filled the air as a barrage of arrows rained down, either killing the archers instantly or causing severe injuries, incapacitating them. These soldiers had trained under Olaro, a general who learned the true value of archery from Henry. Because of that, they had practiced relentlessly with moving target, and some in the second stage even trained their abilities while riding horses, creating bow experts. Witnessing the archers being taken down in an instant, the new leader of Luek's troops had no choice but to give a desperate command: "Charge." He screamed and took the lead, dashing upwards. Luek's soldiers exchanged glances, as if bidding farewell to their fellow comrades. Despite many of them being strangers, having only been together for a few hours, they felt a strong bond, considering themselves like brothers. They were prepared to face death together. Amid the desperation, there was a peculiar feeling that wasn't sadness or sorrow. It was an acceptance of their fate, a sense that they were okay with it. They smiled at each other and charged at Zara's troops. They were prepared to die. Unfortunately, Zara and her archers never missed a single shot. At the top of the mountain slope, Henry gazed down at the barbarian, who had risked everything for his comrades. He held complex emotions for this man, someone he hadn't made much effort to get to know over the past few days, and who had stopped disobeying him after the night he had spent hanging on top of the house, exposed to the freezing winds. Unknowingly, the barbarian was channeling all his mana into his tribal tattoo, using his last breaths in an attempt to heal his body. Unconsciously, he hoped that the regenerative powers of the white orcs would help him mend the gaping wound on his torso, where a part of his intestines was exposed. It was a miracle that he was still alive. Witnessing the scene, Henry couldn't resist asking, though he knew the man was likely beyond hearing and near death, "Do you want to live that badly?" There was no response. Henry shook his head and walked to the man's great axe, picking it up and placing it in his hands. Then he knelt down, placing his sword's tip above the man's chest as he said, "You were a great warrior and deserve to rest with your ancestors by the bonfire. Rest well, barbarian. I will honor your death with their blood." However, as he was about to pierce through his heart, Grok's hand twitched, his grip on the great axe tightening. It was as if his determination was rejecting death, insisting that he was a warrior who wouldn't die on this frozen mountain. He believed he should meet his end, bathed in the blood of his enemies. This action made Henry pause instantly, causing only a few drops of blood to emerge from the man's chest. The man wanted to survive, and as a king, he wouldn't send his subjects this early. He could still be used. "I understand," Henry replied, placing his sword to the side. "I'll do my best to help you. Hang in there." Henry placed his hands on Grok's chest and channeled his mana into Grok's body. It was a risky move, especially considering that Grok's mana lacked an elemental affinity with fire, which could potentially harm him further. However, Henry was gambling that Grok's regenerative abilities would outpace any damage with the additional mana. Furthermore, he would attempt to minimize the damage as much as possible, soothing the fiery characteristic. Down the mountain, Lyre watched the group carefully as they placed traps in the clearing. She remembered the positions of each one as she counted the number of dangerous enemies, those who could probably wipe out a small platoon. There were at least 1,000 soldiers, among them 5 fourth-stage warriors. It would be a tough battle. She knew that they wouldn't be able to face them, not even if the king showed up. Only Luther's appearance could they be more at ease, but even then, it would be dangerous. We must fall back. There's no other option. Liars thought, I have to notify my king. Henry took deep breaths as he imparted his mana to Grok, trying his best to diminish the destructive characteristics of his fiery mana and make it easier for the barbarian to process it. The sun god technique was like a raging storm that resembled lava inside Henry's heart and mana circuits, which made it tremendously difficult and dangerous for regular warrior circuits and heart to handle. In the end, he was betting that Grok's body and tribal tattoo would be enough to allow him to survive the exposure of his diluted mana, the mana of a fourth-stage warrior. Fortunately, Henry's hard work was yielding results. The tribal tattoo on Grok's back held a pale red hue as the king kept supplying him with the energy necessary to heal. The barbarian's heart was beating in a ferocious rhythm, like a war cry for survival, as the gaping slash in his abdomen began to miraculously heal. Henry had already injected 2/10 of his mana, but he could feel the barbarian's mana circuits pleading for more as it rapidly depleted in a hasting desire for survival. You are really giving me quite a headache, Henry murmured as he took a deep breath. He drew in large amounts of mana from the air into his heart, transforming it into fire mana and increasing the volume flowing towards Grok. Their bodies' temperatures rose sharply, causing the snow around them to melt and form a small circular sanctuary. The rotation of the fiery energy brought great pain to both of them. Grok unconsciously gripped his great axe and gritted his teeth, letting out small grunts as he forced himself to endure the rampaging mana in his circuits, which aided him in reconstructing his body. Although accustomed to the pain, and having already completed the reconstruction of his muscles, the mental strain was taking a toll on his body and mind. Fortunately, within a matter of a few minutes, Grok's body was completely healed, leaving no trace of the previous injury. Henry exhaled and withdrew his trembling hands from Grok's chest, feeling his mana circuits immediately cooling down and the pain subsiding. This treatment had consumed more than half of his mana, a situation that would have been even worse if not for the characteristic of the sun god technique, which allowed him to masterfully control the expenditure of his mana. However, the high mental strain of constantly mitigating the mana's destructive properties left him with a mild headache. Crunch! Suddenly, Henry heard the sound of boots crunching the snow, accompanied by haggard breaths. He turned his head and spotted a black-haired woman, dressed in rags that slightly exposed her toned abdomen. She held a bow in her hand, with no arrows in the quiver on her back. The concern in Zara's eyes was evident, causing her to forget to properly greet her king as she remained focused on the unconscious brown-haired barbarian lying on the ground. Will he be all right? She asked between haggard breaths as the figures of the other soldiers appeared behind her, their hands gripping bloody weapons. Henry counted 3 fewer soldiers, indicating that although they had cornered the enemy, 3 of his soldiers had perished on the skirmish. He'll be fine, Henry nodded wearily, noticing that the soldiers who had just arrived were also looking at Grok in concern. The barbarian's efforts in protecting the archers seemed to pay off, gaining him some recognition among the others. Suddenly, as if confirming Henry's words, Grok's eyes snapped open, and he took a deep breath, trying to fill his lungs completely. He immediately sat on the ground, his hands desperately searching for injuries, touching his abdomen. He vividly remembered Elton's attack, which had managed to tear open his belly. He was supposed to be dead. There was no way to survive that much damage, and he knew that. Grok looked around hastily, half expecting to find himself amidst a grand bonfire surrounded by his ancestors. Traditionally, not dying with a weapon in his hands meant he might not be able to join his ancestors, but he had died in battle, protecting his comrades. He hoped to be by the bonfire and not a vagrant soul, tied to the frozen forest. You have recovered. A tired voice reached Grok's ears, causing the massive barbarian to turn his head. There he saw a royal man dressed in rags, with shoulder-length black hair that partially obscured his deep but weary gray eyes. The man seemed exhausted, and Grok could see his fingers slightly trembling, which he tried to hide by tightly closing his hands. The king couldn't show any signs of weakness. The king die? Grok asked, bewildered, his eyes lingering on the other figures behind Henry, everyone. Why? Tears welled up in the big man's eyes as his hand scratched it. Before the big man could break into tears, a powerful force struck his head. Zara sprinted toward him and delivered a forceful punch, making his head to collide with the unearthed rock. He couldn't help but grimace in pain as blood slightly began to drop. Idiot barbarian! Zara shouted, her furious state of mind not allowing her to consider the presence of the king, who was actually too fatigued to worry about minor matters. You shouldn't have allowed that man to strike you down. Who was it that claimed to be the mightiest living barbarian? Who dared to challenge his dead ancestors? Under the bewildered gaze of Henry and the others, Zara cursed and landed a series of punches to the man's face. Are you completely clueless? She shouted as she kept hitting him. However, just as she was about to deliver another blow, Grok finally managed to restrain her by the wrists. Woman, what you doing? Grok asked furiously, his nose and head slightly bleeding. Luckily, Zara didn't seem to have used a lot of strength. He quickly rose to his feet, still gripping the woman's wrists as he lifted her a few feet off the ground until they were in the same eye level. Zara became angrier with that action. She swung her body and rapidly launched a powerful kick at the man's nose, forcing him to release her. Henry couldn't help but shake his head as he rose to his feet and patted his ragged clothes, though there was no snow or dirt to remove due to the high temperature his body had previously reached. Just as he was about to tell them to stop, his attention was drawn by something rapidly approaching him, causing him to turn his head. My ledge. Lyre's icy blue eyes appeared before him, accompanied by a soft but hurried voice as she breathlessly reported, They are here, the enemies, they left the camp. Calm down, Henry soothingly said, lightly patting her shoulders, explain it clearly. Breath. Lyre inhaled deeply, fighting to calm her racing heart and regulate her breathing. She couldn't despair. It wasn't the answer. The enemies are camping on the base of the mountain. There are at least 1,000 of them. She said between deep breaths, a lot calmer than before. There are 5 4th stage warriors on their ranks, and around 23rd stage and 62nd stage. At that moment, Henry's tired but calm eyes finally changed. A mix of emotions filled those gray eyes, which Lyre was able to capture for a single moment before it was once again swallowed by an uncanny calmness. As a king, Henry couldn't allow himself to give in to desperation and create an unfavorable situation, one from which he would never be able to escape. Henry's mind immediately traveled, trying to form a plan out of this situation. They were inside the mountain, and from Lyre's words, they are setting up a makeshift camp near the base of the mountain. They probably wouldn't try climbing the mountain and would wait for them to get down. There was no way that the strategy that worked against Elton would work on the others. There are at least 1,000 of them, Henry muttered, slowly scratching his forehead. There is no way we can win with less than 100 of us. Furthermore, I can't win against the 4th stage warriors, not after wasting away more than half of my mana. What can I do? Henry asked himself again and again the question, what can I do? In General Olaro's last report, where was Eritrea's army? Henry asked Lyre, his eyes still lost in deep thought. General reported that after obstructing the north and east sides of the White Merchant Road and spreading rumors on Luik's army's campsite to Eritrea's leaderships, they have been marching to here, Lyre said, according to their pace. They will probably reach this place within 2 to 3 days, assuming they won't rest more than the necessary. At those words, Henry nodded. We probably won't be able to survive that long. What can I do? They were in a tight spot and without reinforcements. Henry stood silent, his fingers beating rhythmically on his lips as he tried to think of a way out of this situation. It's been a few hours since he guided his team down the mountain, assuming a position where they could clearly see the way up the mountain and the forest that surrounded the mountains. 1,000 enemies were crouching inside that forest, surrounding him and closing all exit roads. It was impossible to escape from the other side of the mountain, since it was a steep precipice that ended crashing against the raging ocean. Henry could try leading them to the other mountains, but the difficult terrain and the rarefied air would make it a difficult job. Furthermore, they had little to no resources to survive an entire journey towards other peaks, meaning that apart from him, the others would probably die. According to Lyre's reconnaissance, the enemies have brought enough food to last for a few days, which means that time is not on our side. Henry thought as his eyes traveled towards his soldiers, assessing their situation. He had ordered them to travel light, thinking that this would be a fast and simple mission that would take only 1 day. Because of that, they brought enough food for a tight and brief schedule. Their clothes were also unable to sustain for long periods of time. The only safe way out is to get help from the generals, who are in the major cities. However, it would still take them at least 5 days to mobilize the army towards this location. Even the cavalry would still take 2 to 3 days, Henry muttered, as he stopped rhythmically tapping his fingers against his lips as he deeply immersed himself into the problem. it will be even more difficult to stall those 5 fourth-stage warriors, even more so with my limited mana reservoir. Henry could feel the freezing wind blowing against his face, but he didn't mind. His eyes wandered to the ground before being drawn to the peak of the mountain, where snow had accumulated itself for hundreds of years, with even a few millennia not out of the question. A dangerous plan appeared in his mind. "There's a way," Henry muttered, his hand dropping from his lips to gently caress the inner pocket of his ragged shirt, where a few torch tree seeds were being kept inside a small pouch. "But the probability of several soldiers losing their lives is great. Maybe half of them will die." Henry's eyes shifted towards the soldiers. They were huddled together, recounting every detail of the huge massacre that happened on top of the mountain with a great smile in their lips. The one-sided massacre was a vengeance for Grok. The barbarian was among them, laughing heartily as he used animated gestures to illustrate how he courageously fought against the formidable enemy, stalling him until Henry arrived. A triumphant grin always adorned the barbarian's lips. Beside him, Zara was listening from the sidelines, her frustration evident as she muttered curses behind Grok. She sometimes even intervened, calling out his lies. However, as the soldiers listened about everything, their awe for Henry was transforming into an almost fanatical belief in their king. It was a belief that had taken root and being constantly nurtured from his incredible achievements, such as the ending of the Civil War and the subjugation of the barbarians. "There is no other way," Henry softly said as he relaxed his posture, finally deciding to go on with the craziest plan, but the one with the most potential to work and deal with this situation, Lyre. "Yes, my liege." Lyre appeared almost magically, her slender figure and icy blue eyes materializing from the shadows, like a chameleon. "I will need your assistance with an important plan," Henry said, shifting his gaze to Grok and Zara. "Summon the barbarian and Zara. We will need their strength." Henry didn't wish for his soldiers' death, but sometimes he had to get things done without worrying about the repercussions. The job of a leader was to lead with great confidence, one that wouldn't let his soldiers quiver. Somewhere near Luak's newly established makeshift campsite, Zuna engaged in a sparring match against one of her captains while wielding a small, straight-bladed sword with Swift. Her movements were swift as she utilized the snow beneath her feet, sliding and closing the distance with her sparring partner. Without losing momentum, she twisted her body and slashed forward, creating a graceful arc and infusing her strike with both strength and speed. There was a greenish hue surrounding her sword. The captain felt as if Zuna's sword was moving in slow motion, allowing him to easily sidestep and counter it with a swift upward swing that precisely struck the pommel of Zuna's weapon, sending it flying through the air until it pierced a tree. The captain's sword gleamed dangerously until the cold blade came to stop right at Zuna's neck, leaving her unable to do anything. "You lost," the captain said, wearing a satisfied smile, feeling good about teaching this woman a hard lesson. She had dared to interrupt his small nap, commanding him to step towards the forest and to fight spar against her. "It certainly appears that way," Zuna replied, her gaze sweeping across the desolate surroundings as she pushed the sword away from her throat. She didn't mind losing against this man, even more so knowing that his main weapons was a sword and hers was a bow. For a brief moment, a dark idea flooded the captain's mind as he thought about silencing this woman, beheading her, and then reporting it as a wild animal's attack. He wanted to beat this woman, who had daringly conducted him so far away for a spar. He wasn't a teacher, he was a great noble of Luak. "Let's return," Zuna said, retrieving her sword, its blade marked with tips from the sturdy gray wood of the tree, and sheathed it. She considered herself fortunate that her sword was crafted from cold steel, otherwise it might have been chipped or even dulled. The captain watched as the woman walked back toward the camp, his grip on the sword handle tightening before he finally relaxed it. He knew he couldn't kill her without the news reaching the king, who might retaliate against his family or strip him of his noble status. With a sense of frustration, the captain sheathed his sword and followed behind the woman, his desire to harm her burning within. Zuna could sense the hostile intentions of all the captains, but she remained unfazed. Luak's camp was situated in a clearing that afforded a clear view of the path leading to the mountain. Zuna had instructed her soldiers to dig traps in the earth, planning for contingencies in case the bandits ran away from the mountain. Zuna and the captain's reappearance didn't seem to catch anyone's eyes. The soldiers were working tirelessly, chopping down trees, honing the logs into sharpened, staked, and assembling a few wooden tents. Amidst the controlled chaos, a roaring fire blazed at the center of the camp as a few soldiers lifted a heavy pot and brought it towards the flames, ready to start cooking for everyone. Although the North held a strong patriarchal culture, during times of war, the women were mostly responsible for treating the injured, with the responsibility of cooking handed to the men. Commander! Commander! A shout echoed through the controlled chaos as a rat-like man ran crazily towards Zuna, the same one that had led them to this place. There are news. I found them. I found them. I have spotted one of the demons walking on the path leading to the mountain's peak. This information fell like lightning on Zuna's head as she immediately caught the man's shoulders, pinching them so hard that the man had to force himself not to scream out of pain. He could see a dangerous, raging fire emanating from Zuna's eyes. Did he see you? Zuna asked, her eyes glinting coldly. No, the man said, gritting his teeth in pain. I was only scouting through the beginning of the mountain's path, and as soon as I spotted his figure, I hid myself among the pile of snow. There was no way for him to have seen me. For them to be scouting this region, it means that Elton has probably died, Zuna said, letting go of the man as she thought, it's too dangerous to dive into the mountains. We should wait here until they move out of that mountain. We will set an ambush here and kill all of them in a single strike. Captain, Zuna called out to the man who had just won the duel and was still walking behind her. I want you to inform the others that we need to advance with the traps. We're going to place them closer to the mountain's path. We have the time. We won't fall into their trap like Elton did. The captain clenched his fists and spoke between gritted teeth. Commander, Elton must have already weakened them considerably. We outnumber them. I believe we should charge into the mountain and hunt them down. He spoke with conviction in both his power and the strength of his army. No, Zuna said, not bothering to explain herself. Just do as I told you. It's an order. But the captain began to protest angrily, but Zuna silenced him with a raised hand and a cold, commanding stare, putting an end to the conversation. It's an order, and if you dare to disobey or question me again, you might incur the king's wrath, she said, her eyes fixed threateningly on the man, leaving him with no choice but to comply. Yes, he said. The arrival of winter in Stahl was marked and intensified by a bone-chilling gust of wind coming from the deepest parts of the frozen forest, akin to the frigid breath of an ice dragon, capable of freezing an entire mountain with a single exhale. Biting winds were as sharp as blades, slicing through the flesh of all mortals dwelling on these lands and forcing the chimneys to work nonstop. In the western forest of Stahl, icy winds carried the sounds of 1,000 soldiers' haggard breaths, echoing throughout the entire forest and causing the snow piled on the trees to fall. Some of them carried heavy and sharp logs on their backs, causing their feet to sink deeper into the snow beneath them as the muscles hidden by their clothes strained with the weight, while others were looking around for dangers. Zuna led the way, carrying only a simple small sword at her waist as the wind assaulted her face, compelling her to raise the furred white mantle on her back to her neck to shield herself from the cold. Surroundings before her eyes and the freezing sensation spreading from her toes to her entire body made her understand why some people claimed that these lands were cursed by their ancestors, condemned to endure eternal cold. The 4 captains walked alongside her, their eyes fixed on the mountain looming ahead, their expressions filled with anger. They had been hunting down bandits in Luak's lands ever since they joined the army and considered them as low as pests, not wishing to dirt their hands with their blood. However, what truly infuriated them was Zuna's order to set up an ambush and wait for the bandits to get out of the mountain. It was a great disrespect to their honor to utilize bandits' tactic to deal with them. It seemed far more efficient to storm the mountain and eliminate all enemies within, the same old strategy that worked in their homelands. Stop! Zuna screamed and raised her right hand in a clenched fist, her sharp eyes swiftly assessing their current location before turning back towards the soldiers. They were in a long corridor, wide enough to accommodate 2 carriages side by side, carved through the forest by the miners to transport the cold iron extracted from the mountains to Langton village and then export it through the White Merchant Road. Both sides of the corridor were lined with towering trees, reaching towards the heavens, and the constant snow ensured that weeds didn't occupy the trail. Set up those spikes here and there, Zuna commanded, her finger pointing to some designated positions where she thought it was the best place for the traps. Once that's done, take cover behind the trees and stay out of sight. You will only come out of there once, I command. Upon hearing the command, the army sprang into action. Some soldiers, working in pairs, drove the sharp spikes into the snow until they were firmly stuck in the hard soil, before finally concealing them under the snow. These traps were designed to be triggered when the enemies approached, causing the spikes to pierce through them and kill at least a dozen of them. Other soldiers were rapidly digging through the hard soil to create additional traps, setting up dangerous spikes deep within the pit, before covering it, making sure that the enemies would fall into it. The soldiers worked together in perfect coordination, performing their tasks without interrupting each other. It was all thanks to their experience hunting animals or first-hand experience against bandits, which allowed them to move as a single entity. However, when it came to coordinated attacks against other armies, they struggled due to their lack of official training. They had no idea how to utilize their numbers to their advantage against other humans. Most of them were ordinary citizens who had to toil hard for their survival, either hunting in the forest or tending to their crops when summer began and the cold slightly receded. Furthermore, the fact that Luek, Eritrea, and Stahl had never engaged in an all-out war before meant that they had no reason to develop and invest into a large army, so most of these soldiers had been enlisted at the last minute for this conflict. Great, Zuna muttered, her eyes traveling back towards the mountain. We are going to use their tactics against themselves. Wait, boom asterisk. Suddenly, before Zuna could finish her words, a thunderous sound echoed through the forest, so loud that some soldiers dropped their logs and fell to their knees, protecting their ears. The entire world was trembling beneath their feet, leading them to lose their balance. Those who were nearer the trees had no other option but to tightly hug them, afraid to fall head first on some traps. Zuna and the captains almost lost their balance, but they quickly managed to regain their footing. They utilized their mana and training to swiftly plant their feet in the soil. What is happening? Zuna and the captains asked themselves, their tones filled with confusion. Soon the thunderous noise was followed by a strange sound, one they had never heard in their entire lives. Their eyes turned toward the towering white mountain before them, and at that moment, sheer terror gripped their hearts. The mountain appeared to be collapsing, with the snow that had accumulated for hundreds, if not thousands, of years seeming to rush downward, aiming at them. It was as if a wave of pure whiteness desired to engulf and destroy everything in its path, a scene straight out of a nightmare. The wave was becoming bigger and bigger. Run! Zuna desperately screamed before quickly turning in the opposite direction of the mountain and pushing everyone out of her way. She used all the mana in her body to propel herself forward, followed by the captains. Under that apocalyptic scene that seemed as if the world was ending, chaos ensued. In a frenzy, the soldiers scattered in all directions, leaving behind their equipment and even the few provisions. Some tripped and stumbled over the snow, but the fear of being swallowed by the approaching wave of snow drove them to their feet. A few of the soldiers sought refuge behind the trees while clinging desperately to the trunks, their knuckles turning white from the tension as their hearts accelerated, preparing for the inevitable. Zuna and the captain's hearts raced furiously as the chaos unfolded behind them. The ground continued to shake beneath their feet, and the deafening roar of the mountain's collapse grew louder. They dared not to look back, their instincts driving them onwards. They were running and hoping to get away from this place, forgetting about their soldiers and only thinking about survival. In a matter of a few seconds, the massive wall of snow thundered down from the mountain, consuming everything in its path. Trees cracked and snapped like twigs, and the ground trembled as if the earth itself were in agony. A frigid wave devoured the forest and the miners' corridor, which had just been filled by Luek's soldiers, leaving no trace of their efforts. An hour before the massive snow wave hit Luek's army, Henry had climbed to the peak of the mountain, where he could see the entire horizon. The lands beneath his throne laid bared before his eyes. Vast gray forests stretching for miles resembled the hues of his eyes, and the pure white snow that blanketed the ground was like a sacred mantle enveloping the earth, protecting its pureness. It's beautiful, Henry couldn't help but say, while ensuring that mana flowed through his mana circuits to maintain his body's warmth and supply enough strength to fill his lungs with oxygen. He was about 8 miles up the mountain and could see the walls of Morante from there, which seemed to be small buildings created by ants. The size of those walls was so small and insignificant when compared to the greatness of Mother Nature that a strange feeling began to swell up inside Henry's head, a small thought and desire. He wanted to build something as great as this, with his own hands, a kingdom that could survive for thousands of years. Although I am not there yet, Henry murmured, taking out a small brown leather pouch from the inner pocket of his ragged shirt, I can still have a hand in slightly changing nature. Henry slowly took out 4 round pearls from the leather pouch, 4 torch tree seeds, the last way out of this situation. He couldn't fight against those 4th stage warriors and 1,000 soldiers, even more so with Eritrea's army knocking on his door, already near Langton village. The only available option was to blow everything up and pray to be alive after everything ended. Oh. Henry took a deep breath and closed his eyes as he circulated the fiery mana throughout his body, flooding his circuits and accelerating his heartbeat like never before, forcing his heart to supply enough energy to his whole body. I have to be fast, Henry thought as his gray eyes sharply snapped open. At that moment, his body rotated swiftly, and his right arm moved with alarming speed as he launched the seeds into the tumultuous skies. After that, and without a second thought, Henry kicked the ground and began descending the mountain, crazily burning the mana stored in his heart. Boom asterisk. A few seconds later, a deafening sound echoed throughout the mountain as a shockwave rippled through the air. The mountain fiercely trembled as if a giant had woken up, causing Henry to briefly lose his balance. The king turned his head slightly and gazed up the mountain, where he could see a massive white wave descending toward him, resembling a colossal behemoth in white trying to swallow the world. Damn. Henry cursed. Back on Earth, he had watched videos of avalanches during his younger years, but being beneath one was thousands of times more terrifying than simply watching from a TV. Despite being a great warrior and having great talent for strategy, Henry understood that if he were swallowed by the white behemoth, he would surely be buried alive. Vaster, vaster, Henry desperately uttered as his heart pounded furiously. Surroundings had transformed into a chaotic symphony of nature's fury, something unstoppable. Henry hurriedly circulated the sun god technique at full power, expending his energy at an incredible rate, trying to increase his speed. Red aura began to envelop Henry's body as his mana circuits worked at full force to supply enough energy for him to escape this avalanche. Luckily, he managed to increase the distance from the approaching white wave by a few margin, but he could still feel it crazily pursuing him. There, Henry thought as he spotted a small fissure in the mountain, similar to the one where he had battled against the wolves, but a few miles down from that spot. Outside of the cave, Henry could see the terrified faces of his comrades, who were desperately rushing into the cave, trying to protect themselves from it, even the courageous barbarian, whom Henry saved. However, there was only one figure who remained outside Lyre. There was no fright or fear in her eyes, only worry for his well-being. Fool, hide. Henry wanted to shout to her, order her to get inside the cave and protect herself, but he was too occupied running away from the great wave behind him. Henry could only continue his descent. Almost there, Henry told himself as he neared the cave, where Lyre was anxiously waiting for him. However, when he was only a few hundred feet away from that spot, Henry suddenly felt his entire body lifted off the ground, as if a vacuum had just opened beneath him, hurling him toward an immense abyss. Panic seized him, forcing his gray eyes open wide. I followed the same path, and there was no such fissure here before. What's happening? Why now? These thoughts raced through his mind as he plummeted at breakneck speed into the abyss below. After a few seconds, Henry felt as though he were descending into an unfathomable abyss, the darkness closing in around him with each passing moment, as if it hungered to consume everything in its path. My ledge! Cry pierced the abyss, causing Henry to turn his eyes toward the figure of a woman who had dived headfirst into the abyss, her arms outstretched toward him as her icy blue eyes seemed to pierce through the darkness. When Lyre saw Henry disappear and fall into that dark place, she acted out of desperation and hurriedly followed, diving headfirst into the darkness without thinking twice. She wouldn't allow the king to perish, for she believed he was the last thread keeping her alive. If anything happened to him, she'd rather face the same fate. He was the light in her darkness, the hand reaching down from the heavens to lift her up. Fool! Henry yelled angrily, seeing the desperate woman reaching out to save him, her small hands and desperate eyes calling for him. However, soon, the world behind Lyre was engulfed in a pure but chaotic whiteness as the massive snow wave finally reached them, opening its huge mouth like a voracious beast attempting to swallow the world. Careful. Henry shouted and swiftly acted, since Lyre was in no position to do anything. Henry swiftly unsheathed his sword and plunged it into the abyss wall. However, upon contact, the already damaged blade snapped in half. Shit. Henry cursed as he instinctively drove the remaining part of the blade into the wall, using his free hand to stabilize and slow down his fall. Grrr, Henry gritted his teeth, feeling his fingers burning from the cold, as he painted a long trail of blood on the white walls and the sparse rocks, burning the last reserves of mana in his heart. Henry's eyes shifted towards the falling Lyre, calculating the right timing. And when the woman was only a few feet away from him, he kicked the wall with full force, stretching his arm towards Lyre. The moment Henry embraced the woman, my ledge. You are safe. Lyre's voice desperately sounded, like a child who was lost from her parents. Her state of mind was chaotic. Unfortunately, Henry had no time to do anything about this situation. The moment he touched her, the full force of the wave hit them. Henry only had the time to activate the remnant of his mana to protect them from the impact, his mana melting the snow that came in contact with it. My liege, wake up. Henry dizzily heard Liar's voice. Where are we? What is this tunnel? Liar's voice seemed so ethereal and distant that Henry could hear it, but couldn't pinpoint the real source of her voice. My liege. Wake up. Henry only woke up when the shout was followed by a strong shake, which brought him back to his senses. Henry opened his eyes and impulsively rose to his feet. The sudden movement caused the world around him to spin chaotically, leaving him dizzy and off balance. He was about to fall when a small figure came to his aid, grabbing him by the side and helping him regain his balance. Ouch! Henry unconsciously screamed but soon shut his mouth, gritting his teeth against the pain. A sharp sensation radiated from his stomach, helping the world around Henry rapidly come into focus. Don't move, my liege. Liar's worried voice sounded beside him. You've been injured. I tried to patch it up, but the cut wasn't superficial. At those words, Henry's hands traveled to the source of the pain, feeling his hands getting wet and hot. He raised them to his eyes. His palms were painted in red, and the smell of iron wafted to his nostrils, like small ants going to their nest. He looked down and saw a ragged cloth smeared with blood, covering the wound near his kidneys. Henry turned his gaze toward Liar, noticing that the hood that always covered her face and her icy blue eyes were gone. Those blue eyes seemed different from the ones he had seen when he first saw her training in the army. Previously, there was only hate and a deep sentiment of revenge in her eyes, but this time, Henry could only see worry. She was looking at him as if he were the last straw, the light at the end of the tunnel that she could never let it go. I am fine, Henry said, gritting his teeth as he mustered his strength to support his body. He felt the wound stretching, but he didn't scream like last time. He silently took off the rags covering the wound, revealing a deep and long cut that allowed him to see the organs inside. The flesh was mending at an incredible speed, thanks to mana and his strengthened body. However, it was too slow, and Henry could easily pass out from blood loss if it continued. He had to staunch the bleeding. Without a second thought, Henry took off the cloth and rapidly activated the sun god technique, covering his palms with a fiery and hot aura. Soon, the smell of iron was replaced with the smell of burning flesh as Henry gritted his teeth, enduring the pain spreading across his body. ***, the sound of burning echoed. Liar wanted to hurry toward him to support her king, but Henry rapidly raised his hand and motioned for her to stay put, commanding, "Stay there." Soon, under the woman's worried eyes, within a few moments, the burning noise was gone, and the wound was cauterized, leaving a long scar in its place. Are you fine, my liege? Liar concerningly asked, as she watched Henry lean against the wall, exhausted. I am fine, he responded, gesturing with his hands to indicate that everything was all right, trying to hide the fact that even lifting his hand was tiresome. He had almost used all his mana reservoir during the fall, and even this slight strain of mana had overworked his mana circuits. But more importantly, where are we? Henry asked, trying to divert Liar's attention from his state. He was a king and should never be seen in such a weak state by his subjects, not even the most loyal ones. He had to maintain the image of an undefeatable being. Liar's eyes seemed reluctant to leave the injured king, but she had no other choice but to look around as the king was also looking around. They were in some sort of tunnel that seemed to have been carved through the mountain. It didn't seem to be made with the intention of extracting the cold iron, since the walls seemed to be too well made, not rugged, even though it was so deep in the mountains, and there were no signs of pickaxes used by miners to search for new veins. I don't know, my liege. I have studied the maps of the mines, but there was no vein around here, Liar sincerely responded. Worry briefly faded from her voice as her eyes traveled to a huge block of snow that blocked the way. We fell there, submerged by the snow. I woke up a few minutes before you and dragged you here, she said, pointing to the place where the tunnel was filled with snow and where they had fallen. Luckily, somehow, there was enough light passing through the snow to allow them to barely see their surroundings. Henry nodded, his eyes scanning the surroundings. On the other side, opposite the wall of snow that blocked the way, was all darkness, and they couldn't see through it. I will just catch my breath and recuperate my mana before we continue. We must find a way back to the troops. They might be in danger. Henry said you should also try resting a bit. The fall must have had some impact on you. I need you at full strength in case we need to fight. Liar's eyes returned to the king, showing worry again as she nodded her head and responded, I oblige, my liege. She then proceeded to sit next to the king, but maintained a respectful distance. Seeing his obedient subject, Henry nodded his head and closed his eyes, beginning to circulate the sun god technique, taking a deep breath of raw mana and pulling it into his heart before circulating it through his body, transforming it into fire mana. The mana here is way more concentrated than anywhere else I have seen. Henry couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, it will take less time than I thought. Excellent. Henry and Lyre walked through the corridors for hours without stopping to catch their breath. There was no more pain in Henry's abdomen. It seemed as if he was completely cured, if not for the long scar on his skin. It's getting denser, Henry thought. He could feel that the mana around was getting stronger and stronger the further they walked into the tunnel. It was already 3 times more concentrated than in Stahl's capital, Eisenberg, which was supposed to have the most concentrated mana in the kingdom. Furthermore, for the first time, Henry could feel that there wasn't only raw mana in the surroundings, but also an energy that he was too familiar with, something he had been using to fuel his techniques, fire mana. It was the first time he felt it in the surroundings, and not transformed by someone and stored into their bodies. It was as if the air had become a furnace. There is light ahead, my liege. Lyre, who was leading the way, exclaimed as she pointed to the end of the tunnel, where a bright light was radiating. Sweat was covering her face. Maybe it's a way out. Without a second thought, the duo hurried their steps. When they finally passed through the light, they reached a wide, frozen chamber. There was a huge statue in the middle of the room depicting a man slaying a dragon with thousands of heads, slashing at the beasts' heads with his long sword. Furthermore, although barely visible due to the ice that covered the walls, Henry and Lyre could see the drawings depicting a huge war of humans against frozen demons and beasts that seemed to have emerged from the forests, the oceans, or even the earth. It was a chaotic scene. Here lies Gerrit von Stahl, Henry muttered, reading the huge letters carved on the walls, the bearer of Solarius's bloodline and the owner of Selim, the king's sword. Books, Lyre murmured beside Henry. The chamber was as vast as 2 football fields, an impressive feat that seemed impossible to replicate in contemporary Earth, especially within such a desolate and freezing mountain. Apart from the entrance Henry had used, there were 2 other access tunnels, each marked with inscriptions on the rocky walls above. Although partially hidden beneath a thin layer of ice, Henry could still make out the words, Library, King's Path, and Frozen Forest, with the last one being the direction he had come from. Henry slightly surveyed the chamber and said, let's go, taking cautious steps forward to avoid triggering any potential traps. Lyre followed right behind, mirroring his every move to avoid mishaps. She didn't want to put the king in danger. Henry walked toward the huge statue of the warrior fighting against the dragon of hundreds of heads, his steps finally easing a bit as he saw that there was nothing dangerous around. As he approached the statue, he couldn't help but be captivated by the lifelike craftsmanship. It was an artwork that seemed able to breathe and move. It reminded him of a story, maybe a myth, about Michelangelo, a famous Renaissance artist. They said that when Michelangelo finished sculpting the statue of Moses, he was so impressed by his own work that he struck the statue's knee with a hammer and exclaimed, "Why don't you speak?" The statue in front of him gave Henry the same sensation. He wanted to take his sword and threaten it to move. Driven by curiosity and awe, Henry gently ran his fingers over the statue's surface. Yet the moment his touch made contact, the entire chamber quaked, and the massive doors sealing the entrance to the King's Path tunnel swung open, revealing a figure that closely resembled the individual depicted in the statue. Suddenly, the man's eyes snapped open. They had a light gray hue, similar to Henry's, but there was no emotion in them, making him almost like a soulless machine. The man's gaze was fixed on the king, apathetically analyzing him. Then, in an almost robotic tone, the man declared out of nowhere, identified Stahl bloodline. Adjusting challenge to match the challenger's strength. The figure had long black hair with a touch of red at the tips and held an expressionless face, like a machine doll. He was effortlessly wielding a rusty 2-handed greatsword with a single hand, not finding an obstacle with the huge and heavy weapon. He was wearing a black knee-length tunic with long-sleeved. A golden key was tied around his neck. On his shoulders were silver plates with a fiery design that looked like an owl's eye. Henry recognized this symbol right away. It was the emblem of Stahl's royal family. The owl's burning eyes represented both the courage and the intelligence of Stahl's bloodline. Suddenly, the man's eyes snapped open. They had a light gray hue, similar to Henry's, but there was no emotion in them, making him almost like a soulless machine. The man's gaze was fixed on the king, apathetically analyzing him. Then, in an almost robotic tone, the man declared out of nowhere, identified Stahl bloodline. Adjusting challenge to match the challenger's strength. The word challenger made Henry realize what was happening. This seemed like some kind of test, perhaps a trial to inherit something, a practice he had heard was common in other parts of the world. Those in the Central Pane often utilized it to choose their great warriors. Dual mode. The man declared, "Begin." He didn't wait for Henry to prepare himself and kicked the ground, charging at Henry while wielding that massive sword. In a matter of a few seconds, he was already in front of Henry, swinging his sword with full intention of killing. "Move!" Henry shouted as he pushed his loyal soldier out of harm's way. She tumbled across the chamber before colliding against the wall. Simultaneously and without hesitation, Henry swiftly drew his half-broken sword and intercepted the man's attack with a resounding clash. The weight and the strength behind the strike was tremendous, causing the solid rock beneath Henry's feet to sink and creating small cracks all over his sword's blade. Henry clenched his teeth as flames gradually covered his entire sword blade, trying to fight back against the overwhelming force pressing against him. Without another way out, he took a step forward, causing the enemy's sword to slide along his own. Henry swiftly disentangled their weapons and aimed a diagonal strike at his shoulders, but it was easily parried. Henry pressed on with a rapid series of attack, creating a dazzling shower of sparks. Despite activating the fire sword, an enchantment skill from the Sun God battle manual that greatly enhanced his attack power, the enemy's sword remained intact. Their swords clashed again and again. Henry's muscles strained and sweat dripped from his forehead, finding hard to keep up with the doll-like man. The opponent exploited every gap to deliver a precise counterattack, making Henry feel like a small fish swimming against a strong current. Although the Sun God technique offered great control over mana and body, it wasn't able to keep up with the spending rate and his already tired body. Meanwhile, the enemy seemed tireless, maintaining the same relentless pace of attack and defense. With a sudden burst of energy, Henry leaped backward to create some distance between them. He needed a second to breath and slightly replenish his mana. However, the doll-like man wouldn't let him rest. He closed the distance in an instant, swinging his sword with both hands, aiming a powerful attack at Henry's throat. The king swiftly ducked down, narrowly avoiding the enemy's sword, which cut a few strands of his black hair. This moment offered Henry a great opportunity. "No!" Henry thought, channeling all his strength into his arms as he spun his body, swinging his sword upward towards the man's chin. He shouted, "Sulfur Cleave." This was one of the basic attacks from the Sun God battle manual, a complement to the Sun God technique, which was responsible for absorbing mana from nature, converting it into fire mana within the heart, and directing it through the mana circuits to strengthen the body. The flames on Henry's sword flared up and exploded, creating a small arc in the air, intensifying the lethality of the attack. He aimed to cleave the enemy's head in two. However, as soon as the attack connected, Henry met with an immovable obstacle, as if his sword had hit a mountain. Instead of cleaving the man in half, the impact was only enough to send him flying towards the door from where he came from. What was that? Henry wondered as he raised his sword. It cracked. He noticed a long fissure running across his sword's blade, an heirloom of the previous king. At least he managed to kill the strange man, Henry, though, thinking it was impossible for someone to survive such a hit. Suddenly, that same emotionless voice echoed throughout the chamber once more. "Enemy is more powerful than the previous diagnosis." Henry turned his gaze back to the source of the voice, the man who was now standing, and once again focusing his attention on him. Activating mana circuits, it announced, voice coming out of its broken jaw, which seemed to be made of wood. At that moment, the mana in the air seemed to grow denser, as the enemy's rusty sword got covered by fire, akin to Henry's one. However, it burned much more intensely and efficiently, emitting no superfluous sparks from the blade. It felt lethal. Fire sword. Henry asked himself in astonishment, observing the man display the same skill as his, the one described in the Sun God battle manual. "What are you? Who are you?" While there might be countless enhancement skills around the world that resembled the fiery appearance of the fire sword, Henry could instinctively feel something in his heart warning him that it was the real deal. The man in front, who appeared more like a doll than a human, was using the Sun God techniques, something only those of the royal bloodline could accomplish. Under Henry's still dumbstruck eyes, the man lunged forward with one foot ahead and the other poised to follow, holding his rusty sword up with both hands in a quite familiar stance. His arms swelled as the flames enveloping the sword grew brighter, and the particles near the sword's edge seemed to move faster, creating a thin and small barrier of hot air. The second level, Henry, though, speechless. Skill being unfolding before his eyes was the second level of the Sulfur Cleave, one of the 8 main skills created by Gerrit von Stahl. It was a powerful attack used by Stahl's founder to cleave a whole mountain in half with a single slash, deep into the frozen forest. It was divided into 7 levels. The first one created a powerful cleaving slash, guiding the mana through the circuits to enhance the user's speed and strength, utilizing a swift lunge to initiate and deliver a destructive strike. The second level was characterized by a faster lunge and even more energy coursing through the mana circuits, which forced the particles near the sword's edge to move rapidly. It created a thin layer of hot air that could project a scorching strike a few inches away from the user's body. Suddenly, in the blink of an eye, the doll kicked the ground and dashed towards Henry with incredible speed. There was a sharp sound of the enemy cutting through the air as he closed the distance between them in mere moments. It was dangerous. Henry's instincts kicked in, and he snapped out of his momentary shock. He knew he had to react swiftly and couldn't remain still. The man in front of him seemed to possess far greater skill in sun god techniques than he did. As the doll approached, Henry could feel the air growing heavier and hotter, leaving him no choice but to expend the last remnants of mana within his heart. The king could feel the cold air of the cave crawling into his skin like small ants, but he could do nothing about it. In order to fight, he had to empty all peripheral mana circuits and direct it towards the vital areas for the fight. I won't be able to hold on for long, Henry thought, his eyes drifting towards Lyre, who maintained her distance, her icy blue eyes filled with worry. I will deal with this, Henry said, trying to reassure her as he gently swung his sword and locked eyes once more with the approaching doll. It was his duty as a king to protect his subjects. The fire covering Henry's swords appeared paler than usual, but with his newfound determination, it blazed with renewed vigor. He was prepared. Henry lunged forward, ready to confront the man, his eyes filled with determination. On the sidelines, Lyre could only clutch her small sword's handle, unable to join a battle between two fourth-stage warriors. The chamber seemed to blur around them as Henry clashed with the doll-like man, moving like two bullets. Their swords collided with a resounding clang, sending sparks and waves of scorching heat in every direction. Henry could feel the intense heat emanating from the enemy's sword, scorching his cheeks and hands, nearly causing him to lose his grip on his weapon. Gritting his teeth, he remained determined to hold on. In a matter of a few seconds, the duo exchanged dozens of attacks, but Henry found himself on the losing side every time, his hands already burned beyond recognition. The mana within his body was nearly all depleted, and the sun god breathing technique couldn't keep up with his spending rate. The king was using the giant statue as an obstacle, trying to somewhat delay the enemy's attack by hiding behind the legs of the giant man to protect himself. The statues already bore hundreds of cuts. Henry's mind raced, divided between defending against the enemy and thinking of a way to counter the enemy. He had to find a way out of this situation. However, his energy was fading so rapidly that the fire enveloping his sword had already dimmed, leaving it with only a pale light. And suddenly, Henry couldn't take any more of the doll's powerful and consistent attacks, leading him to lose his grip on his sword. Henry had only enough time to drop his sword and leap backward, hiding again behind the statue, as the doll unleashed another swift attack, without a care about his situation. A large portion of the king's hands was already without a single speck of flesh, and in some areas, white bones were clearly visible. It was no wonder that he couldn't hold his sword any longer against the relentless doll. A plan. I need a plan. Henry screamed in his mind, narrowly avoiding another attack aimed at his neck, as he had done several times before, adding another cut on the statue's surface. The black-haired doll with red streaks in his hair seemed to be an unstoppable machine, unfamiliar with the concept of fatigue. On the other hand, Henry could feel his stamina rapidly depleting without the mana to support it, opening a way for the cold air to crawl under his flesh and cause his movements to become sluggish. Suddenly, while evading yet another strike by a small margin and feeling the hot air generated by the sword passing above him, Henry had an epiphany. The second level isn't about how much energy I put into the mana circuits to create the fire. It's about the movement of the energy within it. It needs to be faster and more intense. It shouldn't flow like a river, but explode like the ocean's wave. Henry's mind flashed with this realization. Suddenly, while lost in his thoughts, Henry was startled by a desperate shout that reached his ears, "My liege." He turned his eyes to see a fiery sword approaching at a speed he couldn't dodge. Just as the weapon was about to pierce his heart, a figure appeared in front of him, like a shadow that had always been there but went unnoticed. Lyre's icy blue eyes shone with cold determination as she grabbed her king with both hands and rolled on the ground to safety. They had managed to dodge, but not without injuries. Henry turned to look at Lyre, only to see her once beautiful eyes now drained of color, with a scar from the slash wound, cauterized by the high temperature of the doll's sword. There was no blood, only a deep scar. She lost her vision. However, despite that, she demonstrated no pain, as if she didn't care about her vision or the pain spreading through her body. "Are you fine, my liege?" Liar's remaining eye seemed to ask, but Henry had no time to respond. Without warning, Henry hastily grabbed the small sword hanging from Liar's waist and raised it to defend against another powerful attack coming for them. The powerful impact nearly caused him to drop the sword once more. However, the injury on Liar's eyes caused Henry's blood to boil with fury. He had failed his subordinate and his role as a king. He promised he would deal with this and failed. Lingering ego inherited from the previous Henry and the weight of his responsibilities toward all his subjects couldn't bear such an insult. "You," Henry said through gritted teeth with their swords entangled, not minding the pain spreading from his destroyed hands. He wanted this thing's head. Driven by the epiphany, Henry took a deep breath and attempted to give a new life to his circuits. This time it seemed like he could absorb much more mana from the air with each breath, allowing him to restore some of his strength. As he absorbed the energy, Henry no longer tried to restrain it in a peaceful and controlled flow, like the course of a river. Rather than that, he allowed it to surge chaotically through his circuits, which expanded dangerously. And at that moment, he successfully ascended to the 5th stage warrior, an unreachable status to most of those on northern lands. "I will end you," Henry declared, a thin layer of hot air also enveloping his sword, allowing him to engage the doll, even with a tired body and limited mana. Previously, he had been only defending himself, but this time, he was going all out. Without hesitation, Henry swiftly twisted his sword and attacked, but the doll easily parried it. However, Henry immediately followed up with another strike, launching a rapid flurry of attacks, exerting his maximum strength and pushing his body to its limits, breaking every fiber of his muscles. If I were at my peak, ending things would be possible, Henry thought as the sword in his hands burned with a vivid fire. The enemy blocked every single attack, making the king fear that the fight would drag on, a battle he was much more likely to lose. However, a variable entered the equation once again. Liar used her tribal tattoo ability to appear behind the doll, getting him off guard. Without her sword, Liar had no other option but to strike the man's head with her fist, encountering strong resistance but still managing to disrupt his balance. "Great work," Henry shouted as he lunged forward, his sword held high, Soulfire cleave. Henry screamed, the mana surging chaotically in his circuits, intensifying the searing layer of air enveloping it. The sword arched in a beautiful red color, like a dragon's tail sweeping the world. Thud. The man's head fell. Right after cutting the man down, Henry held his attacking stance, seemingly mimicking the statue above him, slaying hundreds of dragons' heads with a single slash. The fire covering the small sword gradually dwindled, revealing the original silver color and leaving an exhausted Henry to his knees, using the weapon to support himself. He took a deep breath, trying to recover his mana and stamina, while his eyes wearily roamed the chamber until it rested upon the lifeless body of his enemy. There was no blood gushing out of the dismembered neck, something that Henry had already expected, since the enemy wasn't a human. There was no one who could stand a direct attack on the jaw and stay unharmed. "Wood," Henry thought tiredly, as he observed the splinters of wood scattered across the ground. "I've never seen such thing." He wanted to get up and inspect this marvelous machinery, but as soon as he tried to stand, he felt all strength leaving his body, causing him to fall once more onto the chamber's floor. This movement was enough to intensify the burning pain spreading through his overloaded mana circuits and his tearing muscles, rendering him powerless. Liar, who had watched the whole fight from a distance, hurriedly approached to support her king, trying to help him stand up. "I will help you, my liege," she said, but stopped upon hearing the king's words. "I am fine," Henry shouted, raising his hand to stop her from getting closer, attempting to rise on his own, fueled by sheer determination to overcome the excruciation pain. However, his legs betrayed him halfway, causing him to stumble. Without hesitation, Liar's figure flashed and appeared beside him, offering her shoulders to support him up. In that moment, Henry's gray eyes shifted to the small woman, falling upon the cauterized injury that had robbed one of her clear blue eyes. It was an image that brought a profound sense of self-loathing and disgust at his incompetence in protecting his subjects, an image that he didn't want to face right now. The king guiltily turned his head and took a step towards the doll, who was under the feet of the giant man's statue, unwilling to face his own mistakes. Their footsteps echoed throughout the frozen chamber, giving some sort of life to this hollow place. Liar's remaining blue eye remained fixed on the ground as she held the king's feeble body, feeling his deep breaths near her ears while looking out for anything that might cause him to stumble down. She had never been so close to him, causing a strange feeling to permeate her heart. Liar didn't regret sacrificing her vision to save the king. In fact, if it meant being this close to him once more, she would willingly give up her remaining eye. While she had come under the king to seek strength, her objective had somewhat changed. Lyre felt ready to give up her revenge if it meant assisting Henry into achieving his objectives. He was her guide and her light, the one who had given her a different sense of purpose. In silence, the duo reached the enemy's lifeless body, each lost in their own thoughts. As they arrived, Henry raised the small sword and impaled the severed head with a furious strike, an attempt to exterminate the self-loath out of his heart. This time, the blade effortlessly pierced the doll's skull. He then raised it to his eyes, closely analyzing this peculiar and enigmatic object, momentarily forgetting about his incompetence. "It's actually made of wood," Henry muttered, his voice loud enough for Lyre to hear. He turned the head around, revealing a pale red triangle on the back, something he had never seen before. Luna might have some knowledge about this, he thought, remembering the enigmatic magician who had appeared in his kingdom's lands, offering her services for a few torch tree seeds. "Hold this," Henry ordered Lyre, unable to meet her gaze directly. The command snapped Lyre out of her thoughts, forcing her to look at the stretched sword close to her. With one hand, she took hold of the head and carefully removed it from the sword, cradling it under her arm in silence. Meanwhile, Henry shifted his attention to the remainder of the body, silently resolving to return for the rest when everything was over. Then Henry's gaze settled on the words, "Library," carved into the stone above a huge metal door, which maintained its metallic color. He took a step forward, forcing Lyre to follow, remembering to draw in the mana to his heart. He had to check everything out and find a way out of this situation. Deep within the West Mountains, 4 days had passed since Henry had thrown the torch tree seeds and caused the massive snowslide. Grok and Zara, alongside the others, had patiently waited for the return of their king, but the lack of food and the bone-chilling cold seeping into their bones took them to the extreme limit. They could no longer stay inside the freezing cave. As the main leader, Zara led the group down the mountain, fighting against natural obstacles on their way, created by the massive snow wave, which had significantly altered the surroundings. It was a difficult descent. Their days without food had taken a toll on their bodies, but they managed to safely reach the mountain's base, weapons in hands, ready to fight against the enemies. However, when they arrived, it was eerily quiet, and the scene looked almost like the end of the world. Nearly 100 soldiers from Stahl couldn't spot a single tree on the horizon, just a few branches barely poking out of the snow. As they moved forward, they also noticed human limbs sticking out of the snow, showing the unfortunate victims who were buried by the massive snow wave. However, what greeted them was an eerie silence and an almost apocalyptic scene. A group of nearly 100 Stahl's soldiers couldn't spot a single standing tree on the horizon. Instead, there were just a few branches poking out of the snow, stubbornly trying to survive. As they moved ahead, they noticed arms and legs stretching outside of the white mantle, humans that tried to dig their way out of their sure deaths, ultimately being buried under the massive snow wave. "Chief Zara," one of the soldiers said, touching Zara's shoulder with a trembling hand, proof of what they faced while getting down of the mountain, and maybe his fear of the surroundings. Zara appeared lost in thought, her gaze fixed on the ruined landscape, as if searching for the king's silhouette. She only snapped back to the present when the soldiers asked once more, gently shaking her shoulders, "Chief Zara, what should we do next?" Zara paused to look at the area once more. This massive snow wave might have defeated the enemies, but also meant that nearby villages were affected, causing hundreds, if not thousands, of casualties. However, this wasn't important right now. They were at a war and without a king. It was crucial to seek the generals and let them guide the soldiers towards the future and seek for the king. "We're dividing into 2 groups," Zara announced. "Half of the soldiers will accompany Grok to Morante, while the other half will come with me to inform the General Luther. We need to alert the 3 generals, locate the king, and prepare for the future." The soldier nodded and turned his gaze away, looking at the desolate landscape left after the king's actions. It was a scene that could only be created by a dragon. A chill wind swept over him, prompting him to pull his tattered fur coat tighter in a futile attempt to shield himself from the cold. "We're in the midst of a war," Zara murmured, "but without a king." Zuna gazed at the ruined camp before her, her eyes ablaze with anger, without a way to vent it out. A massive snowslide had reached Luek's encampment, but the surrounding trees and the great distance had shielded them from utter destruction. However, they still lost hundreds of soldiers. "Gather everyone." Zuna's voice grew louder, her fists clenched in frustration. "We're heading for the capital. Staying here is not an option, and we need provisions." Zuna had a strong hunch that Eritrea's army had already invaded Stahl's lands, leaving them with no fortified defenses to fight against this third force. Furthermore, the snowslide had probably buried all the local wildlife, offering them no option but to raid the surrounding villages and launch a full-scale war against Stahl. Zuna couldn't afford to remain idle while swallowing this kingdom. Are we going against the ancestors? Should we really be at these godforsaken lands? Zuna wondered, clenching her fists as she contemplated about the events that had transpired since they first set foot here, a decisive light flashing in her eyes. They are only spirits, who had lost their timing to create their legends and are waiting at a bonfire. They won't stop me. I will create my own fire if necessary. Unbeknownst to Henry and Lyre, mighty waves had begun to stir the borderlands of Stahl, with the potential to reshape this small part of the north. The war between the three kingdoms was on the brink of eruption. I'm sorry, my liege. It's impossible, Lyre said, turning her gaze toward the man sitting by the door, with the doll's head at his side, while leaning against the hard wall covered in a thin layer of ice. She had helped her king settle there, while she tried to push open the heavy stone doors. Henry could only sit with his eyes closed, taking deep and loud breaths, which Lyre could clearly hear from where she stood. Let me give it a try, Henry said, using his trembling hands and legs to lift himself to his feet, fast enough to not give Lyre time to assist him. He still couldn't bring himself to look directly at her face, a feeling that he shouldn't harbor for a person that saved him. Oh. Henry closed his eyes and took a deep breath, assessing the condition of his body. After his battle against the doll, his mana circuits had overloaded, and cracks had begun to spread throughout them. Furthermore, the chaotic flux of mana coursing through his circuits had also taken a toll on his muscles, tearing some of them. Although he had managed to reach the 5th stage, a level that could classify him as a powerhouse in these northern regions, capable of single-handedly facing 1,000 soldiers, it was still impossible to recover from such injuries in just a few days or hours. After he finished checking his body's condition, a red light seemed to flash in his gray eyes as he opened them. He raised his trembling hands and touched the heavy stone doors, sensing the coldness permeating it, prepared to muster his remaining strength to force them open. However, just as he was about to summon the mana inside his heart, gathered after fighting against the doll, a soft sound echoed from the doors. It was only a second after he touched it. Click. Doors that Lyre couldn't open despite using all her strength opened effortlessly, as if by magic. It was as if they responded to Henry's mana and touch, seemingly acknowledging his status and granting him passage. Similar to the statue's room, the light in this chamber was soft and came from an unknown source. Beyond those stone doors was a spacious room, with a high ceiling and rugged walls covered in a thin layer of ice. The ice reflected the mysterious light, illuminating the entire room. The chamber had 4 levels on each side, supported by frozen pillars reaching up to the cave's ceiling. Shelves filled with books decorated the room, and you could only reach the higher shelves by using the white, frozen staircases attached to the pillars. Henry's gray eyes scanned the entire room, trying to figure out the reason why someone would bring this many books to this desolate place. He wanted to thank this person, who had delivered such a great trove of knowledge in his hands, something that might become the greatest tool in this war. Henry walked towards the nearest bookshelf and extended his hand toward one of the books. In his heart, he hoped that time, and the cold environment hadn't damaged the words written inside. He picked up a brown book that seemed to have been made by the scales of some kind of fish. Henry used his hand to gently remove the layer of ice covering the book's cover before reading aloud, The Various Whales of the West, A Pirate's Diary. He then opened the book and turned its pages, thanking his ancestors that the letters inside had survived the harsh passage of time and the challenging environment. Without hesitation and wishing to check the others, Henry returned the book to its place and picked up another book, flipping through the pages. The Road to the West. How to Build Great Ships Vessels. Henry roamed the bookshelves on the first floor, examining around 30 to 40 books. A broad smile formed on his lips. This library had books from all over the continent, and the first floor seemed to be a collection of general knowledge on everything about it, from the monsters found on each area to how to build ships or warfare weapons used around the world. It was something that Henry desperately needed, principally the ones about ships. Henry was so excited that he momentarily forgot about his shame and turned to Lyre, looking directly at her face. His voice brimming with excitement as he exclaimed, "This is a treasure trove. We need to send someone here to collect all of this when we find a way out of this situation." Henry's hands unconsciously rested on Lyre's shoulders, his smile reflecting in her blue eye as he once again turned his gaze towards the countless bookshelves filling his vision. Henry's gaze remained upon the books for a full moment before he unwillingly turned it back towards the door. There was no way out of this situation, at least not inside this library. These books were important, but not so important as getting out of this place. "Let's go," Henry said, the excitement fading as weariness returned to his body. Lyre followed closely behind him. "We can explore this place later. Let's focus on finding a way out first." When Henry and Lyre passed through the door, it closed automatically behind them, like the automatic doors in Henry's original world. He glanced at it briefly, but unlike Lyre, who had never encountered such technology or magic, he wasn't startled or amazed by it. He pressed on, now heading toward the King's Way door, which, despite being on the opposite side from the first door, they reached in no time. This time, unlike the first door, when Henry's hands made contact with it, he felt a peculiar energy coming out of the door and entering his circuits through his hands. The energy moved through his mana circuits akin to a swift swordfish, as if it were searching for something within each circuit until it reached Henry's heart. Suddenly, as if sensing an unknown body, Henry's heartbeat surged powerfully, akin to a king commanding a subject to bow. At that very moment, like a startled beast, the energy rapidly retreated toward the door. The doors swung open, showing the room to Henry. Contrary to the library, there was no natural light within this room, and no trace of ice could be seen on the walls. There was only darkness. Henry turned his eyes towards Lyre, looking at the car in her eye with some guilty, before saying, "Wait here." Without giving Lyre a chance to respond, he took a step forward and entered the room. As Henry stepped into the dark room beyond the King's Way door, an otherworldly sensation enveloped him. The air grew heavy with an eerie anticipation, and a shiver ran down his spine. It was as if the very atmosphere had shifted, responding to his presence. The few strands of mana in his heart seemed to respond and beat without constraint. Suddenly, a long trail of purple fire, like a mystical serpent, began to materialize on the cold, stone floor. The flames danced and flickered around him, casting an enchanting and ethereal glow that seemed to defy the laws of nature. Flames gradually stretched out ahead, caving their way deeper into the cave, creating a mesmerizing path that beckoned Henry to follow. Lyre wanted to follow, but the flames created a wall that didn't allow her to go inside. Thud asterisk thud. Each step Henry took sent ripples of power through the fire, causing it to intensify in brilliance. The flames were vibrant and alive, radiating a sensation of ancient magic. Their hue held an allure that was impossible to resist, drawing Henry further into the unknown depths of the cave. Purple flames seemed to be able to enhance the sun god technique's flow. The concentrated mana allowed Henry to swiftly accumulate mana and convert it into fire mana. At the same time, the king's mana circuits and muscles were also rapidly recovering, like a miracle. Suddenly, when the door he came from became indistinguishable in the distance, the trail of fire abruptly came to a halt. Henry raised his gray eyes, which had become purple, towards the darkness in front of him, trying to peer through it. Then, as if responding to his wishes, the flames erupted in a chaotic and intense run, forming a huge circle in front of him, where a burning purple throne stood with a great dark sword leaning on it. The throne had menacing spikes that resembled the horns of a demon, and the purple flames seemed to form the eyes of a dragon in the middle of it. These fiery eyes appeared to fixate on Henry, beckoning him to draw nearer. Henry felt himself become hypnotized as he walked further towards it until he sat down. At that moment, a memory of ancient times seemed to flash across his mind. It was an image of a great war amongst humans and dragons. In Stahl's capital, Zara anxiously lowered her head as she awaited Luther's decision. She had reached the capital in just 2 days, running without pause and even instructing her soldiers to take their time in collecting information as they moved forwards. She advanced alone, understanding the need for discretion and swiftness in this situation. "The king," Luther began, his voice and gaze concealing the anger and concern he harbored. However, his years of experience in the front lines quickly took over. "Excellent work, soldier. I will be sure to relay your accomplishments to the king when he comes back. But for now, we must prepare for war. Luek's army is closing in on us. The war is about to begin. Grab your weapons." The rhythmic clang of hammers striking metal and the hearty shouts of laborers, their breath visible in the freezing air, pierced through the cold environment that enveloped Stahl's capital. Under Henry's reign, and for the past 2 years, the city has been undergoing a profound infrastructure transformation, giving rise to a chaotic yet enhancing scene. The royal castle was at the heart of Eisenberg, with its 4 towers and sturdy stone walls radiating a sense of strength and calm amidst the coordinated chaos in the surrounding. Henry had delayed any changes to the castle and directed the workforce and resources towards improving the city. He understood the importance of enhancing his people's living conditions and improving the city, a long-term investment that could create the foundation of a great kingdom. In the years following the Civil War's end, Henry ordered the demolition of most city building, aiming to reshape the entire city. He divided it into 4 parts, each one with wide main avenues converging towards the royal castle, accessed by 4 gates distributed in cardinal points. Henry wanted to create bustling commercial routes, where merchants could rent the shops owned by the crown or display their goods in the castle's square. All transactions had to be conducted under the Sun God Company banner, with a portion of the merchants' profits going directly to the royal treasury. This was a massive plan that Henry wanted to implement in all major cities on his lands. The library and the commander's training center were 2 buildings built right next to the royal castle. They were positioned where Henry's hands and eyes could reach at any time, allowing him a firm grip over the minds and abilities of the future leaders of his army and those great minds searching to develop new theories and techniques. Henry understood that he had to have his hands on everyone useful and control them. These facilities had all been constructed in only a few months, with Henry putting great attention to them. The commander's training center occupied 1/4 of the entire castle grounds. It was divided into 4 main sections and had numerous buildings. The first section housed dormitories where the future leaders slept and ate during their whole training period. The second section was a wide-open space used for physical training and other classes, including archery, group combat, and horseback riding. The third section contained the library and round auditoriums for classes. The last one was destined for the infirmary, which was often crowded due to the difficult and dangerous training designed by Henry and Luther. In a round auditorium that could easily accommodate at least 400 people, Luther stood on a red platform as his weary old eyes wandered on the 100 leaders sitting obediently on their wooden desks, a group that had undergone severe training under him for the last 2 years. The old general's face seemed to have aged significantly ever since he received the king's news. However, he maintained his composure, understanding that he had to lead the army until the king returned. Luther tightly gripped the handle of his sword, a trusty companion that accompanied him for the past few decades. The old man's deep voice resonated through the auditorium, which seemed to be designed to carry his voice to every corner and keep out the cold from inside. It was the beginning of winter, but the space remained warm. Today, one of our scouts has returned with important news. The invaders from Luak have broken their promise and left the west. We've also received word that Eritrea's army is approaching the capital. Luther declared, letting his words sink in. The old man could see the anger in his students' eyes as they shifted in their seats, some even bringing their hands to their swords. These darned pests dared to enter their lands and break their pledges with their king, one which they internally questioned but didn't raise their voices. Luther nodded and continued, "Currently the king is not in the capital, so as the only general present I will assume command," Luther explained, without mentioning the king's disappearance. "I've already dispatched a messenger to General Alero, who is safeguarding Fortress Morant and hasn't engaged with the enemies, as well as to General Isif, who is in the west, working to unite and pacify the villages. They will be arriving with reinforcements soon. However, based on my years of experience dealing with the countless challenges in this land, I'm confident that we can defeat the invaders with ease, even without their assistance." Luther's eyes scanned each commander before him. All of them had achieved at least the rank of 3rd stage warrior, a requirement set by Henry for anyone with the desire to become a leader in his army. The king wanted that his leaders to have the same strength as the head of a family, the highest strength that an ordinary human could attain, with all of them under his direct grip. Before the noble's betrayal, the kingdom of Stahl had only 60 to 73rd stage soldiers, each bestowed with the noble title and sent to oversee a village, with the power to rule over a small region. This led to a loss of the crown's influence over them. Henry was determined not to repeat this mistake, ensuring they remained under his control and never left his watch. If needed elsewhere, they would be deployed as soldiers, not nobles. The king wanted to consolidate the power around himself. This 103rd stages represented only part of Stahl's strength, with thousands of soldiers outside and under the crown's command. There was also the 1st Battalion, a unit capable of confronting even 5th stage warriors, who could defeat 1,000 1st stage soldiers by themselves. All of this was possible because Henry shared the basic battle manual and breathing technique with his soldiers and leaders, leading to a significant increase in their strength. He understood that these simple manuals could only find their worth in the hands of thousands of people. As we've discussed in this course, the top 50 ranks will each have 100 soldiers under their command, and you'll also choose one of your comrades to be your vice commander. Luther's deep voice echoed, focusing on 3 individuals who had secured the top 3 positions, I will personally lead the 1st Battalion, serving as the overall commander to this war until the king is back. Given the circumstances, I won't assign a larger unit to you, considering your limited experience. Instead, I request that you appoint a messenger within your team to relay information to me on an hourly basis. You will be using the same team used to train during mock battles we conducted during the last 2 years. The course designed by Henry and Luther included hundreds of mock battles fought on the wide 2nd section, designed for battle and training. Luther selected 100 soldiers from the top ranks, while the other 50 were designated as vice commanders. The teams remained the same throughout the mock battles, allowing them to become familiar with their subordinates. It was a great way to build camaraderie and familiarity. Is everything clear? Luther asked loudly, this time letting them respond. Yes. The 100 leaders shouted, their eyes filled with controlled anger. Excellent. Get yourselves and your soldiers ready, Luther said. Your first mission is to instruct the civilians to take shelter in the castle for the time being, ensure their safety, and don't let panic spread. We are going to end things faster than you all expect. Excellent. Luna was in her alchemy workshop just outside the capital, a secure location for her experiments. Her green eyes glared furiously at the small seed in her hand, her breath visible in the cold air, reflecting both the chilly weather and her frustration. Damn it! Luna yelled as she dashed to the door, kicked it open, and rushed outside, her hands extended, ready to throw the seed into the distance. Why isn't this working? Green light enveloped Luna's entire body, causing her emerald eyes to blaze with an intense color. The mana in the surrounding air thickened, and some kind of stillness fell over the environment. Even the wind stopped flowing around her. With a sudden burst of energy, she flung the seed northward, sending it arching high above the capital's towering walls. Then, just as it got over the walls, a burst of wind erupted, as if summoned by the very elements themselves, propelling the seed with newfound force and speed. The seed shot through the sky like a shooting star, barely visible across the entire capital. It swiftly traversed the entire city and vanished into the vast white expanse above the frozen forest, triggering an explosion miles away from Luna. One could only wonder about the possible consequences of such explosion. Perhaps it had fallen on a village of winter orcs or a hidden community of death spider. Luna let out an exasperated huff, venting her frustration by kicking the snowy ground beneath her feet, sending a cascade of snow into the air, an unexpected display of strength in the body of such a young woman. Crunch! Suddenly, the sound of boots crunching snow echoed right behind her, causing her to react swiftly. Without turning her head, Luna waved her hand, and a figure emerged from behind the trees, hovering before her, immobilized as if the wind and gravity worked against him. Luna's furious green eyes bore into him, but as she examined his attire, her anger gradually subsided. He was a slender, brown-haired man, tasked by the king with delivering food and resources to her daily. "I've told you not to sneak up on me," she exclaimed, sweeping her hand and sending the man tumbling onto the soft snow. "What brings you here at this hour? It's not time." Without a word of complaint about his rough landing or the woman's brusque treatment, the skinny man stood and lowered his head, a bit afraid of the woman's prowess. "Ma'am, the general has ordered the evacuation of all civilians to the castle for protection. War is imminent." Luna nodded in acknowledgement, then turned away without taking another glance at him, leaving deep footprints in the snow as she headed toward her modest cabin, which had its door broken. "I won't be going." "You can return." Luna looked at him and nodded, before she turned around towards her small cabin without even looking back, leaving deep footsteps on the snow. "I will not be going." "You can go back." Watching her retreating form, the man attempted to speak again, but before he could make his plea, a powerful gust of wind struck him, sending him tumbling towards the walls. "That foolish idiot." Luna's voice carried on the wind. "Why must they disturb my research?" The moment Henry sat on the menacing throne, thousands of images and fragmented memories flashed through his mind, waving in and out a chaotic and disjointed reality to pierce together. The king could only sit there with a distant gaze, trying to fit a few parts together, which proved effective, allowing him to understand a few things. "Mystical lineages," Henry unconsciously murmured, his once gray eyes briefly taking on a vibrant purple hue, resembling the image of a whole galaxy. "We belong to an ancient clan responsible for hunting down myths, beings that disrupts the world's balance, killing or keeping them as far away as possible from our realms and from the secular world." In those millions of fragmented memories, Henry couldn't ascertain the origins of the mystical lineages, but he managed to grasp their main objective and at least a basic background. Supposedly, there were 7 mystical lineages scattered across the world, each entrusted with specific region to protect and develop. These regions encompass the west, south, east, center, north, the seas, and the skies. And in order to accomplish this mission and fight against myths, these people own certain treasures and techniques, plus an extended lifespan and talent. We weren't always called Stahl. Thousands of years ago, we were known as Solarius, Henry absent-mindedly muttered, and at the mention of the name Solarius, the purple flames around him blazed brighter and danced, like sentient beings. We were the lineage responsible for the first fire and the ones who decided to share it with the world, enabling its survival. Solarius' descendants were responsible to fight against the myths inhabiting the North region, serving as the first line of defense against the myths and other monsters dwelling within the frozen forest. Henry paused, this new knowledge about the frozen forest dawning on him, before finally resuming with a tinge of unease. The frozen forest was known as the end of the world, or even the gates of myths, and even the abode of myths. I must return, Henry exclaimed, attempting to rise from the throne with haste. However, as his muscles moved, the hundreds of menacing spikes adorning the back of the throne suddenly twitched in a swift motion. Allah! Henry screamed in pain, as if thousands of knives had just pierced through him. He rapidly glanced down, only to find hundreds of small and large spikes embedded in his flesh. What is this? He cried out in pain, attempting to free himself, but his efforts proved futile. He couldn't even summon his mana. It was like trying to move a mountain with just his fingers. Suddenly, the forgotten great black sword, resting against the throne, moved and magically hovered before his eyes, without strings attached. Henry's purplish eyes shone with a mystical light, before ancient words spilled from his mouth. Selim, the first sword and harbinger of the end. When he ended, purple inscriptions began to appear along the sword's blade, revealing those same words. Suddenly, the fire that had been burning on the whole room seemed to have been awakened and were pulled towards the great sword. The previous black color of the sword was rapidly replaced by the vibrant hue of the purple as the weapon got entirely covered on it, with the word Selim being even more brighter than all. What are you doing? Henry screamed as the sword's tip suddenly turned towards him, aiming at his heart. Stop! He fidgeted on the ground, trying to free himself, but it was too late. The possessed sword came towards him like a bullet. Legs. Lyre's right hand was covered in burns from her attempts to pass through the blazing purple, blocking her path. The king had been missing for hours, showing no signs of life, leaving her restless and desperate by the thought of her liege being consumed by this strange fire. The barrier didn't even allow her to see through it, like a mystical veil separating the realm of the ancestors from the mortal world. She absent-mindedly examined her burnt hand, finding no traces of skin left and overwhelmed by a profound sense of loss that threatened to swallow her will. The thought of the king's death left her without a foundation, with an empty, groundless feeling that kept rising with each second. It was the same feeling she had experienced when she lost her parents, and she despised it to her core. She didn't want to experience it again. Immersed in a whirl of emotions, Lyre's gaze returned to those vibrant purple flames that appeared to be dancing in front of her. She was determined to cross it, willing to endure any pain, even if it meant risking her existence to find the king, her foundation that gave her a new reason to exist. Without much thought, Lyre delivered a swift punch at the dancing flames, trying to pierce through it by force. Allah! Lyre cried out in pain as her fist met the fiery barrier, which wasn't supposed to inflict such pain since she had already partially lost her pain receptors. Flames acted like a vicious virus and invaded her mana circuits, burning it while coursing through them with a single clear destination, her heart, where her mana was stored and where faint tendrils of her tribal tattoo could be seen. Lyre attempted to redirect her mana to block this intruder, but the living flame only seemed to surge faster and grow stronger every time she channeled her mana, as if it were feeding upon it. From her previous attempts, Lyre understood that the only way to expel it was to get away from the barrier. However, she had no intention to back down. Even though she understood the high risk of death, Lyre summoned every ounce of her mana and strength, setting aside any further attempts to hinder the viral flame's way within her circuits. She channeled all the energy into her arms in a last attempt to get through this barrier. Allah! Lyre determined shouted, using her legs to give even more strength to her punch. She could feel the flame's fabric being piercer, while at the same time the living flame reached her heart. Thump! Lyre sensed a sudden and abnormal change within her, yet she paid it no mind. She opened her hand and extended her burnt fingers, and could instinctively tell that they had finally breached the flames. However, she still could do nothing as a searing pain assaulted her heart, a signal that the living flame had invaded her heart and was gradually destroying it, fueled by her own mana. However, this pain went away like magic, leaving only a powerless Lyre on her knees, exhausted and on the verge of passing out. Morante, the principal fortress city protecting Stahl's borders from the neighboring kingdoms of Luak and Eritrea, occupied a crucial and strategic position. It was situated in the only area that offered a clear path for a large army to pass through, from where the White Merchant Road expanded. To the west of Morante stretched a vast mountain chain and rugged terrains, making it almost impossible for large troops to march. The eastern side was marked by the ocean and a dense snowy forest that created a natural barrier for any invading army to navigate. As a result, hostile armies' only option was to use the White Merchant Road, a road opened by the kingdom's founder, Gerrit von Stahl, which stretched across all regions of the kingdom. Gerrit understood that this infrastructure asset held great value in the military field, improving the communication, the economy, the transportation, and working as a tool to integrate the whole territory. It had the power to bring unity and cohesion within the kingdom. When he first laid his eyes on the White Merchant Road's blueprint in an old parchment, Henry couldn't help but compliment the man's genius. Gerrit's plan seemed to mirror the Roman Emperor Augustus' strategy, which enabled the Roman Empire to conquer most of Europe and a large part of the Middle East. It also resembled the plan of some Chinese dynasties, such as the Han and Tang, who created and maintained an extensive network of roads, which came to be known as Silk Road. It spanned from China to various regions, including Central Asia, the Middle East, and Europe. The key distinction between Roman and Chinese road systems lay in their primary objectives. Roman roads were ultimately designed for military and administrative purposes, whereas Chinese roads, particularly the Silk Road, were created to facilitate commerce and cultural exchange. While reading the blueprint, Henry understood that Stahl's White Merchant Road followed the Roman model, with a stronger emphasis on military applications. These roads were strategically linked to cities crucial for defense and the supply of wartime essentials, while trade and commerce operated as a parallel objective, something that seemed to develop together. Olero was walking on the main road of Morante, which had been remade to be wide enough to accommodate carts, wagons, and the march of large troops. In contrast, some other streets had been intentionally narrowed to hinder the advance of potential invaders, allowing the defenders to deploy urban tactics. The bald general was accompanied by a woman and a man, soldiers that he had personally chosen to serve as his right and left-hand adjutants, ever since Henry appointed him to protect the city and the kingdom's borders against the neighboring kingdoms. As he walked along the bustling street, the chaotic sounds of the city enveloped him. Merchants enthusiastically showed their goods, and townspeople hustled through their daily routines, creating a lively symphony that had been long forgotten by the town's residents. Not even the elderly, who had lived through the reigns of Henry's father and grandfather, had witnessed such prosperity. Day after day, the citizens raised their hands to thank their ancestors. Under Henry's throne, the city was undergoing great transformations. The king ordered the reinforcement of the walls, the construction of new watchtowers and fortified gatehouses, and the expansion of the training facilities. He had also recruited over 1,000 new soldiers, all of whom used Henry's new training routines and a technique provided by the king. In addition, administrative facilities were rapidly being built to ease the burden on the military. Henry had also been imparting lessons to Luke, the midget with a talent for management, wishing to develop someone to help him with this. However, it was a plan in progress. "Where are they located?" Olero inquired his two assistants, not trying to hide his frustration while navigating the crowded and lively surroundings. Upon hearing that tone, the man and woman exchanged a knowing glance, followed by a soft sigh. They understood the general's frustration all too well. Several days have passed since Eritrea's army appeared on the horizon, with at least 5,000 soldiers within their ranks. This force was being led by a middle-aged man with grizzly hair, an unkempt beard, and a simple golden crown adorning his head. He wore what appeared to be a cloth made from a brown bear while carrying an ornamental axe. It was none other than the king of Eritrea himself. The army that appeared outside the city's gates represented a significant and formidable threat to Morante. They could potentially capture the fortress, but it would come at a cost, likely resulting in the loss of half their troops. The lack of a powerhouse like Luther, who could easily breach the gates, meant they would need to gradually take control of the town. Despite their smaller numbers, Stahl's citizens were ready to protect their new lives and defend their city. The commoners armed themselves with rocks and knives, gathering on the main road of the gate to confront the invaders. However, to their surprise, Olero got up the walls and shouted to the enemies, declaring he had no wish to attack them and that they could use the White Merchant Road without any attacks. This fact led to the king of Eritrea, Lysandro, to suspect of an internal conflict within Stahl. As the words left Olero's mouth, he couldn't help but clench his teeth in frustration and scratch his bald head. It was now the second time that Olero had allowed an enemy army to bypass him and enter the kingdom's territory. His anger only deepened when he noticed a blonde-haired man among the enemy's ranks, clearly missing an arm. This man, named Marcus, appeared sullen and resentful. His gaze were full of hostility towards Morante, as if he intended to tear the walls down single-handedly. It was the messenger from Eritrea, responsible for negotiating the cold iron mines, whom Henry had tortured and burned his arm. Despite his deep frustration, Olaro received direct orders from the king to allow both armies to use the White Merchant Road, opening the gates of the territory to enemies. This strategy was followed by a strategy called Scorched Earth, named by the king himself, on which the citizens were evacuated and the food and houses were burnt to the ground. This tactic would make it exceedingly difficult for the invading armies to sustain themselves and continue their campaign. 1452. Despite his deep frustration, Olaro received direct orders from the king to allow both armies to use the White Merchant Road, opening the gates of the territory to enemies. This strategy was followed by a strategy called Scorched Earth, named by the king himself, on which the citizens were evacuated and the food and houses were burnt to the ground. This tactic would make it exceedingly difficult for the invading armies to sustain themselves and continue their campaign. Based on the reports from our scouts and the intelligence we've gathered, it's highly likely that they have already arrived in Eismet, T female assistant remarked. She was a woman with long, brown hair who was responsible for collecting information about Morante and managing the scouts. It's proceeding as we've planned, Olaro mumbled, his gaze drifting toward a food stand where a woman was selling what seemed to be a meat stew. A long line of both soldiers and ordinary citizens waited for their turn. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, tempting Olaro's taste buds, but he knew he had no time to wait on the line or eat. There were things more important. What about the king? Have you received any news? Olaro inquired, trying to divert his attention from the aroma that crawled its way towards his nostrils. Well, the woman started, her eyes searching for support from her fellow assistant, who avoided her gaze by pretending to be interested in the woman's stew. She continued alone. It has been 7 days since our messengers lost contact with them. The last communication we received was regarding their operation against the enemies in a mountain near Herrera village, where Luik's army established their base camp. As she spoke, their pace gradually slowed until they came to a complete stop. The smell didn't seem that good anymore and lost Olaro's attention. The king had repeatedly emphasized the importance of maintaining constant communication with allies. The general could immediately infer that something must have happened to the king, but he had faith on him. There is no way that such a smart man would die or be in some kind of danger. When you receive any updates, Olaro declared after a brief pause, resuming his stride with his 2 adjutants trailing behind, immediately relay them to me. Suddenly their attention was drawn to a figure sprinting toward them, his breaths heavy and labored. The man was a simple soldier, clad in basic iron armor, clutching a bow in his trembling hands. General. He panted, his voice barely holding together. A barbarian is outside the gates. He's asking for you. Says his name's Grok, and he brings news about the king. Without a moment's hesitation, Olaro kicked the ground and hurried towards the city gates, using his mana to go even faster. The ground that had been recently renovated cracked, but the general didn't care. Thanks. A few moments later, Olaro's voice resonated through the entire fortress city. We're marching to the capital. Morante will move. Lanzo Snowcrest, the king of Eritrea, was marching on top of his white horse, leading the huge army behind him, leaving their footsteps on the shallow snow that covered the White Merchant Road. It had been a few days since they passed through Morante without spilling a single drop of blood on the pristine snow, a strange occurrence in any kind of war, giving people a sensation that they were not on a war, but on a simple vacation. This feeling got more distinctive as they marched deeper into Stahl's territory. Normally, the beginning of winter was followed by hunters' sprint, hurrying to collect and store as much food as possible in order to pass through the most hazardous times of the winter, when a few hours outside was sufficient to kill a person. However, they found no such scene during the last few days marching north. They had passed through 7 villages that were located on the margins of the White Merchant Road, always on guard to extinguish any forces that wanted to resist their march and create an upward bloody stream that could reach Eisenberg. However, they didn't encounter a single living soul on their way north, only the burnt rubble of the villages. No house or wall was left intact, like haunted places. Because of that, the army had to camp outside, finding no comfortable shelter to enjoy their food. Lanzo had prepared enough provisions to last 2 whole months, expecting the war to last longer than 2 to 3 weeks, spending lots of money on logistics and food. In order to maintain the stocks high enough, the king planned on pillage the villages on the way towards the capital in case the war lasted longer. was a simple plan, used many times by his army when hunting down bandits in a deserted region of his kingdom. However, unlike war situations, the army would collect food of the villages near the region as a form of taxation, which could possibly result in the death of an entire village depending on the size of the dispatched army. Alonso and the other nobles regarded their subjects as livestock, with their sole purpose being to provide food and gold for his treasuries. And the extermination of bandits, who took away this resource, was more valued than the lives of a few hundred subjects, whose numbers could be filled in only a few years. Your Grace. A burly, bald man, one of the few hundred mounted troops, dressed in heavy iron chainmail and black bear fur attire, pushed his horse forward as he called out to Alonso. When he was at a distance where his whispers could be heard by the king, the man tugged the leather reins, forcing the horse to slow down. Our scouts have come back with news that the city of Eisenberg, the last fortress before we reach the capital, has permitted us to bypass them and proceed onwards. He relayed as his eyes watched the trees that surrounded the main road of Stall out of habit. This man was Lateral Silverson, the Duke of Silverson, a distant cousin of the Snowcrest royal family and Alonso's right-hand man. He was responsible for articulating and passing down the king's orders within the nobles' society. On Eritrea's lands, the throne held immense power, but as with many monarchs throughout Earth's history, his authority wasn't absolute. Noble families wielded great influence, holding vast lands and able to own their own military forces. This meant that unlike Henry, Alonso didn't have the military forces command in his own hands. Lateral Silverson served as a crucial tool for the king's orders to be heard by the noble society, responsible for persuading them into following Alonso's orders by understanding the nobles' grievances and desires. Even though Eritrea's political scene wasn't as complex as that in King Louis IX, King of France, on which even the etiquette code had to be followed to demonstrate power and status, managing the kingdom's affairs required a blend of strength and diplomacy. The alliance between King Alonso Snowcrest and Duke Lateral Silverson worked like an invisible hand that influenced the nobles' decisions and every steps. Of course, the Silverson family had their own demands. They wanted the king's right-hand position and the responsibility of being the ones to look after the kingdom's treasury, supervising the whole flow of money. Why do you think they allowed us to pass? Alonso inquired, a wisp of steam escaping his mouth as he turned to Lateral, the cold air permeating his whole being for a moment. His golden crown remained firmly in place on his grizzled hair. Just like the nobles, it seems the people have lost faith in their king. They might be waiting for us to remove him from power. If that's the case, once we've dealt with him, it should be relatively simple to govern the territory and gain the people's loyalty. Lateral replied, forcing his horse to maintain a continuous trot as he kept a respectful distance from the king. The king nodded in silence, his green eyes fixed on the horizon, where the snow-covered walls of Eisenberg began to appear. His gaze lingered on the soldiers stationed on the walls, holding their bows and prepared to shoot them down if needed. After a moment, Alonso shifted his gaze back to Lateral and instructed, "Inform the nobles and the troops that we are not engaging the enemies, but they must remain vigilant for any potential attacks. It's wiser to conserve our strength for capturing the capital first, and then we can devise a strategy to deal with these fortresses." "I oblige," Lateral said as he slowed down his horse to a halt until he met again with the first line of soldiers, who were marching with a lack of organization, resembling a crowd fleeing from hunger. He could see a flick of fear in their eyes as the walls of Eisenberg appeared on the horizon. Most of these soldiers were normal citizens, living their lives while hunting animals or taking care of their own freezing lands. The king's right hand allowed them to pass with a sense of indifference and then directed his horse toward the line of mounted soldiers, who seemed to be from a different stratus. These men exuded an aura of strength and higher status, their horses and iron chainmail setting them apart from the rest of the troops. These were the nobles of Eritrea. "The king has decreed that we shall bypass the fortress." Lateral relayed the orders to the mounted soldiers, who were sharing a musing glance while looking at the ordinary civilians. "Has he lost his balls while sitting on that throne and indulging with those women?" muttered one of the soldiers through gritted teeth, cursing the king but taking care not to be overheard. "We've been on these lands for a week, and we've yet to draw blood. There is no war here." He laid his hand on his weapon, a long sword, ready to unsheath it. Lateral remained silent while directing a stern gaze to the noble, his hands also resting on the two axes strapped to his waist. This response immediately silenced the noble, making him apprehensive about opening his mouth. "I won't tolerate another word, especially not from a minor count," Lateral asserted with anger. "We're bypassing the fortress to conserve our strength for the ultimate battle in the capital, where we'll decapitate the king." "Is that perfectly clear?" Nobles remained silent, implicitly consenting to his plan, unwilling to raise objections. They understood they couldn't challenge the man one-on-one, and they also were not foolish enough to be the first one to jump at him. Recognizing their answer, Lateral nodded and delivered his instructions. It is good that we are all on the same page. You will all have your moment to fight and plunder Stahl's castle to your heart's content. Every gold coin you can put your hands on, it's yours. Now go and tell your soldiers that we are not going to fight right now and to preserve their strengths. The nobles didn't dare to linger and hurriedly made their way to relay the message to the soldiers. Lateral's gaze remained fixed on them for a few seconds, ensuring that they were all attending to their duties. Afterward, he shifted his attention to the king's figure, who was marching alone. His eyes shone with great intensity, but he concealed it swiftly, replacing it with a Machiavellian smile. He absent-mindedly rubbed his bald head, as if attempting to calm his racing thoughts, but the smile never left his lips. The chance has finally come, he muttered. A few hours passed before Henry slowly opened his eyes. The once gray hue in his irises now had a darker tint, almost shifting toward a shade of purple. It was as if a living flame flickered deep within his gaze. Despite a lingering sense of dizziness, Henry's mind quickly cleared. He hurriedly tore open his tattered black clothes, which were riddled with holes from the recent fall and the long days of fighting. And to his surprise, there was no injury on his chest, only an intricate purple tattoo, resembling a dragon consuming its own tail. It was as if the sword's attack had been nothing more than a fleeting illusion, an imagination. Although no physical scar remained from the attack, Henry could sense that something changed within himself. He shut his eyes and began circulating mana within his circuits, taking it from his heart and directing it through a few paths. However, as soon as he touched the mana within his heart, Henry almost screamed in surprise, exhibiting some feelings he had learned to hide during these few years. The mana stored in his heart had changed. It held no red color, but a brilliant purple hue like stars. Furthermore, he could feel that his heart has changed to accommodate this energy. Something seemed to be connected to it, like tendrils. Each heartbeat was like the march of 1,000 soldiers. The king was taken aback and opened his eyes, observing the drawing on his chest as it gently pulsed and rotated. It appeared almost alive, as if the dragon depicted in the tattoo was attempting to consume itself. Henry couldn't help but feel that it greatly resembled the tribal tattoos of the barbarians. However, his tattoo was far more refined, and the process seemed painless, at least for him. There was no need for bone needles, the blood of creatures, specific herbs, or even be tied to a rock. Those tendrils on his heart seemed to be part of this tattoo. Out of curiosity, Henry raised his hand and channeled this newfound energy towards his hands. Despite the energy feeling stronger and fiercer, it didn't cause any discomfort as he circulated it through his circuits, unlike the previous one. And for the first time since arriving in this world and starting to use mana, Henry felt no pain. In a swift motion, Henry twisted his wrist and executed a technique from the Sun God Battle Manual, Fire Sword. Instantly, the same purple fire that had burned within the cave emerged in his palm and began condensing in his hands, forming what looked like the hilt of a gleaming, purple sword. Interesting, Henry murmured, observing the radiant purple fire. It illuminated the surroundings like the primordial fire birthing the universe, a guiding light amid a raging sea storm. He was attempting to replicate something he had seen in the memories received when he sat on the throne. Inside those memories, an individual had conjured a brilliant purple sword to strike a colossal white dragon with shining blue eyes that emerged from a massive and thick forest. This creature was flying towards a village where mothers were trembling while shielding their children and men through arrows in a futile attempt to strike back the dragon. This dragon did not breathe fire, but an icy breath that froze everything it touched. While watching those memories, Henry considered that this dragon could even freeze an entire sea. Before the white dragon could freeze the village, a figure emerged, wielding a sword made of purple fire that seemed to be dancing. In single swift strike, the man cleaved through the air and seemed to ignite a cascade of purplish flames, forming a giant edge of a blade. This blade was as big as the dragon and gave the impression that it could burn the whole world as it hurtled towards it. Memory vanished as the dragon lost one of its wings, causing it to crash helplessly to the ground. The unfinished purple handle in Henry's grasp was his attempt to replicate the mysterious man's purple sword. It's quite exhausting. I can't seem to complete it, not for now at least, he muttered, opening his hands and dissipating the purple fire. Despite not feeling the usual pain from the chaotic energy running through his circuits, Henry's heart seemed to lack the necessary mana stock to recreate such a technique. even though it seemed to be based on his own sun god technique and the battle manual. It was still a great toll on his body. Henry let his hand drop as if it was a rock cast into a river. The accumulated fatigue from these last few days was too much for his body, even after he broke through a new stage. Leaning against the icy throne, Henry felt the sharp points that had once pierced him pricking at his back, yet he was too fatigued to care. He stood there inhaling deeply as he channeled the sun god technique, converting the raw mana into the vibrant purple fire, stocking it inside his heart. Strangely, the technique seemed to function even more efficiently when combined with this fire, as if they were naturally suited to one another. He could gather and transform raw mana into that purple fire at least twice as fast as before. I'll manage to recreate it someday, I just need to be patient, Henry muttered wearily, feeling the throne's spikes pressing into his back like small horns. I can't linger here, much time has passed and I'm unaware of the situation outside. I must hurry. I've already wasted enough time here. The sensation of the throne against his back seemed to bring Henry back to the present moment. He had been lost in those new, fragmented memories that had flooded his mind and neglected his original mission. He had to get out of here. The king rose decisively from the throne, determined to get out of this situation, no matter the fatigue. Waving his hands, Henry directed the mana, creating a translucent, purple layer that coated his arms. It cast a soft light around him. I will return. I still have so many questions about this, he whispered, casting a brief glance at the menacing throne. Henry then began walking back the same way he came, which was quite easy to find since the throne was facing it. This time, Henry seemed to be conscious of the time and the places he had wandered through to reach this point. The throne could only be accessed by a narrow tunnel through which he had to squeeze himself. It only took 20 minutes before Henry could see the light coming from the room with the statues. Henry's heart echoed happily, much like a child finding the warmth of a gentle light after traversing the darkness of the night. Liar! Henry called out upon spotting someone lying on the floor from a distance. He dashed towards her. Snow fell gently upon the walls of Eisenberg. A soldier approached with a shovel and a pushcart already laden with snow, diligently clearing the bridge of the walls. Previously, during the reign of the other kings, the maintenance of the walls had been greatly overlooked, hindering the soldiers' mobility on the walls, even more so under a war. However, in the past 2 years, Henry had implemented a reorganization on the soldiers' shifts. While one group rested or remained vigilant for threats, another group was assigned to keep the walls clear, without obstacles for them. This rotational system allowed the soldiers to be vigilant while also able to report any damages or loopholes in the structure. There was not a single soul that understood the walls better than these watchmen, and Henry planned on using their vision. This strategic arrangement made use of the soldiers' time and workforce effectively, requiring no additional expenses in hiring new workers and ensuring that only those within the army had access to the crucial areas. Luther was walking along the wall with firm and determined steps, seemingly unfazed by the chilling winds that threatened to freeze his fingers, using the mana to heat himself up. The old general's gaze was fixed on the direction of the capital, where workers busily constructed houses and paved streets according to the king's design. The work on the southward avenue had already finished, giving it an air of an important merchant avenue. It was already bustling with merchants and passers-by negotiating or seeing the items on display. Every store along the avenue proudly flew the flag of the Sun God Company, established by the king to oversee and profit from these businesses. It was also a way to create a good ecosystem to develop the economy and bring innovation. Luther's eyes gleamed with emotion as he observed the smiles adorning the faces of the people. Only a couple of years ago, they were only weary survivors of an endless battle against the harsh reality of the North. This is a golden age, Luther murmured. The young king had turned everything around, offering them a life that exceeded their wildest dreams, a life that they have never imagined. It was something unbelievable some years ago. If someone said that the dumb and proud king could achieve something like this, even Luther would have laughed. However, there was no better proof than the scene in front of him. And the mere idea of someone threatening this hard-earned peace ignited a fierce rage within Luther. As he halted his steps, his gaze shifted from the bustling peace emerging from Eisenberg to the distant and desolate white horizon beyond the walls. Hundreds of miles away, 2 armies were advancing toward the capital. Though the old general uttered no words, a suffocating, murderous intent enveloped his body, nearly causing 2 nearby soldiers to falter. One of them was on the verge of falling to his knee, gripped his throat in fear. I will handle this, Luther muttered, before resuming his walk, too immersed in his wrath to notice the nearby soldiers trembling in fear. He wanted to keep this peaceful life, even if it meant leaving behind his own life. He wished to aid the king in creating a better world for the people. New day dawned upon Eisenberg, with the sun veiled by gray clouds that seemed to cast a foreboding shadow that seemed to be sad about the imminent bloodshed that was going to occur soon. A bloodshed that would dye the pristine snow in red. Outside the gates of Stahl's capital, nearly 1,000 soldiers were mounted on their horses. They carried bows slung across their backs, half of them wielding swords and the other half armed with spears. Each cavalry member wore a thin chainmail as a way to offer speed and protection to the soldiers atop their snowfare horses. Henry spent large amounts of time and resources to capture 1,000 snowfare horses in the frozen forest, where they roamed in great numbers. At first, Henry didn't understand the reason why neither the barbarians nor the former Stahl's kings tamed these beasts to reinforce their strengths. Even though there was no custom of horse riding around these parts, there were still stories telling about the accomplishment of cavalry against other armies. However, he soon learned the reason. The snowfare horses possessed an unusual intelligence and heightened senses. At the faintest hint of danger, they would bolt towards the inner forest, where the dangerous beasts dwindled. Because of that, it was difficult to even catch their tracks on the snow or capturing them without severely hurting them. In order to create a solution to this, Henry sought the assistance of Luna, the mysterious mage residing in Eisenberg, who devised a special lure to draw the horses within reach for capture. Henry wanted to expand his cavalry, but limited resources gave him no such way. Henry built this cavalry inspired by Genghis Khan's incredible Mongol horde, known for its remarkable speed and agility that let this wandering community conquer vast lands of the known world, such as a substantial part of Europe and almost all Asia. The Battle of Legnica in 1241 was a defining moment for the Mongol Empire, defining their legacy as they stretched their lands further and causing havoc on the world, leaving their horses' tracks on the grounds of Europe. The Mongols, commanded by Batu and Subadeh, had devised a great and smart strategy to invade Europe. A portion of their force, approximately 20,000 soldiers led by Princes Kadin and Baydar, entered Poland, while the main Mongol group focused on raiding Hungary. These 20,000 soldiers set fire to Krakow, Poland's capital, on Palm Sunday. In response, the Polish, led by Duke Henry II of Silesia, hastily gathered around 30,000 soldiers to defend against the Mongol horde. This resistance included poorly armored locals and knights from Christian orders like the Teutonic Knights, the Hospitallers, and the famous Templars. In order to exterminate this resistance, the Mongols devised traps and made strategic use of their mobility and archery to decimate their enemies without giving them a chance to breath. They lured the knights and used smoke to disperse and attacked them with a storm of arrows that covered the skies. In the end, Poland's resistance was futile, and the army was easily exterminated by the Mongols. Duke Henry II was captured, killed, and his head was displayed by the Mongols following their custom. The Mongols emerged victorious in this war, delivering a massive blow and defeat to the Europeans. Henry desired such a cavalry, capable of conquering this fantastical world. He wanted it. Luther sat atop his snowfare horse in front of the vast army. With a gentle hand, he stroked the red fur of the beast, watching as 4 soldiers opened the heavy and grand stone gates that blocked the capital from invasions. The gates gradually opened, unveiling the snowy landscape beyond the wall. Luther ceased petting the horse and turned his attention to 2 nearby soldiers who held a long wooden pole in their hands, wrapped in some kind of fabric. "Raise the flag." Luther's command echoed across the area. Before the citizens' eyes, standing by the merchant stores, 2 large flags emerged. Luther's nearby soldiers waved the flags powerfully, causing it to flutter, even though there was not a single breeze. The symbol that symbolized Stahl appeared before them. The people gathered along the streets couldn't help but feel a sense of pride and hope as they looked at the owl standing on a sun. For a moment, silence permeated the environment before a collective cheer erupted from the crowd and euphoria filled the air. Children waved their hands and adults clapped and cheered, their faces reflecting a mixture of hope and will to fight for their king, a will to fight for their peaceful life. The snowfare horses, with Luther leading them, began to advance toward the open gates, their hooves echoing on the cobblestone streets that had been cleared from the snow. The cavalry's disciplined formation and the grandeur of their banners created an awe-inspiring spectacle. Eismet wasn't too far from the capital. It took just 3 days to get there by horse using the White Merchant Road, which had been specifically reformed during Stahl's reign to make it simpler for wagons carrying iron and other products to travel all over the kingdom. However, reforming and expanding this road had its challenges. The path could only fit 4 wagons next to each other due to the rough icy land and dense forests. An expansion was difficult thanks to the expensive cost and the hard environment. Luther stood at the forefront of the cavalry unit, which had been arranged in a formation known as echelon. In this formation, the cavalry was organized diagonally, with each unit positioned behind each other and to the right or left of the unity in front. If observed from above, this arrangement would appear like the rungs of a ladder, a unique shape that granted great maneuverability and speed. This formation was a knowledge that Henry had brought from Earth and taught all the people going through the commander's training. There was no record of it being used in Stahl or any other neighboring country, thanks to the absence of a highly organized cavalry unit. Echelon formation was greatly utilized by Alexander the Great, principally in his battle against the Persian king Darius III, which enabled him to deliver a massive defeat to the Persian Empire and seize control of the capital, Babylon. During the Battle of Gaugamela, King Darius, the Persian king, had amassed a strong force consisted of infantry, elite horsemen, and even a contingent of 15 Indian war elephants supported by chariots. In contrast, Alexander brought with him a combination of Macedonian infantry and various cavalry units, with the most notable one being the companion cavalry, a group of highly skilled and well-equipped horsemen led by the Macedonian emperor himself. Employing the echelon formation, Alexander managed to deceive the Persian king Darius III. He positioned the elite cavalry on the right side of the battlefield, while his infantry engaged the Persian troops in the center. Accompanied by his companion cavalry, Alexander rode towards the right flank, while Parmenion, his trusted general, led the left side of the battle. Alexander's goal was to lure a significant part of the Persian cavalry and troops to the right flank, using himself, creating a gap in the enemy line and enabling a decisive attack at Darius, who was surrounded by his troops in the center. During the chaotic battle, the Persian cavalry attempted to flank Alexander's right, leading to an intense clash, with the sound of clashing steel and the dying neighs of the horses echoing through the battlefield. The echelon formation allowed Alexander to execute swift and lightning-fast assaults, resulting in the center of the Persian line being shattered after thousands of deaths. However, the fall of the Persian center was accompanied by a critical decision. Alexander could either offer aid to Parmenion's side, which was in danger of losing its life, or pursue King Darius III. The Macedonian king decided to rescue his subjects, allowing Darius to escape on horseback with a small group of his forces. After losing the war, Darius gave speeches and tried to amass another force, while sending letters to his eastern satraps to ensure their loyalty, but one of his aides assassinated him. When he came to know about Darius's murder, Alexander felt sad about the way that such a respected and great enemy had met his end. Because of that, he decided to give him a full burial ceremony at Persepolis, the former ceremonial capital of the Persian Empire. In the following year, Alexander then pursued and killed the one responsible for Darius's assassination. Luther was leading Stahl's cavalry using this same echelon formation, swiftly moving towards the enemy's position and rapidly advancing to the south of the kingdom. The rhythmic echo of 1,000 horses' hooves crunching through the snow could be heard a mile away, like a colossal and catastrophic wave of snow destroying everything on its wake. The intense 2-year training program had prepared the cavalry to maintain a synchronized formation, ensuring they didn't bunch up too closely, allowing enough space for maneuverability. Luther was on the first row of the cavalry, responsible for meeting the enemy head first, while responsible for scouting and securing the path ahead. His presence on the first line boosted the soldiers' morale and ignited their fighting spirit, giving them the vision of victory. The army marched until they approached a 3-way juncture, leaving their marks on the snow-covered white merchant road. One route headed south, another to the west, and the third led east, branching off in different directions within the kingdom, connecting to the one leading to north towards the capital. Seeing the 3-way bifurcation, Luther raised his hands and slowed down his horse's speed. And as if it was a single entity, the whole troops began to slow down until they came to a stop. Luther's eyes were analyzing the juncture, deliberating on the 2 options ahead of him. He could either wait at the crossroad or advance down one path. The first option carried the risk of both armies coming to a silent agreement to join forces before dividing the profits between themselves. The last option was to choose a direction and fight against one of the armies on their wake, risking diminishing his forces before finally engaging the other one. During a conversation with the king regarding this potential scenario, King Henry had told Luther about the importance of considering all the various factors and not to dive towards the enemy without much ponder. There was a need to evaluate aspects such as terrain, resources at hand, and the strength of the opposing force, and its own force was crucial. Drawing upon all the knowledge he had acquired throughout his life and his understanding of Stahl's terrain, Luther decided the best course of action. Pausing for a brief moment, Luther carefully considered his decision before nudging his horse to move forward, guiding the troops toward south. He had already determined the route he would take. The southern direction was the decision with the most effective solution, thanks to the terrain that could allow the cavalry to maximize its potential. Despite the White Merchant Road facilitating the traffic of goods from all over the kingdom, the western part of the road was much more rugged. This rough terrain greatly limited the horse's maneuverability and speed, potentially influencing the outcome of the war. "We're heading south," Luther's voice echoed, not bothering to turn his head, as the soldiers were well aware of their mission. "We will encounter our enemies within the next day, so stay alert. Our task is simple. We will launch a lightning-fast strike, leaving them no opportunity for a counterattack. As I've mentioned before, our enemies outnumber us at least fourfold, but fear not. I am here and the king's support is on our side." The war that will shake this part of the North's foundation was about to start.